Meng Qingzhou unexpectedly awakens the blind sword saint system after traversing into a novel, becoming a blind sword master. With an intimate understanding of the plot, he refuses to be a mere tool for the protagonist's ostentation and humiliation. Instead, he chooses to indulge in a leisurely life, tending to flowers, walking dogs, teasing maidservants, and spending time with his virtuous wife. Little did he know, he resides in a royal palace, with a charming maidservant being a cold and elegant sword fairy. The flowers he nurtures are ancient divine herbs. The dog he walks is a national guardian beast, and his virtuous wife is none other than the reigning empress. The empress, with great effort, orchestrates a charade for everyone around Meng Qingzhou, pretending to be an ordinary family, all to create a sanctuary for her beloved. However, she did not anticipate that not only would she conceal her identity. Chapter 1. The Empress is indeed unfathomable. Imperial decree from the Empress, appointing Meng Qingzhou as the Emperor. The Emperor is naturally blind and dislikes seeing people, therefore. The wedding shall be simple. Thus decreed. What? The current Emperor is a youth with no background, no identity, and no cultivation, nothing but a 3-0 disabled young man? Absurd. A source of ridicule for all the nations. Depose Emperor Meng Qingzhou and select a new ruler. Meng Qingzhou is unworthy. According to rumors, Emperor Meng is completely unaware of the Empress's true identity, oblivious to the truth in the Great Jin dynasty. Within the palace at Taiji Hall, a handsome young man with long hair draped over his shoulders had his eyes covered with a black satin cloth. Meng Qingzhou held a watering can, tending to the flowers and plants behind the fence. By my calculations, it has been 3 years since I traversed here, Meng Qingzhou murmured, slightly lost in thought. Once an ordinary office worker, he found himself in the world of a novel titled Struggle for Supremacy after finishing it one fateful night. Well versed in the story, he recognized it as a tale of a powerful protagonist. Unwilling to serve as the protagonist's mere tool for pompous displays, he resolutely chose to retreat to a pastoral life. At that moment, the system awakened. Blind sword, Saint System B, sealing his eyes and restricting his consciousness from perceiving the external world, he could continuously grow stronger. Every moment, Meng Qingzhou's cultivation and sword intent surged uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he chose to seal his vision and perception. After all, he was not truly blind. He would lift the seal when he became invincible. Thus, Meng Qingzhou became an authentic blind swordsman, wandering the rivers and lakes alone. Just as he was about to starve, he encountered a young woman and struck a deal with her. The young woman, named Dongfang Liuli, was said to be the daughter of a wealthy family in a village, seeking a way to appease her family's pressure to marry. She promised Meng Qingzhou a sum of 10 taels of gold if he would become her husband in 3 years. Unexpectedly, over 3 years later, Dongfang Liuli sent someone to remind Meng Qingzhou to fulfill his promise. With a laid-back disposition, he accepted the role of a husband without hesitation. Half a month had passed since the wedding day. Meng Qingzhou's realm was now mountain-moving realm, and his sword intent had reached a substantial level. Realm classification: 9-1, cloud-soaring realm, mountain-moving realm, sea-covering realm, moonlight realm, morning light realm, sky-supporting realm. At this stage in the novel, the mountain-moving realm was recognized as a formidable force, and with Meng Qingzhou's top-tier sword intent, he could undoubtedly fight beyond his level. Ding, accumulated 3 years of blindness time. Triggered a super reward. 100-fold critical reward. Celestial level quality. Time-space sword intent. This sword intent can influence the dimensions of time and space to a certain extent, allowing one to reverse time or alter space with a single strike. One of the strongest versatile sword intents. Meng Qingzhou's breath became heavy, and his usually calm demeanor was stirred into a tempest of emotions. The system occasionally triggers rewards, categorized into 8 levels: yellow, mysterious, earth, heaven, celestial, emperor, great emperor, supreme. Similar to a mindless game from his past life, where chopping trees could yield experience points and occasionally produce rare equipment, Meng Qingzhou had never encountered a celestial level reward in 3 years. This was the first time. A coveted, versatile sword intent at that. Feeling the transformation of the sword intent within him, his cultivation surged significantly. Meng Qingzhou struggled to contain the tempestuous sword intent raging within him. Even a mere flicker of it stirred the clouds, creating a 100-meter-wide chasm in the sky. Impressive. My realm remains the mountain-moving realm. Yet my overall strength has doubled. After finally gaining control over the time-space sword intent, Meng Qingzhou sighed in relief. Fortunately, he resided among ordinary people in the mundane world otherwise. Such a violent and overwhelming sword intent would surely attract the attention of other cultivators. Just as Meng Qingzhou felt pleased with his decision to remain incognito and develop quietly, suddenly, the gate to the courtyard swung open, and a woman in a pale blue dress rushed in, her expression tense. Meng Qingzhou had already sensed her presence, though he could not use his eyes or consciousness. His hearing was exceptionally sharp, capturing every rustle within 100 meters. Qingzhou hurriedly approached, reaching out to check on Meng Qingzhou, her voice filled with concern. "My lord, are you all right? I heard some noise just now. Are you hurt?" Meng Qingzhou chuckled, pinching Qingzhou's cheek lightly. The delicate touch made him marvel inwardly at how the Dongfang family had raised their maidservants with such care. Thanks to Qingzhou's persistent persuasion over the past half-month, Meng Qingzhou now believed he lived in a remote village called Jinzhou Village, signifying a carefree life of enjoying each day as it comes. My lord, do not bully the maidservant. Qingzhou pouted, her lips forming a cute frown as she playfully pushed Meng Qingzhou's hand away. 3 years prior, when Meng Qingzhou first ventured into the world, Qingzhou had followed him closely since his meeting with Dongfang Liuli, and their relationship had grown quite strong. Reluctantly releasing her, Meng Qingzhou inquired with a smile, "Qingzhou, do you wish to learn swordsmanship?" Qingzhou rubbed her reddened cheek, nodding adorably. "Yes, I want to learn to protect my lady and my lord." "Very well. Coincidentally, I recall a swordsmanship scripture gifted to me by an old man with a white beard during my travels years ago. I shall share it with you." Meng Qingzhou lifted his garment and sat at the stone table, pouring himself a cup of hot tea. Though he could not see, Meng Qingzhou possessed an acute awareness of his surroundings, accurately locating objects as if he were just like anyone else. Qingzhou blinked curiously and asked, "My lord, how do you know it was an old man with a white beard?" Meng Qingzhou, "Oh no, I forgot I'm blind. Should I admit that the so-called old man with a white beard does not exist, and that the swordsmanship scripture I am about to share is merely my humble insights? Are you going to listen or not?" Meng Qingzhou cleared his throat, urging her. "Yes, yes, yes." Qingzhou eagerly agreed, obediently kneeling beside Meng Qingzhou, undeterred by the dust on the ground, gazing up at him with anticipation. Finally, Meng Qingzhou calmed his mind and began to recount the scripture. As time passed, Meng Qingzhou sat upright like a pine tree, reciting the swordsmanship scripture. "Conceal the edge within the sheath, gathering strength before release. The mind and breath unite as one." Qingzhou knelt and gazed up, initially feigning interest, as her true identity was that of a talented sword practitioner. However, as she listened, she became utterly captivated, unknowingly entering a state of enlightenment. Around her, petals of sword-mark lotuses appeared, and within the depths of her pupils, blue sword symbols began to form. After about half a cup of tea's time, Qingzhou awakened from a reverie, her body shivering with shock and excitement, thinking, "This level of insight must be the work of a great sword master, comparable to the essence of swordsmanship. I actually broke through to the cloud-soaring realm." Qingzhou gazed at the ethereal and composed Meng Qingzhou, her eyes filled with gratitude. Unbeknownst to her, Meng Qingzhou was unaware of Qingzhou's thoughts moments ago. He had sensed a chilling sword intent emanating from her. With his consciousness restrained, he could only rely on his instincts to conclude that Qingzhou was a prodigy in the way of the sword. Reflecting on this, Meng Qingzhou spoke softly. "I still recall quite a few texts on swordsmanship you may visit often when time permits, and I shall share them with you." Qingzhou's heart fluttered, her breath momentarily suspended. There were still many scriptures comparable to the elucidation of swordsmanship. Such precious scriptures, I feel undeserving of them. Qingzhou replied. Meng Qingzhou chuckled gently, the fabric of his black satin attire slightly bending with the movement. "It matters not to me. These are merely external possessions." Qingzhou tightened the gauzy robe over her sword attire, her clear gaze reflecting the figure of the young man in black before her. She mused, the emperor is indeed unfathomable. Chapter 2. The bashful maidservant turns out to be the cold and elegant sword immortal. The Taiji Hall, a private chamber belonging solely to the emperor. Ever since the Empress of Great Jin declared Meng Qingzhou as emperor, the Taiji Hall was transformed into a quaint dwelling with blue tiles and picket fences, where chickens, ducks, and geese roamed freely, presenting the image of an ordinary household. Furthermore, the Empress ordered court officials and palace maids to assume corresponding roles, forbidding any revelation of her identity before Meng Qingzhou. Consequently, the royal architecture of red walls and yellow tiles was raised within a radius of several hundred meters, replaced by humble earthen houses with black tiles. This scene resembled a blot of bird droppings in the midst of the grand and opulent palace, truly an eyesore. The Empress named this pastoral paradise Jinqiao Village, a homophone for Jin Dynasty. Yet now, the once tranquil Jinqiao Village was permeated with a tense atmosphere. All the villagers turned in unison, their gazes piercing through the earthen houses towards the blue-tiled dwelling. Occasionally intrigued, the current Prime Minister Jiang Songhai, who played the role of village head, remarked gravely, "What a terrifying sword intent. It seems capable of transcending spatial distance to slay my younger self." The captain of the Imperial Guard, covered in goosebumps, gazed up at the sword intent that pierced the heavens, feeling as if it were within arm's reach, ready to claim his life. That is, the Emperor's chamber subjects must not intrude. But if there is an assassin, wouldn't the Emperor be in grave danger? The captain of the Imperial Guard began to fidget. Prime Minister Jiang Songhai reassured him, "Fear not, I have already sent word to His Majesty someone will investigate the situation." The seemingly unremarkable air of the shoddy fief, Zhao Guo, scoffed, a mere commoner, lacking cultivation and knowledge, and even a cripple. How could he possibly bear the title of Emperor of Great Jin? If an assassination were to occur, it would spare the nations from ridicule. Zhao Guo made no effort to conceal his disdain, his voice loud. Such audacious remarks went unchallenged, even by Jiang Songhai, a stalwart of the state, who chose to ignore them, as if he had not heard. The Empress's unilateral decision to appoint a blind man as emperor without the consent of the court was already a breach of tradition, inciting public discontent. Prime Minister Jiang Songhai harbored his own grievances. The selection of a consort was a matter of great importance. The emperor's candidate should possess virtue, wisdom, physique, beauty, and diligence, along with a strong family background to help solidify the throne. This Meng Qingzhou, who emerged from nowhere, was nothing more than a rogue from the streets, wholly unfit for the title of emperor from every conceivable angle. If I were to be chosen as emperor, the entire Shuti would stand as a bulwark for your majesty. The 200,000 troops of Shuti are at your command. Zhao Guo spoke with jealousy and resentment, his words dripping with malice. The thought of the empress, whom he had long coveted, being snatched away by a blind man, filled him with rage. As these words were spoken, a figure of unparalleled beauty descended upon Jinqiao Village, hastily entering the blue-tiled dwelling. The captain of the Imperial Guard, upon seeing her, was struck with awe. It is the Empress's sword attendant, the renowned cold and elegant sword immortal, Su Qingqiu. At such a young age, she has already attained the first-grade cultivation given time. She will become a formidable swordsman. Many officials' eyes flickered with interest upon hearing her name. Beginning her sword training at 3, she comprehended the essence of the heavens and earth by 5, becoming invincible among her peers at 10, and was recruited by the top tier force, Tianjin Mountain. At 12.by16, she had followed the Empress, gaining fame across the land and becoming the dream of countless young talents. After a long wait, when the captain of the Imperial Guard was growing anxious, the courtyard door finally opened. Su Qingqiu appeared, her expression indifferent, waving her hand to the crowd, signaling that all was well. "I have long heard of Miss Qingqiu's unparalleled beauty. Meeting you in person is indeed more enchanting than mere rumors," Zhao Guo remarked, blocking her path with a smirk. Su Qingqiu couldn't be bothered to respond, her voice icy. "Step aside. I have heard that Miss Qingqiu possesses extraordinary talent, having reached the pinnacle of first-grade cultivation at 16. Yet 2 years have passed without any advancement. Here, I possess a rare elixir that could aid you in breaking through to the cloud-ascending realm," Zhao Guo said, producing a black jade box and offering it to her. Zhao Gou's eyes brazenly roamed over Su Qingqiu's enchanting figure, his throat tightening. The opportunity to break through was within reach, and he was convinced she would not resist. With the streets crowded with onlookers, none dared to intervene. "Get lost," Su Qingqiu scoffed, unleashing her cloud-ascending aura toward Zhao Gou. His face paled, retreating a few steps as he glanced down to find the jade box in his hand shattered to dust. "Cloud-ascending?" Zhao Gou exclaimed incredulously. "Just recently, you were at the pinnacle of first grade. How could you?" "Thanks to the Emperor's guidance, I had an epiphany and broke my shackles. Destroying your elixir serves as a minor punishment should you dare to insult me again with your words. We shall meet on the arena of life and death." With that, Su Qingqiu turned and departed without a moment's pause. Zhao Gou's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression contorted. How is it possible? A blind man, lacking any cultivation, can in an instant guide a first-grade swordsman to break through to cloud ascending? Zhao Gou, born of privilege and shuti, had spent 20 years cultivating, barely stepping into the cloud-ascending realm. The gap was unimaginable. To be able to guide a first-grade swordsman to cloud-ascending in mere words, one would have to be a master in the way of the sword or possess knowledge akin to a sage. The other officials eavesdropping were equally astonished, struggling to believe their ears. The captain of the Imperial Guard murmured, "Could the Emperor truly be a learned sage?" Jiang Kanghai's murky old eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. "If this is true, then our Emperor is no ordinary figure." In the Imperial study, Dongfang Liuli, clad in a crystal-red phoenix robe, could not conceal her graceful figure as she sat at the desk reviewing memorials, her long, fair fingers gently massaging her brow, a hint of sorrow gracing her otherwise enchanting countenance. Her surname was Qin, as well as Dongfang, hence she was also known as Qin Liuli. The name Dongfang was self-chosen, symbolizing the rising sun in the east, representing the hope that the day of peace would eventually dawn after centuries of turmoil among the nations. Thus, even if Meng Qingzhou were well-versed in the storyline, he could never reconcile the gentle and virtuous Dongfang Liuli with the decisive and formidable Qin Liuli of the plot. "Your Majesty," Su Qingqiu silently appeared beside Dongfang Liuli, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully declared. The Tai Chi Hall showed no signs of an assassin's intrusion. The Emperor remained unharmed, and the source of the soaring sword intent eluded discovery. Dongfang Liuli nodded slightly, casting a glance at her companion, and inquired with curiosity, "The ascending cloud realm? It seems he has grasped the essence of sword intent. Quite impressive. How did he achieve this?" Su Qingqiu, without reservation, recounted the events that had transpired, carefully omitting the more trivial details. She included the sword scriptures recited by Meng Qingzhou, which she had diligently noted down, specifically to report back. "Is it him?" Dongfang Liuli instinctively furrowed her brows, questioning such profound and intricate comprehension of swordsmanship. How could an ordinary mortal attain it? The Empress Dongfang Liuli's marriage to Meng Qingzhou was fundamentally a transaction. Many within the court harbored ulterior motives, incessantly stirring the pot, urging her to designate a new emperor, hoping to employ the allure of a handsome man to undermine the sovereign. Yet, who is Dongfang Liuli? A rare and formidable empress throughout the ages. Her ambitions were vast enough to engulf the world. She had little inclination towards seeking a consort. Thus she entered into a bargain with Meng Qingzhou, effectively silencing the courtiers. "Come, let us take a look." Dongfang Liuli suddenly felt a spark of curiosity, rising to her feet and proceeding outward. "Moreover, continue the investigation into the soaring sword intent. It is imperative to uncover its source." "Understood." Su Qingqiu bowed her head. With a wave of her hand, Dongfang Liuli advanced, vanishing in a gust of wind, leaving only the curtains fluttering momentarily. Chapter 3. For I am the prophet. In the village of Jinchao, Meng Qingzhou, leaning on a round-headed cane, could no longer endure the monotony and decided to venture out to procure some vegetables. The village, though small, was well equipped with a market, taverns, and even brothels. "Xiao Meng, off to buy vegetables again?" greeted the hunchbacked village chief, Jiang Songhai, with a genial smile. Meng Qingzhou listened intently, exclaiming in surprise, "Village chief Jiang Songhai? It has been a while. I thought you were hiding away somewhere counting the days until your end. Jiang Songhai chuckled awkwardly, responding, not at all. I'm still quite sprightly. That remains to be seen, Meng Qingzhou interjected, pressing his hand firmly against Jiang Songhai's forehead. His expression turning serious as he formed a mystical gesture, the dragon-seeking and bone-touching technique. A celestial-level art capable of calculating heavenly omens and glimpsing the fates of mortals. Jiang Songhai's visage stiffened, his beard quivering. As he struggled to suppress the urge to swat away this audacious act, Meng Qingzhou pondered aloud. Your life fate is quite intricate, akin to a fallen star. Destined for great wealth and honor, perhaps to serve as a minister or ascend as an immortal. Yet here you are, a mere village chief. Although he could not probe with divine awareness, the technique required no sight or supernatural perception. Merely the touch of his hand could unveil the essence of another's fate, allowing him to envision their appearance and deduce their destiny. Jiang Songhai attempted to resist, forcing a smile. Xiaoming, could you please lower your hand? But Meng Qingzhou pinched Jiang Songhai's nose, admonishing, stay still. Your fate is ominous, shrouded in darkness, with hints of imminent bloodshed. This indicates a life-threatening danger. And it is not merely due to age or illness. Someone seeks to harm you. With his nose gripped, Jiang Songhai could no longer bear it. Pushing Meng Qingzhou's hand away in frustration. Do not lay hands on an old man, he protested. Unfazed, Meng Qingzhou earnestly patted his shoulder. I offer this warning out of goodwill. Be cautious in the coming days. Whether you live or die depends on your strength or weakness. With that, Meng Qingzhou felt he had said enough. It is difficult to advise those who are destined for demise. Whether the old village chief believed him was of no concern. He had done his part. Meanwhile, the commander of the royal guard, selling wine nearby, struggled to suppress his laughter, astonished that the formidable chief minister had encountered such a humbling moment. Passers-by stumbled in disbelief, casting admiring glances at Meng Qingzhou, who had dared to declare the chief minister's death. Calming down, Jiang Songhai began to reflect. Perhaps the emperor truly possessed the ability to read fortunes. The commander of the royal guard approached, intrigued. Remarkable. To be so accurate without sight. Jiang Songhai shot him a glance, remarking coolly, so? The emperor's assertion of my impending doom is indeed credible? Meanwhile, Meng Qingzhou navigated the marketplace with ease. Having resided in Jinqiao for merely half a month, he had already acquainted himself with many neighbors and familiarized himself with the terrain. In the market, Zhao Go, the crown prince disguised as a vegetable vendor, was scheming to instigate chaos within the Jin dynasty. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Vendor, do you have garlic sprouts? Zhao Go, not lifting his head, waved dismissively. Are you blind? Can't you see for yourself? Meng Qingzhou pointed to the black silk blindfold over his eyes, replying, Indeed, I am blind. Taken aback, Zhao Go looked up to find himself face to face with the man he despised most, his expression darkening. Yes, how much do you want? 3 taels will suffice, Meng Qingzhou said. Zhao Go, scowling, tossed the vegetables over, stating, 1 copper coin. After paying, Meng Qingzhou sniffed the garlic sprouts, exclaiming, This has the unique aroma of Shu. Vendor, did you import this from Shu? Is that a problem? Why must you chatter so much over a vegetable? Zhao Go retorted, choking on his irritation. Meng Qingzhou whispered conspiratorially. Are you from Shu? Why do you ask? Zhao Go replied, puzzled. The Shu prince is about to incite rebellion, and you, Zhao Go, have traveled all this way to create turmoil, allowing your father to seize the opportunity to revolt. Meng Qingzhou declared emphatically. Upon hearing this, Zhao Go's expression shifted dramatically. He nearly overturned the table and drew the hidden sword amongst the vegetables, ready to flee. What the hell? How do you know this? The most alarming part was that Meng Qingzhou's information aligned almost perfectly with his own plans. Fortunately, reason prevailed, and Zhao Go suppressed his growing unease, refraining from rash actions. What is happening? Cold sweat streamed down his brow as his mind raced with hypotheses. Meng Qingzhou cannot be aware of the emperor's identity. He must think he is merely a son-in-law in a remote village, and thus has no reason to deceive me. Besides, Meng Qingzhou, being devoid of any cultivation, could not discern his true identity. Then it dawned on him, as his eyes widened in realization, that there was only one possibility. The news of Zhao's family's conspiracy had already spread throughout the court. Was it truly common knowledge? How do you know about the Shu prince's intentions for rebellion? Zhao Go asked, his hope dwindling as he gazed at Meng Qingzhou with trepidation. Meng Qingzhou smiled mysteriously. Because I am the prophet. Zhao Go nearly choked, struggling to suppress a violent outburst, cursing, get lost. The further, the better. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. Before he could finish, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him, and he caught sight of an enchanting woman clad in red, gracefully approaching. It was none other than the empress of the Jin dynasty, Dongfang Liuli, accompanied by her ever-present companion, Meng Qingzhou. Zhao Gou's heart sank, his expression turning ashen. It was over. The empress must have heard his earlier remarks. Meng Qingzhou, without needing to see, could discern her presence by the scent alone. As Dongfang Liuli's icy gaze fixed on Zhao Gou, she asked calmly, "What is happening here?" Instantly, the street fell silent, with every passerby and vendor casting furtive glances in their direction. Meng Qingzhou, silent, lowered her head, her fingers caressing the hilt of her sword. A chill of murderous intent directed at Zhao Gou. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Zhao Gou felt the urge to curse again. However, he quickly regained his composure, reasoning that Meng Qingzhou had no evidence. Mere words could not condemn him. What nonsense! You claim to foresee the future, predicting the Shu Prince's rebellion. Urging me to flee with my family? Absurd. Zhao Gou scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. With his words, the marketplace returned to a lighter atmosphere, with some patrons rolling their eyes in response. The palace lord seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of his jest, openly mocking a prince. Many court officials, veins bulging, began to whisper among themselves. At tomorrow's morning court, we must bring this matter to the emperor's attention. To accuse the Shu prince of treason without basis. Even the emperor cannot be exempt from punishment. Indeed, such words could mislead the public. If the emperor was not shown the consequences, he would truly act recklessly. It would be best to seize this opportunity to remove him from power. He was unworthy of his position. Oh, is that so? Dongfang Liuli nodded, seemingly unfazed. However, Meng Qingzhou shook his head, feigning seriousness. Who says I speak nonsense? Today, I am in a good mood and wish to articulate my thoughts. Chapter 4. Is my husband actually a sage? Zhao Gou gazed at Meng Qingzhou, a deep mockery evident in the narrow depths of his eyes as he remarked. To malign and slander a meritorious prince, regardless of your true intentions, this sin alone warrants no protection for you. At this juncture, Zhao Gou's covetous gaze discreetly swept over Dongfang Liuli's captivating beauty, and he could not help but swallow hard. At that moment, Zhao Gou intended to incite the court ministers to pressure the empress to dismiss Meng Qingzhou from his imperial position, which would surely plunge the great Jin into political chaos. This would serve a dual purpose. Not only would he fulfill his father's directive, but it would also provide him with an opportunity to dominate the harem, securing the pinnacle of power within the great Jin. Dongfang Liuli remained proud and domineering, akin to a solitary flower blooming on the other side of the world. Offering no response, her emerald-red eyes concealing a tempest of calm. She understood that Zhao Yuhuan, despite his status as a prince with vast territories in Shudi, harbored ambitions for the imperial throne. The prince of Shudi, Zhao Yuhuan, was unwilling to cede the realm to a mere girl. Casting a glance at Meng Qingzhou without uttering a word, Dongfang Liuli sought to discern what cards the great Jin emperor still held. Meng, never indulge in slander. Meng Qingzhou remarked, a confident smile curving his lips as he spoke with nonchalance. Since you wish to know why I am so certain that Zhao Yuhuan of Shudi is plotting rebellion, allow me to elucidate. Meng Qingzhou stood tall, his long hair flowing freely, his voice steady yet resonant. The tides of the world inevitably unite what has long been divided. And what has long been united must eventually divide. For hundreds of years, nations have been embroiled in chaos, countless heroes rising to arms. In just a few short years, how many have been swept away by the tumultuous waves? Any discerning eye can see that the unification of the 8 desolations is imminent, and no nation wishes to become a stepping stone. Therefore, preparations for war must ensue. Zhao Yuhuan does not trust Her Majesty the Empress, believing that a mere woman cannot lead the great Jin dynasty to victory. Since the Empress ascended to the throne 3 years ago, Zhao Yuhuan has begun amassing troops and expanding his territory, actively recruiting practitioners. Is his ambition not glaringly apparent? The marketplace fell into a profound silence, the crowd staring in awe at the eloquent youth enshrouded in black satin. What a bold proclamation amidst the calamity of 9 clans. The Chancellor Jiang Songhai's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he murmured to himself, what a profound assertion. The division will surely lead to unity, and unity to division. The commander of the Imperial Guards also approached to witness the spectacle, unable to restrain a soft cheer, filled with admiration, to possess such insight from a remote corner. Despite physical limitations, the Emperor exhibits remarkable wisdom. Could it be that he truly is the legendary sage? Jiang Songhai replied, one cannot say for certain. A sage, regardless of their cultivation level, is one who comprehends the way of heaven. In the eyes of such sages, no secret exists in the world. The commander of the Imperial Guards gasped. Is it truly that formidable? Do sages exist in this world? Jiang Songhai shook his head, stating, historically. Only one sage appeared in 3,000 years, a mortal who passed away after a century of life. Yet, no matter how eloquent Meng Qingzhou was, Zhao Go remained composed, showing no signs of panic. Disguised as a vegetable vendor, Zhao Go scoffed. What does this prove? Can troop buildup and territorial expansion alone substantiate a claim of rebellion against the shitty king? Meng Qingzhou smiled. Do not be hasty, I have not finished. Although the shitty king Zhao Yuhuan has not left his territory, his biological son, the heir Zhao Go, did he not recently enter the capital? At this point, Meng Qingzhou paused, turning his gaze towards Zhao Go, as if his sight could pierce through the black satin, locking onto Zhao Go. For an instant, Zhao Go felt as if he were being scrutinized by a colossal primordial beast, instinctively retreating a few steps. What is happening to Zhao? The villagers of Jinchao were playing their roles wholeheartedly. Thus, the great affairs of the world were not deliberately concealed. Each time Meng Qingzhou ventured out to buy vegetables, he gleaned insights through the exchanges with passers-by, comparing them to the plot of the novel in his mind to ascertain the current state of affairs. Tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, the sunlight cascading over his profile, Meng Qingzhou stated, Zhao Go's purpose for entering the capital is simple. He seeks to sabotage the internal affairs of Jin, leading a team of assassins who have already infiltrated the city. Zhao Go is indeed the spark igniting the rebellion. I suspect that Prince Zhao Yuhuan has already gathered 100,000 troops in a certain location, awaiting Zhao Go to create an opportunity for them. As these words fell, Zhao Go became utterly numb, his pupils constricting to pinprick size, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. What is the situation? Zhao Go found himself questioning his existence. Earlier, he had harbored a flicker of hope, thinking perhaps Meng Qingzhou possessed extraordinary insight to predict the signs of the prince's impending rebellion. However, such a realization was inconsequential to Zhao Go. Yet, every word from Meng Qingzhou struck like a hammer upon his psyche. For what he articulated was uncannily precise, the very outline of the plan. There is a traitor. This was Zhao Go's immediate reaction, but soon, confusion enveloped him. The entirety of the plan was known only to him and his father. Could it be that I am the traitor? Zhao Go's face was a canvas of bewilderment, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. Empress Dongfang Liuli narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, perceiving Zhao Go's abnormality and feeling a profound shock within. Glancing at the self-assured Meng Qingzhou, could it be that he has indeed spoken the truth? The atmosphere in the marketplace plummeted to freezing point. The court ministers present, all wise as demons, immediately discerned Zhao Go's unease. Ultimately, you lack evidence. Zhao Go wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a stiff laugh. Meng Qingzhou was left speechless, perplexed. What does your lack of evidence matter? This vegetable vendor is quite inquisitive, relentlessly digging deeper. Dongfang Liuli's tone turned grave as she softly inquired. Meng Qingzhou, I too wish to know. Do you possess evidence that Zhao Go's entry into the capital is to assist the shitty king in rebellion? Meng Qingzhou was taken aback, surprised that the seemingly complacent wife was also a curious soul. He immediately replied with a smile, very well, since you are curious, let me elaborate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Go swallowed hard, staring at Meng Qingzhou with uncertainty. Do you truly have evidence? All eyes in the marketplace turned towards them. Meng Qingzhou stated calmly. Based on my deductions, the assassins led by Zhao Go have stealthily infiltrated the residence of Chancellor Jiang Songhai, preparing to assassinate the Chancellor. Chancellor Jiang Songhai's expression darkened instantly, not expecting the gossip to revolve around himself. The crowd silently glanced at village head Jiang Dahuai, their eyes filled with astonishment. Zhao Go dares to assassinate the Chancellor. Jiang Songhai discreetly signaled the commander of the Imperial Guards, silently uttering two words, severe investigation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the commander of the Imperial Guards swiftly departed. Then I shall await the outcome. Dongfang Liuli smiled sweetly, her crimson eyes devoid of warmth. What is there to anticipate? In a few days, news is likely to emerge. And then we shall see whether it aligns with what I have said, Meng Qingzhou remarked nonchalantly. It goes without saying that the assassin will certainly be apprehended. Confirming that every word Meng Qingzhou spoke was indeed truth. Zhao Go truly led assassins into the capital, preparing to ambush and assassinate Chancellor Jiang Songhai. Seeking to incite chaos within Jin. Has the instigator been identified? Jiang Songhai inquired. All present were incredulous, their gazes converging on the youth standing alongside the empress. Some widened their eyes, their voices trembling. Sage. Such fragmented words could elevate one to the clouds. Possessing the ability to deduce the affairs of the world from a secluded place, Is this not the very definition of a sage? Dongfang Liuli found it increasingly hard to believe, involuntarily redirecting her gaze to scrutinize Meng Qingzhou. My husband is, in fact, a sage. Chapter 5. The initial sacrifice of the fated protagonist Zhao Go could never have anticipated that his meticulously devised plans, cultivated over many years, would be unveiled so swiftly by a blind man as mere words. Absurd, utterly absurd. The fury bubbled within him, twisting his features into a ghastly visage. As the aristocratic demeanor forged by his long tenure in power evaporated, transforming him into a malevolent specter, ready to devour any foe. What is this? Who can enlighten him about this Meng Qingzhou, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, meandering over to dismantle an entire imperial power struggle with a few idle remarks? In a fit of madness, Zhao Go contemplated seizing a weapon to eliminate Meng Qingzhou, when suddenly the empress, imbued with an icy intent to kill, wasted no breath and simply raised her palm to subdue him, binding his entire spiritual essence. The once spirited heir of Shu, Zhao Go, now lay like a desiccated fish, feebly thrashing on the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. The ministers who had covertly supported Zhao Go felt a chill run down their spines, sensing the dire predicament. Observant eyes recognized the inevitable downfall of Zhao Go, the commander of the Imperial Guard side, despite the Empress's gender. Her ruthlessness could rival that of the most notorious slayers throughout history. A ripple of spiritual energy? Meng Qingzhou sensed it, yet the essence dissipated almost instantaneously. He shook his head, dismissing it as a wandering cultivator, giving it no further thought. He advised, take your family and depart from Shu at once. Zhao Yuan may harbor grand ambitions, but Shu's depths are shallow. To contend with an entire dynasty, he must summon soldiers, regardless of their cultivation or age, leading to a grim tableau of mourning across 100,000 households. Meng Qingzhou turned to the prostrate Zhao Go, whose mouth was sealed, and offered one last piece of counsel. Little did he know, his words had already toppled the heir of Shu, reducing him to a prisoner unable to move. A swell of pride surged within Meng Qingzhou. Indeed, he had performed a good deed today, saving yet another soul. Zhao Go's chest felt as if it would burst from rage, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Meng Qingzhou, wishing he could sink his teeth into him. The accursed blind man feigned concern, unaware that it was his well-meaning advice that had set ablaze years of scheming. Had his mouth not been silenced, Zhao Go would have cursed Meng Qingzhou's ancestors to the 18th generation and exposed the empress's true identity. The ministers in the market, who had been covertly eavesdropping, gasped at the revelation. Was this yet another prophetic utterance? Was the king of Shu, Zhao Yuan, intent on draining the land of its very essence in his quest for the throne? Even the empress, Dongfang Liuli, fell into contemplation, compelled to take this matter seriously. I must take my leave, Meng Qingzhou said courteously, bowing to Dongfang Liuli as he prepared to depart with his basket of vegetables. He tilted his head slightly. Very well. Let me treat you to my culinary skills. Good, Dongfang Liuli responded tersely. The two walked side by side, their atmosphere harmonious and congenial, resembling a pair of intimate companions. Meanwhile, Zhao Go lay on the ground like a defeated dog, choking on bitterness, emitting sorrowful whimpers. The courtiers, disguised as common folk, eunuchs, and palace maids, watched Meng Qingzhou depart, their expressions mixed with reverence, starkly contrasting their earlier disdain. Take him away. I shall personally interrogate him, Jiang Songhai commanded with a wave of his hand. Instantly, a battalion of armored cultivators surged from the west, escorting Zhao Go to the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. Jiang Songhai remained rooted in place, watching Meng Qingzhou fade into the distance, stroking his beard thoughtfully. The chaotic times have arrived, and a sage shall emerge. Could it be that destiny lies with our great Jean? No, perhaps there is another interpretation. It is precisely because great Jean possesses a female emperor that it attracts a sage who appears once every 3,000 years. Qingfenghua, the Minister of War and concurrently the Grand General, stepped forth from the wrinkled spatial turbulence, stating, historical records indicate that sages comprehend the heavenly path. Thus, they must align with it and cannot become cultivators who go against it. If the emperor is indeed a sage, his lifespan will be limited to a century. Qingfenghua, known for his decisive nature, declared, while the emperor still breathes, we must initiate war and utilize the sage's prophecy to sweep through the nations. Jiang Songhai, intrigued by this notion, had not anticipated this brash idea, responding, we still need further verification. Once it is conclusively proven that the emperor is the sage, the unification war can commence. The Qinghua Cottage, also known as the Taiji Hall, served as the royal palace of Great Qin. The chimney atop the kitchen emitted wisps of smoke, and soon, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Although Meng Qingzhou was blind, his hands were remarkably deft, skillfully measuring the precise amounts of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Try this, he presented the final dish of braised pork ribs. Smiling as he wiped his hands on his apron, Dongfang Liuli surveyed the table laden with enticing dishes and exchanged glances with Su Qingqiu. I have never encountered such a cooking style, Dongfang Liuli remarked, as she picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of the steamed meat. Savoring its perfect balance of fat and lean. So fragrant. Her eyes sparkled, and her already exquisite beauty seemed to blossom even more, akin to a blooming begonia. Yet, Meng Qingzhou remained unaware of her appearance and thus felt no need for formality in her presence. What is this dish called? Dongfang Liuli inquired eagerly after tasting the vibrant red rib. Braised pork ribs, Meng Qingzhou replied generously. If you ever crave it, simply let me know. Very well, Dongfang Liuli said, retrieving a handkerchief to dab her mouth, realizing she had momentarily lost her composure. Dongfang Liuli had tasted countless delicacies crafted with painstaking effort by imperial chefs, but none could compare to Meng Qingzhou's humble offerings. However, even as the empress, she had never before encountered such culinary techniques. Gurgle. Su Qingqiu stood by, her stomach betraying her with an embarrassing growl. Come, sit down and eat together. There's no need for formalities here, Meng Qingzhou chuckled, gesturing for Su Qingqiu to join him. Su Qingqiu hurriedly shook her head, attempting to retreat. I insist you sit. Meng Qingzhou grasped her sleeve, compelling her to take a seat beside him, kindly providing an extra set of utensils. Eat, don't hold back. Stealing a glance at Dongfang Liuli and seeing her nod, Su Qingqiu felt a measure of reassurance. She hesitantly tasted the dish, her eyes lighting up as she gave Meng Qingzhou a thumbs up. Realizing Meng Qingzhou was blind, she playfully stuck out her tongue and whispered, It's delicious. After about half an hour, the two women elegantly cleared several plates. Su Qingqiu patted her pleasantly rounded belly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Qingzhou, Dongfang Liuli said, sipping her tea, I wish to know your insights regarding the future of Great Qin, and your perspective on the current emperor, Qin Liuli. Chapter 6. The blind son-in-law's predictions of the past and present. Meng Qingzhou presented a plate of dessert and remarked, I do not know, do not care, and do not judge. Occasionally discussing national affairs is permissible, yet in remote townships, the flow of information is obstructed, failing to incite the interest of the discerning. At most, one may be labeled a braggart by the neighbors. However, to idly predict future trends is akin to dancing on the edge of a pit of fire. Dongfang Liuli seemed to perceive Meng Qingzhou's concerns and chuckled lightly, saying, Rest assured, it is merely idle chatter. I shall not speak of it further. Meng Qingzhou picked up a piece of honey osmanthus cake, holding it near his lips for a long while before setting it down, and said, Very well, considering the kindness you have shown me, I shall indulge you with a few words. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liuli and Su Qingqiu immediately sat up straight, the latter even discreetly producing paper and pen, prepared to take notes. In the original narrative, the crown prince Zhao Go of Shu, as the sole male protagonist, boldly journeyed to the capital to assist the king of Shu, Zhao Yuhuan, in his rebellion, secretly followed by 100 assassins. Zhao Go attended various banquets in plain sight, while a group of highly skilled assassins infiltrated the residence of the Chancellor Jiang Songhai, nearly succeeding in an assassination attempt, which left Jiang Songhai gravely ill. Without his guidance, the empress struggled to manage state affairs. Subsequently, Zhao Go won over court officials, using the absence of a consort for the empress as a pretext to have her appoint a new emperor. He then commanded the Shu army, hidden across the lands of the Great Qin, to disguise themselves as refugees and bandits, igniting a conflagration of war. Under the weight of such triple oppression, Empress Qin Liuli found herself isolated, and the internal affairs of the Great Qin descended into chaos. In a mere 6 months, the territory of the Great Qin had split in two, with the court divided into factions, one supporting Empress Qin Liuli and the other backing King Zhao Yuhuan. Ultimately, Empress Qin Liuli succumbed to the protagonist's aura, leading to a change of reign in the Great Qin, which was renamed Zhao. Zhao Go became the crown prince. With her unparalleled cultivation, Qin Liuli fought her way out of the battlefield, transforming into a nefarious antagonist intent on avenging herself against Zhao Go. Unfortunately, Zhao Go, the quintessential hero, proved to be her superior, and she ultimately fell before his later growth. Zhao Go sought to take her into his harem, but Qin Liuli, With her steadfast character, chose death over submission, opting to take her own life. In summary, Empress Qin Liuli serves as the antagonist within the narrative, while Zhao Go embodies the quintessential hero, destined for triumph over her. Reflecting on this, Meng Qingzhou sighed softly, stating, "The fortunes of the great Jin flourish. Perhaps it may one day unify the realm." Dongfang Liuli, her brow unfurrowed, replied with a smile, "Is that not wonderful? Why the sigh?" Meng Qingzhou clarified, "I do not sigh for the great Jin, but for the current Empress Qin Liuli. It is quite the coincidence that your name is also Liuli." Dongfang Liuli disregarded the latter part of his statement, sensing an unease within her heart, and pressed, "What is the matter with the Empress?" Even Su Qingxiu grew tense. Could it be that, in the eyes of the sage, the Empress's fate was destined to be tragic? Meng Qingzhou replied, "The Empress possesses both literary and martial prowess. Her cultivation unparalleled. She is undoubtedly a commendable ruler. Yet, she is overly hasty. Little does she know that a true calamity lurks nearby. While the fortunes of the great Jin blaze like fire, if she does not heed the slumbering wolf, the realm may indeed be unified by the great Jin. But it may not bear the Qin name." Meng Qingzhou rose, using his cane as a sword, pointing towards the northwest, and proclaimed, "Furthermore, Zhao Yuhuan has been deftly winning over court officials for years. He is astute, resolutely avoiding the high-ranking ministers above the third grade, focusing instead on those below, such as county magistrates and provincial governors. Once civil strife erupts, a significant portion of cities outside the capital will swiftly defect." Meng Qingzhou turned to Dongfang Liuli and inquired, "If you were the Empress, how would you defend against this?" His words left Dongfang Liuli momentarily stunned and rendered Su Qingxiu speechless. They had not anticipated that Meng Qingzhou, seemingly plain in appearance yet possessing an extraordinary aura, could unveil such secrets. Dongfang Liuli began to doubt her earlier disbelief in Meng Qingzhou's prophetic words. The hidden truths he spoke could easily be uncovered within 3 days with the right manpower and resources. Could it be that she had randomly chosen someone worthy of the title of sage? Dongfang Liuli furrowed her brows in contemplation and eventually stated, "I would issue a decree commanding the border troops to march to the capital to protect the throne, while ordering General Qin Finghua to lead 500,000 soldiers to strike against the Yellow Dragon and advance towards Shu, attacking where it is most vital, thereby throwing Zhao Yuhuan into disarray." Meng Qingzhou nodded in approval. Upon hearing this, an odd sensation arose within Dongfang Liuli, while Su Qingxiu suppressed a giggle. Meng Qingzhou shifted the conversation once more, posing another question. What if the Crown Prince Zhao Go were to incite chaos within the capital? Removing one of the Empress's key aides, Chancellor Jiang Songhai, and then use the Empress's lack of a consort to coerce her? Su Qingxiu finally burst into laughter. The Empress already has a suitable match. She is not without a consort. As for Chancellor Jiang Songhai, he is quite safe. He reportedly discovered the lurking assassins. Dongfang Liuli coughed, feeling quite embarrassed. Meng Qingzhou opened his mouth but remained silent for a long while. What is happening? This script is all wrong. How can the Empress marry? She is meant to be a solitary female tyrant for life. And Jiang Songhai could not possibly have discovered the assassins in advance, otherwise. How could the protagonist Zhao Go execute his plans? You cannot be serious. Meng Qingzhou asked earnestly. Indeed, just ask anyone, and you shall know. There is no need for deceit, Dongfang Liuli replied. Meng Qingzhou felt a whirlwind of confusion as he rubbed his temples. Do not speak. Allow me to gather my thoughts. Dongfang Liuli refrained from interruption, resting her chin on her hands, quietly observing Meng Qingzhou, her amber-hued eyes shimmering with a unique emotion. This was the first time in her life she felt a sense of security and relying on another. Had it not been for Meng Qingzhou's prophetic deductions, she dared not imagine the consequences. With 1 million soldiers stationed in Shu and more than half of the counties within the Great Jin secretly aligning with Zhao Yuhuan, combined with Zhao Go's actions to remove Chancellor Jiang Songhai and coerce the Empress into appointing a new sovereign, the duo, Zhao Go and Zhao Yuhuan, would be working in concert. Under the dual pressures of internal politics and external warfare, simply contemplating the scenario left Dongfang Liuli breathless. Delving deeper into the predictions, she surmised that, barring any unforeseen events, she could hold out for at most 3 years before the Great Jin would be renamed Zhao. Thank you, Dongfang Liuli whispered. Meng Qingzhou waved aside her gratitude with a smile, saying, There is no need for thanks. I merely satisfied your curiosity. Dongfang Liuli felt an unbidden impulse and asked, What do you think of the Empress's character? She yearned to know what kind of evaluation Meng Qingzhou held of her, regarding her cultivation talent. Few in the world could match her, At merely 21 years of age, she had reached the Moonlight Realm, an extraordinary feat. Meng Qingzhou responded, "Indeed. The Empress's talents are remarkable, yet even so, they cannot surpass my own. I have only practiced for 3 years and have already reached the initial stage of the mountain-moving realm." Meng Qingzhou continued, "In terms of strategy and military acumen, the Empress, at 13, led an army of 50,000 to decisively defeat the 30,000 troops of the Lulan Kingdom. In terms of talent, she excels in poetry, prose, and song. In terms of beauty, she is breathtaking, a paragon of unparalleled grace. Undoubtedly, the Empress is a flawless woman." Meng Qingzhou spoke, his descriptions drawn entirely from the narrative of the novel. When he initially read this book, half of his interest was directed towards the Empress, only to discover later that she was the antagonist, not the protagonist's love interest. "Are you not blind? How could you know the Empress is beautiful?" Su Qingqiu questioned, puzzled. "I am a man too. Merely hearing the legends surrounding the Empress is sufficient for me to envision her unparalleled beauty." Meng Qingzhou displayed no hint of shyness, speaking with utmost candor. Dongfang Liuli felt a twinge of amusement. "What if you truly were a sage? Do you not realize that the flawless Empress you extol sits before you at this very moment? And moreover, she is your publicly acknowledged wife. I offer you an opportunity to enter the Empress's harem. What say you?" Dongfang Liuli said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou shook his head vigorously, as if it were a rattledrum. "No, no, no, that is best avoided. It is simply a matter of valuing one's life. To align oneself with the malevolent Empress is to oppose the heroic protagonist," and Meng Qingzhou expressed his desire to survive a few more years. "The gentleman who admires dragons." Dongfang Liuli's expression turned frosty. Chapter 7. Who is disturbing the plot? Meng Qingzhou pushed a pastry across the table and remarked, "Let us not dwell on that. How the Empress fares is of little concern to me. I am more intrigued by your previous statement regarding the Prime Minister Jiang Songhai discovering the assassin hidden within the residence. What of the heir Zhao Go from Shu? Was he not detected?" Doubt swirled in Meng Qingzhou's mind. Logically, the narrative should not deviate. How could Zhao Go, adorned with the halo of a protagonist, possibly meet an untimely demise before his plans could unfold? Having just arrived in the capital, how could his scheme have been thwarted so prematurely? If the assassin had been discovered, could Zhao Go also have encountered misfortune? It is said that the heir Zhao Go has committed treason and has been imprisoned under the Empress's direct orders. "You should feel reassured now," Dongfang Liuli stated, savoring a piece of pastry, her fingers eagerly devouring it whole. Meng Qingzhou sighed in exasperation, chuckling bitterly. "The Empress is foolish." The smile at the corner of Dongfang Liuli's mouth stiffened as she retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Su Qingqiu, playing the role of an invisible observer, silently gave a thumbs up, impressed. To criticize the Empress's intelligence in her presence, and for the Empress to remain unable to retaliate on the spot, truly a first in history. Meng Qingzhou, frustrated by the lack of action, lamented, "Of course she is foolish. To let a significant threat slip through her fingers. She fails to consider who Zhao Go truly is, the sole legitimate son of King Zhao Yuhuan of Shu, entering the capital alone to incite rebellion. How could King Zhao trust him to take such risks?" Dongfang Liuli's phoenix eyes widened, suppressing her anger, and feigned indifference. "Are you suggesting that the Zhao Go in the capital is merely a doppelganger?" Meng Qingzhou shrugged, "Indeed. King Zhao Yuhuan has expended countless resources to craft a perfect doppelganger that resonates with Zhao Go's thoughts. Unless a powerful entity from the Moonlight Realm meticulously studies the doppelganger's internal structure, it is exceedingly difficult to uncover the truth. In other words, Zhao Yuhuan has long been preparing for the day of rebellion, having meticulously orchestrated everything. It remains unclear what unforeseen circumstances led to Zhao Go's early exposure. Even Meng Qingzhou, well-versed in the narrative, felt perplexed. Could it be that the plotline had begun to deviate? Who could be orchestrating this chaos? Should I catch them? I shall ensure they face dire consequences. Frustrated and disheartened, Meng Qingzhou lost interest in continuing the conversation. "I have matters to attend to. I will take my leave." Dongfang Liuli quickly rose to bid farewell. "Take care. I shall not see you off." Meng Qingzhou waved his hand dismissively. Su Qingqiu curtsied, shyly stating, "My lord." "I take my leave." Meng Qingzhou instantly brightened, replying kindly, "Do visit often." Meanwhile, far from the capital of Dejin, atop a mountain peak that appeared lush and unremarkable, its interior had been hollowed out to serve as a war fortress. In a dark stone chamber, a young man clad in a black robe and golden garments suddenly opened his eyes, his throat convulsing as he emitted a piercing scream. No. Damn you. Meng Qingzhou. I, Zhao Go, shall never rest until I avenge myself." This young man was the true Zhao Go. due to the proximity requirement between his doppelganger and true self not exceeding 200 kilometers. He had sent the doppelganger into the capital while concealing his true self in a nearby mountain. Everything experienced by the doppelganger was keenly perceived by his true self. After a long moment, Zhao Go regained his composure and retrieved an ancient round mirror from his pocket, channeling his spiritual energy into the communication disc. The mirror gradually formed the visage of an unassuming middle-aged man. "What is it?" Zhao Yuan's tone was indifferent. "Father." Zhao Go lowered his head in shame. Biting his lip, "The plan has failed. The doppelganger has self-destructed." Zhao Yuan's brows furrowed sharply, his expression turning furious as he exclaimed, "Incompetent. You cannot even manage this trivial matter. What use are you to me?" Zhao Go, unwilling to concede entirely, retorted, "You cannot place all the blame on me. Blame Meng Qingzhou instead. He seems to possess foresight, accurately revealing our plan before my eyes, leading to the doppelganger's capture." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Meng Qingzhou? That name sounds familiar. Is he not the newly appointed emperor established by the empress half a month ago?" "Indeed." Zhao Go's eyes flared with murderous intent. "Father, I believe he is far too dangerous to be left unchecked. We must eliminate Meng Qingzhou preemptively. Killing him would serve two purposes, removing a latent threat and inciting chaos within the court." Zhao Yuan scrutinized him for a long moment, aware of Zhao Go's ulterior motives, driven by jealousy over Meng Qingzhou's closeness to the empress. As for the notion of prophetic abilities, Zhao Yuan dismissed it as a mere jest. "I will incite the local governors and magistrates to stir conflict across the Dejin territory." Diverting Qin Liuli's attention, Zhao Yuan warned sternly. Zhao Go's spirits soared at this revelation. "Thank you, father. I shall not disappoint you." Zhao Yuan observed Zhao Go's image in the communication disc as it slowly faded. Zhao Go's smile vanished, and he coldly commanded, "Wu Dai." From the depths of the obsidian cavern, the sound of delicate footsteps echoed. A curvaceous figure gradually came into Zhao Go's view. Dressed in a form-fitting purple gown, the woman's figure accentuated her alluring curves, her fair skin glowing under the flickering candlelight. Wu Dai's lips curled into a captivating smile as she slightly bowed. "What commands does the heir have for me?" Zhao Go's narrow eyes concealed a fiery desire as he swallowed hard and beckoned. "You have guarded the entrance for me these past few days. You have worked hard. Come. Let me see if you've gained a little weight." As Wu Dai approached with graceful steps, her voice rang clear and cold. "I am a vessel of poison, more fearsome than the mandrake flower, with strands of hair laced with corrosive venom. Would you dare to touch me, my lord?" Zhao Go's expression subtly shifted, instinctively taking a step back, inwardly cursing, "Vixen. Showing but not giving." Noticing Zhao Go's retreat, a flicker of derision and disdain flashed in Wu Dai's deep purple eyes. "I summoned you for a purpose," Zhao Go asserted. "I require you to kill someone for me, Meng Qingzhou, the emperor of Dejin." Wu Dai chuckled lightly. "I can do that, but my lord, what compensation can you offer me?" Zhao Go replied nonchalantly, "Upon completion of the task, I promise to reunite you with your brother." At this, Wu Dai's breath hitched, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is that true?" "I, as a lord, am always true to my word," Zhao Go said, his eyes narrowing slightly, adding silently, "Though your brother has long since passed. In the end, whether you are a beauty or a hag will be entirely at my discretion." Chapter 8. Then take her for a ride on the carousel. Ding. Successfully suppressed the fated protagonist Zhao Go, reducing his fortune value by 500. Fated protagonist Zhao Go, fortune value, 4,000 to 500. Reward 1. Heavenly grade spiritual herb, 9 Yang fiery heart lotus. Quality classification for methods, physiques, weapons, etc. Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Immortal, Emperor, Great Emperor, Supreme. Reward 2. 100 kilograms of celestial grade dog food, delicious and cost-effective. Even the most devoted of fans praise it, and divine beasts wag their tails for it. Lying on a chair basking in the sun, Meng Qingzhou was casually tossing Earth-grade spirit pills into his mouth when he was startled by the sudden system notification. He flung the Earth-grade pill in his hand into the chicken coop to feed the chickens. What does it mean? The suppression of the fated protagonist has nothing to do with me, does it? Why am I receiving a reward? Meng Qingzhou was utterly baffled, lost in confusion. After a long contemplation, he concluded that as long as Zhao Go was suppressed, preventing the dragon Outyin from rising, he could obtain rewards. To those who persecuted Zhao Go, I sincerely apologize for my previous misunderstandings. You are indeed a kind soul. Meng Qingzhou silently sent an appreciation card to the unknown benefactor. accepting the system rewards with tears in his eyes. Upon reviewing the system rewards again, he clicked his tongue in disappointment. It was just a pile of worthless items. The 9-yang fiery heart lotus was indeed a treasure, but it was of no use to him. 100 kilograms of celestial-grade dog food left him exasperated. Celestial-grade. It took him 3 whole years to sign for a single celestial-grade item. Was it not a waste to give it as dog food? The name 9-yang fiery heart lotus sounded familiar. Meng Qingzhou stroked his chin and suddenly recalled why it rang a bell. In the original novel's setting, the empress had entered the ancient Yin Lake for a millennium to solidify her throne, successfully breaking through to the moonlight realm but contracting a cold ailment, enduring excruciating pain every night. The 9-yang fiery heart lotus was the heavenly grade herb that could cure her cold. Despite her arduous efforts, the empress had failed to find the 9-yang fiery heart lotus. Offering it to her would bear no benefits and could easily entangle him in the main plot. It would be better to give it to his wife. The 9-yang fiery heart lotus had limitless benefits for an ordinary person like Dongfang Liuli. Consuming it could at least extend her life by 100 years. Without hesitation, Meng Qingzhou retrieved the 9-yang fiery heart lotus from the system's warehouse, plucked a petal, crushed it into juice, and simmered it in the heavenly grade treasure, the all-beast pot, adding in neutralizing herbs to soften the harshness of the concoction. Meanwhile, in the Qin Palace, the empress sat at her desk, lightly pressing her forehead with her fingers, casting aside a stack of intelligence reports. General Qin Finghua, a relative of the empress, rushed over upon hearing the news, his eyes wide with anger. As I suspected, that old scoundrel Zhao Yuhuan harbors malicious intent, feigning to summon young Zhao go to the capital, yet it is merely a decoy. Your Majesty, allow me to lead the troops to eradicate this rebel. Just moments ago, the empress had personally visited the deepest cell of the criminal department, where Zhao Go had been imprisoned, only to find that he was devoid of life. After careful examination, the empress confirmed that the lifeless body in the cell was merely a decoy. Thus far, Meng Qingzhou's predictions had come to pass one by one. Dongfang Liuli had to acknowledge that Zhao Yuhuan, whom she had dismissed, would become her greatest obstacle on the path to unification. Qin Finghua, in a state of agitation, could not help but blurt out, "What if we consult the emperor to devise a strategy for quelling the rebellion?" Dongfang Liuli hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "Let's discuss it later." At that moment, a soldier burst into the Qin Hall, breathless and stumbling, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, reports from across the Great Jin indicate that 32 prefectures and 108 counties are now plagued by rampant banditry. The total exceeds 100,000. And many counties are in complete disarray." As he spoke, the soldier presented the reports. The emergence of banditry had just begun, and the report was already in Dongfang Liuli's hands. Dongfang Liuli glanced at the report and tossed it onto the table with a contemptuous smile. Indeed, as the emperor predicted, Zhao Yuhuan has managed to corrupt the majority of high officials across the nation. Otherwise, banditry could not have formed so suddenly. No bandit would recklessly gather over 100,000 men, most of whom are cultivators, to storm armories, granaries, and treasure houses. Zhao Yuhuan, I had underestimated you. Had it not been for Meng Qingzhou's prior prophecy, Dongfang Liuli would likely be in a state of confusion, unable to suspect those high officials, and would not have regarded Zhao Yuhuan seriously. If allowed to develop unchecked, it would surely fulfill Meng Qingzhou's prophecy that the fortunes of the Great Jin remain intact. But the one to unify the world would no longer be of the Qin lineage. Dongfang Liuli closed her eyes for a long moment before slowly opening them. Filled with a chilling, murderous intent, "Royal uncle, you shall personally visit the cities plagued by banditry, thoroughly investigate the governors, county magistrates, and other officials of the 7th rank and above. Those who refuse to cooperate shall face soul-searching. Should there be any collusion with the enemy, their families shall be eradicated." Upon hearing this, even the hot-tempered Qin Finghua was taken aback, left in stunned silence. "Your Majesty, is it not too excessive?" Dongfang Liuli smiled, her expression bloodthirsty and cold. "Zhao Yuhuan is confident that I will not take him seriously, which is why he acts so recklessly. If I do not act decisively and ruthlessly, would I not fall right into the schemes of the Prince of Shu?" Dongfang Liuli stood up, gazing towards the direction of Jinchao village, calmly stating, "You may leave. I wish to meet the emperor." With that, the empress, clad in a crimson phoenix robe, vanished from the Qin Palace in an instant. In Jinchao village, at the Taiji Hall, Meng Qingzhou prepared a bowl of medicinal porridge. Though it appeared modest, it contained at least 5 varieties of heavenly-grade spirit herbs, along with the rare 9-yang fiery heart lotus. In terms of value, It was enough to purchase a small to medium-sized city. Oh no, I have no idea where Liuli resides. Meng Qingzhou slapped his forehead while holding the bowl. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, and the willow branches swayed lightly as the courtyard door creaked open from the outside. Dongfang Liuli entered with a hint of a smile, saying, "Did you miss me after just half a day, my dear husband?" Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, knowing she was deliberately teasing him. He smiled warmly, holding out the bowl of porridge. "Hurry and wash your hands. It's time to eat." Ordinary yet warm. Simple, yet a beauty that eludes many in their dreams. The corners of Meng Qingzhou's mouth curled up as he thought, "Little one, do you still wish to tease me? Do you not know that I was once known as the master of love in my previous life? There is a saying, if she is inexperienced, show her the wonders of the world. If she has seen it all, take her for a ride on the carousel." Dongfang Liuli was momentarily stunned, gazing at the bowl of porridge being offered, then looking at Meng Qingzhou, who was composed and unassuming. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if her heart had been struck. After a long while, she silently accepted the bowl, took a sip of the clear porridge, and suddenly her eyes widened. This is... Boom. A storm surged within Dongfang Liuli's heart as she recognized the nine-yang fiery heart lotus. Dongfang Liuli savored the porridge slowly. Her previously troubled mood instantly lifted, becoming light and joyful. Chapter 9. I insist on being overbearing. Is it delicious? Meng Qingzhou inquired, taking the empty bowl from Dongfang Liuli and using a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth. Dongfang Liuli's mind was a blank. The relentless bombardment had caused her to forget her identity as the empress and her mastery of manipulation. For the first time, someone alleviated her troubles. For the first time, someone wiped her mouth. Feeling the warmth and comfort spreading through her body, the sun's rays melted the chill within her meridians. When she glanced at Meng Qingzhou, she suddenly realized that this man possessed an admirable appearance. Broad shoulders, a tall stature, a face like polished jade, and a demeanor that was both refined and approachable. He was pleasing to the eye. Not bad. Dongfang Liuli chose not to inquire about the origin of the nine-yang burning heart lotus in the porridge, but smiled faintly, hearing the tremor in her voice. Meng Qingzhou felt a surge of satisfaction. He had won this round. How naive to think she could compete with a modern man who had been shaped by the internet in matters of flirtation. This was akin to a novice brandishing a sword before a master. Dongfang Liuli regarded him thoughtfully and said, "I haven't mentioned the nature of the Dongfang family to you. Aren't you curious?" Meng Qingzhou replied, "I am curious, but I shall not ask. After all, we are not truly married, so there is no need to delve deeply." In the past, Dongfang Liuli would have dismissed such words. But now, for some inexplicable reason, her heart felt suddenly empty. She forced a smile and said, "It's fine to tell you. The Dongfang family has served as officials in the Great Jin dynasty for generations, and I am one of the female officials near His Majesty. If I were to ask you to serve the emperor, would you be willing?" Meng Qingzhou categorically refused, "Not willing." The three words were uttered with unwavering resolve. Dongfang Liuli tilted her head, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why? A noble man should aspire to serve the emperor. Isn't that a dream job for every man? I have a free-spirited nature. I am not cut out for that. Meng Qingzhou tactfully declined again. "You may speak eloquently, but I shall not comply." Seeing his staunch refusal, Dongfang Liuli felt an inexplicable anger rise within her. What is this? Am I a ferocious beast that would devour you? Fine, fine. You refuse, do you? I have my ways to make you comply. With that thought, Dongfang Liuli pushed the door open and left, remarking, "Suit yourself. I shall take my leave." She even forgot the questions she had intended to ask. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his head, perplexed. What is happening? Did I mess up? Believing he had failed in his attempt at flirtation, he deemed it dull and tossed aside the porcelain bowl. Indeed, I am not suited for this game. The rest of the day passed, and until the following evening, Meng Qingzhou did not see Dongfang Liuli again. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea, he mused. He could not fathom where he had gone wrong. The textbooks say it should work. Just as Meng Qingzhou was lost in his thoughts, a sharp, piercing voice echoed throughout the village. "The emperor has arrived. Commoner Meng Qingzhou, come forth to meet the emperor." What? The emperor? Surely, I must have misheard. Meng Qingzhou turned in bed and scratched his rear. Then came another sharp voice. "Commoner Meng Qingzhou, quickly come forth to meet the emperor." Goodness, this was a hallucination. Meng Qingzhou sprang up as if propelled by springs. The capital was 100 miles away. How could the empress come to meet a mere son-in-law in such a remote village? This was bizarre, too bizarre. The narrative was all wrong. Meng Qingzhou paced anxiously in the courtyard. His intention was to avoid involvement in the main plot, whether as a villain or a protagonist. He wished to steer clear of both. It was highly likely that his previous prophetic utterance had reached the Empress's ears, prompting her to come and recruit him. However, to go forth and meet the Empress would mean joining her faction and opposing the protagonist, Long Outyan. To refuse would not be wise. That would be tantamount to defying imperial will, openly turning against the Emperor and, in effect, becoming an ally of the protagonist. Just the thought of the villainous Empress, consumed by vengeance in the later chapters, made his scalp prickle. As the saying goes, a little redemption weakens the darkness, while a descent into villainy brings forth power. If even the protagonist struggled against such a woman, Meng Qingzhou surmised he would fare no better. Bang! The courtyard door swung open, revealing Su Qingqiu. Her face flushed from stifling laughter as she strained her voice in feigned panic. "Master, the Emperor has arrived. You must come out at once." A crowd of villagers had gathered before the quaint blue-tiled cottage, each wearing expressions that conveyed their disbelief. "Prime Minister, what do you think the Emperor is trying to achieve with this spectacle?" The commander of the Imperial Guard queried from the front of the crowd. Jiang Songhai stroked his beard, pondering under the expectant gazes of those around him, and ultimately uttered 3 words, "I do not know." The commander of the Imperial Guard rolled his eyes discreetly. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Su Qingqiu tugged on the stubbornly resistant Meng Qingzhou, dragging him out of the courtyard. "Ah, what is meant to be will be. What is meant to be a calamity cannot be avoided," he silently chanted. Though he could not see nor utilize divine perception, he felt as if he were no different from a blind man. Yet, he sensed a vast and daunting aura standing a few meters ahead. Without a doubt, it was the reigning Empress, Qin Liuli. "Commoner Meng Qingzhou pays his respects to your majesty." Meng Qingzhou instinctively prepared to kneel. A eunuch hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, preventing him from kneeling. What a jest! "You, a mere commoner, cannot kneel before the Emperor." Dongfang Liuli, adorned with a crown of jade beads, reclined lazily atop a palanquin several meters high. Her emerald-like red eyes surveying him, a smile playing upon her lips. "There is no need for excessive formality, sir. I have come specifically to extend an olive branch. I wonder if you would be inclined to accept it?" Meng Qingzhou did not discern the nuances in her tone, as she always used a false voice when playing roles. The dignified presence she exuded now was the true embodiment of Dongfang Liuli. "My abilities are limited. I fear I cannot fulfill such a role," Meng Qingzhou replied, bowing respectfully. Dongfang Liuli remained silent, exchanging glances with Su Qingqiu, who understood the cue and stepped forward to whisper, "Master, do not refuse. The Emperor is determined to take you with her. Moreover, the Emperor is ruthless. If you refuse again, you may incite her displeasure and face dire consequences." Meng Qingzhou pondered for a long moment, then sighed deeply, his expression grave and resolute. "I may follow the Emperor to the capital and fulfill my duties. But I only wish to hold a nominal position. If your majesty does not agree, I would rather perish. To refuse again would be impolite. And risking the ire of both the protagonist and the Empress would only lead to greater trouble." Furthermore, the narrative trajectory had already begun to unravel. Aligning with the Empress would likely pose no significant threat. At worst, he could lay low, striving to remain inconspicuous. With so many capable ministers and generals under the Empress's command, could it be that all were enemies of the protagonist? Upon hearing his satisfactory response, Dongfang Liuli could no longer contain her delight. "Very well, I accept your terms." After all, she had no expectations of Meng Qingzhou accomplishing much. Her intention was merely to draw them closer and lay the groundwork for revealing her true identity in the future. How amusing. Without revealing her true self, she would not be able to subdue him. Today, she would insist on being overbearing. The more he resisted, the more exhilarated she felt. Chapter 10. On the first day of the official appointment, the Prime Minister, Ling Qi, commanded all those who had encountered the Emperor to remain silent, forbidding any leaks of information. Dongfang Liuli slightly parted her crimson lips and communicated through sound. Jiang Songhai clasped his hands in his sleeves, casting a deep glance at Dongfang Liuli before silently nodding in agreement. Once Meng Qingzhou had finished packing, he accompanied Su Qingqiu aboard the flying beast, and soon, the Empress's imperial carriage soared into the wind, chasing the last rays of the setting sun until they vanished beyond the horizon. After a considerable time, Jiang Songhai exclaimed, "The Emperor must not interfere in politics, and furthermore, there is concern that the Emperor's identity might be exploited by those with ulterior motives." To avoid raising Meng Qingzhou's suspicions, the group of flying beasts trailing behind the imperial carriage circled above the capital for a while before gradually descending into the palace. Seated atop the flying beast, Meng Qingzhou took a deep breath of the palace air and murmured to himself, "Truly, This is the highest sanctuary of power, where the air is infused with the scent of wealth and extravagance. Dongfang Liuli, who was eavesdropping from the imperial carriage, curled her lips in a slight disdain. The only distinction was that the imperial carriage halted at the Golden Wan Hall, rather than the rebuilt Taiji Hall, Jinqiao Village. Jinqiao Village had already been sealed off. Without the Empress's decree, no one could trespass. "My dear minister, come forth," the Empress beckoned as she descended from the imperial carriage, curling her finger. Meng Qingzhou stepped forward. "Your Majesty." Dongfang Liuli gazed at Meng Qingzhou, who appeared like a timid little bride. Unable to contain her delight and excitement as she chuckled, "I command you to change your name. In the capital, you shall be known as Meng Qing." "Do you understand?" Meng Qingzhou, puzzled, responded, "Why must I change my name? Is my name unworthy?" Dongfang Liuli was momentarily at a loss for words before curtly replying, "No means no. There is no need for all these whys." This left Meng Qingzhou in a state of confusion. What nonsense is this? Why must I hide my identity? And why does the Empress's tone carry a hint of playfulness? Everything had turned chaotic, utterly disordered, Meng Qingzhou muttered to himself. The interior of the Golden Wan Hall was not adorned in opulent gold, but was rather a simple, yet grand black. The space was immense, extending several hundred meters deep. Constructed from the rarest 10,000-year-old spirit jade, a mere breath here could extend a person's life. 81 deep black dragon columns flanked either side, leading to the highest seat of the Empress. Hundreds of elite guards, at the pinnacle of their strength, stood like statues, only their cold eyes visible through the crevices of their helmets. The atmosphere was solemn, imposing, and reverent. Beneath the imperial throne, civil and military officials held jade tablets and stood in orderly rows, already awaiting the Empress's arrival. Dressed in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, Meng Qingzhou lightly tapped his cane against the ground, producing a crisp sound. As he slowly passed through the gaze of the assembled officials, he came to a halt at the front and bowed his hands in salute. "I, Meng Qing, pay my respects to your Majesty." The imperial throne was partially concealed by a crimson veil. The Empress raised her hand, her voice calm. "Rise." Dongfang Liuli stated, "Meng Qing, your talents are unparalleled, rare in this world. I have decided to promote you to the position of Deputy Minister of Rites. Do you have any objections?" Meng Qingzhou felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. What a grand title! A meteoric rise indeed. If the minister was akin to a head of department, the deputy minister was akin to an assistant head, with the minister being of the second rank and the deputy minister of the third rank. Jiang Songhai, positioned at the forefront of the civil officials, cast a glance at the composed Meng Qingzhou but said nothing. Indeed, the current Minister of Rites, who also held the position of Prime Minister, was none other than Jiang Songhai. He was well aware of Meng Qingzhou's true identity, so he felt no surprise and naturally had no objections. However, few had seen the emperor's visage. Among the gathered officials, only two were aware, Jiang Songhai and Lin Lu, the commander of the imperial guards. Uninformed ministers widened their weary eyes in shock and turned to look at Meng Qingzhou, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. An unknown commoner, without any accomplishments, ascended to the position of deputy minister on his first day in the court. How absurd! Speculations arose among some that this Meng Qingzhou might be a favored consort of the Empress. Some young and vigorous military generals exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. The Empress seemed to have a penchant for the blind, and it was rumored that the Emperor was also blind. Perhaps they too could blind themselves, and who knows? They might catch the Empress's eye. The discontent among the officials erupted, and they rose in protest. "This cannot be. Your Majesty, you are disregarding the national system. If this continues, who will dedicate themselves to the construction of the state? Meng Qing? I have never heard of this person. He is neither a noble nor a champion, lacking any official background or achievements. How can he be promoted to the third rank? A mere commoner, even with extraordinary talent, should be awarded a 7th rank position at most. Where did this wild brat come from? Your Majesty, do not be deceived by him." Dongfang Liuli sat languidly, her face resting on one hand, not intervening in the fervent protests of the ministers. To defy the Emperor's will is to invite punishment, but it is also a test. There was an expectation in her gaze. It would be best if Meng Qingzhou could win the hearts of the officials. Meng Qingzhou felt a surge of anger, his words sharp as he struck the officials like a slap across their faces. He had never wished to entangle himself in court affairs. He had merely come to give the Empress face and reluctantly accepted the position. Yet, while Meng Qingzhou held his temper, these clowns dared to look down on him. Furrowing his brow, Meng Qingzhou turned to face the assembly of officials and declared, "I was but a commoner, fortunate to have attracted your Majesty's attention." who traveled thousands of miles to recruit me. I had thought that those who stand in this golden lawn hall would be the dragons and phoenixes among men, only to find that they are merely a bunch of arrogant, self-important individuals. Arrogant. Outrageous. What abilities do you possess? Show them to me, exclaimed a bearded prince clad in a golden dragon robe, scoffing coldly. Meng Qingzhou turned towards the source of the voice and asked, "May I inquire who you are?" "The Lord of Longshan, a third-rank nobleman, Ouyang Sheng," he replied dismissively, a sneer dancing upon his lips. "And still a cripple. Such a person aspires to rise to the top and sit on par with me? What a joke." Meng Qingzhou's brows knitted together as he delved into his memories, pondering for a long moment. Observing his hesitation, Ouyang Sheng revealed a triumphant expression, convinced that Meng Qingzhou lacked true ability. Just as Ouyang Sheng was about to showcase a victorious smile, Meng Qingzhou's lips curled into a chilling arc. He struck his cane against the ground, silencing the commotion within the golden lawn hall, and then spoke. "Though my eyes are blind, I can see through the mysteries of fate. Just now, I discerned your destiny and caught a glimpse of a hidden truth." Ouyang Sheng clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowing with mocking amusement as if watching a clown perform. Ouyang Sheng, hailing from Longshan County in Qingzhou, rose from poverty in his youth, relying on a stack of military accomplishments to alter his fate and become a third-rank noble. Is this not common knowledge? He laughed. Only Jiang Songhai and Lin Lu exchanged secretive glances, both startled, aware of what Meng Qingzhou was attempting. A sage's prophecy. Meng Qingzhou ignored him and continued. In the middle of last year, 10 counties in Qizhou experienced a bizarre plague, resulting in nearly 100,000 deaths. This calamity was never traced back to its source and simply faded into obscurity. Pausing, Meng Qingzhou's expression darkened, enveloped in a chilling intent. Yet the truth is that the Lord of Longshan, Ouyang Sheng, in his quest to break through to the mountain-moving realm, resorted to forbidden practices and sacrificed the lives of 100,000 people. Such inhumanity is unforgivable. Ouyang Sheng's expression shifted slightly, his pupils contracting as he barked. "You dare to slander me? Believe it or not, I will have your head." Meng Qingzhou, leaning on his cane, advanced step by step towards Ouyang Sheng, coldly remarked, "Do you also desire evidence? Very well, I shall provide it." With that, Meng Qingzhou murmured, uttering a series of convoluted and awkward incantations. In the next moment, the once suave king of Longzang let out a pained howl, his eyes turning pitch black, while his spine arched grotesquely like a blade. The courtiers were struck with astonishment, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. This was an ancient summoning spell. How had the king of Longzang succumbed to the path of darkness? The deputy minister of right spoke without hesitation, realizing that Ouyang Sheng, this treasonous wretch, was indeed the mastermind behind the calamity that befell Qizhou 2 years prior. A population of 100,000 was sacrificed at his whim. How ruthless. The officials, adept at navigating the winds of power, seized the moment as the king of Longzang fell into darkness, swiftly condemning him as the orchestrator of the disaster. The empress waved her hand, her voice cold and commanding. "Take him away and execute him by slow slicing. Let the flesh and blood of the king of Longzang serve as a tribute to the 100,000 souls unjustly perished in Qingzhou. My ministers, proceed." At her words, a chill swept through the assembly. Meng Qingzhou smiled, thinking to himself, "The empress understands me." Those who had previously questioned him lined up, ready for demonstration. Meng Qingzhou regarded them with a warm smile. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to move. "Get moving," Dongfang Liuli said indifferently. Chapter 11. The reputation of the prime minister ruined by Meng Qingzhou in the Golden Luan Hall. The officials stood in line, their heads drooping and eyes averted, as if harboring guilty secrets, fearful of being seen through by Meng Qingzhou. The main cause of their anxiety stemmed from the hysterical shouts outside the hall. Chilling to the bone. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. That scoundrel Meng Qin is slandering me. I implore your Majesty to investigate thoroughly." The once arrogant Wang of Longshan was quickly stripped of his dignity by Meng Qingzhou, his power sealed by the empress, reduced to a pitiful state, facing imminent execution. Who among the officials was without their own scandals? Some felt a mix of shock and fear, yet the empress's towering authority, having reached the moonlight realm, silenced any thoughts of protest. Who could have anticipated that Meng Qin possessed the ability to discern heavenly secrets? The empress appeared intent on cleansing the court, wielding a metaphorical sword of justice. Many ministers regretted their previous arrogance. As the saying goes, "Do not be the bird that sticks its head out," an elderly man lamented, tears brimming in his murky eyes, realizing he had forgotten such a simple truth after living for so long. A handsome young scholar, composed, remarked, "Do not be overly pessimistic. How could anyone truly discern heavenly secrets? Moreover, I just investigated Meng Qingzhou, and he bears no signs of spiritual power. He is merely a commoner. In my view, the empress seeks to support Meng Qingzhou but lacks a solid reason to convince the rest of us, so she has thrown one of Longshan to the wolves." The crowd, awaiting their turn, nodded in silent agreement, feeling relieved. It was indeed a simple matter. It was a shame for Wang of Longshan, a young noble yet to reach his 10th year, to be sacrificed for someone like Meng Qingzhou. At last, it was the young scholar's turn. He glanced at the officials before him, who were wiping their cold sweat after narrowly escaping disaster, and he felt a surge of confidence. "What is your name?" Meng Qingzhou inquired. "Liu Beichuan," replied the young scholar calmly. "Ah, Liu Beichuan, the top scholar from 3 years ago, involved in examination fraud. Evidence: your father sold all his assets to purchase a heavenly grade spiritual sword, bribing the chief examiner. But little did you know, your father, fearing the examiner would be oblivious to the gift's origins, inscribed your name on the sword's hilt." The young scholar's confident demeanor evaporated, his lips drained of color. How could he know such a secret? He thought, swallowing hard, his legs trembling as a chill raced up his spine. The words "it's over" echoed in his mind. Conduct a thorough investigation. If the situation is confirmed, punish accordingly, Eastern Lioli commanded coldly, her faith in Meng Qingzhou's prophetic abilities unwavering. Were it not for the necessity of displaying strength to others, she would have gladly wielded a great blade beside him, allowing him to name the guilty while she executed them. The young scholar collapsed to the ground, muttering, "No, I am my family's hope. I cannot be in trouble yet." The imperial guard wasted no time, shackling his spiritual power and dragging him away. Meng Qingzhou, devoid of pity, continued to await the next unfortunate soul. Of course, he could not predict the dark histories of everyone. For instance, the Wang of Longshan, currently facing dismemberment, would later betray the court to ally with the king of Lushu, Zhao Yuhuan, becoming a notorious villain in the realm. And the trembling young scholar would eventually evolve into a notorious corrupt official of the great Jin dynasty. As for the lesser characters, Meng Qingzhou had never even heard their names. It's nothing serious. Let us move on to the next," he waved dismissively, allowing a nameless official to leave with a grateful glance. While vengeance and authority were necessary, one could not offend every official in the court. Compassion must be shown where due. Prime Minister Jiang Songhai. As Jiang Songhai stepped forward, Meng Qingzhou furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. Swift as lightning, he reached out, his hand probing Jiang Songhai's aged face. Jiang Songhai. The familiarity of the sensation was undeniable. It was as if he had an unusual fondness for the old man's visage. Why did he always feel the need to touch it upon meeting? Meng Qing. "This is excessive," Jiang Songhai grumbled, trying to swat away his hand. Yet Meng Qingzhou persistently pursued him, his expression growing grave. Seeing this, the assembled officials held their breath, incredulous. Could it be that even the prime minister harbored a dark past? Even the usually relaxed Eastern Lioli sat upright, breath held in anxious anticipation. If Jiang Songhai had serious issues, it would spell disaster for the kingdom, dashing any hopes of dominion. Recognizing Meng Qingzhou's revered status, Jiang Songhai could only take the matter seriously. However, after pondering for a while, he found himself utterly bewildered. Had he unwittingly committed some unmentionable act in a state of slumber? Meng Qingzhou spoke solemnly. "Prime Minister, do you happen to have a long-lost twin brother?" The officials gasped. The empress raised an eyebrow. Jiang Songhai, utterly confused, inquired, "What do you mean?" Meng Qingzhou continued earnestly, "To be honest, in my hometown, there is a village chief named Jiang Dahai, whose birth details and fate are remarkably similar to yours. No, it's not merely a resemblance. They are practically the same person. I suspect he might be your long-lost twin brother. What do you think?" Jiang Songhai nearly choked, the revelation causing him to cough violently. "So that's what you were getting at? Of course, he resembles me. I played the role of Jiang Dahai." Jiang Songhai was furious. Yet he had no choice but to lie. "Well, it is indeed true. That Jiang Dahai is my elder brother. We have already reunited, so you need not worry." Meng Qing. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou rubbed his nose, secretly astonished. There truly was a twin brother? Why had the plot failed to mention this? The author must have been lazy. Even as an old man, I do not lie. I am nearing my end, yet here I am, forced to fabricate tales. Is this not absurd? Eastern Lioli, rarely showing signs of guilt, scratched her forehead, her gaze evasive, refusing to meet Jiang Songhai's eyes. Upon hearing the Prime Minister's acknowledgement of a twin brother, the officials began to whisper to one another, speculating on how to locate Jiang Dehai. Eager to curry favor with their leader's elder sibling, Jiang Songhai closed his eyes, nearly shedding tears. My reputation is ruined. Chapter 12. The Empress. Is your wife beautiful? This extensive anti-corruption and crime crackdown persisted until the early hours of the morning, following the arrest of the Wang of Longshang and a young scholar. 2 more fifth-rank officials were apprehended, both undeniably despicable criminals. In contrast to the others who felt fortunate, many expressed their gratitude towards Meng Qingzhou, believing he had interceded on their behalf. Unbeknownst to them, Meng Qingzhou was completely unfamiliar with these nameless individuals. As the sweeping purge targeting officials of the 5th rank and above concluded, no one dared to question Meng Qingzhou's promotion to the esteemed position of Deputy Minister of Rights. As the court adjourned, the Empress gracefully waved her sleeve and rose to depart. The courtiers bowed deeply, retreating from the Golden Wan Hall. Congratulations, Meng Qing, on your elevation. May you continue to offer assistance and care in the future. Deputy Minister Meng, take heed. The steps are high. Mind your footing. Deputy Minister Meng is not one to be swayed by beauty. I possess an ancient treasure of legendary repute at home, said to be left behind by a supreme being of the Chaohui realm. Might I have your discerning eye upon it? Throughout the journey, numerous individuals shamelessly approached to curry favor, eager to shower praises upon Meng Qingzhou. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, yet I have a wife awaiting my return. I must take my leave, Meng Qingzhou said, hastily clasping his hands in farewell, preparing to make his escape. At that moment, a shadow obscured the stars and moon, and everyone felt a sudden darkness before witnessing the Empress's imperial palanquin descending from the heavens, hovering above the crowd. The Empress stood gracefully upon the wind, hands clasped before her, her hair elegantly arranged, gazing down at Meng Qingzhou with a dignified demeanor. The Empress is exceedingly pleased with your performance today. Even she did not anticipate such an interpretation of the sage's prophecy. It has truly broadened her horizons. In her splendid mood, the Empress decided to indulge once more. After all, as the sovereign, it is entirely reasonable for him to reside within the imperial chambers. I have not transgressed any moral boundaries. Meng Qingzhou stammered. This seems inappropriate. What is inappropriate? In the Great Jin, no one dares to slander my reputation, replied Dongfang Liuli calmly, waving the tiger's skin as a banner. As long as I remain silent, who would suspect that Dongfang Liuli and I are but a fade of a couple? I see. After a prolonged silence, Dongfang Liuli pondered the term wife, a strange sensation washing over her, her lips curling slightly. I am curious, do you hold great affection for your wife? Meng Qingzhou, feeling helpless, thought to himself how unlike the ethereal, otherworldly monarch depicted in novels she appeared to be. There are indeed feelings, he replied vaguely. Pray elaborate, Dongfang Liuli urged. Meng Qingzhou countered, do you have some sort of ailment? In this myriad of existence, I love 3 things. 1 is the sun, 2 is the moon, and 3 is you. The sun heralds the dawn, the moon ushers in the dusk, and you are my constant, from dawn to dusk. The Empress shivered slightly, her phoenix eyes widening in astonishment. Is there more? Meng Qingzhou raised his chin, the moonlight illuminating his sharp profile, his voice deep and resonant. In the morning I gaze at the sky, in the evening I observe the clouds. Whether I walk or sit, I think of you. Continue. Upon first encounter, there was surprise and joy, and even in prolonged company, my heart flutters. Upon finishing, Dongfang Liuli vanished in an instant. As if fleeing, the onlookers gazed at Meng Qingzhou with peculiar expressions, rendered speechless. His plain yet poignant words, devoid of extravagant embellishments, resonated deeply. Reminiscent of life itself, simple yet imbued with genuine emotion. Deputy Meng is truly gifted, exclaimed a scholar, formerly a top candidate in the imperial examinations, offering such praise. An official who had previously intended to offer beautiful women as bribes suddenly realized the gravity of his folly, saying, I was reckless. I did not realize the deputy minister and his esteemed wife shared such genuine affection. I shall host a banquet to make amends. Meng Qingzhou slapped his forehead, finally understanding that modern romantic expressions were far too sophisticated for the people of this world, akin to a dimensional strike. I must take my leave, he said, feeling overwhelmed, and hastened his departure. By the time he exited the palace, it was already deep into the night. The streets were eerily quiet, and finding an inn for rest proved challenging. Meng Qingzhou sighed heavily, feeling the weight of life's tribulations, and resolved to find a dilapidated temple to spend the night before seeking accommodation the following day. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brought with it a familiar fragrance. Su Qingxiu, dressed in a simple white dress, trailed behind Dongfang Liuli, peering at him curiously. Earlier, Su Qingxiu had hidden within the imperial palanquin and had overheard the entire declaration of Meng Qingzhou's feelings for Dongfang Liuli. A blank slate. Su Qingxiu had never encountered such a spectacle and still felt dizzy from the experience. "Ah, why are you here?" Meng Qingzhou asked in surprise. "Waiting for you." Dongfang Liuli replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice firm. Meng Qingzhou recalled that Su Qingxiu had mentioned Dongfang Liuli's presence in the capital and that she would not leave for some time. It seemed she had received word and deliberately awaited him. However, Meng Qingzhou noticed that she was intentionally slowing her pace to match his, deliberately making noise with her footsteps, ensuring he was aware of any obstacles in their path. "Speaking of which, I have yet to meet your uncle and aunt since my marriage. Should I pay them a visit?" Meng Qingzhou attempted to strike up a conversation. Dongfang Liuli replied, "There are no parents. The Dongfang family consists only of myself and a distant uncle." Meng Qingzhou fell silent. Indeed, he was ill-suited for flirtation, only capable of uttering corny, saccharine lines. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at an ordinary residence, the plaque inscribed with the character for Qin. In the bustling capital, possessing a residence was quite remarkable, indicating the prominence of the Dongfang family. Unbeknownst to him, this was not merely an ordinary house. It was the ancestral home of the great Jin royal family, an edifice of even greater significance than the imperial palace. Meng Qingzhou, his pockets emptier than his face, was naturally astonished. "Woof, woof." A dog from the courtyard approached, barking incessantly at Meng Qingzhou. "Get out of here," he scolded, showing no mercy as he kicked the oblivious creature away. The great Jin's guardian beast rolled on the ground twice, then lay in contemplation, suddenly realizing the absurdity of the situation. "I am the guardian beast, and this blind fool truly mistook me for a mere dog." With a snarl, the large yellow dog bared its teeth, looking fierce. Meng Qingzhou slightly turned his body, sensing an unidentifiable threat, and released a trace of his sword intent to probe the surroundings. The yellow dog suddenly bristled, its pupils widening, the overwhelming aura of killing intent. This blind fool is a sword saint. Chapter 13. Treating the national guardian beast as a dog. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Meng Qingzhou opened the door to the guest room and noticed that the door to Dongfang Liuli's chamber was tightly shut. He then attached a leash to the large yellow dog and secured it to a stone pillar. Afterward, he retrieved various flowers and plants from the system warehouse and began to cultivate them in the courtyard, all of which were rewards from signing in over the past 3 years. While the warehouse was filled with divine medicines and spiritual treasures, they held little significance for him. After a busy morning, Meng Qingzhou had even prepared breakfast. "Big Yellow, it's time to eat." Meng Qingzhou took out a bag of top-quality celestial beast feed and poured it into the dog bowl, placing it before the large yellow dog. "Daylight Divine Monarch, I am the national guardian beast of the Great Jin, with a lifespan of 300,000 years. I served under the first emperor of the founding dynasty and once saved countless lives in times of national crisis. Yet now, I am reduced to being fed dog food. Had I not committed a grave mistake and been stripped of my powers, transformed into this canine form, and rendered unable to speak, I would still be the strongest in Great Jin. How can I endure such humiliation? Indeed, it would be better to simply rid myself of this blind fool." But upon further contemplation, realizing this fool is a sword saint, the Daylight Divine Monarch decided to spare him, for now. Suddenly, the Divine Monarch's nostrils flared as he caught a tantalizing scent. He picked up a piece of dog food with his paw and tasted it. This dog food contains the essence of myriad spiritual beasts. The Daylight Divine Monarch savored it, his heart shaken, his canine eyes gleaming. "It even has a hint of divine beast flesh." With mouth agape, he was momentarily stunned before diving headfirst into the bowl, devouring the dog food voraciously. "Delicious. This is exquisite. What divine beast dignity could compare to such culinary delight?" Creak. Dongfang Liuli, appearing weary, emerged in her nightgown. Having tossed and turned the previous night, her mind swirling with romantic phrases. In the side room, Su Qingxiu, fully dressed with her long black hair cascading down her back, stepped out with an air of cool elegance. She quietly greeted the empress and was about to prepare breakfast for Dongfang Liuli as usual when she noticed the spread on the stone table in the courtyard. Looking around, she saw vibrant flowers and plants shimmering with enchanting light. Among them was the 9-young Heartfire lotus. Dongfang Liuli spotted a flame-shaped lotus in the courtyard pond, nearly gasping in surprise. Yaohuang grass, Pure sky Buddha's hand flower, Tao heart tree saplings. Su Qingxiu's eyes widened in astonishment, taking in the sight of these top-tier heavenly spiritual plants. The courtyard was awash with spring colors. Any one of these could incite a frenzy in the cultivation world if showcased outside, yet here, they merely adorned the landscape. Am I dreaming? Su Qingxiu rubbed her eyes, convinced she was still asleep. Dongfang Liuli gazed deeply at the nine-yang Heartfire lotus, realizing that Meng Qingzhou had repeatedly reshaped her understanding in recent days. Today, she found herself unable to see through this man. Ah, divine monarch! Su Qingxiu exclaimed, covering her mouth as her previously aloof demeanor vanished. Dongfang Liuli glanced over, nearly stumbling at the sight before her. There, the national guardian beast of Great Jin, the daylight divine monarch, was tethered by a leash, with his dog head buried in the bowl, eagerly devouring the food. After finishing one bowl, he was still unsatisfied, squatting on the ground, his long tongue lolling out, gazing expectantly at Meng Qingzhou. More. The divine monarch is still hungry. The daylight divine monarch licked his lips, pushing the bowl with his paw and whining like a spoiled child. Eat later, control your portions, do you understand? Meng Qingzhou advised. Dongfang Liuli and Su Qingxiu exchanged bewildered glances, both astonished at the sight before them. This is our national guardian beast, the daylight divine monarch. Sir, how can you feed him that food? Su Qingxiu exclaimed, stamping her foot in distress. It's not just food, it's very nutritious dog food, Meng Qingzhou clarified. Su Qingxiu snatched the dog bowl away, tossing it aside before retrieving a piece of exotic beast flesh from her storage ring and placing it on the altar. Divine monarch, you cannot eat dog food. This is meat from specially raised beasts. Su Qingxiu untied the leash from the large yellow dog, explaining. Get away. The large yellow dog exhibited a distinctly human-like expression of disdain, casting a sidelong glance at the exotic beast meat on the altar. Pah. Rubbish. Nothing compares to the fresh delicacies from a blind man. They are truly rare treasures. Then, the large yellow dog willingly put on the leash again, nuzzling against Meng Qingzhou's feet, wagging its tail in a display of affection. The divine monarch could no longer resist, just a little more. Meng Qingzhou, what kind of potion have you given to the divine monarch? Dongfang Liuli asked, bewildered. A proud national guardian beast, merely transformed into a dog, yet not a true dog. In just one night, this beast, bearing the bloodlines of gluttony and phoenix ancestry, has become so. What's wrong? Meng Qingzhou inquired, puzzled. Dongfang Liuli rubbed her temples in frustration, unsure how to articulate her thoughts, finally sighing, forget it. It's nothing. But I must ask, where did you acquire the spiritual herbs and plants in the garden? Her curiosity could no longer be contained. Su Qingxiu, equally inquisitive, turned her attention to him. For this question, Meng Qingzhou had prepared an answer in advance, feigning nonchalance. Oh, those were given to me for free by an elderly man with white hair whom I encountered while traveling. When faced with uncertainty, blame it on an unnamed elder. In the world of cultivation, there are rarely so many questions. It's all about seizing opportunities. Su Qingxiu blinked. I remember that the swordsmanship texts you received were also gifted by an elderly man, right? Is he really that generous, giving away so much? Dongfang Liuli rolled her eyes at his evasive response. Such a perfunctory explanation. However, she chose not to press further, as both parties had their own secrets. As Dongfang Liuli was playing the role of a scribe from the Hanlin Academy, she hurried out after breakfast, with Su Qingxiu following closely, preparing to visit the Ministry of Rites and pay respects to the Chancellor Jiang Songhai. Sir, someone delivered ceremonial robes to the palace yesterday. Will you wear them? Su Qingxiu peeked her head from the room, holding the third-grade dragon robe. Meng Qingzhou considered the formalities of a new official meeting and decided he should present himself properly. The first rule of the King's law, never act special, never distance oneself from the people. The more one adheres to rules and shows politeness, the less attention one will attract. Wear it, Meng Qingzhou nodded. Su Qingxiu diligently played her role as a maid, personally assisting Meng Qingzhou with his attire. Perhaps I should do it myself, Meng Qingzhou suggested awkwardly, not accustomed to being served. No, I can manage. Su Qingxiu firmly refused. However, the process of dressing was quite challenging. Meng Qingzhou felt as if he were a stripped wire, and every accidental brush against his skin made Su Qingxiu flinch. After finally removing his outer garment, Su Qingxiu found herself staring at Meng Qingzhou's bare torso, his muscles sculpted and perfectly proportioned, nearly turning her into a blushing mess. Then, overcoming her shyness, Su Qingxiu held the third-grade dragon ceremonial robe but faced a dilemma. This attire had its intricacies, yet she had no idea how to put it on. Sir, Please wait. Let me figure it out, Su Qingqiu said earnestly. All right. Meng Qingzhou sighed, needing a moment to rest. Let us go? We must greet the chancellor, he said, picking up his cane and smiling. Su Qingqiu, her fair cheeks still flushed, dared not meet Meng Qingzhou's gaze, mumbling, yes. Chapter 14. The emperor and his favorite are both mine. In the capital city, at the residence of the prime minister. As the chief minister of the nation and concurrently the minister of rights, it is my responsibility to assist her imperial majesty, the empress, in strategizing, alleviating the burdens of governance and overseeing ceremonial rites, as well as the selection processes for the civil service examinations, all of which require the endorsement of Jiang Songhai. The Great Jin dynasty is supported by two pillars, General Qin Fenghua, a formidable force at the half-step Chaohui realm, and Jiang Songhai. However, in the eyes of the common people, Jiang Songhai's reputation far surpasses that of Qin Fenghua. Being the foremost power beneath the empress is not a mere title. Each day, throngs of officials bearing heavy gifts gather outside the prime minister's residence, all aspiring to elevate their status by aligning themselves with Jiang Songhai. Meng Qingzhou walked along the streets and overheard the citizens discussing the significant event that had unfolded in the Golden One Hall the day before. Have you heard? The empress has a penchant for the blind. It was said that the empress recommended a blind man, utterly devoid of cultivation, for the position of third-rank minister, which incited vehement opposition from the courtiers. Yet this blind man was no ordinary individual. He possessed the ability to perceive celestial secrets, directly identifying a group of corrupt officials and even executing a prince on the spot. Heavens! On his first day in office, he executed a prince? One wonders how the sole legitimate emperor within the palace would react upon hearing such news. What could he possibly think? As the sovereign of a nation, does he truly intend to adhere to a monogamous system? What harm is there in taking on another favored minister? Would the emperor dare oppose such a decision? Indeed, moreover, Meng Qingzhou heard that some self-proclaimed handsome young gentlemen were preparing to blind themselves, pretending to be valiant blind heroes, igniting a trend in the capital. Being blind was no longer regarded as a disability to be scorned, but rather as a key to the empress's heart. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Su Qingqiu nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. What nonsense! Who said the empress has a preference for the blind? These people are clearly idle and foolish. From beginning to end, the newly favored minister and the emperor are one and the same. Meng Qingzhou fell into contemplation, murmuring to himself, the empress favors the blind? That explains it. I was puzzled as to why the empress treated me with such distinction despite our lack of connection. Indeed, Meng Qingzhou was convinced. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of deep malice. Damn it! The author never mentioned that the illustrious empress harbored such peculiar tastes. I have no desire to become her close ally. Always remember a fundamental truth. The reason Long Out Yin is called Long Out Yin is that he does not conform to the norm. Rules constrain supporting characters, while the protagonist is meant to break them. Consequently, Meng Qingzhou had no intention of provoking the protagonist, Zhao Guo. Of course, the primary reason was that there was no benefit in doing so. I could simply lie back and enter retirement early. Why would I exert myself to engage in conflict with others? Su Qingqiu hesitated to speak. She desperately wanted to clarify, the emperor is not like that. Please do not misunderstand Her Majesty. As the pedestrians continued their discussions, they spotted a blind youth clad in black and gold imperial robes, leaning on a cane as he brushed past them. That is the third-rank official attire, blind, young, and rather handsome. Could it be suddenly, the entire street fell silent. The crowd parted, creating a pathway for Meng Qingzhou to walk through. How terrifying. You all may continue. Do not mind me, Meng Qingzhou smiled and nodded. The onlookers thought, Dear sir, please move along. Who would dare speak ill of you in your presence? You are the one who executed a prince on your very first day on the job. We, mere commoners, would be courting death by gossiping in front of such a formidable figure. Hurry along now, do not trouble the masses. Meng Qingzhou said, quickening his pace. Su Qingqiu, holding her sword, closely followed behind him. Before long, they arrived at the prime minister's residence. Standing at the entrance, Meng Qingzhou politely greeted the guards. Please inform the prime minister that Meng Qin has come to pay his respects. The guard, glancing at him with impatience, habitually barked, Begone. The prime minister is occupied. However, when the guard discerned the official robes worn by the visitor, his face turned pale with fright. I was blind to your presence. I shall inform him at once. The guard stumbled as he hurried to announce the arrival. Meng Qingzhou stood there, bewildered, touching his own face. Am I truly that intimidating? I am not a ghost. Why does everyone react as though they have seen a specter? Su Qingxiu whispered, "You executed a prince on your first day in office. Is that all?" Meng Qingzhou tilted his head, perplexed. Miss Dongfang didn't seem surprised at all yesterday. I thought such occurrences were commonplace. Su Qingxiu was left speechless. Of course. Because Miss Dongfang is the reigning empress, the execution of a thoroughly wicked third-rank prince is hardly a matter of concern. Before long, the guards respectfully ushered Meng Qingzhou and Su Qingxiu inside. After navigating through the vast residence for several minutes, they finally arrived at the door of a study. "The Prime Minister is inside. Please enter." Meng Qingzhou nodded and gently rapped on the door. "Come in." The rich, gentle voice of Jiang Songhai resonated from within. As Meng Qingzhou entered, he discovered that Jiang Songhai was not alone in the study. "I pay my respects to the Prime Minister." Meng Qingzhou began to bow. Jiang Songhai quickly rose to assist him, smiling. "There is no need for such formalities, Minister. Please, take a seat. It would be a jest for you, as the Emperor in disguise, to bow to me. Should Her Majesty learn of this, I would surely be suspected of treason." Meng Qingzhou refrained from adhering to formalities and comfortably seated himself across from the desk, clasping his hands. "I have just been appointed and have come to pay my respects to the Minister of Rights. Should you have any tasks for me, please do not hesitate to command." Jiang Songhai waved his hand. "I am quite free and have no tasks at hand. Even if I did, I would not dare assign them to you." Meanwhile, several officials from the Ministry of Rights exchanged whispers. One woman, her alluring figure barely concealed by her voluminous robes, quietly inquired, "Who is this?" An elderly official with a prominent mustache responded incredulously, "You do not recognize the newly appointed Minister of Rights?" "I do not." "Do enlighten me," the enchanting woman pressed. The mustached official glanced at her beauty and figure, swallowed hard, and softly replied, "This gentleman is named Meng Qing. He was just appointed yesterday. With no prior achievements or examination record, yet he was elevated to the third rank. Naturally, the civil and military officials protested vehemently, but then he executed a prince. It is rumored that he may have some connection with the Empress. Perhaps, just perhaps, he is her favored consort." Upon hearing this, the alluring woman's eyes sparkled, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Fortune favors me. Just as I was at a loss for how to approach the great Jin Emperor, this opportunity has presented itself." The enchanting woman was none other than Wu Dai, an assassin sent by the heir of the king of Shu, Zhaogo. Wu Dai contemplated. "I can first approach this Minister of Rights, an ordinary man without cultivation. He will be powerless against my charms. By controlling this minister and leveraging his ambiguous relationship with the Empress, infiltrating the palace should be a straightforward endeavor. Together, we shall successfully eliminate the Emperor. I am indeed a genius." Wu Dai was filled with uncontainable joy. Chapter 15. Is your virtuous wife the current Empress? Meng Qingzhou was naturally delighted and, without hesitation, stood to take his leave. "In that case, I shall not impose any further." "Wait," Wu Dai interjected, her delicate hand resting on Meng Qingzhou's shoulder, her fingertips brushing against his chest as she spoke softly. "Mr. Meng, might you pause for a moment to hear my thoughts?" Meng Qingzhou subtly stepped back, attempting to distance himself from this woman who lacked boundaries. However, despite his efforts to retreat, Wu Dai remained closely by his side, her hand still lingering on his shoulder. Reluctantly, he inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "Yudi, a sixth-rank official in charge of the Ministry of Rights," she replied with a gentle smile. This scene caused Jiang Songhai to frown deeply. To openly flirt with the reigning emperor, did she wish to test whether His Majesty's blade was sharp? Su Qingxiu's expression turned frosty, her eyes brewing a storm as she coldly regarded Wu Dai. Just as Meng Qingzhou was beginning to feel impatient, Wu Dai chuckled and withdrew her hand, creating some distance between them. Meng Qingzhou remained silent, but had already discerned the scheming nature of this enchantress. He concluded that this woman was adept at manipulating hearts. As expected, Wu Dai adopted a composed, professional tone as she addressed Jiang Songhai. "Esteemed Prime Minister, I have a suggestion." On the first day of Mr. Meng's appointment, he engaged in a verbal duel with the ministers and executed nobles. Furthermore, rumors are circulating about his relationship with His Majesty. If the Ministry of Rights were to grant him privileges once more, allowing him to idly remain at home, it would not only tarnish his reputation, but also undermine the integrity of our nation's system. Jiang Songhai nodded, responding nonchalantly, "And what do you propose?" Wu Dai's heart swelled with joy, though her demeanor remained unflappable as she continued. "Did the Prime Minister not assign a task to his subordinates earlier? I wish to collaborate with Mr. Meng on this matter. This way, should anyone dare to speak ill of him, claiming he lacks true talent, we can use this undertaking to silence them." An impeccable argument. It was nothing short of perfection. Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but be impressed. He had encountered such tactics in his past life. When one aimed to achieve a goal without revealing their intent, it was wise to adopt a different approach. For instance, when navigating through a crowd, instead of pleading for space, one might declare, "I am holding molten iron at 1,000 degrees Celsius and wish to avoid being burned. Please step aside." Wu Dai employed the same strategy. Every word she uttered, though framed as concern for Meng Qingzhou, ultimately served her own interests. Jiang Songhai chuckled softly, glancing at Wu Dai before turning his gaze back to Meng Qingzhou. As if struck by inspiration, he shook his head and laughed. "Very well, as you wish. You and Yudi shall organize the emperor's birthday banquet. Is that agreeable, Mr. Meng? Organizing the empress's birthday banquet? Such a monumental task entrusted to the two of us." Meng Qingzhou felt a surge of frustration and nearly struck Wu Dai with his cane, muttering, "Very well." Unaware of Meng Qingzhou's true thoughts, Wu Dai felt exhilarated, secretly noting that the first step of her plan had been accomplished. By creating an environment conducive to their private interaction, she could gradually exert her charm over him. As they departed from the Prime Minister's residence, the trio walked through the streets. Meng Qingzhou borrowed a hat and donned a blue cloak, successfully evading the attention of passers-by. Wu Dai smiled radiantly, striding with a cat-like grace, her voice soft like a caring elder sister. "Mr. Meng, with less than a week until the Empress's birthday banquet, I believe we should find a secluded place, free from disturbances, to discuss matters in detail. What do you think?" As she spoke, Wu Dai cast a sidelong glance at the coldly elegant Su Qingqiu, her brows slightly furrowing. This maid possessed considerable skill. Having her nearby would complicate matters, so she needed to be dismissed. Suddenly, Su Qingqiu sensed something amiss, turning her head with an expression of icy indifference. Her thumb lightly tapped the hilt of her sword, the blade glinting ominously, its threat unspoken. A woman's intuition is often most accurate. From the moment Su Qingqiu laid eyes on Wu Dai, she felt an overwhelming discomfort. What audacity! Did this temptress intend to seduce the emperor, seeking to climb the social ladder? Were it not for the empress's strict warnings to conceal her abilities in Meng Qingzhou's presence, Su Qingqiu's nature would have already led her to draw her sword against Wu Dai. With a bright smile, Wu Dai met Su Qingqiu's gaze without a trace of fear. The two women exchanged glances, sparks flying as Meng Qingzhou walked between them, utterly oblivious. Onlookers in the street turned their heads in curiosity. Men were envious, while women were filled with jealousy. The men envied Meng Qingzhou for being flanked by two beauties, believing he must have saved the world in a past life. The women, on the other hand, were envious of the extraordinary beauty of both women. While work was indeed important, it was lunchtime, and no matter how pressing the matter, he preferred to eat and rest first. Meng Qingzhou shook his head in refusal. He was level-headed by nature and reluctant to engage in the main plot, which could lead to trouble. It was not cowardice. "Since you've interrupted my mealtime, I shall remain indifferent. The sword of the Holy Saint may not be without its drawbacks." "Perfect. Since Yudi has just arrived in the capital and has no place to stay, would you allow her to sample your culinary skills, Mr. Meng?" Wu Dai asked sweetly, adding a touch of charm to her request. Su Qingqiu interjected coldly, "No. Mr. Meng already has a wife. Please conduct yourself with propriety." Wu Dai blinked innocently. "I merely wish to share a meal. I have no ulterior motives." "What are you thinking, my dear maid?" She emphasized the word maid, deliberately provoking her. "Enough. Enough." Meng Qingzhou waved his hand, recognizing the palpable tension between the two women. He spoke up, "I am but a son-in-law without a voice in my own household. You may come along, but if my wife takes issue with it, I kindly ask Miss Yudi to leave." Upon hearing this, Wu Dai was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling in disbelief. The dignified third-rank official was, in fact, a dependent son-in-law? What kind of extraordinary woman could tame a man who had executed nobles on his very first day in office? "My lord," Su Qingqiu began, clearly unhappy. "Not to worry," Meng Qingzhou replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, a weak yet fervent roar echoed, accompanied by the cheers of the crowd. Meng Qingzhou, perplexed, asked, "What is happening? Has it not yet concluded after a whole day?" Wu Dai quickly interjected, "Mr. Meng is unaware. Under the laws of the Great Jane, death by slow slicing is typically reserved for the most heinous of criminals. The process lasts 3 days and nights, with each slice of flesh as thin as a cicada's wing, followed by the application of salt to the wound, waiting 10 minutes before the next cut. It continues until the third night at midnight, when the criminal's life is finally extinguished." Meng Qingzhou nodded, his resolve hardening further. He must never offend the empress. To offend a protagonist like Long Aotian might result in a swift death, but to cross the empress could lead to 3 days of torment. Seeking death would be impossible. Qingzhou. Let us go. Meng Qingzhou's expression remained stoic, devoid of fear or pity, for the massacre of tens of thousands of innocent civilians. Today the king of Longshan shall reap what he has sown. As Wu Dai observed Meng Qingzhou, she caught the name Qingzhou and instinctively glanced at Su Qingzhou. The icy intent of the sword, the unparalleled female immortal. Qingzhou. Su Qingzhou. Wu Dai stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance as she regarded Su Qingzhou with uncertainty. Could this be the renowned sword fairy, said to be in the service of Empress Qin Liuli? How could she be acting as a maid for Meng Qingzhou? Soon, in the courtyard, a woman dressed plainly, resembling a housewife, named Dongfang Liuli, donned an apron and emerged from the kitchen with steaming dishes. Quickly wash your hands and prepare to eat, she said, her gaze lingering on the alluring Wu Dai. Who is she? We are colleagues serving in the same court, merely sharing a meal, Meng Qingzhou replied. A flicker of displeasure briefly passed through Dongfang Liuli's deep eyes. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely smiling and saying, all right. However, Wu Dai had already succumbed to a state of mental paralysis. Her mind felt as though thunder were crashing within, her eardrums nearly ruptured. With a dazed expression and eyes wide in disbelief, she stared at Dongfang Liuli, exclaiming in her thoughts, a female emperor. Chapter 16. Oh no. The empress is acting for real. The Qin family residence serves as the ancestral home of the royal family of the Great Qin dynasty, concealing a divine array and guarded by a national beast. What appears to be an ordinary courtyard pond is, in fact, several thousand meters deep, occasionally revealing glimpses of dragon-like shadows beneath its surface. Due to historical circumstances, the only remaining members of the Great Qin royal family are Empress Qin Liuli and General Qin Finghua. Today, this ancestral home has become the empress's private quarters, known only to a select few. At the dining table, Wu Dai fidgeted restlessly, her mind racing beyond capacity, a cold sweat beading on her smooth forehead. The location of the Great Qin royal residence is a well-guarded secret. Even the king of Shu, Zhao Yuan, is unaware of it, indicating a deliberate concealment by the empress. Now that she had inadvertently stumbled upon the truth, how could she save herself if the empress sought to silence her? Wu Dai remained calm, fully aware of the disparity in strength between herself and the empress, akin to the difference between a giant dragon and an ant. A head-on confrontation would be suicidal, while cunning might offer a glimmer of hope. Your Majesty. Wu Dai's crimson lips parted, but, Shu. Orient Luli placed a slender finger to her lips. Glancing at Meng Qingzhou beside her, Wu Dai immediately understood, nodding fervently and ceasing her speech to quietly continue her meal. So it was. The kind and virtuous wife spoken of by Minister Meng was, in fact, the empress. And Minister Meng himself was oblivious to the truth. Am I to meet my demise? Wu Dai's mind cooled as she pondered. In just half an hour, she had uncovered several monumental secrets of the empress. It would be unreasonable not to be silenced. Holding a piece of fish with her chopsticks, she hesitated, a lightning bolt of realization striking her heart. The empress was secretly keeping a handsome young man outside the palace, deliberately concealing his identity while masquerading as an ordinary couple, allowing Emperor Meng Qingzhou to attract the world's attention and malice, facilitating a carefree and shameless existence for the pair. It seemed that the emperor was merely a jester, likely never having touched the empress's finger. Per emperor, how could I bear to see him harmed? With a soft sigh, Wu Dai placed the morsel of fish into her mouth. Uffed. How bitter, how spicy, how salty, how fishy. She covered her mouth, nearly gagging, her vision blurring. What on earth is this? How could it taste so dreadful? Did the empress know I was an assassin and set a trap for me? Wu Dai discreetly lifted her gaze, surveying her surroundings, and discovered that not only she, but also Minister Ming and Su Qingzhou wore ashen expressions, straining to swallow. Is it really that bad? Orient Luli, with eager eyes, sensed something amiss and inquired. Almost simultaneously, it's extremely unpleasant. Meng Qingzhou nodded earnestly. It's quite delicious. Wu Dai gave a thumbs up. I feel it's acceptable, Su Qingzhou murmured, silently rinsing her mouth with tea. Orient Luli nodded, casting a lingering glance at Wu Dai's alluring figure, particularly pausing at her bosom, before pushing an entire platter of fish toward her. If it's tasty, do indulge. Wu Dai opened her mouth, staring blankly at Meng Qingzhou, wanting to ask, are you the first man? How can you calmly declare it unappetizing? Go ahead and eat. Orient Luli urged again. All right, all right. Wu Dai's delicate brows knitted together, her enchanting eyes filled with resistance as she took several deep breaths. After a struggle, she finally closed her eyes and finished the plate of fish, only to envision her great-grandmother approaching with a benevolent expression to welcome her. However, look at you devouring it. No need to rush. There is more, Orient Luli chuckled, pushing several remaining dishes forward. No, I can't eat anymore. Wudai clutched her mouth, dry heaving, crystal-clear drool trickling from the corner of her lips, her eyes rolling back. I would rather die than eat another bite. Unable to endure any longer, Meng Qingzhou cleared the remaining dishes away, stating, I will help you with a fresh preparation. This is my first time cooking. I must not let it go to waste. Orient Luli frowned, her tone inadvertently laced with authority, her phoenix eyes widening. Meng Qingzhou smiled warmly. That is mistaken. What do you mean by that? Orient Luli was taken aback. I am merely helping you amend the deficiencies, correcting the errors, and renewing the dish based on its original foundation. How can that be seen as wasting it? Meng Qingzhou's voice was rich and gentle, a soft smile gracing his lips. As his words settled, the courtyard fell silent, the empress remained quiet. The sun god awakened, the coldly beautiful sword fairy dropped her chopsticks, and the alluring assassin was greatly shocked. Such blatant declarations, was this a confession? Wudai was secretly amazed. What eloquence! The expression of a scholar indeed differs remarkably. No wonder the empress risked her reputation to secretly support a young lover. Now she understood. With a charming husband, sweet-tongued and attentive, who wouldn't he be captivated? Emperor and minister? Orient Luli lost her composure, her gaze fixed intently on Meng Qingzhou. The current situation mirrored that of the emperor, the empress, and the minister, the attendant. Just a metaphor. What's the matter? Meng Qingzhou replied. Nothing. Nothing at all. Orient Luli coughed lightly, waving her hand. As you wish, go ahead and amend it. Even the big yellow dog lounging at the door opened its sleepy eyes, casting a look of admiration. The youth of today are indeed bold, teasing the empress in the presence of their ancestors within the Qin residence. Su Qingqiu, like a curious child, quickly pulled out a notebook to jot down notes, murmuring to herself, seemingly rehearsing. Is that even permissible? Wudai felt like a rustic bumpkin entering a grand garden, astonished. Glancing at the empress, she was shocked to see the empress's delicate white ears turning a bright shade of red. Looking back at Meng Qingzhou, who wore a smile and appeared completely at ease, it was evident that he remained oblivious to how he had inadvertently stirred the empress's feelings. Wudai felt her worldview had been profoundly shaken. My goodness. The empress and Minister Meng are a pair of pure-hearted warriors. Su Qingqiu also noticed the empress's ears blushing crimson, pondering whether the empress was engaging in self-advocacy. A case of unrequited love, perhaps. It's all the emperor's fault for being so adept at charming young ladies. Despite the empress's prowess in both governance and warfare, ultimately, she was still merely a 20-year-old girl. While she feared neither the intrigue of power nor the brutality of battle, she was utterly naive when it came to matters of the heart. The three young women at the table each harbored their own thoughts, rendering the atmosphere both peculiar and tranquil. The empress cast a glance towards the kitchen, wondering, could he have discerned my identity? If not, what did his earlier remarks signify? Were they mere idle words? Su Qingqiu drooped her head, her large eyes spinning. Oh no, the empress is indeed acting for real. Wudai stole a glance at Su Qingqiu's notes, filled with emotion. The empress's unrequited affection? Minister Meng truly is a remarkable individual, daring to toy with the empress's feelings. How impressive. She immediately composed herself, carefully taking her seat. What strange sorcery is this? Meng Qingzhou scratched his head, bewildered. The empress shook her head. Nothing. Then she picked up a piece of meat and gracefully placed it into her mouth. In an instant, an unfamiliar flavor assaulted her taste buds. Her delicate frame trembled. A rare sensation of hunger awakened within her, yearning for more to satiate her appetite. Emperor and minister, perhaps you are indeed a sage. Even if your words were unintentional, they might harbor some heavenly design. You are right. It is indeed delicious, the empress beamed, a radiant smile illuminating her face for the first time in over 20 years. Meng Qingzhou felt an unsettling sense of dissonance that she couldn't quite articulate. Yet she maintained a smile and replied, then do eat more. The empress flashed a radiant grin, her two playful little canine teeth sparkling in the sunlight, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering as they fixed intently on Meng Qingzhou. Of course, she said, I have yet to satiate my appetite. Su Qingqiu pouted silently, refraining from speaking. But inwardly she mused, Your Majesty, you are doomed. You are about to fall in love. Chapter 17. Depart, Lord of Flames. After finishing their meal, Meng Qingzhou fed a bit of dog food to De Huang and reclined in a chair, leisurely sipping afternoon tea. Su Qingqiu, however, remained vigilant. clutching her long sword and keeping a close watch on Wu Dai. Wu Dai, determined not to leave Meng Qingzhou's side, nestled closely beside him. Fully aware that the empress dared not reveal her identity in his presence, an assurance akin to a life-saving talisman. Once the assassination mission was fulfilled, she intended to take her brother and flee the capital under cover of night, seeking refuge overseas, away from the trivialities of the mortal realm, devoting herself to cultivation. However, despite waiting patiently, Meng Qingzhou showed no inclination to depart. "Sir, we should attend to the task assigned to us by the Prime Minister," Wu Dai urged. "No rush," Meng Qingzhou replied, rising to grasp the leash. "Da Huang, come, let us take a stroll." The solar deity. Meng Qingzhou tugged firmly, only to find Da Huang stubbornly squatting on the ground, refusing to budge. With no hesitation, he delivered a gentle kick. "Get up. We're going out for your business." The solar deity's brow furrowed with 3 dark lines. "How absurd. I, a dignified national guardian beast, shan't relieve myself by the roadside. Furthermore, divine beasts do not require such functions. On the count of 3, if you do not rise, there will be no more dog food for you," Meng Qingzhou declared. The solar deity promptly lifted its rear, panting with its tongue out, affectionately nudging Meng Qingzhou's ankle. "Father, let us not just with the dog food. Elbow. I too wish to experience the joys of being a dog." "Now that's more like it," Meng Qingzhou nodded in satisfaction, leading Da Huang out while carrying his cane. Su Qingxiu hesitated several times before ultimately acquiescing. The 2 women, resigned to their fate, accompanied Meng Qingzhou as he walked the solar deity. Up until now, Su Qingxiu could not comprehend why the once mighty solar deity, who had roared with power, had devolved into such a docile demeanor in just a day under Meng Qingzhou's influence. Reflecting on the past, the solar deity, imbued with the bloodlines of the glutton and the immortal fire phoenix, had once been a formidable force, accompanying the first emperor of the Jin dynasty in vanquishing countless foes, leaving behind innumerable legends. Had the founding emperor known, he would surely rise from his grave, pointing at Da Huang and scolding, "You shameless beast. I could barely mount you back then, and now you allow yourself to be walked like a mere dog." Wu Dai meticulously observed Su Qingxiu's expression, noting her frequent glances at Da Huang, filled with confusion and intrigue. This dog, could it be? Wu Dai's jaw nearly dropped, her beautiful eyes narrowing in alarm. It was said that within the Jin dynasty dwelled a guardian beast, with a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, who had once committed a grave error, resulting in a fall from grace, yet still possessed the pinnacle of power, capable of battling even the mightiest of foes. Eventually, as the Jin dynasty stabilized and grew prosperous, this guardian beast retreated into seclusion within the ancestral home of the royal family, guarding the Qin clan's estate. Connecting the dots with the empress and the unspoken understanding in Su Qingxiu's gaze, Wu Dai's heart raced. Suddenly, the leading Da Huang spun around, winking mischievously at Wu Dai, releasing 2 jets of flame from its nostrils. Indeed. Oh no. Wu Dai, lost in her thoughts, misstepped and stumbled forward, landing on the ground. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. In her bewilderment, she questioned her own perception, wondering if she had fallen prey to an illusion. The sound of Meng Qingzhou's voice broke through her daze. "Are you all right?" Yes, I'm fine." Wu Dai hastily scrambled to her feet, brushing off the dust, her gaze towards Meng Qingzhou now noticeably altered. This individual was far from ordinary. With a virtuous empress for a wife, a striking sword immortal as a maid, and a dog that was a national guardian beast, if he had no cultivation or background, Wu Dai herself would hardly believe it. Meanwhile, Qin Finghua pondered, not a son of man, not a son of man, just as Meng Qingzhou had foreseen. Half of the officials managing the provinces in the Jin dynasty had secretly aligned themselves with Zhao Yuan. Fortunately, the discovery came early, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Qin Finghua couldn't help but feel relieved, realizing that had it not been for Meng Qingzhou, he might have nurtured a tiger to his own detriment, regardless of others' opinions. Qin Finghua had become unwaveringly convinced of Meng Qingzhou's status as a sage. In his eyes, Meng Qingzhou's standing had risen, second only to the empress herself. "Bring me ink and paper." Over the course of 3 days, Qin Finghua, leveraging his half-step into the morning radiance realm, traversed hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Going back and forth across several great states, he apprehended over 5,000 treasonous officials, personally executing more than 2,000, totaling nearly 7,000. The enormity of this task made Qin Finghua break into a cold sweat. He quickly took up his pen, summarizing all that had transpired in recent days to report to the empress. One must not underestimate Zhao Yuan. This fellow harbors ambitions to devour the world. Deliver this letter to Her Majesty, Qin Finghua concluded, folding the letter and handing it to a trusted aide. Yes. The aide silently vanished into the shadows. Having completed these tasks, Qin Finghua finally exhaled in relief. I have dealt with the fighting and killing. The rest is up to Jiang Songhai to handle. With a hearty laugh, Qin Finghua stepped outside, intending to visit Meng Qingzhou, hoping to glean from the sage's prophecies a means to vanquish Zhao Yuan. Dressed in plain clothes, he strolled through the bustling streets, occasionally overhearing phrases like living king of hell and the empress's favored consort. You, come here. The more he listened, the more uneasy he felt. He seized a hapless passerby who had spoken ill and demanded, "Which scoundrel dares to seduce Her Majesty? Are you not undermining the relationship between the Emperor and Her Majesty? What if the Emperor becomes furious and stops granting prophecies to the sage?" I'm not too sure. I just heard. The passerby stammered. Though unfamiliar with Qin Finghua, the weight of his presence compelled him to divulge all he knew. Qin Fenghua's brow furrowed deeply as he released the quaking passerby and waved him off. Scram. If I hear you speak ill of the Empress again, be wary of losing your head. Why, yes. The passerby dared not utter a word of resistance, harboring resentment as he thought, the tides of fortune will change, before hastily fleeing. Left alone, Qin Finghua fell into contemplation. The Empress has a penchant for the blind? He muttered. A blind seer of heavenly secrets, Meng Qing. No. I shall not allow anyone to disrupt the relationship between the Emperor and Her Majesty. I must rectify this. What is a seer of heavenly secrets? Merely a high-end fortune-teller. How can they compare to the sage's prowess? As long as the Emperor governs the Jin dynasty, unifying the world shall no longer be a dream. Rest assured. In public, a monarch is a monarch, and subjects are subjects. In private, I am the Emperor's uncle. I am a senior to Dongfang Liuli. Fear not, Qingzhou. Your uncle shall advocate for you. Standing tall, Qin Finghua was about to seek out Dongfang Liuli for a heart-to-heart when his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Emperor, Qingzhou. Qin Finghua hailed loudly. Not far off, Meng Qingzhou was urging, hurry up. We've been strolling for ages. Have you not found a suitable location yet? De Huang, unperturbed, squatted by the roadside without a hint of embarrassment. Come on, Meng Qingzhou chided. The solar deity sighed, thinking, since there are no acquaintances around, perhaps Su Qingxia will forget about this in a few days. As for Wu Dai, I can take my chance when the moment is right. With this thought, the solar deity resolutely raised its hind leg against a tree. Sizzle. Just then, a call echoed, Lightboat. Upon hearing this voice, the Lord of the Sun, in a moment of profound despair, felt as though his heart had perished, painfully closing his eyes. It was over. Completely finished. A lifetime of illustrious reputation had been obliterated. At this point, there was no turning back. He could only quietly await the inevitable release. Then, you, Sun Lord. Qin Finghua found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. What an astonishingly surreal scene. The esteemed Lord of the Sun, crouched by the roadside like a dog marking a tree. How terrifying. Was the apocalypse upon them? Qin Finghua began to question his own sanity, wondering if he was experiencing delusions. Go away, Lord Finghua. Chapter 18. A surge of rewards in the late stage of the sea-covering realm. Is that you? The sun god? Qin Fenghua's lips moved slightly as he transmitted his inquiry. The large yellow dog feigned ignorance, adopting an expression that clearly conveyed, I do not know you. Please do not speak to me. Indeed, Qin Finghua felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Upon witnessing the large yellow dog's proud yet bashful demeanor, he confirmed the identity of the sun god. In the midst of his stupor, Meng Qingzhou tugged at the dog leash, leading the large yellow dog forward. Familiar with the boisterous voice, he exclaimed with joy, Blacksmith, aren't you in the village? What brings you to the capital? Qin Fenghua's face twitched as he suddenly recalled his brief stint as a blacksmith in Jinzhai village. Meng Qingzhou, unaware of the esteemed general of the state, only recognized the blacksmith Qin Sanhua. Ah, I came to the capital to visit relatives, Qin Finghua chuckled awkwardly. The most delightful occurrence is undoubtedly meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Meng Qingzhou threw an arm around Qin Fenghua's shoulders and declared, Come, let us drink. We shan't return until we're intoxicated. Qin Fenghua's gaze constantly flickered towards the large yellow dog, mumbling incoherently in response. Renowned as the sharpest blade of the great Jin, he had single-handedly annihilated 6 nations in a single battle, confronting 3 formidable ancestors from enemy realms and defeating them all. His prowess laid the foundation for the present territory of the great Jin dynasty. As the implicit first strongman of the great Jin, even the reigning empress dared not treat him lightly. Yet, before Meng Qingzhou, he appeared remarkably humble and reserved. Mu Dai was becoming numb, murmuring to herself, It must be an illusion. It can't be real. My lord, Su Qingzhou tugged at Meng Qingzhou's sleeve and whispered, "Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the emperor's birthday banquet?" Qingzhou, wait. Qin Fenghua recalled the pressing matter and quickly interjected. "May I be so bold as to inquire about your relationship with your esteemed wife? How has it been of late?" On this subject, Qin Fenghua felt exceedingly uncomfortable and awkward. Esteemed wife? Dongfang Liuli. Meng Qingzhou stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, "It's going well. Though there is a troublesome character disrupting the court, which has kept my wife quite busy." "Indeed, that refers to you, the troublemaker, king of Shuzhou Yuan." Though merely a nominal couple, Dongfang Liuli had shown care and attention towards him, and Meng Qingzhou was not heartless. He was acutely aware of this. Dongfang Liuli had been working for Empress Qin Liuli and had recently become unexpectedly busy, undoubtedly linked to Zhao Yuan's rebellion. Naturally, this stirred discontent towards the king of Shu. Qin Fenghua was taken aback, realizing the truth. A troublemaker disrupting the court, causing the empress to be occupied? This subtly suggested that a seductress was enticing the empress. Evidently, there was a rift between the emperor and the empress, all thanks to that wretched Meng Qing. If the emperor were merely a commoner, the empress could marry as many handsome men as she pleased. Even with a harem of 3,000 beauties, it would be inconsequential. Alas, who could blame the emperor for being a sage? "Do not worry. I shall advocate for you," Qin Fenghua said earnestly, patting Meng Qingzhou's shoulder before vanishing into the throng. He left behind a bewildered Meng Qingzhou, standing alone in disarray, confused for a long moment before turning to Su Qingzhou. What did the blacksmith mean? What will he advocate for me? Su Qingzhou shrugged. "I am unsure, my lord." At that moment, a system notification chimed in Meng Qingzhou's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ding. Successfully suppressed the fated protagonist Zhao Go, reducing his fortune by 800 points. Fated protagonist Zhao Go's fortune, 3,500 to 800-2,700. Reward 1. Celestial Grade Supreme Technique. 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Quality classification of techniques, physiques, weapons, etc. Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Celestial, Emperor, Great Emperor, Supreme. Reward 2. 10 years of experience, Blind Sword Saint. The longer the blindness, the stronger the power. The host has been blind for 3 years. Hence this reward automatically increases by 10 years of experience. In an instant, Meng Qingzhou felt the spiritual energy within him boiling, surging forth like a tidal wave. Below his navel, at the position of his dantian, a vortex of spiritual energy erupted explosively, dispersing into an ocean of spiritual essence. The transformation of spiritual energy into an ocean was the hallmark of a practitioner in the sea-covering realm. Simultaneously, the sea-covering realm also represented the ability of its practitioners to wield tremendous power. Due to the system's influence, as long as he refrained from taking action, even a formidable practitioner from the sky-holding realm would be unable to perceive his true level. Thus, even while standing in a bustling street, no one noticed anything amiss. Breakthrough. Mid-stage mountain-moving realm. Breakthrough. Late-stage mountain-moving realm. Breakthrough. Pinnacle of the mountain-moving realm. Breakthrough. Half-step into the sea-covering realm. Breakthrough. Early-stage sea-covering realm. Breakthrough. Late-stage sea-covering realm. After a considerable time, Meng Qingzhou finally opened his tightly shut eyes, which had been obscured by a black satin blindfold. Within the depths of his vacant gaze surged a sharp sword intent. His realm had stabilized at the late stage of the sea-covering realm. Had it not been for fears of instability, he could have surged through to the pinnacle of the sea-covering realm in one go. At this moment, Meng Qingzhou felt as though a mere finger could pierce the heavens, and a single sword could vanquish all enemies in the world. Of course, this was merely a side effect of his explosive power. It was not as exaggerated as he had imagined. However, engaging in combat with ordinary early-stage Moonlight Realm practitioners was not difficult, and even against mid-stage Moonlight Realm practitioners, he had a 1/3 chance of a counterattack. This reward was exceedingly generous, Meng Qingzhou marveled. Regardless of who had suppressed the fated protagonist Zhao Go, in Meng Qingzhou's eyes, they must be a kind-hearted disruptor. Upon their next meeting, he must raise a toast in gratitude for their generosity. Yet, the reward revealed this time surpassed what he had earned through 3 arduous years of blind toil. Thus, Meng Qingzhou concluded that the system was enticing him to confront the fated protagonist Zhao Go. Why must it be so? He bore no grievances against Zhao Go. Why must it be a life-or-death struggle? Meng Qingzhou sighed. He then meticulously examined the rewards. Celestial Grade Technique. 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. The technique of the Tao Ancestor. Meng Qingzhou's scalp tingled. The technique from the three purities Tao ancestor in the myth of the primordial age was a heavenly boon, rivaling the essence of time-space, sword intent. Who could possibly possess such power to diminish Zhao Guo's fortune by 800 points? Moreover, this Zhao Guo was merely a treasure mouse. Meng Qingzhou felt a stir of excitement. Even the most upright individual could be swayed by benefits. If they were not, it simply meant the offering was insufficient. Should the opportunity arise, he would seize it again, but he vowed not to be greedy. Ding! Detected that the host has unlearned techniques. Automatically equipping and learning the celestial grade supreme technique. 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Equipping and learning. Congratulations, host. You have successfully comprehended the celestial grade supreme technique. 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Meng Qingzhou absorbed the influx of technique information into his mind. Undoubtedly a technique of the Tao ancestor. If left to his own devices for comprehension, he would not know how long it would take to grasp the fundamentals, let alone master its application. The ability to create 3 avatars possessing 60% of his original strength, each in perfect harmony with his mind. This was utterly extraordinary. In a brief moment, Meng Qingzhou's strength underwent a transformative change. After equipping 1 Qi transforming 3 purities, his power surged to terrifying new heights. My lord. Meng Qingzhou gently ruffled Su Qingqiu's head, feeling elated. It's nothing, let us go. Mu Dai sighed in relief, fearing Meng Qingzhou might once again embark on some whimsical endeavor. Finally, a chance for solitude had arisen. If she could just shake off the bothersome Su Qingqiu, she could enchant Meng Qingzhou to her heart's content, gradually exerting control over this man whom even the empress willingly served. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, as if warning her against such actions, cautioning that if she proceeded, dire consequences would ensue. Mu Dai furrowed her brows, muttering, it must be an illusion. Suddenly, the humiliated sun god sensed a wave of disquieting energy, but it quickly dissipated without a trace. Who goes there? The Lord of the Day? With its fur bristling and back arched like a drawn bow, stood in a posture akin to that of a formidable adversary. It seemed to be that blind swordsman. The Lord of the Day slowly shifted its gaze backward, filled with uncertainty. Not long ago, it had been preoccupied with thoughts of avenging the great humiliation inflicted by Meng Qingzhou. Yet now, with a clear mind, it regained its composure. Drawing upon its ancient longevity and keen sense of smell, the terrifying wave that had just swept by was no mere illusion. The Lord of the Day was suddenly struck with alarm. It appeared that the blind swordsman had inexplicably grown stronger. There had been no signs of his cultivation, yet his aura had become increasingly fearsome. Could it be that some ancient being was regaining its former power? Never mind. The blind swordsman did not act with malice, so perhaps it was wise to grant him a temporary reprieve. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a testament to the Lord's magnanimity. The Lord of the Day reassured itself. Chapter 19. There must be a demon to guide in the northwest, in the land of Shu. The region has long suffered from the ravages of war and extreme weather, leading to a desolate landscape where parched earth yields no crops. As winter sets in, heavy snow blankets the ground like a thick quilt. On a cliff bordering the prosperous Jin dynasty, King Zhao Yuhuan of Shu, clad in a black fur cloak, gazes into the distance with deeply sunken eyes. Warriors. The Jin dynasty is so affluent, and its people live in peace and comfort, free from the grips of cold and hunger. Do you envy them? Behind him, the setting sun reflects off hundreds of thousands of black-armored soldiers, shimmering like waves. In the sky, hidden among the clouds, countless cultivators can be seen floating. Envy. The passionate roar of all the valiant men of Shu reverberates through the heavens and the earth, their spirits soaring like a rainbow. Their eager gazes converge upon the king's upright silhouette, as if venerating the figure of a deity. Each one of them is acutely aware of their actions, defying the empress and engaging in a rebellion condemned by future generations. Yet, none harbor regrets. For the sake of their homeland and the countless lights behind them that they refuse to let be extinguished by the storm, they willingly bear the weight of eternal infamy. Do they wish to seize the Jin dynasty and acquire food and beauty? Yes. Yet, the empress remains indifferent to the people of Shu, allowing them to survive or perish as they will. So should I not rebel? Indeed. A smile breaks upon Zhao Yuhuan's weathered face, etched with deep lines. Stirring the hearts of the people, performing righteous deeds under the banner of justice, and seeking the welfare of the populace, this timeless strategy is the most effective. However, the foolish populace remains oblivious to the fact that the empress is on the verge of crafting a celestial treasure capable of altering the climate, banishing winter, and rejuvenating the soil of Shu. It is this impending danger that instills a sense of urgency in Zhao Yuan, who fears that the empress will completely win the hearts of the people of Shu. At that point, he would have no opportunity left and thus initiates his plan ahead of time. Casting a glance at the fervent soldiers behind him, he scoffs inwardly. Foolish people, believing that I am the savior sent by the heavens to rescue them, unaware that I am the very demon leading you toward the abyss. You have misdirected your blades toward the true deity. Suddenly, a cultivator at the mountain-moving realm bursts through the void, having expended great effort to arrive, and shouts, "Your Majesty. Most of the officials we secretly incited years ago are dead. It was General Qin Finghua who took action personally. And the banditry across the Jin territories has been quelled by the army." What? Zhao Yuan is instantly thrown into disarray, gripping the cultivator's collar in fury. How could this be? Even if the empress reacts swiftly, she cannot possibly execute officials on such a scale without ascertaining the truth first. The messenger stammers. I do not know, but this is the truth. I personally witnessed General Qin Finghua behead an official. Zhao Yuan staggers back, flinging the cultivator away in rage. He cannot comprehend how the empress could dare to execute officials on such a large scale without knowing the facts, risking widespread panic. Moreover, the empress has always looked down upon him, not considering Zhao Yuan a significant threat, thus adopting a largely permissive attitude toward his actions. Why has she suddenly changed her stance? Zhao Yuan immediately contacts Zhao Go, demanding, "Do you know why the empress suddenly dispatched Qin Finghua to eliminate the officials I had incited?" Holding the long-distance communication jade slip, Zhao Go feels as if struck by lightning, exclaiming, "What? Does this mean our first phase of the plan has completely failed?" The so-called first phase of the plan entailed Zhao Go infiltrating the capital to cause chaos, assassinating the empress's advisor Zhang Songhai, rendering her directionless, and then inciting banditry to ensure the empress is overwhelmed, leading to turmoil in the Jin court. At that point, Zhao Yuan would reveal his hidden army of 150,000, sweeping into the capital. But now, Zhao Go has been discovered, accomplishing nothing and losing an invaluable avatar. Zhang Songhai remains alive, and the banditry has been swiftly quelled, with even the incited officials wiped out. This equates to a complete failure of the first phase of the plan, and the only option left is to abandon all schemes and face the battle head-on. The success rate has plummeted by over 50%. Zhao Go feels a sharp pain in his chest, struggling to breathe as he replies, "I am uncertain. The empress secretly dispatched Qin Finghua." Zhao Yuan retorts, "Impossible. Could the empress possess foresight? If so, why would I even consider rebelling?" Zhao Go's mind suddenly sparks with realization, recalling the individual who caused him to lose his avatar, Meng Qingzhou. I remember someone. The Emperor Meng Qingzhou. He possesses an extraordinarily uncanny ability to foresee the future. He once told me that the land of Shu would soon rebel and accurately described my plan, leading to my avatar being captured. I regret not eliminating Meng Qingzhou beforehand. This person poses a greater threat than the Empress. No wonder the Empress has suddenly become so astute. She has a demon guiding her. Curse Meng Qingzhou, who has thwarted my plans time and again. I demand that you silence Meng Qingzhou completely within 3 days. Can you accomplish this, Zhao Go? Zhao Go solemnly vows, I shall not fail in this task. After severing the long-distance communication jade slip, Zhao Go's expression grows increasingly grave. He never imagined that a plan years in the making could be upended within a week by the sudden emergence of a blind emperor. Mudai, at the half-step mountain-moving realm, can alter her appearance at will, making it easy to impersonate another and assassinate an ordinary person. Zhao Go has great confidence in Mudai and trusts her loyalty, especially since her dubious brother remains in his possession. With this thought, Zhao Go retrieves a peculiar eyeball emanating an overwhelming and supreme aura from his storage ring. This eyeball is a remnant of a once mighty figure known as the unrivaled dual pupil, a being who traversed the heavens and earth. Anyone marked by this eyeball can be observed from afar, regardless of distance or powerful barriers surrounding them. Of course, Mudai has also been marked. Zhao Go activates the eyeball, and in the pitch-black cavern, a dazzling light bursts forth. A beam of light projects from the eyeball's position. Filled with anticipation, Zhao Go gazes intently, only to see, in a courtyard adorned with an array of strange spiritual plants, beneath a peach tree, a handsome young man in a blue robe, with black satin binding his hair, sits across from Mudai, who has altered her appearance and aura. Sir, what gift are you preparing for the Empress's birthday banquet? Mudai asks, propping her chin on her hands, gazing intently at Meng Qingzhou. Meng Qingzhou replies with a smile. I have not yet decided. Mudai inquires further. Then, sir, how do you train a big yellow dog? Meng Qingzhou answers earnestly. If it misbehaves, you hit it. If it behaves, you feed it. The two engage in playful banter as petals fall from the vibrant peach blossoms, creating a picturesque scene. The handsome young man and beautiful woman share a harmonious atmosphere, resembling a couple teasing one another. Curse it all. Zhao Go, witnessing this scene, feels darkness envelop him as he collapses backward. Chapter 20. My connection with Zhao Go. Woody dared not betray me. There must be hidden circumstances at play. It seems she is attempting to bewitch Meng Qingzhou, manipulating his thoughts and emotions. Zhao Go wore a forced smile, yet his expression darkened with increasing intensity. And he could no longer contain his fury, but the assassination target sits before you, utterly defenseless, with no one else around. What are you even attempting to enchant? A swift strike to the throat and take the head away. Zhao Go, filled with unease, his eyes reddened like a feral beast, stared intently at the glowing screen. In the image, Meng Qingzhou remained oblivious, his senses sealed, perceiving the world as an ordinary person would. Even when confronted by a cultivator revealing their strength, he struggled to discern their true realm, let alone the gaze of a powerful figure from the morning dawn realm observing him from afar. Sir, how do you think we should arrange the Empress's birthday banquet? Woody asked, her face cradled in her hands, her captivating eyes blinking alluringly. Meng Qingzhou replied nonchalantly. It's simple. It's just a corporate team-building event. First, announce it to the world, symbolizing a universal celebration. And then invite prominent figures from various fields to dine together. Perfect. As he spoke, Meng Qingzhou brushed his chest and retrieved a jade slip from a storage pendant hidden within his robes, presenting it to Woody. This is a plan I had prepared in advance. Simply follow the instructions on it. In truth, this was a plan he had just secretly inscribed. For a cultivator at the Ocean Cover realm, writing 100,000 characters with a mere thought was effortless. A team-building dinner plan was a trivial task for him. Woody picked up the jade slip and pressed it to her forehead to examine it. After about half a stick of incense, she exclaimed, Sir, your talent is extraordinary. The invitation should be crafted from gilded jade, engraved with a phoenix rising from the flames, illuminating the 9 provinces, symbolizing the Empress's destined unification of the realm and highlighting her esteemed status. The dining arrangements must also be suitably elaborate, categorized into tiers, either by strength or significant status. Woody paused slightly, searching for words of praise, and smiled sweetly. Moreover, the martial arts competition must be meticulously arranged, such as listing rankings and conducting one-on-one matches through a draw, with corresponding rewards for the top 10. Woody chattered on for a long while, casting numerous enchanting glances. Yet, Meng Qingzhou remained unresponsive, leading her to rub her dry eyes in frustration. It truly felt like casting alluring looks at a blind man. This man Aswell was as ironclad as they come. Despite my earlier attempts to influence his emotions with my spiritual sense, I was unable to sway him even slightly. For a typical cultivator, even one of slightly higher realm than mine would have been easily manipulated, yet just now, it felt as though I was striking an iron pillar, leaving me shaken. Woody's heart was tumultuous. Such a situation could only stem from 2 possibilities. Either the opponent's cultivation was vastly superior to hers. Woody stood at the pinnacle of the cloud-riding realm, with exceptional skills and talents, adept at manipulating others' emotions unless they were at the peak of the mountain-moving realm, making it impossible for her to have no influence whatsoever. The second possibility was that the individual possessed an iron will, having endured countless trials and tribulations. For instance, in ancient mythological times, there existed a type of immortal species, lacking cultivation or realm, as feeble as ordinary humans. Yet they possessed lifespans of millions of years, witnessing the rise and fall of empires. Their hearts hardened into unyielding stones through the passage of time. However, these immortal beings could not cultivate, and a mere mortal wielding a vegetable knife could easily slay them, leading them to gradually fade from the annals of history. With no fluctuation of cultivation aura, one could only wonder what experiences had forged such a steely resolve within him. Woody found it hard to imagine. The more she learned about this man, the more inscrutable he became, as if enveloped in clouds and mist, ensnared in a labyrinth and mystery. Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou inquired, Your name is Woody, is it not? Without a second thought, she replied, Indeed. Meng Qingzhou frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, his emotions had been stirred by an external force, and he was grateful that the practitioner's realm was not high, or the consequences would have been dire. After much contemplation, Meng Qingzhou began to suspect Woody. In the narrative, there was no character named Woody, but there was another character named Woody, who was a supporting character. However, Woody was an assassin affiliated with the protagonist, Long Outyin. Thus, he tentatively asked, What do you think of the heir, Zhao Go? Woody was taken aback at first, then disdainfully remarked, an arrogant second-generation scion, relying on a privileged father, bullying men and women alike, a parasitic creature wasting air, a mere insect. At this point, Woody's tone softened as she looked at Meng Qingzhou, saying gently, Zhao Go cannot compare to even a hair of you, especially considering your handsome appearance. Zhao Go is as ugly as a toad. Meng Qingzhou nodded silently. Yes. Confirmed, such intense hatred surely indicated Woody was indeed the one. What does Zhao Go mean? I have no enmity with him. Why would he send an assassin to lurk beside me? Puzzled, Meng Qingzhou was disinclined to dwell on it. Woody was no simple character. A super talent in the realm of spiritual and soul cultivation, she would eventually become a formidable being at the Morning Dawn realm in the latter part of the story, providing significant assistance to Zhao Go, an indispensable companion in his quest for dominance. However, Woody's life was tragic. Her younger brother had long since passed away, and she remained oblivious, foolishly killing for Zhao Go. She would meet her demise without even knowing the truth about her brother's death. Meanwhile, within a cave 100 kilometers from the capital city, crash. Zhao Go, his face flushed with rage, smashed a priceless nine-dragon cup, wine spilling everywhere. Wretched woman. Zhao Go spat through clenched teeth, his hair standing on end as he roared. Sword Elder. Kill this pair of scoundrels for me. Zhao Go was aware that the empress had conferred a title upon a minister, but such trivial matters did not warrant his investigation. Thus, he was unaware that Meng Qing and Meng Qingzhou were, in fact, the same person. Zhao Go believed Woody had betrayed him, unleashing a furious roar. A gaunt elder clad in a black and white yin-yang robe appeared silently, an ancient sword with copper rust strapped to his back, speaking solemnly, including Woody? Yes. Zhao Go seethed with rage. That wretched woman has followed me for 5 or 6 years, yet I have never laid a hand on her. She keeps her distance of 5 or 6 meters and has never uttered a single flattering word. Every time we meet, she deliberately practices her poison arts, guarding against me like a thief. Yet, her attitude toward Meng Qingzhou is completely different. She practically wishes to offer herself up on a silver platter. Very well. The sword elder nodded, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, his narrow eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. The next instant, he vanished from sight. After a while, Zhao Go pondered, stroking his chin. Could it be that Woody does not know Meng Qingzhou? After all, she has never met him. Never mind. Zhao Go shook his head. After all, he was merely lusting after Woody's body. If soft persuasion failed, he would resort to force. Right or wrong mattered little. On the other hand, Meng Qingzhou once again heard the system notification chime in his ears. Zhao Go is furious, suffering a mental blow, and has lost his sanity. The protagonist's luck value has decreased by 100, from 2400 to 2300. Reward obtained. Heavenly Grade Supreme Technique. Zhou Gong's Dream Butterfly. Another piece of equipment. Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, wondering which formidable individual had relentlessly struck at the luck of the protagonist, Long Out Yen. The spiritual technique was of little use to me. He felt somewhat disappointed. However, it was remarkably suited for Woody. Chapter 21. From now on, you shall be known as Ming Xianyu in the evening. Meng Qingzhou had prepared the meal in advance, warming it in the pot, while reclining in a rocking chair, savoring the fading glow of the sunset. Not long ago, Mu Dai had hurriedly departed, fearing another encounter with the empress. As she left, she posed a question that stirred deep contemplation within Meng Qingzhou. Mr. Meng, do you know the emperor? Curiously, both the gentleman and the emperor shared the same surname and were favored by the empress. Meng Qingzhou naturally replied in the negative. Though he was immensely intrigued by this remarkable man, was he breathtakingly handsome or extraordinarily talented? After all, how could he rewrite the narrative? Prompting the solitary empress to contemplate the idea of family. After much deliberation, Meng Qingzhou chose not to delve further. Supporting characters, like bystanders, often know too much and become embroiled in unnecessary turmoil, caught between the conflicts of the protagonists and the archvillains. Ignorant of the affairs beyond his window, he preferred to immerse himself in trivial matters, detached from the mundane. Qingqiu, allow me to share with you the scriptures of the sword path, he said. Su Qingqiu, who had been secretly practicing, hurried over upon hearing this, her eyes alight with joy. Thank you, my lord. Like a little glutton who had tasted sweetness. She rushed to fetch a small stool, gazing eagerly at Meng Qingzhou. I shall impart to you a supreme swordsmanship tome of heavenly quality. One graciously bestowed upon me by a kind-hearted old man with a white beard. Meng Qingzhou coughed lightly and declared. Su Qingqiu pouted. What old man with a white beard? Do you take me for a fool? Yet she held no suspicions, for saints were said to know the affairs of the world, including cultivation techniques. After all, the Lord was a saint, which made sense. The tethered sun god, lying lazily on the ground, opened one eye in disdain, muttering, "Humph. What pretense? That so-called old man with a white beard is clearly the sword saint himself." The sun god appeared worn and world-weary, as if he had seen through everything. Unfortunately, due to the countless sins he had committed in his past, he could no longer speak. Otherwise, he would have exposed their ruse. As the evening sun descended below the horizon, the stars began to twinkle, heralding the rise of the full moon. Creak. The courtyard door swung open, revealing Dongfang Liuli. Clad in a simple white gown, her face marked by fatigue. "Qingzhou, warm the food and bring me the silver ear and lotus seed soup I prepared." Meng Qingzhou instructed upon hearing the commotion. Understood. Dongfang Liuli cast a glance at Su Qingqiu's retreating figure, slightly surprised. If she was not mistaken, Su Qingqiu's sword intent had notably advanced, breaking through to the mid-stage of the Cloud Ascension realm. Such rapid progress was rather astonishing. Indeed, Su Qingqiu beamed, her cold, elegant features softening into an endearing smile. The scriptures imparted by the emperor this time are truly profound and have greatly inspired me. Dongfang Liuli silently regarded Meng Qingzhou, pondering. What other secrets does this man conceal? He was always elusive, like a multi-layered pancake, with each layer revealing yet another. The silver ear and lotus seed soup is nourishing for the heart and lungs, and it alleviates fatigue. Meng Qingzhou pointed to a bowl. Unbeknownst to her, she realized that since Meng Qingzhou's arrival, she had seldom found herself dozing amidst the towering stacks of documents and memorials. "I have little to tire me," Dongfang Liuli remarked calmly. "While you may deceive others, you cannot deceive me." The troublemaker Zhao Yuhuan harbors ambitions that have stirred chaos in the Great Jin. "As an official of the Empress, naturally, your workload has increased," Meng Qingzhou stated. Dongfang Liuli took a sip of the lotus seed soup, only to discover that the lotus seeds within were produced from the nine-sun fiery heart lotus. The silver ear was also a heavenly grade spiritual herb. "Do you know the value of this bowl of soup?" she inquired, lifting her gaze. Meng Qingzhou shrugged. Heavenly grade spiritual herbs could likely fetch the life of a mountain-moving realm cultivator. However, a common man bears the burden of possessing such treasures. So I kindly request your assistance in eliminating these hidden dangers. Meng Qingzhou had no desire to craft a persona that showcased his prowess, implying that he could acquire whatever he wished. Dongfang Liuli chuckled. "You truly possess a broad mind. Back in my hometown, such people are referred to as salted fish." Meng Qingzhou raised his hands in mock surrender. Dongfang Liuli laughed heartily, the moonlight illuminating her face, making her more radiant than the moon and more dazzling than the stars. Unfortunately, someone, a veritable blind man, was deprived of witnessing this enchanting scene. "How amusing. From now on, I shall call you Meng Xianyu," Dongfang Liuli declared with a smile. Meng Qingzhou replied with a faint smile, "As you wish." After finishing the lotus seed soup, Dongfang Liuli felt her cold ailment had significantly improved. The chill within her meridians had dissipated considerably. "My lord, the nine-sun fiery heart lotus would greatly benefit the young lady. Might it be possible?" Su Qingqiu ventured to speak. Dongfang Liuli found it difficult to lower herself to ask for help, but Su Qingqiu, feeling pity for her nightly struggle against the cold ailment, wished to see the empress healed swiftly. "Very well, I shall prepare it for you daily," Meng Qingzhou agreed readily. Dongfang Liuli cradled the bowl, burying her head into her ample bosom. Just then, an unexpected visitor arrived. Qin Finghua was stealthily peering around the door. The astute sun god immediately severed the leash and sprang up, executing a flying kick that accurately struck Qin Fenghua's head, sending him flying. "Get lost, you old man. Old fellow, why are you here to ridicule me?" the sun god growled. "I came to see the empress." Qin Finghua feigned ignorance, knowing the sun god had been humiliated today and needed to vent. Yet as he opened his mouth to retaliate, the sun god was ready to bite him. Qin Finghua quickly transmitted an explanation. "What?" The sun god grew angrier, flames spewing from his nostrils, his eyes glaring fiercely. "You dare share with the empress the tale of this god squatting by the roadside to relieve himself? Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. Isn't it just about marking a tree by the roadside? There are more pressing matters at hand." Qin Finghua attempted to explain again. After a prolonged struggle, Qin Finghua, battered and bruised, barely managed to quell the sun god's fury and limped into the courtyard. "You're, Liuli girl," Qin Finghua began. But upon noticing Meng Qingzhou's presence, he hastily changed his tone, laughing heartily. "Oh, look. Qingzhou, you're here too. Ha. Ha ha." Meng Qingzhou's expression was peculiar. This is my home. Should I not be here? Brother, what do you mean? There's a certain flavor to your words, he replied. Just a slip of the tongue. Qin Finghua laughed awkwardly, saying, actually, I am the cousin of the Liuli girl. Cousin? Meng Qingzhou rose in astonishment. Ah, good son-in-law, please sit, Qin Finghua said. Drenched in cold sweat, his mind in disarray. Originally, he had intended to counsel the empress not to waver and to send that Meng Qing packing so she could live harmoniously with the emperor Meng Qingzhou. Unexpectedly, Meng Qingzhou was already present. He certainly could not say before Meng Qingzhou, Your Majesty, please divorce Meng Qing and spare the emperor from wearing a green hat. Dongfang Liuli eyed Qin Finghua with a scrutinizing gaze, as if to say, if you disturb my peace, you better have a good reason. Qin Finghua, drenched in cold sweat, finally managed to utter, I was merely here to familiarize myself with the surroundings. I shall take my leave now. With that, Qin Finghua fled in haste. He ran a good 3 miles before finally coming to a realization. What a formidable sovereign the empress was. How could mere words from others sway her? Only by compelling his majesty to make a choice. Qin Fenghua's lips curled into a smile as he conceived a brilliant plan. When the empress's birthday banquet arrives, I shall publicly question the shallow qualifications of the young dandy, Meng Qing. I will then pose a challenging problem, and should he fail to resolve it, the young dandy Meng Qing must vacate the capital and return to his homeland. I am truly astute. How could the likes of Jiang Songhai ever compare to my intellect? Chapter 22. Drink, Kill, and Revelry. In the following days, Meng Qingzhou led a remarkably fulfilling life. Each morning began with cooking, feeding the dogs, watering the flowers, and tending to the vegetable garden. Whenever he had a moment, he would share insights on swordsmanship and classic text with Su Qingqiu. In the afternoons, he collaborated with Mu Dai to refine the ceremonial protocols for the empress's birthday banquet. However, Mu Dai would often hint at matters concerning the empress, and during these times, the ever-helpful Su Qingqiu would hastily intervene, preventing further inquiries. Before long, only 2 days remained until the banquet. Meng Qingzhou had nearly completed his tasks, with the arrangements for the event largely in place. Yet, Mu Dai continued to seek him out, inventing various excuses to linger in his presence. Is my charm truly that captivating? Meng Qingzhou mused, stroking his face, feeling a bit inflated with pride. Little did he know, Mu Dai was far more troubled than he. Nearly driven to madness. For several days, she had been unable to elicit any emotional response from him, nor had she devised a plan to infiltrate the imperial harem. Sir, I have an unusual request, and I hope you might assist me. Mu Dai's voice was imbued with shyness, easily stirring a man's protective instincts. Meng Qingzhou, ever resolute, immediately waved his hand. If it is an unusual request, then perhaps it is best not to ask. It was clear to him that Mu Dai was aiding Zhao Guo in a significant endeavor. Such a plot would undoubtedly be a central narrative in a novel, where side characters ought to tread carefully lest they encounter dire consequences. Mu Dai was momentarily stumped by his unwavering refusal. Yet she bravely pressed on. I wish to ask you to help me enter the harem. I long to see His Majesty. Would that be permissible? Meng Qingzhou inquired. Perplexed, what do you wish to see the emperor for? With a tearful gaze, Mu Dai lamented, to be candid, I am the emperor's wife. He has forsaken his family for his ambitions, and I wish to ascertain whether this heartless man possesses any conscience, allowing us to fend for ourselves. As she spoke, Mu Dai's sobs became audible, her voice a haunting melody that evoked sorrow in all who heard it. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his forehead. He did not believe her words. Had he not been privy to her true identity beforehand, he might have been swayed. So Mu Dai's objective was indeed the current emperor? Connecting the dots between Zhao Guo and Prince Zhao Yuhuan, Meng Qingzhou deduced her intentions. Mu Dai aimed to assassinate the emperor, igniting turmoil in the court. Indeed, this was the central plot line, and he was fortunate to have remained astute, nearly falling into her trap. With a sigh, Meng Qingzhou replied, It is not that I refuse to assist you, but I am unable to. As a subject, how could I recklessly intrude upon the emperor's quarters? Mu Dai nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Anyone could utter such words, but he alone could not. The gallant man who tempted the empress with his charm could easily have her wrapped around his finger, yet here he was, invoking the pretense of propriety. Are you truly a loyal subject? You are a traitor to the emperor. Then, would you accompany me for a walk? Mu Dai proposed. Meng Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, but not for too long. I would never waste your time. Mu Dai replied with a smile, a flicker of guilt shimmering in her eyes. With no means to exert mental control, she resolved to employ force to compel him into the emperor's quarters for an audience. During their time together, Mu Dai had developed a fondness for Meng Qingzhou, even a degree of admiration, and she had no desire to harm him. Yet, for her brother's sake, she felt she had no choice but to eliminate the empress. "Let us go," Meng Qingzhou declared, rising to his full height. "Qingqiu, remain here to safeguard the residents." Su Qingqiu hesitated, "But Miss has instructed me to ensure your safety." "Fear not, Miss will not harm me," Meng Qingzhou reassured her, glancing at Mu Dai. "Do you agree? What is destined cannot be avoided. If misfortune is to come, it will find a way. I hope you can make a wise choice, for I truly wish to avoid causing harm." Mu Dai lowered her head, of course. Thus, the two strolled through the capital, enjoying performances at the opera house, galloping at the racetrack, and admiring the flowers and koi in the gardens. Mu Dai had never felt so carefree and joyful, her vivacity blossoming as she shed her deliberately alluring demeanor, embodying the spirit of a lively sprite. Yet gradually, a sense of melancholy crept into her heart. Meng Qingzhou treated her kindly, displaying genuine concern, while she harbored ulterior motives, plotting to use him to assassinate the Emperor of the Jin. After a long afternoon, tired from their escapades, Mu Dai suggested they ascend to the southernmost peak of Qingliang Mountain to enjoy the breeze. Meng Qingzhou remained silent but nodded, sighing inwardly. Must we ultimately arrive at this juncture? His relentless efforts to entertain Mu Dai were a last-ditch attempt to awaken her compassion. Unfortunately, as expected, he had failed. At the summit of Qingliang Mountain, Meng Qingzhou stood beside Mu Dai, who gazed down upon the sprawling cityscape. "Sir, may I ask you something?" she inquired. Meng Qingzhou nodded. "Why did you not bring Su Qingqiu along? Was it intentional or unintentional?" Mu Dai asked. Meng Qingzhou, hands clasped behind his back, stood resolute against the wind. Responding calmly, "It was intentional. I chose not to bring her." At that moment, a figure clad in a raincoat and hat stood beneath the pavilion, hands hanging at his sides, his frame slender and reminiscent of a sword. The old man adjusted his hat, lifting his gaze slightly to peer through the distance, fixating on the young man in a blue robe with a blindfold. The area was desolate, far removed from the imperial city of the Jin, located at the southern edge of the capital. From the mountain's height, one could behold the entirety of the city's topography. Mu Dai's smile faded as she turned her back to Meng Qingzhou, speaking softly. "Sir, I know you are a good person. You are astute and must have guessed my ulterior motives. Why, then, do you still accompany me? Do you not fear that no one here can protect you?" Meng Qingzhou leaned on his cane, allowing the mountain wind to tousle his dark hair, saying, "Since I cannot evade it, I shan't bother to hide." He sought to maintain tranquility, yet he faced the situation with courage. After all, what use is cultivation if one shies away from conflict? Before Mu Dai could speak further, Meng Qingzhou continued nonchalantly. "You are not Yudi. Your true name is Mu Dai. You are not a mere sixth-rank official of the Ministry of Rites, but a killer serving the heir Zhao Go. At the peak of the Cloud Ascension realm, you excel in spiritual and poison arts, a prodigious talent indeed. You must have altered your appearance, intending to use me as a pawn to infiltrate the palace and assassinate the current emperor." Meng Qingzhou stated. "Am I correct?" Mu Dai's pupils dilated in shock, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at him in astonishment. "How do you know so much? My true name has rarely been revealed, and even my cultivation methods are." At that moment, Mu Dai felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Meng Qingzhou. When someone articulates your hidden secrets with such precision, it is as though they can see through the fabric of reality. Such individuals are undeniably the most terrifying. "Sir, why must you pursue this knowledge? We could still be friends," Mu Dai said, feeling both shameful and reluctant to meet his gaze. "Forgive me, sir." She gathered her spiritual needle and flicked her finger, sending an invisible needle piercing into Meng Qingzhou's brow. "Do not worry, I will not harm you. The needle will entangle and control your soul, and afterward, I shall erase all traces, leaving you unscathed." Meng Qingzhou stood still, hands clasped behind his back, appearing as though he were under her control. Mu Dai, sensing a formidable challenge before her, observed him carefully before finally exhaling in relief. "You truly present a conundrum." Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou, standing tall with his blind cane at the mountain's precipice, spoke with a measured calmness. "To slay you would embroil me in turmoil, yet to spare you would amount to complicity. What, then, must I do?" He turned his head, revealing a serene profile, and murmured, "What course should I take?" Mu Dai, as if struck by a thunderbolt, staggered back a few steps, her complexion paling. "Who are you?" she inquired, her voice trembling. Meng Qingzhou replied with indifference, "I am but a languid wanderer, reluctant to stir the dust." At that moment, an elderly figure clad in a raincoat and hat stepped forth, causing the air around him to ripple as if disturbed by water. In an instant, he shattered the void and approached Meng Qingzhou. Are you finished? The sword elder spoke coldly, retrieving a jar of wine from his storage ring. He poured the liquid into a cup and handed it to Meng Qingzhou, saying, a farewell drink for the journey ahead. Consume it to forget your sorrows on the road to the Yellow Springs. Wu Dai, turning abruptly, gasped in recognition upon seeing the newcomer. Sword elder, what brings you here? As the protector of the heir Zhaogo, how is it that you find yourself in the capital? The sword elder ignored her, extending the cup of wine with a measured grace. Meng Qingzhou accepted it, swirling the liquid within before smiling and remarking, the funeral guest, Jian Wuming, the strongest trump card under Zhaogo, a half-step into the sea-overturning realm. He possesses a peculiar habit of offering a cup of farewell wine before taking a life. Curiosity piqued? Meng Qingzhou pondered whether Jian Wuming would still strike him down if he refused to drink. After a moment's reflection, he tilted his head back and downed the wine in one go, casually discarding the cup as he declared, very well, I shall indulge today. Let us drink, let us slay, and let it be a grand affair. Chapter 23. The sword intent of time and space unleashes its might. Old sword, what brings you here? Wu Dai's face betrayed a rare expression of fear as she stared blankly at the old man in the straw cloak. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Meng Qingzhou had finished his farewell drink, brazenly declaring his intention to kill for amusement. Sir, you must leave this place quickly and seek the protection of His Majesty. Meng Qingzhou smiled, shaking his head. There is no need. With a cultivation level just a step away from the sea-crossing realm, I can traverse 1,000 miles with a single thought, capable of upheaving rivers and seas. Where could I possibly run to? Upon hearing this, Wu Dai grew anxious and pleaded, Old sword, I implore you to spare Mr. Meng. Within the great Jin dynasty, those at the 9th grade were considered martial arts experts, while those at the 1st grade were seen as earthly immortals in the eyes of mortals. The cloud-soaring realm could command a territory, and the mountain-moving realm could establish sects, becoming the master of a small to medium sect. Yet, cultivators of the sea-crossing realm were viewed as living deities, mysterious beings akin to dragons, elusive and hard to grasp. To Wu Dai, the old sword, a half-step into the sea-crossing realm, appeared as a being of divine strength. The old sword poured the remaining wine from the flask onto the ancient bronze sword, proceeding with a calm demeanor, and spoke indifferently. At this proclamation, both Wu Dai and Meng Qingzhou were left stunned, their faces a canvas of confusion. Huh? Meng Qingzhou exclaimed in disbelief. Is the protagonist Long Aotian out of his mind? To harm her like this, you intend to cripple her cultivation? What does that even mean? Wu Dai was bewildered, questioning. The old sword replied, I do not know, nor do I care. Will you self-abandon your cultivation, or shall I assist you? Wu Dai was left dumbfounded. What kind of madness is this? I risked my life to help you kill, and now you send someone to harm me? Betraying a comrade is indeed a despicable act. Despair enveloped Wu Dai, yet she maintained her composure, gazing resolutely at the old sword. Sir, you must descend the mountain quickly. I will hold him off. Seeing this, Meng Qingzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him, initially displeased, as it was Wu Dai who had embroiled him in the main storyline. He recognized her noble spirit and the inherent goodness within her as she bore such responsibility in her final moments. The idle chatter ceased. The old sword narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Meng Qingzhou, and spoke slowly. You may set forth. I apologize for dragging you into this, sir. Please flee. As these words fell, Wu Dai bit her tongue, igniting her vital blood to forcibly enhance her power, preparing to exchange her life to delay the old sword's advance. Clap, clap, clap. The sharp, piercing sound of the sword rang out, the bronze sword, marred with rust, enveloped in an icy sword in tint. The space around the old sword fractured into shards. The turbulent currents hidden in the void howling, presenting him as an emperor of the sword path, returned from ancient times. With a cough of blood, Wu Dai collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with resignation and despair. Brother, I cannot save you. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant sword and tint soared into the sky, transforming the gentle breeze into razor-sharp sword scars. Sir, you. Wu Dai's complexion paled. Her keen intellect quickly connected the dots. The man before her was not an ordinary mortal. You believe victory is assured? Meng Qingzhou's voice bore a chilling edge. Old man, be mindful that there are always greater beings beyond the heavens, with the essence of the heavens in his mouth. Each word from Meng Qingzhou transformed into a towering sword flow, suppressing the old sword's intent entirely. I had offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. The old sword's eyes narrowed, his steps halting abruptly as he stared in astonishment at Meng Qingzhou. The information was incorrect. You are a sword cultivator? Your skill is not insignificant, intriguing. Meng Qingzhou's murderous intent intensified, his patience waning. He had already sunk low to avoid entanglement in the main plot. Fearing the wrath of protagonist Long Out Yin and the primary antagonist, even stooping to a disgraceful marriage. But just a month into this peaceful existence, Zhao Guo inexplicably sent trouble his way. What have I done to provoke you? We have never even met. Meng Qingzhou smirked derisively. Maintaining an air of superiority even at death's door? Old man, I suspect you've overdosed on brain tonic. Suddenly, the world around them lost its color, turning to shades of black and gray. The old sword froze, bewildered, his expression growing grave. Sword word true meaning, break. He shouted, unleashing his sword like a dragon. A monumental wave of sword light surged toward Meng Qingzhou, a terrifying force capable of annihilating all. Meng Qingzhou's lips curled upward as he coldly declared, seal. In an instant, the sword intent seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, halted in its tracks. Meng Qingzhou uttered another word, trace back. What? What is this? Slash? Meng Qingzhou pronounced. This was the day a decade prior when he broke through to the half-step sea-crossing realm. His form not much different from that of the old sword now. The old sword sat cross-legged within his cave, drenched in cold sweat. At a critical moment of breakthrough, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the dark cave. A short sword formed from the currents of time, slicing off one of his arms. Startled, the old sword had failed his breakthrough, his realm plummeting to the peak of the mountain-moving realm. The severed arm bore an ugly scar at the wound. Not only that, but the old sword inexplicably fell back to the pinnacle of the mountain-moving realm. Damn Zhao Guo, what kind of trouble did you get me into? Is the intelligence network nothing but a farce? A sword saint of such terror, and you tell me he is a mere mortal? I have been severely let down by a useless ally. Zhao Guo, you have caused me great harm. The old sword hastily begged for mercy. Senior, spare my life, and I am willing to pay any price. Meng Qingzhou flashed a toothy grin. Knowing my cultivation, you are already beyond redemption. As a sword cultivator, witnessing this sword intent of time, you shall die without regret. Depart with dignity. I grant you the utmost respect. Cold sweat beaded on the old sword's forehead as he gritted his teeth. Senior, do not force me. If pushed to the brink, I could trade my life to severely wound you. Meng Qingzhou remained silent, his murderous intent growing ever stronger. To trade death for injury? Apologies, but you underestimate the power of the sword intent of time. Suddenly, the old sword's eyes glazed over, shaking his head in disbelief. What am I saying? What interference with the past, sword intent of time? I am merely at the peak of the mountain-moving realm. I once attempted to break through to the half-step sea-crossing realm, but alas, I failed. As for my arm, I cannot recall. Perhaps it was injured in some battle. Meng Qingzhou's smile radiated brilliantly, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth as he warmly responded, you are quite right. This smile, however, struck terror into Wu Dai, who paled, her lips devoid of color as she gazed at Meng Qingzhou, her eyes wide with shock. For the first time, she truly understood what it meant to experience genuine horror. Chapter 24. My lord, I seek your guidance in my cultivation. In the grand palace of the Great Jin. Within the ministerial office, Empress Dongfang Liuli was reviewing memorials while the Prime Minister Jiang Songhai sat opposite her. Dongfang Liuli remarked, the bandit threat has largely been quelled, yet the losses across various provinces are substantial. Thousands of officials of the 6th to 9th ranks have been captured, some executed, resulting in a significant personnel deficit. These issues must be addressed expeditiously. Jiang Songhai nodded calmly and replied, I hold a list of corrupt officials along with incriminating evidence against the sects within Great Jin. The financial losses can be mitigated through their assets. Regarding the personnel deficit, I propose implementing a biannual imperial examination system, divided into spring and autumn assessments. I have also instructed the Supervisory Bureau to produce a batch of spiritual treasures to monitor the examination venues and prevent any fraudulent activities. Once the autumn examination concludes, the selected talents will be dispatched to various regions. A group of officials from the Ministry of Rights, kneeling on the ground, marveled inwardly at the Prime Minister's astuteness, truly deserving of the title of Great Jin strategist. Standing nearby, Qin Finghua, resembling a clay statue, could not help but ask, Scholar, did you foresee today's situation? Jiang Songhai replied nonchalantly, Ever since the Emperor bestowed the sage's prophecy, I have remained vigilant and prepared necessary countermeasures. Do you really think I am idle? Qin Finghua scoffed. In the end, it's still thanks to the Emperor's prophecy. What use are you? Jiang Songhai bristled at the remark. Observing this, Dongfang Liuli waved her hand and declared, Let us proceed as the Prime Minister suggests. Furthermore, there have been unusual fluctuations at the border adjacent to Shu. I suspect it may be the hiding place of the rebel King Zhao Yuan. Keep a close watch. Pausing momentarily, a flash of murderous intent gleamed in her phoenix eyes. Qin Finghua, I command you to locate Zhao Yuan within 7 days. I wish to personally sever his head to honor the innocent lives lost. Qin Finghua, suppressing his playful demeanor, responded solemnly, understood. Enough, you may all withdraw, Dongfang Liuli gestured. At that moment, Su Qingqiu rushed in, whispering to the Empress, Your Majesty. The Lord has been taken away by that enchantress, claiming they are going for a leisurely outing. The remaining court officials, still present, all of whom had at least reached the pinnacle of the first rank, distinctly heard Su Qingqiu's words. Su Qingqiu nodded affirmatively. Jiang Songhai frowned, glancing at the Empress, and said, Yudi seems to be in trouble. I suspect someone is impersonating her, altering her appearance. Upon hearing this, the Empress sprang to her feet. Her voice laced with fury. Why was I not informed sooner? I intended to lay a long line to catch a big fish, to draw out the mastermind. Jiang Songhai replied, kneeling suddenly. I am guilty. I urge your majesty to investigate Yudi's whereabouts swiftly. The other officials from the Ministry of Rites were terrified by this turn of events, exchanging puzzled glances. Who was this lord mentioned by Su Qingqiu that could incite such rage in the Empress and render the Prime Minister so fearful? In the face of rebel forces and inter-kingdom conflicts, the Empress remained composed, yet the Prime Minister, entrusted with significant responsibilities, knelt immediately to beg for forgiveness. It was clear that the one referred to as Lord by Su Qingqiu held great weight in the Empress's heart. Closing her eyes, the Empress extended her consciousness, scanning the entirety of the capital. After a considerable time, she opened her eyes and commanded, There are signs of temporal disturbance at Qingliang Mountain to the south of the city. The adversaries are prepared. Immediately mobilize the army to seal off Qingliang Mountain. The rest shall accompany me. The essence of time clashed, severing. Meng Qingzhou remained impassive, his fingers aligned, pointing towards the elder's sword with a decisive gesture. In the next moment, the elder's sword's other arm vanished, his cultivation inexplicably plummeting to the late stage of the mountain-moving realm. Wu Dai's eyes widened in horror. Instinctively stepping back, reversing the flow of time, severing the past, and wielding the blade towards the future. If you arrive with intent to kill, be prepared for death. Meng Qingzhou stated calmly. The elder's sword stood frozen, the ancient bronze sword clattering to the ground. He chuckled helplessly. I have grown old. My mind is failing. I have spent my life in the late stage of the mountain-moving realm, never having glimpsed the view from higher realms. Yet I fantasized of being a half-step into the sea-covering realm. How laughable. Hearing this, Wu Dai felt an even greater chill, goosebumps rising on her fair skin. Meng Qingzhou continued his assault. The essence of time traced back to the elder sword's youth. His cultivation rapidly diminished, a century of effort dissipating in an instant. From the mid-stage of the mountain-moving realm severed, to the early stage of the mountain-moving realm severed, to the peak of the cloud-riding realm severed, to the late stage of the cloud-riding realm moments later, the elder sword had been reduced to an early-stage cloud-riding realm practitioner, his sleeves empty. His gaze vacant and dazed. Have I lost my mind? To challenge a peak cloud-riding realm practitioner and a formidable being whose depth I cannot fathom? The elder sword shed his former arrogance, kneeling down in fear, weeping profusely. Esteemed seniors, I was blind and offended you both. I beg you to spare my life. Meng Qingzhou remained silent, tilting his head. The choice is yours, to kill or to spare. It is up to you. The reason he allowed Wu Dai to witness this was to glean some benefits from the protagonist's fortune. The rewards of fate were simply irresistible, even for the most cautious. After all, Wu Dai aimed to kill the emperor, which had little bearing on him. Whether the emperor lived or died was of no concern to Meng Qingzhou. The elder sword immediately turned to Wu Dai, bowing profusely, his forehead bloodied from repeated prostrations, humbly pleading, I beseech you, spare my life. I do not wish to die. Please. Wu Dai felt as if she were in a dream, her head spinning. The half-step sea-covering realm being she once feared had, in an instant, become a pitiful early-stage cloud-riding realm junior. It was surreal, almost too fantastical to be real. I choose. Wu Dai inhaled deeply, her eyes turning resolute and cold. Kill? Keeping him alive would only bring disaster. Meng Qingzhou nodded, refraining from further comment, and with a flick of his sleeve, the elder sword's fearful expression froze, his body turning to ash and scattering in the wind. Witnessing the elder sword's demise, once a formidable half-step, sea-covering realm master, Now reduced to a groveling dog, pleading for mercy, Wu Dai deeply felt the cruelty of the cultivation world. No matter how powerful one may be, in the eyes of those at higher realms, one is merely an ant that can be extinguished with a wave of a hand. No wonder my master is so formidable, yet chooses to remain hidden, disguising himself as an ordinary mortal. It seems he has long comprehended this truth. Still somewhat insightful, Meng Qingzhou remarked casually, "Are you feeling unsettled?" Wu Dai nodded honestly, "A little." The elder sword was merely following orders. He did not deserve such humiliation. At this, Meng Qingzhou smiled. "Then let me tell you something. Do not blame me for not allowing you to personally kill the elder sword." Wu Dai tilted her head, intrigued. "What is it?" Meng Qingzhou's expression turned serious. "Your brother actually died 3 years ago, killed by the elder sword himself. Zhao Go feared revealing this to you, worried it would upset the balance of power." "What?" Wu Dai felt as though her ears were ringing, forcing a smile. "Master, what did you just say?" "You heard me correctly. Face the reality," Meng Qingzhou stated. "I know this is harsh, but to shatter any illusions, the bloody truth must be unveiled. I have foreseen the fates, and you know I have no reason to lie. I possess the ability to discern the truth." Wu Dai's beautiful eyes darkened, void of color, her pupils a crimson hue, a single tear of blood sliding down her cheek. Drip. She did not scream or shout. She simply stood there quietly, allowing the blood tears to fall. "Thank you for informing me. I shall take my leave." As the afternoon butterfly wiped away her tears, she chuckled softly. "Do you wish to become powerful?" Meng Qingzhou did not attempt to retain her but replied, "I possess a celestial-grade supreme spiritual technique. Mastering this method will enable you to exact revenge on Zhao Go or to safeguard yourself. However, I must advise you. Zhao Go is endowed with the mandate of heaven. Your chances of success in killing him are exceedingly slim." The afternoon butterfly stamped her foot, suddenly turning to embrace Meng Qingzhou's waist, unable to suppress her emotions any longer, and burst into tears. Her tears soaked the hem of Meng Qingzhou's garment. "You have bestowed upon me immense grace, sir. I am willing to serve you as a slave for life. I only ask that you assist me in my cultivation, so that one day I can personally slay that treacherous Zhao Go." Filled with deep-seated hatred, she gritted her silver teeth. Just as Meng Qingzhou was about to speak, a voice, cold and authoritative, echoed, "Am I interrupting your delightful moment?" Chapter 25. Has the Emperor strayed? In the southern outskirts of the capital, on Qingliang Mountain, Lin Lu, the commander of the Imperial Guard, led an army of 3,000 peak-grade cultivators to seal off the entire mountain. Empress Dongfang Liuli, accompanied by a multitude of court officials, traversed the void and arrived above Qingliang Mountain in the blink of an eye. Qin Fenghuo perceived the unease within the Empress and offered reassurance. "Fear not. We are in the capital. The rogue dares not act recklessly." Dongfang Liuli remained silent, hastily extending her divine sense to survey Qingliang Mountain. There, she beheld the scene of Wu Dai sobbing in Meng Qingzhou's embrace, tears flowing freely. In an instant, the air fell into an eerie silence. Qin Fenghuo opened his mouth, his eyes wide as saucers, rendered speechless. "Ah, how playful you two are. Just recently, I pondered how to remove the green hat from the Emperor's head. Yet, the Emperor has played even more audaciously, tossing a green hat right back to the Empress. Your Majesty, there must be a hidden truth here. Let us not rush to conclusions, but observe further." Jiang Songhai's forehead twitched with veins, wiping cold sweat from his brow as he chuckled nervously. Even the most astute strategist of the great Jin found himself at a loss in such a situation. The Emperor's infidelity had turned the Empress into a green-haired turtle. Any emperor with a modicum of temper would have drawn his sword to slay this illicit couple. Wouldn't he? The remaining oblivious officials cast furtive glances toward the scene below. Upon witnessing the embrace between Minister Meng and Wu Dai atop the mountain, they applauded and chattered among themselves. "So it is him. I've heard tales of a virtuous and beautiful wife. Seeing her today, it is indeed true. Such good fortune. The esteemed gentleman mentioned by Miss Su is actually him? I did not expect the Empress to hold him in such high regard. One must tread carefully and not offend him easily." Qin Fenghuo coughed, his fierce gaze igniting with indignation as he glared at the oblivious fools. "Do you possess no discernment? This is the Emperor. Before the Empress, you dare to praise the Emperor and his mistress as a match made in heaven. As if you long to relieve your own head from its burdens? Oh, you all deem them a perfect pair?" The Empress's expression remained impassive, yet a tempest brewed beneath her calm exterior. The officials exchanged peculiar glances, wondering why the Grand Marshal was glaring at them. "What concern is it of yours if we compliment Minister Meng and his lady? Of course, they are well suited. He is a talented man and she a beauty, truly a match made in heaven." The officials hastily raised their thumbs in agreement. It suddenly dawned on someone that on the day Meng Qingzhou was conferred, there were whispers suggesting he was the empress's favored consort, and the empress's personal maid, Su Qingqiu, had referred to him as my lord. A wave of shock rippled through the officials, their spines chilling as they exchanged glances. A multitude of them sinking to their knees in midair. "Your Majesty, we did not know he was yours," they stammered, too frightened to utter the term favored consort aloud. Qin Finghua crossed his arms, his gaze filled with disdain. "Only now do you realize this is the reigning emperor? A bunch of dimwits." Meanwhile, Jiang Songhai silently observed, glancing between Qin Finghua and the kneeling officials. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. There seems to be a significant imbalance of information between the two parties. "Excuse me, but have you all misjudged the situation? Go to the Ministry of Justice and receive a set of thunderous punishments. Do so at once," the empress stated coldly. The officials, rather than complain, felt a twinge of excitement, their eyes alight with gossiping fervor. The empress truly keeps a young paramour. This is undeniable. Meng Qingzhou is indeed the empress's secret lover. The emperor has been humiliated. Moreover, the empress holds Meng Qingzhou in high esteem, likely more so than the emperor Meng Qingzhou. Then, as a group of officials facing impending punishment exchanged discreet thoughts, they excitedly discussed the scandal surrounding the empress and Meng Qingzhou. Qin Finghua was utterly perplexed, scratching his head. "Have you all lost your minds, getting so excited over being struck by lightning?" At last, the empress could no longer contain herself. She waved her hand, dispersing the clouds, turning her back to the sun, her presence exuding an icy majesty as she declared, "Am I interrupting your little escapade?" On Qingliang Mountain, Meng Qingzhou looked up in astonishment, the voice sounding familiar. "Huh, the empress?" Wu Dai hastily extricated herself from Meng Qingzhou's embrace, wiping her tears, too afraid to meet the empress's gaze. Her head bowed as if caught in a transgression, her fingers twisting her hair nervously. She was aware that Dongfeng Liuli concealed her identity as the empress and was, in fact, Meng Qingzhou's devoted wife. Having ventured to this remote place to embrace another's husband and weep, regardless of her true feelings, she felt a twinge of guilt. "Your Majesty." Meng Qingzhou bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty." Wu Dai followed suit, curtsying. Yet this scene, to outsiders, appeared as a harmonious couple in perfect accord. Qin Fenghua's eyelids twitched, drawing in a sharp breath. "Emperor, what are you doing? Are you provoking the empress? Caught in the act, are you not ashamed? Should you not kneel and repent? Why do you appear so nonchalant, as if you are displeased with us for interrupting? This is outrageous. Let us not forget, the emperor does not know the empress's identity, nor his own." Jiang Songhai disowned Qin Fenghua's thoughts and transmitted a message. Qin Fenghua raised an eyebrow, silently observing the empress. The unfolding drama was becoming increasingly exhilarating. Qin Fenghua conveyed through divine sense, "The current situation is that the emperor is unaware that it is his wife who has come to catch him in the act, while the empress is reluctant to reveal her identity and cannot afford to express her anger. How should we resolve this?" The two old men reveled in the unfolding spectacle, thoroughly entertained. Ultimately, they deduced, "We have no idea how the empress will respond. The emperor is destined for punishment. May I inquire, Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Meng Qingzhou asked. Dongfang Liuli narrowed her phoenix eyes, brewing a storm of wrath, and replied coolly, "I have received intelligence that the 6th-rank officer Yu Dai of the Ministry of Rites has been impersonated, suspecting foul play. Why are you with her?" Meng Qingzhou responded, "I infiltrated the capital to bring vital intelligence regarding the traitor king, hoping to assist Your Majesty." Wu Dai blinked her large eyes. Though she knew he wished to help her, she had no information to offer. The location of Zhao Gou's hideout changes every 7 days. Calculating the time, just a few days ago marked when Zhao Gou had switched his hiding place. Had it been a bit earlier, she could have guided them and captured the heir Zhao Gou. "Oh, pray, enlighten me," Dongfang Liuli replied indifferently, her gaze fixed on the pair below. Meng Qingzhou bowed deeply, declaring, "Yu Dai's true name is Wu Dai, a killer under Zhao Gou. She brings forth crucial intelligence. Before she speaks, I hope Your Majesty can grant her life. I am willing to shelter her." The empress's gaze turned icy, a light laugh escaping her lips. "You wish to shelter her?" "Indeed." Meng Qingzhou remained bowed, resolute. Having long desired to exploit Zhao Gou, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Surely, the loss of such a significant ally would deal a devastating blow to Zhao Gou's fortunes. Wu Dai, unaware of Meng Qingzhou's intentions, stared blankly at the blindfolded youth before her, who was willing to confront the empress for her sake. Having recently learned of her family's loss, she suddenly felt a sense of belonging and reliance. "Sir," Wu Dai's gaze grew dreamy, her enchanting eyes becoming even more captivating. Absolutely not. I refuse. The Empress shot Wu Dai a glance, rejecting the proposal without hesitation. Meng Qingzhou insisted. If your majesty does not acquiesce, I shall remain silent. Allow me to remind you. The intelligence Wu Dai possesses is the location of the Shuang, Zhao Yuan's hideout. Upon hearing this, Qin Finghua was the first to lose his composure. Qin Finghua, overflowing with excitement, hurriedly inquired, "Is that true?" To speak of who harbors the deepest enmity towards traitors and yearns for the demise of Zhao Yuan. Aside from the Empress Dongfang Liuli, the second in line would undoubtedly be Qin Finghua. Indeed, Meng Qingzhou remarked, "Your Majesty, the greater good must prevail." Qin Finghua turned towards Dongfang Liuli and urged, "After all, she is the sovereign. It seems she has not wronged you, and has even rendered considerable assistance. Meanwhile, look at you, indulging in the company of a young paramour and neglecting her. What right do you have to refuse her?" Dongfang Liuli inquired, "Are you bargaining with me? I find it quite intriguing. Did you not profess your profound love for your wife? Why then do you find yourself entangled with another woman, risking everything to protect her?" Chapter 26. The nameless sword saint's fame resounds in the imperial capital. Meng Qingzhou chuckled lightly. "Your Majesty holds no grievance against Wu Dai, and considering her significant contributions, would you truly execute her, even if I do not intercede?" He nearly added, "I trust you will not act decisively, which emboldens me to confront you." The Empress pressed her lips together, her cold gaze dimming as she inquired, "How do you justify your betrayal of your wife and your entanglement with another woman?" She was aware that such questions were unwarranted. Neither her status as sovereign nor Dongfang Liuli's role as a hired companion granted them the right to pry into his life. Meng Qingzhou responded indifferently, "What is there for me to explain to you?" He chastised himself internally, realizing he should have been more perceptive. "I understand now." Dongfang Liuli nodded, stating, "If the intelligence is accurate, I shall grant your request. Wu Dai shall be spared and become your maidservant and guard." Meng Qingzhou, maintaining his composure, clasped his hands respectfully. "I express my gratitude, your Majesty. Indeed, the true Wu Dai is unharmed. She has merely fallen into an illusion and is hidden away by me." Wu Dai's joy was evident, as she could not help but gaze at Meng Qingzhou, her smile enchanting. This scene did not escape Dongfang Liuli's notice, and an ominous premonition washed over her, mingled with regret. Meng Qingzhou turned slightly, his blind cane pointing southward as he spoke with calm assurance. "King Zhao Yuan of Shu, leading an army of 1,000,000, lies in ambush within the burial immortal mountain range, with another 500,000 troops stationed in Shu to prevent any surprise attacks that might sever supply lines." Jiang Songhai furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. The burial immortal mountain range, bordering the Great Jin's frontier, is an ancient forbidden land. Countless cultivators have entered seeking treasures of immortals, yet few have returned alive. How could such a vast army be concealed there? Meng Qingzhou replied, "Zhao Yuan possesses the audacity of a hero, often undertaking endeavors that others dare not contemplate. 1,000,000 soldiers are too conspicuous, so he has spent years, disregarding cost and manpower, personally venturing into the burial immortal mountain range to cultivate land. Ultimately, he succeeded in establishing an area sufficient to accommodate 1,000,000 troops." Jiang Songhai pondered deeply, assessing the likelihood of this scenario. After a lengthy silence, he turned to Dongfang Liuli, "Your Majesty, I estimate the probability to be at least 90%. The very forbidden land that instills fear in the hearts of men is precisely the extraordinary hiding spot that most would overlook. Otherwise, the Empress would not dispatch countless cultivators to patrol the Great Jin day and night, yet they have found no trace of Zhao Yuan, as if he has vanished from the mortal realm. If he is concealed within the burial immortal mountain range, it all makes sense." "Qin Finghua," Dongfang Liuli decisively commanded, "immediately proceed to the burial immortal mountain range. You shall have 3 days to uncover Zhao Yuan's hiding place." Qin Finghua, filled with excitement, cupped his fists, understood. With that, he tore through the fabric of space and vanished. Subsequently, Dongfang Liuli waved her delicate hand, drawing forth a strand of temporal sword intent from the air. This thread, no thicker than a strand of hair, burrowed into Dongfang Liuli's body like a parasite upon contact. "Your Majesty," Jiang Songhai exclaimed in alarm. "Do not concern yourself," Dongfang Liuli said, raising her hand to examine a glimmering strand of crimson hair that had faded to transparency at her shoulder. With a solemn expression, Dongfang Liuli remarked, "The sword intent pertaining to the path of time suggests that the wielder's realm is likely around the moonlight realm. Even a mere remnant of their sword intent can inflict injury upon me. This individual is formidable, perhaps even rivaling my strength. Jiang Songhai queried. Sword intent related to the path of time has been unheard of throughout history, and all cultivators above the mountain-moving realm within the Great Gene have been recorded. Where could this person have emerged from? At this juncture, both fell silent. Wu Dai, having overheard the entire conversation, realized she had underestimated Meng Qingzhou's prowess. Even the empress regarded him as a formidable adversary, a sword saint capable of contending with a sovereign yet remaining humble, devoted to family, and not arrogant. What a paragon he was! How could such a flawless man exist in this world? Wu Dai's gaze grew hazy, her eyes fixated on Meng Qingzhou, rendering his only flaw, his blindness, into his greatest virtue. After all, only divine beings are perfect. It is the flaws that mark one as human. Qingzhou, have you encountered a sword-wielding cultivator who likely passed through Qingliang Mountain? Dongfang Liuli inquired earnestly. Meng Qingzhou remained unperturbed, responding coolly, I have not. I am merely a blind man devoid of cultivation. Indeed, Dongfang Liuli sighed, increasingly aware of the dire situation. With the nations embroiled in chaos and war igniting in the west, now King Zhao had raised his banner in rebellion, and an unknown sword saint had emerged. The path to unification was fraught with challenges. Exhausted, Dongfang Liuli waved her hand dismissively. Let us not delve further. We shall pretend we have not encountered this nameless sword saint. Jiang Songhai sought to advise, Your Majesty, if the nameless sword saint lingers near the capital, it may pose a threat. The nameless sword saint wishes to remain concealed. If we pursue inquiries without caution, we may inadvertently offend him and invite unnecessary enmity. Dongfang Liuli stated. Meng Qingzhou silently nodded in agreement. Qiao clan, should you dare to investigate, this sword saint shall pay you a midnight visit. And we shall see how audacious you remain, he mused. Moments later, Qingliang Mountain was unsealed. All that remained was to await Qin Fenghua's investigation into the burial immortal mountain range to confirm the veracity of the information, after which Wu Dai would be granted her freedom. On the journey home, Wu Dai curiously inquired, Sir, do you possess insights into the whereabouts of King Zhao's hiding place? Meng Qingzhou smiled enigmatically, embodying an air of inscrutability. In the original narrative, Zhao Yuan's initial plan succeeded, plunging the Great Gene into turmoil. Seizing the opportunity, he launched an attack on the capital with his million-strong army, appearing without warning and sweeping through the city like a tempest. As the story progressed, the empress's power waned. Yet she located Zhao Yuan, confronting him alone in the burial immortal mountain range, where she ruthlessly penetrated the forbidden land, nearly slaying him with a single strike. At a crucial moment, the protagonist, Long Outyin, made a dramatic entrance, rescuing Zhao Yuan. Thereafter, the empress became isolated, transforming into an evil antagonist, vowing to annihilate the Zhao family. The so-called Forbidden Land, capable of burying immortals, was single-handedly breached by the empress. How terrifying! Meng Qingzhou murmured to himself. As Qingliang Mountain was sealed, the empress, furious, led her troops out of the city, accompanied by the Grand General and the Chancellor. The commotion surrounding this incident was significant, with 3,000 imperial guards soaring through the skies, sealing off Qingliang Mountain, witnessed by countless citizens within the city. Naturally, some news could not be concealed and began to circulate. There were whispers that the newly appointed third-rank minister of the Ministry of Rites, Meng Qing, had been caught in a scandal by the empress. Among the most widely circulated rumors was the sighting of a nameless sword saint at Qingliang Mountain. The reason for its widespread dissemination was that many had witnessed the empress's once crimson hair turning white, a definitive testament to the nameless sword saint's presence. In an instant, the streets and alleys of the capital buzzed with discussions about the nameless sword saint's renown. Even a multitude of sword cultivators gathered at the foot of Qiliang Mountain, kneeling en masse, chanting, Please, sword saint, reveal yourself and bestow your teachings. Grant us the essence of the sword path. Chapter 27. A decree to suppress the forbidden zone in the southern expanse of the Great Jin Empire, adjacent to the mountains of Shu, a perpetual mist enveloped the region. It was said that a practitioner of the mountain relocating realm once attempted to dissipate the fog with profound powers, only to be consumed by it, his fate unknown. For hundreds of miles, life was extinguished, and even cultivators dared not approach. Alone, Zhao Go navigated a unique path, one designated as safe by the king of Shu, yet fraught with peril. He encountered countless bizarre phenomena and vanquished innumerable fiends along the way. At last, Zhao Go beheld a grand teleportation array, nearly moved to tears. As a radiant light flashed, he stepped through the array and arrived at the inner ring of the buried immortal mountain range. where he saw the resting black-armored army and the king of Shu, Zhao Yuan, standing at the cliff's edge, calculating the time. Zhao Go presumed that Sword Elder had eliminated Meng Qingzhou. With this thought, he reckoned that while the mission was not a resounding success, at least a significant threat had been eradicated. Moreover, with the queen's demise, the political landscape of the Great Jin would undoubtedly descend into chaos. The mere thought of Meng Qingzhou filled Zhao Go with rage. This scoundrel not only usurped his beloved, but had also plotted against him time and again. To kill him so easily would be far too lenient. With a thunderous crash, akin to a bolt from the blue, the entire forest trembled. And Zhao Go was flung aside, half a mountain crumbling from the force. Coughing blood, he painfully crawled from the rubble and hurried to kneel before the king of Shu, fearfully exclaiming, "Father, why?" He could not comprehend why, upon his triumphant return, he received no accolades and was instead met with such violent retribution. Zhao Yuan's expression was as dark as thunderclouds, coldly rebuking. "Who told you that Meng Qingzhou is dead?" Startled, Zhao Go exclaimed, "I dispatched Sword Elder to assassinate Meng Qingzhou. It was inconceivable that he would fail." Sword Elder was a formidable practitioner of the half-step oversea realm, respected even by the heir Zhao Go, who addressed him with deference. Furthermore, Sword Elder was a trusted general under the king of Shu. Zhao Yuan's voice was icy. "The emperor is not dead, yet Sword Elder has fallen. Explain yourself." He then cast a broken life jade tablet, inscribed with the character for sword. "What?" Zhao Go's face drained of color, abruptly rising to his feet, only to collapse back to the ground. Pain etched across his face as he gasped. Sword Elder was adept at concealing his presence, never leaving survivors, and remained unknown to the Great Jin court. How could he be killed? Seeing this, Zhao Yuan realized that questioning was futile. "Incompetent. You achieve nothing but mischief." Zhao Yuan's hair whipped about in fury, his eyes ablaze. "The balance of offense and defense has shifted. Years of careful planning, all undone by your blunder. We must now bear the wrath of the empress." Zhao Yuan's complexion turned crimson as he spat out blood, his vitality waning, hair turning white at the temples, aging decades in an instant. The soldiers under the king of Shu gasped in shock, hastily supporting him. Zhao Go sat in stunned silence, utterly defeated. The balance had shifted? The rebellion had ended before it even began? The soldiers present regarded Zhao Go with disappointment and scorn, their previous admiration evaporating. What had gone wrong? How had it come to this? Zhao Go stared blankly at the heavens. "Heavenly deity, you are unjust," he roared, feeling as though since raising the banner of rebellion, he had been targeted by fate itself, thwarted at every turn. Just as he began to act, Meng Qingzhou appeared, accusing him of rebellion against the king of Shu. Within days of the insurgency, the empress had swiftly disowned everything, ruthlessly executing traitorous officials and rallying forces to quell the insurrection. He had sent Wu Dai to assassinate Meng Qingzhou, only for her to betray him. Then he sent Sword Elder, who met the same fate. In a fit of rage, Zhao Go coughed up blood and collapsed backward. At that moment, a centurion of the cloud-soaring realm rushed in, kneeling and exclaiming, "It's bad. Scouts report that the Great Jin army is converging on the buried Immortal mountain range, led by dozens of mountain-relocating realm practitioners and 5 oversea realm warriors, with General Qin Finghua at the helm." The revelation silenced the room, the tension palpable. Panic surged among the soldiers of Shu, their ranks in disarray. Apprehensive of the intentions behind the Great Jin's mobilization. Would they come seeking vengeance? It was impossible. They had established a secure zone in the buried Immortal mountain range. Who could have guessed? Perhaps they were merely passing through on a campaign against a neighboring nation. Even the astute strategist Jiang Songhai could not fathom that they dared conceal a 1,000,000-strong army in the forbidden zone. Despite their attempts at reassurance, laughter was absent. As morale plummeted, Zhao Yuan rose to address the assembly. "Stay calm," he commanded, suppressing his fury to maintain an air of composure. "The buried Immortal mountain is easy to defend but difficult to assault. Even if the Great Jin court is aware, we have nothing to fear. They cannot possibly know." The buried Immortal mountain was Zhao Yuan's greatest assurance. For years, he had dedicated himself to fortifying this stronghold, depleting resources in the process. If it were so easily discovered, it would be a monumental failure. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky with a trembling voice. "What is that?" With a synchronized gasp, the 1,000,000-strong army looked up to behold an unforgettable sight. A colossal figure loomed in the heavens, its eyes like the sun and moon, its mouth resembling mountain ranges. Wielding a towering spear that seemed to pierce the very sky, emanating world-destroying lightning, the giant stood outside the buried Immortal mountain, bending down to survey the forbidden zone with its sun-like gaze, meticulously scanning every inch. With a thunderous roar, A ferocious avian demon unfurled its massive wings and lunged at the giant, its wings radiating dark energy, unmistakably a demon king. Die! The giant extended its hand, crushing the demon's neck as if it were a mere chick, obliterating its body and soul with world-destroying thunder. A resounding boom echoed through the heavens, reverberating across the buried immortal mountain, awakening ancient beings within the depths of the forbidden zone. In an instant, the once commotion of the buried immortal mountain fell silent. Enveloped in a strange mist, an eerie stillness settling as if a primordial beast had awakened. General Qin Finghua of the Great Jin, tasked with capturing the traitorous king, proclaimed that any being daring to obstruct would be met with swift execution. Producing a resplendent decree, he declared, "Hearken to the imperial edict. All beings of the forbidden zone kneel and listen." Employing divine powers to manifest the heavens and earth, Qin Finghua planted the spear into the ground, unfurling the decree with authority, announcing, "By the will of heaven, the emperor commands. The traitorous king Zhao Yuhuan of Shu has raised an army in rebellion, a crime unforgivable. Let it be known to the world. Those who harbor or protect him shall share his fate. Those who obstruct or impede shall share his fate. Those who dare provoke shall share his fate. Those who incite discord shall share his fate. Thus it is decreed." As Qin Finghua read aloud, characters detached from the decree, soaring into the air and transforming into golden runes the size of buildings. 60 or 70 golden characters filled the sky, their formidable presence overshadowing the entire buried immortal mountain. Countless beings trembled in terror, their spirits shattered. In that instant, the previously agitated buried immortal mountain fell silent, subdued by a decree that quelled the ancient forbidden zone. With the decree suspended in the air and his spear in hand, Qin Finghua gazed down upon the forbidden land, scoffing, "What nonsense is this buried immortal mountain? A realm for beings?" Chapter 28, Protagonist. How did I become a fugitive? Qin Finghua was the first to arrive at the burial immortal mountain range, clearing the way with hundreds of golden runes. Some audacious and strange beings from the forbidden zone attempted to ambush, but were swiftly annihilated by the decree runes. A sect master of the mountain-moving realm emerged from his cave, gazing at the hovering decree runes in awe, exclaiming, "Truly a peerless genius rarely seen in a millennium." The empress's cultivation has become even more unfathomable. Beside him, a transformed great demon, bare-chested with arms crossed, remarked, "Just moments ago, a peak mountain-moving realm-strange creature was shot down by a single rune. Such power inscribed in ink can suppress the burial immortal mountain range. The empress is likely nearing that realm." When discussing that realm, the human cultivator's eyes glimmered with hope, filled with longing. In the world of cultivation, the sea-covering realm could command a region, becoming a dominant figure, while the moonlight realm could reign as the ruler of a nation or be invincible in a territory. The morning radiance realm was beyond their wildest dreams. Even sect masters capable of establishing their own sects in the Great Jin Kingdom only referred to it as that realm, at such a tender age. His demeanor was no less than that of a celestial being, not inferior to the ancient divine youths, a foreign leader remarked. After a half-day's time, the army gradually arrived at the burial immortal mountain range. 33 flying divine ships hovered in the sky, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators clad in golden armor, wielding spiritual treasures spread across the heavens and the earth, forming an ancient formation that enveloped the entire forbidden zone. Additionally, dozens of mountain-moving realm cultivators, along with 5 from the sea-covering realm, each led an elite team into the forbidden area for reconnaissance. Qin Finghua expanded his perception, constantly monitoring the forbidden zone, ready to suppress any disturbances with his long spear at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, deep within the forbidden zone of burial immortals, on a primordial divine mountain, a million-strong army stood, the Zhao banner fluttering in the wind. Zhao Yuhuan teetered on the edge of fury, peering through an invisible formation at the colossal figure that seemed to fill the heavens, muttering through gritted teeth, "Qin Finghua. Who can tell me why Qin Finghua has besieged the forbidden zone with an army and brought forth the empress's decree? At what point did things go awry? It feels as though unseen eyes are scrutinizing them, rendering all their schemes transparent. Otherwise, how could the empress have discovered them? This situation does not resemble a pursuit. It feels as if there is a whistleblower among them. Meng Qingzhou. It must be him." Zhao Go clenched his jaw, seething with rage. So the rumors of him being the current sage are indeed true? Zhao Yuhuan's expression turned cold. Who would have imagined that the sage, said to foresee worldly affairs, deduce heavenly secrets, and glimpse into the future and past, truly existed? Well, Zhao Yuhuan, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly. articulating with each word, "Heaven treats me unfairly, allowing the sage to descend beside the empress. I refuse to succumb to fate. If heaven seeks my life, I shall battle against it. Whether it be the sage or the empress, neither shall obstruct me." Observing the frenzied king of Shu, Zhao Guo's expression grew grim as he looked towards the vast array of golden-armored divine soldiers. Zhao Guo's emotions were beyond description. How did it come to this? I, favored by destiny, should have enjoyed a life of glory, effortlessly conquering the great Jin, winning the heart of a beauty, vanquishing rivals, and unifying the realm. How have I become a fugitive? The hatred in Zhao Guo's heart was palpable, with their plans thwarted. The king of Shu and the empress were poised for a deadly confrontation in the burial immortal forbidden zone. His cultivation at the Cloud Ascension realm had developed too rapidly. He could not withstand the fierce clash of two prominent figures. The future appeared bleak and dim. Meanwhile, in the great Jin dynasty, at the Qin residence in the capital, Meng Qingzhou leisurely sipped tea while listening to Su Qingqiu's report. According to the latest intelligence, General Qin had arrived at the burial immortal mountain range, and a decree had been issued to suppress the Forbidden Zone, causing a stir among the nations. Some speculated that the Empress was likely on the verge of reaching the Morning Radiance realm. The golden-armored divine army, composed of 300,000 cultivators, had also arrived and was searching for the traitor King Zhao Yuhuan. "Good news, my lord. A general under the traitor Zhao Yuhuan was discovered attempting to ambush the golden-armored army, but was eliminated by General Qin with a single strike." Meng Qingzhou turned to Wu Dai, who was kneeling beside him peeling an orange, and said, "The discovery of the traitor's whereabouts proves that Zhao Yuhuan is indeed in the burial immortal mountain range. You may stay by my side, henceforth. Refrain from practicing poison arts, as they may backfire." Wu Dai smiled sweetly, her heart brimming with joy, as she held out the peeled orange to Meng Qingzhou's lips, saying, "Thank you, my lord." Meng Qingzhou opened his mouth to accept the orange, but unexpectedly, Wu Dai extended her finger slightly, her warm fingertip brushing against his lip. "Hiki." Wu Dai playfully sucked on her finger, smiling mischievously. Upon witnessing this, Su Qingqiu could no longer contain herself and shot a glance at Wu Dai's alluring attributes, exclaiming, "My lord, she is trying to seduce you." "Ah." Meng Qingzhou waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Exaggeration. You are being overly sensitive, my dear comrade." Wu Dai provocatively tilted her chin and picked up a grape, gently offering it to Meng Qingzhou. "My lord, eat my grape." Su Qingqiu stomped her foot in frustration, retorting, "The traitor's underling still has unresolved doubts surrounding her. Do not be too arrogant." "Where am I being arrogant?" Wu Dai feigned a pitiful tone, pouting, "I am grateful for your great kindness, willing to serve as a maid. I do not understand why Sister Su wrongfully accuses me." Meng Qingzhou stifled a laugh, maintaining a calm demeanor, and said, "Qingqiu, do not bully little Wu Dai. She has just arrived and is unfamiliar with many customs. Be more lenient." Su Qingqiu's face turned pale with anger as she turned away in a huff, but then reconsidered, leaving like this would mean admitting defeat. Damn green tea. This fairy cannot lose to such a person. With this thought, Su Qingqiu mimicked Wu Dai, kneeling on the other side of Meng Qingzhou and offering a strawberry to his lips, saying, "My lord, eat my strawberry." Wu Dai, unwilling to be outdone, presented a grape, declaring, "My lord, eat my grape." Su Qingqiu glared at Wu Dai and offered a cherry. "My lord, eat my cherry. Eat my orange. Eat my banana. Eat my bitter melon." Originally intending to enjoy the spectacle, Meng Qingzhou finally sensed something amiss, his mouth stuffed with fruit. He waved his hands in distress. "Stop. I'm about to burst." Dongfang Liuli, arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe, sneering, "Meng Shirlang is truly fortunate. Do you require my service as well? After all, your official rank surpasses mine, and being a mere son-in-law is too much of an insult. Wouldn't you agree?" Meng Qingzhou, not one to be trifled with, immediately detected the chill in Dongfang Liuli's tone. He promptly pushed the two women away, sitting upright and calmly stating, "There is no need for service. You must be tired after a long day. How about I give you a massage?" Chapter 29, Meng Qingzhou How Audacious. The sun god opened a narrow slit in his eyes, casting a glance at the faux couple, rolling his eyes in disdain. Do not be deceived by the large yellow dog, who spends his days merely eating and sleeping. He is well informed about the affairs of the world. He witnessed the day Meng Qingzhou displayed his formidable prowess on Qingliang Mountain, where he vanquished Sword Elder with the might of his time's sword intent. The dog was present and observed the entire process, leading the sun god to form a vague assessment of Meng Qingzhou's strength thereafter. Indeed, He is a formidable figure of the Dajin dynasty's western frontier, an invincible entity beneath the Moonlight Realm, capable of confronting early-stage cultivators of the Moonlight Realm in explosive circumstances. His ranking is unequivocally first, with the second position still uncertain, likely between Qin Fenghua and Qin Liuli. The third place is naturally occupied by the sun god himself. The title of the western frontier belongs to Meng Qingzhou. Wu Dai also wilted, refraining from further insolence, lowering her gaze submissively, not daring to look at Dongfang Liuli. These two foe spouses are each more formidable than the other, having recently created sensational news across the realm. One is the enigmatic and inscrutable nameless sword saint, while the other, even more formidable, issued a decree to suppress the forbidden land of the immortal burial. It is puzzling why they both enjoy pretending to be novices. Wu Dai did not wish to expose them. After all, this is far more entertaining than watching a play. Massage? What is that? Dongfang Liuli inquired, tilting her head in confusion. In simple terms, it involves helping you relieve tension and fatigue, Meng Qingzhou replied with a sincere smile. Intrigued, Dongfang Liuli responded, then let us give it a try. How should we proceed? Meng Qingzhou instructed, it is simple. Just lie on the recliner and leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liuli, without a hint of suspicion, obediently laid on the recliner, resting her chin on her arms, saying, I am ready. Then, Meng Qingzhou placed his hands on her back, beginning a gentle massage. Over the years spent traversing this world, he may not have mastered much, but he had certainly acquired a wealth of unique skills. Wu Dai and Su Qingqiu stood nearby, peering curiously. As Meng Qingzhou applied increasing pressure, he moved from her shoulder blades down to her spine, then to her pelvis. This was the first time Dongfang Liuli had been touched so freely by a man. And so, boldly, her cheeks flushed crimson, her earlobes resembling glistening red agates, wisps of white steam rising from her head. Unhand me, Dongfang Liuli exclaimed in indignation. About to rise. But Meng Qingzhou firmly pressed her shoulder, his voice gentle, do not move. It is not finished yet. Embarrassed and irritated, Dongfang Liuli considered hitting the wall. Fearing that a forceful resistance might inadvertently harm the frail Meng Qingzhou, she could only plead softly, I do not wish for a massage any longer. Please let me up. This initial discomfort will give way to comfort once you adjust, Meng Qingzhou reassured, focusing intently on his massage. Dongfang Liuli wished to argue further, but as she opened her mouth, her words transformed into uncontrollable gasps. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, casting a glance at Su Qingqiu. To her surprise, Su Qingqiu and Wu Dai wore expressions of curiosity, shyly covering their faces, peeking through their fingers at Meng Qingzhou's technique, entirely oblivious to the emperor's silent signals. Even the seasoned sun god was momentarily taken aback. By the heavens, I have indeed underestimated you, young man. To forcefully recline the emperor in a chair and engage in such liberties, you are the first in history. Even my subordinates would bow to you. The sun god regarded Meng Qingzhou with admiration, thinking to himself, in my thousands of years of existence, I have never encountered such a refreshingly unconventional youth. Truly remarkable. Slowly, Dongfang Liuli fell silent, burying her face in her arms, wisps of steam continuously rising, her body trembling occasionally. A full half-hour passed before Meng Qingzhou shook his arms and patted Dongfang Liuli on the shoulder, confidently declaring, all done. Is it not exceptionally comfortable? Do you feel the weight of your worries dissipating and the soreness in your muscles alleviated? To be honest, I have great confidence in my massage skills. It takes ordinary masters decades of practice to reach my level. As he spoke, Meng Qingzhou smiled at Wu Dai and Su Qingqiu, asking, so, would you like to experience it as well? Su Qingqiu, startled, took a step back, shaking her head vigorously. No. However, Wu Dai raised her hand eagerly. I want to try. What nonsense! Su Qingqiu exclaimed, gripping Wu Dai and covering her mouth, while Meng Qingzhou remained engrossed in his technique. He failed to notice the figure standing behind him. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his fingers together, marveling at the pleasant sensation, unaware that his faux wife might misconstrue this as an inappropriate advance. Isn't the sensation delightful? Not bad, Meng Qingzhou replied honestly, acknowledging that the sensation was indeed exquisite. Suddenly, he realized something, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This world seemingly lacked the concept of massage. His faux wife could not possibly think he was taking liberties with her. Unjust. Allow me to explain, Meng Qingzhou shouted, turning to flee. Dongfang Liuli, quick-witted, seized Meng Qingzhou by the ear and dragged him toward her chamber, asserting, there is nothing to explain. The family law shall be enacted. Shortly thereafter, anguished cries echoed from the emperor's chamber. In the courtyard, Wu Dai whispered, "What punishments are included in family law?" Su Qingxiu counted on her fingers, saying, "Whipping with bamboo strips dipped in salt water, hitting with sandbags, using a whip inscribed with thunderous runes on the hands, and the despairing illusion." "Does that not spell disaster for the young master?" Wu Dai murmured anxiously. Su Qingxiu also felt a pang of sympathy, remarking, "Who could have predicted the young master would overstep with the young lady? We are too insignificant to intervene." At the Qin residence, the night was illuminated brightly. The sounds of someone screaming as if slaughtering a pig reverberated throughout the night. By the following noon, Meng Qingzhou appeared in the courtyard, unscathed. Continuing his routine of feeding and walking the dog, watering plants, and tending to vegetables, Wu Dai watched in amazement. Weren't we told family law would be enacted? The young master seems perfectly fine. Su Qingxiu also appeared puzzled, recalling her own experience with family law, where her face had been swollen and she was bedridden for 3 days. Could it be they executed some special family law? Wu Dai wore a peculiar expression, breaking into a mischievous grin. "What do you mean?" Su Qingxiu inquired. Wu Dai leaned in and whispered to Su Qingxiu, who blushed and retreated several steps, exclaiming, "You woman! How can you speak such indecent words?" "Humph, I merely guessed correctly," Wu Dai replied. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his back. In reality, last night, Dongfang Liuli had only given a symbolic reprimand, lightly tapping his palms with the bamboo strips, and seemed to show concern by applying ointment afterward. The reason for his screams was due to Dongfang Liuli's unwillingness to relent, as she sought to repay him in kind, forcefully pressing him down on the bed for a vigorous massage that nearly left him battered. At that moment, a long-awaited system notification finally chimed in Meng Qingzhou's ears. Ding. Chapter 30. Imperial Reward. The Heavenly Fortune Body. Ding. Successfully suppressed the destined protagonist Zhao Go, reducing his luck value by 1,000. Destined protagonist Zhao Go. Luck value 2,700 to 1,1700. Acquired, plunder, reward, imperial grade physique, heavenly fortune body. Note, quality classification for techniques, physiques, weapons, etc. Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Immortal. Emperor, Great Emperor, Supreme. Warning. If Zhao Go's luck value falls below 1,000, he will lose the protection of the heavenly Tao. Meng Qingzhou felt a tremor through his formidable physique, followed by the resonation of his bones. The power of his bloodline surged like a torrential ocean, and the acupoints throughout his body spun wildly, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Even the sunlight was intercepted and forcibly transformed into cultivation. The heavenly fortune body. For the first time, Meng Qingzhou displayed a look of astonishment, his emotions surging with excitement that was difficult to articulate. An imperial-grade physique. Exceedingly rare throughout the ages, the heavenly fortune body not only significantly enhances combat power, allowing one to effortlessly battle beyond their level, but it also aids in cultivation. Even while lying still, the body continuously absorbs spiritual energy, converting the powers of the sun and moon into cultivation prowess. In essence, Meng Qingzhou would only need to bask in sunlight and bathe in moonlight, and his cultivation would soar effortlessly, coupled with the passive skill granted by the system. Strength and blindness, the two combined made it unimaginable how rapidly Meng Qingzhou's cultivation would rise. It was worth the effort I put into keeping Wu Dai by my side, even risking the exposure of the Shuang's hiding place. Meng Qingzhou clenched his fists in exhilaration. My first attempt to confront the protagonist Long Outyin has yielded significant results. It seems this so-called protagonist is nothing extraordinary. No wonder someone has repeatedly urged him, causing him to crazily explode with equipment. Zhao Go's ascendancy to the status of protagonist, defeating all formidable foes throughout history with dazzling brilliance, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, relies solely on the heavenly fortune body. However, Zhao Go only awakened this body on the day of his coming of age, which is why he is barely cultivated to the pinnacle of the cloud-soaring realm. If given another 3 years, he would become the youngest master of the Dawn realm in history. I must not falter. I must not falter. Meng Qingzhou immediately calmed himself, repeatedly reciting the mantra of survival. He remained acutely aware of the painful lesson of the shifting tides over 30 years. Perhaps the heavens, seeing Meng Qingzhou's cautiousness, decided to bestow upon him a reward to encourage his ambition, leading him to arrogance, and ultimately, to his downfall. Thus, with Zhao Go possessing the heavenly fortune body, I too possess it. Why should I fear him? A smile curved upon Meng Qingzhou's lips. After all, he has allied himself with the formidable Empress Qin Liuli, and he could casually leak a bit of information to hinder Zhao Go. Once his luck value drops to 1,000. Losing the protection of the heavenly Tao, he would be no different from an ordinary cultivator. Meng Qingzhou could then freely mingle with the empress. At present, he could distinctly sense the growth of his cultivation. If he maintained this pace, within half a year, he would surely break through to the moonlight realm. Delightful. So delightful. Meng Qingzhou's spirits soared as he hummed a tune, pulling out a bag of dog food to treat his large yellow dog. Then, under the bewildered gaze of the sun god, a massive bag of dog food filled the dog bowl, stacking up like a mountain. Eat up, Meng Qingzhou said with a smile, gently stroking the dog's head. The sun god glanced at the towering pile of dog food, and then at Meng Qingzhou's chilling smile, causing his canine expression to instantly sag. What have I done to deserve this? Is this my last meal? The dog panicked, wondering who would come to his rescue. The blind one seemed changed, as if undergoing a transcendence in the hierarchy of life, becoming a being of higher dimensions. The sun god, observing the unassuming young man before him, felt a chill run down his spine. In a vague sense, he detected a resemblance between the youth and the ancient true dragons, sharing traits of higher life forms. Could it be? He had never witnessed this fellow cultivate, yet his progress was astonishing. The sun god had initially judged Meng Qingzhou to be the third-tier combat force of the Great Jin dynasty, but now, uncertainty clouded his mind. Can I truly defeat him? The sun god fell into deep self-doubt. After a considerable time, Meng Qingzhou fully integrated the heavenly fortune body. His cultivation remained at the late stage of the ocean-covering realm, yet his overall combat capability had increased severalfold. Previously, he could barely contend with initial-stage Moonlight Realm cultivators. Now, he could easily overwhelm them. As for mid-stage Moonlight Realm opponents, it was hard to ascertain, but escaping should pose no issue. Regrettably, even with the imperial-grade physique, he could not harness divine consciousness, remaining akin to an ordinary person. Meng Qingzhou shook his head with a sigh. Meanwhile, at the border of the Great Jin dynasty, in the burial immortal mountain range, Qin Fenghua unleashed divine abilities, leading his army to breach the outer perimeter of the burial immortal forbidden zone. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators surged forth like divine soldiers, slaughtering all in their path, be they strange beings or hidden masters. All who resisted were slain. After a full day, the outer perimeter of the burial immortal forbidden zone fell completely, as the ancient restrictions were suppressed by golden holy edicts, akin to fish trapped in a barrel. In a concealed location within the inner circle, a teleportation array suddenly glimmered with brilliance. Zhao Guo, drenched in blood and pierced through the chest by a long spear, lay with his organs nearly shattered. His breath was weak, but with the aid of healing elixirs, he had improved somewhat, and his life was no longer in danger. Father, my unparalleled physique seems to have vanished. Zhao Yuhuan, puzzled, urged, continue. Zhao Guo's eyes were bloodshot, nearly bursting with rage as he exclaimed, my physique has disappeared. I was commanded to lead troops to intercept the enemy, to delay the court's advance. In the midst of battle, my heavenly fortune body, which awakened when I was 20, has inexplicably vanished. In an instant, my combat power diminished, and I was grievously injured. The troops I led have been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan was equally baffled. In his long life, he had never encountered such an inexplicable event as a gifted physique disappearing into thin air. Zhao Yuan's expression grew peculiar as he remarked, you aren't trying to cover up your failure in battle with a fabricated excuse, are you? Previously, Zhao Yuan would have unconditionally believed Zhao Guo. However, after numerous failures, Zhao Guo had been branded as incompetent in Zhao Yuan's mind, and he suspected that he might resort to lies to save face. Zhao Guo's eyes widened in realization of the doubt in Zhao Yuan's gaze. He immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, roaring, am I truly so worthless in your eyes? Zhao Yuan fell silent, casting him a sidelong glance. His gaze filled with suspicion and scrutiny, as if assessing whether Zhao Guo was lying. Cough. Zhao Guo's eyes bulged, and he spat out 3 liters of blood, collapsing to the ground in fury. His cultivation plummeted rapidly, falling from the pinnacle of the cloud-soaring realm to the mid-stage. That same day, news spread swiftly among the Zhao family rebels. The heir Zhao Guo is gravely ill, his cultivation in freefall, suspected to have lost the strongest gifted physique. Zhao Yuan, in a state of anxiety, resolved to lead the court's forces in a final battle to send Zhao Guo away from the Great Jin dynasty in search of renowned healers. The Shuang has decided to detonate the burial immortal forbidden zone 7 days from now, on the day of the empress's birthday banquet. 7 days from now, the day of reckoning. All troops prepare for rest and recuperation. The war, delayed for years, had reached a pivotal turning point the moment Zhao Go fell ill. Instantly, the rebel army from Xuzhou erupted in fervor, their spirits ignited, roaring to the heavens, vowing to dethrone the emperor and allow the people of Xuzhou to settle in the lands of the Great Qin. Chapter 31. Ridiculous, all rubbish. A day later, the long-anticipated birthday banquet of the first empress of the Great Qin, Qin Liuli, arrived. Resources of various kinds were distributed nationwide, ensuring that every citizen of the Great Qin received their share, from cultivation techniques and resources to grains and garments, creating a jubilant atmosphere throughout the nation. Moreover, the empress issued a decree stating that, during the period of the birthday banquet, all battles, except those in the burial immortal mountain range, would be postponed, and the execution of condemned prisoners would be delayed. Ambassadors from neighboring kingdoms flocked to the Great Qin dynasty, some riding skyborne vessels, others mounted on colossal beasts that blotted out the sun, converging around the imperial capital to extend their congratulations to the empress. However, the empress's sole consort and the primary queen, Meng Qingzhou, was unable to attend due to illness. This left many scheming envoys from neighboring states greatly disappointed. After all, who would not wish to witness the rumored talent of Meng Qingzhou, said to be both unskilled and disabled, and how she had captured the heart of the empress? In the imperial palace, within the Golden Dragon Hall, the empress donned a majestic robe adorned with 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes, trailing elegantly as she ascended to the throne with her long, fair legs. After a graceful turn, she took her seat, with her piercing eyes sweeping over the officials kneeling before her, including a group of envoys from neighboring states. She lightly commanded, "Be at ease." Noticing the absence of Meng Qingzhou, Qin Liuli felt a twinge of confusion. Is she still in bed? How audacious to not attend my birthday banquet. But then again, she is Meng the Sloth. Aside from the likes of Qin Liuli, what does she care for the empress? The thought of Meng Qingzhou inexplicably brightened Qin Liuli's mood. The officials, too, recognized the absence of the esteemed Meng, yet none dared to voice their concerns. They simply averted their gazes, pretending not to notice. A few seasoned politicians exchanged glances, ultimately concluding that Meng had been thoroughly exhausted by the empress. The empress's personal maid, Su Qingxiu, clad in a plain white dress, stepped forward beside the throne, announcing, "Ambassadors from various nations, please step forward to pay your respects to Her Majesty." "We pay our respects to the Great Qin Empress." The envoys, not daring to be remiss, promptly bowed and paid homage. The reputation of the Great Qin dynasty had soared to unprecedented heights in recent years, largely attributed to the empress's combination of civil and military prowess. Many surrounding nations had been thoroughly subdued by her hand. Known for her ruthless reputation, the empress preferred to sustain her military might through warfare. The Great Qin army was either engaged in battle or en route to one. What? You say the military funds are insufficient? Conquer a nation. Plunder its treasury. What? You claim the soldiers are depleted? Recruit the surrendered troops and send them back to the battlefield. What? You say the territory is too small to accommodate the displaced? Continue expanding until the entire world is unified under her gaze, and there shall be ample land. Such a formidable figure, who would dare to underestimate her? Let alone a mere group of envoys? The envoy from Yonggu declared, "By the decree of Her Majesty, we present 10 celestial-grade spiritual treasures to the Great Qin Empress. 10,000 first-grade beasts for domestication. Congratulations on your birthday." The envoy from Lingtua proclaimed, "On behalf of our sovereign, we cede 3 cities and a spiritual lake." Congratulations on your birthday. The envoy from Wanqi declared, "We present 10,000 measures of provisions and 3,000 sets of earth-grade armor. Congratulations on your birthday." The hall was filled with continuous accolades. The officials of the Great Qin maintained an air of superiority, dismissing the gifts from these smaller nations. Just then, the sunlight above the capital was suddenly obscured, casting a pall over the earth, as people gazed upwards in confusion. Countless powerful beings soared from all corners of the capital, resembling meteors ascending from the ground, glaring at the sky. A colossal beast, obscuring the sun, broke through the clouds, revealing a fearsome tortoise-like head. Its mere head was the size of a city, its body boundless, concealed within the void, its neck surrounded by fragments of space. This is a Jinhai Tua. Legends speak of its connection to the Xuanwu bloodline, but was not the Jinhai Tua clan long extinct? The aura of this great demon from the oversea realm is terrifying. Look, there's a person standing atop the Jinhai Tua's head. Who could possibly ride such a powerful creature, exuding such authority? The Jinhai Tua, known for its pride and ferocity, would not allow anyone to stand upon its head unless they possessed true strength. Countless powerful beings were sent tumbling down by a single breath from the Zhenhai Tua, like raindrops falling from the sky. A young man clad in black stood atop the head of the Zhenhai Tua, smiling indifferently as he said, "Do not be alarmed. I am Wang Cheng, the deputy minister of war from the great Qin dynasty. I have come to congratulate the great Jin empress on her birthday." At these words, the previously irate ministers fell silent, and the mighty beings preparing to act paused in their movements. The great Qin dynasty was also a formidable nation. In some respects, it had subtly surpassed the great Jin dynasty, though the two nations remained distant, having avoided conflict and interaction for many years. It was said that the ruler of the great Qin had recently broken through to the half-step morning radiance realm just before his lifespan expired. The half-step morning radiance realm is on par with the great Jin's esteemed general and should not be underestimated. Yet, you're mistaken. The great Qin dynasty boasts more than one half-step morning radiance, as the last two rulers are said to be alive, also at the half-step morning radiance. Secluded in a hidden domain. 3 half-step morning radiance figures. How could the great Jin compare? The envoys from various nations whispered among themselves, their tones filled with reverence. Standing atop the Zhenhai Tua, Wang Qing's gaze pierced through the void, landing on the empress seated on the throne. He waved his hand grandly and declared, "The great Qin dynasty also brings lavish gifts for Her Majesty. Please accept them graciously. A blueprint of the ancient forbidden divine array. A divine spear of semi-immortal grade. 33 peak mountain-moving realm beasts. And a vial of Qianquan vitality liquid." Wang Cheng's voice resonated with spiritual energy, reaching every corner of the capital. The city fell into silence, followed by an uproar. Madness! What is the great Qin dynasty doing? It is merely a birthday banquet, yet they present such extravagant gifts. Any one of these treasures could be considered a rare celestial artifact, given so casually. The Qianquan vitality liquid. Jiang Songhai murmured, glancing at Wang Cheng in the sky, and said coolly, "What exactly does the great Qin dynasty intend to achieve?" A minister exclaimed, "The Qianquan vitality liquid is an invaluable treasure, immeasurable in worth. It can extend one's lifespan. The reason the 3 rulers of the great Qin did not decay after death is due to this treasure. Such resources cannot simply be given away." However, the empress, seated on the throne, bore a frosty gaze as she exchanged glances with Wang Cheng. Suddenly, Wang Cheng grunted, blood seeping from his eyes. Is Wang so blind as to not understand this simple principle? Qin Liuli declared coldly, "If you dare to meet my gaze again, your life will be forfeit." Wang Cheng wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, maintaining a composed demeanor as he slightly bowed. "I shall heed the empress's command." Soon, order was restored. In the Golden Dragon Hall, Wang Cheng wore a pleasant smile, his hands clasped behind him as he said nonchalantly, "Surely, Her Majesty has seen the sincerity of the great Qin dynasty. I have come not only to extend birthday wishes but also..." Before he could finish, a sword intent pierced the heavens, as if to split the sun in two, disrupting the laws of nature and plunging the world into chaos. A massive bronze sword, stretching 100 feet, spanned the heavens and the earth, and a white-haired middle-aged man proclaimed loudly, "I am Jian Wentian, a direct disciple of the master of the Forbidden Sword region, in honor of Her Majesty the Empress." A handwritten calligraphy and painting from the realm of Dawnlight sword cultivation is bestowed as a celebration of her birthday. As the echoes of this gesture linger, another wave of commotion arises. From the farthest reaches of the world, a formidable presence surges forth. Resonating through the capital, Prince Mo of the Blood Sea Empire presents 10 initial stage blood puppets from the oversea realm to commemorate the Empress's birth. Approximately a minute later, a young man with long, flowing hair and a bare torso arrives above the capital, emanating an overwhelming aura of blood that is almost suffocating. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The arrival of Wang Qing, the Vice Minister of War from the Great Qin dynasty, sets off a chain reaction. From the western direction of the capital, several young sovereigns descend, each hailing from powerful nations or significant factions. These young sovereigns, arriving gradually, exude an equally terrifying aura, rivaling that of the Forbidden Land sword cultivators and the Prince of the Blood Sea Empire. General Sun Baixing from the Aoline Nation extends his tribute. The Chief Elder Duan Wu of the Endless Heaven sect offers his respects. Huang Hao, the third heir of the Five Spirits clan, presents his gift. In an instant, the sky above the capital is filled with an unparalleled force as various factions converge. 7 young sovereigns, the eldest barely surpassing 50 years. The youngest merely 30, are regarded as prodigies among cultivators, all possessing remarkable talents at the oversea realm level. In the capital, at the Qin residence, Meng Qingzhou, reclining in a chair and leisurely sipping tea, disdainfully spits out the leaves, scoffing, "Pa, what a bunch of rubbish. In my homeland, one should be cradling grandchildren by 50. How ridiculous to call themselves young sovereigns." He is acutely aware of their ulterior motives. Most importantly, Qin Liuli is still a woman. An alliance through marriage is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Those who aspire to wed the empress should reconsider. It is well known that she detests pretentious individuals. Yet, here they are, each trying to exert their dominance over the capital, causing the common folk to shutter their doors in fear. At this moment, the empress might very well wish for their demise, and the thought amuses him greatly. Chapter 32. The arrival of the 7 supreme beings in Dejin Woody stood beside, gently fanning herself, her gaze peculiar as she overheard Meng Qingzhou's musings. She pondered inwardly, if the master were to learn that the reigning empress was his own wife, would he be enraged enough to slay the young supremes from all corners? After much hesitation, Woody silently dismissed the thought. Given her master's decisive temperament, it was plausible that a fit of anger for a beloved could lead him to massacre the young supremes, thus inviting calamity upon the Dejin dynasty. Suddenly, the sun god, who had previously adopted a languid demeanor, transformed, arching his back and baring his teeth, exhaling the essence of solar fire, his murderous intent laid bare. With a sharp clap, Meng Qingzhou struck the sun god's forehead, reprimanding him. "What are you whining about?" The sun god, with a dogged expression, cast a sidelong glance at him and quietly lay down. All right. This god wishes to avenge your wife, yet you, her husband, do not agree. If the sky were to fall, you tall ones would bear the brunt while this god takes a nap." Though his sight was obscured and his divine consciousness hindered, he could still sense the oppressive aura of the visitors descending from the heavens. On this day of the empress's birthday banquet, various young supremes had gathered, scheming to seize the unparalleled might of the Dejin dynasty and the empress herself, aiming to compel her into marriage. According to the original narrative, the empress had permitted the 7 young supremes to participate in the birthday banquet competition. They overwhelmed the talents of the Dejin dynasty, boasting that there was not a single worthy man in the realm to match the empress, and one by one proposed alliances. Just as the officials and the empress were vexed, the protagonist Zhao Guo made a stunning entrance, demanding that the 7 young supremes suppress their realms and engage him in battle, resulting in their utter defeat. Yet now, the plot had unraveled, leaving Zhao Guo and the king of Shu trapped in the forbidden ground of the immortal burial. Who could possibly save Empress Qin Liuli? How thrilling it was! Meng Qingzhou mused. In the original tale, Zhao Guo triumphed over the 7 young supremes of equal standing, earning the empress's favor and gaining the admiration of the officials, thus laying the groundwork for his future dominance. But now, with the story in disarray, Zhao Guo was like a lost dog, unable to save anyone, much less himself. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Grand General, a pillar of light soared into the sky, an awe-inspiring pressure enveloping the capital. As the radiance faded, a figure stood tall against the horizon. This individual, towering at 9 feet, with disheveled hair held up by a lone hairpin, bore a rugged visage, and the ample robes could not conceal his explosive musculature. Upon seeing the newcomer, the 7 young supremes' expression shifted. "Qin Finghua, did you not head to the immortal burial mountains? What brings you to the capital?" Qin Finghua snorted coldly, his tone icy. "While I was away, a troop of clowns dared to covet Dejin. Have they grown weary of life?" Wang Cheng, the vice minister of war from the Daqian dynasty, narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly. "It appears to be merely an avatar, at most at the early stage of the moonlight realm." Upon hearing this, the other young supremes relaxed. They deemed a mere avatar insignificant, confident in their innate gifts, believing they could risk their lives to transcend the ranks. Wang Hao, the third head of the 5 spirits tribe, with gleaming golden horns upon his forehead, was a transformed beast of gold and a late-stage great demon of the oversea realm. He sought to marry the empress and usurp human territories. "We come bearing gifts, specifically to congratulate the empress on her birthday. Why must General Qin be so furious?" Appearing petty, Huang Hao said with flair. Jian Wentian's ancient sword beneath him vibrated, its voice chilling. "An avatar dares to flaunt its strength? Have you forgotten the sword master of the hidden sword, who once wielded a single sword to command the world, making all nations bow in submission?" General Sun Baixing from the Outline Nation stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "As a commander, it is unwise to let anger cloud one's judgment." As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the oppressive aura radiating from Qin Finghua solidified, causing the very space to tremble. The spiritual essence of the entire imperial capital became chaotic and violent due to Qin Fenghua's wrath. His eyes brimmed with intense killing intent as he coldly declared, 7 insignificant rats masquerading under the guise of celebration, plotting nefarious deeds. Do you think me a fool? If it is battle you seek, I am invincible even as an avatar. The 7 young supremes exchanged glances, their eyes filled with scorn and disdain. Each of them possessed backing that surpassed Jane. Having traveled vast distances solely for the sake of the Empress, would the Empress dare to offend the 7 top powers all at once? Such a thought was that of a mindless brute, scoffed the chief elder of the Endless Sky sect. At that moment, a soft reprimand echoed from the Golden One Hall of the Imperial City, transforming into a barrier that sealed the chaotic spiritual essence of the capital, instantly subduing all. The expressions of the 7 young supremes shifted. They watched in shock as Jian Wuming's ancient sword lost control, tearing through the barriers of space to flee. No. Why is my spirit sword out of control? Jian Wentian gasped in alarm, losing all composure. Emma Wui felt his blood surging through his veins, his face flushed. And he could not help but spout a mouthful of blood. My flesh and blood, my essence are incompatible. Years of arduous cultivation have been shaken. Empress, you dare harm me? Huang Hao clutched his head in agony, the golden horns on his forehead clanging, nearly shattering his form. Stop, stop, he cried out. One by one, the young supremes bled, the oppressive force looming over the capital gradually dissipating until it vanished entirely. The Empress's voice resonated from the Golden One Hall, capable of subduing 7 formidable beings. The officials of the Dejin court and the citizens of the imperial capital erupted in exclamations, their faces alight with fervor, chanting praises for the Empress. Gentlemen, immediately disarm and return to the palace to pay your respects to the Empress, an official announced loudly. The 7 young supremes reigned in their arrogance, no longer daring to act recklessly. Wang Cheng, the vice minister of war from the Daqian dynasty, his eyes flickering, murmured to himself, it seems the rumors are true. The Empress has reached that level, a half-step into the morning dawn realm. Wang Cheng promptly knelt, humbly bowing his head. Wang Cheng, envoy of Daqian, pays respect to Her Majesty, the Empress of Dejin. Rise, the Empress replied indifferently. With Wang Cheng's bow, the remaining 6 young supremes shed their lofty airs, dispersing their auras, and approached the throne like ordinary individuals, respectfully kneeling before the Empress. As for the gifts they had brought, the Empress did not even glance at them, instructing the Ministry of Internal Affairs to take them into the national treasury. Qin Fenghua's avatar soon followed to the Golden One Hall, standing at the forefront among the martial generals. Your Majesty, I have traveled great distances, not only to celebrate the birthday, but also to engage in friendly sparring with your young generation. Should I emerge victorious, I hope your Majesty will grant me a wish. Wang Cheng spoke with a smile. Dongfang Liuli, lazily reclining behind the curtains, narrowed her phoenix eyes and asked, do you wish to participate in the birthday banquet? The young supremes chimed in, we all share this desire. Su Qingqiu, standing beside the Empress, shook her head and transmitted her thoughts. Your Majesty, these individuals harbor ulterior motives. You must not acquiesce. Dongfang Liuli's delicate brows knitted slightly. She was all too aware of Wang Cheng and the others' intentions. The desires hidden deep within their eyes were all too revealing. They came merely at the behest of their respective powers, seeking marriage alliances. And upon beholding Dongfang Liuli's breathtaking beauty, they would all become fervent. I grant it, Dongfang Liuli said calmly. Thank you, Your Majesty, the Empress of Dejin. Wang Cheng could no longer suppress the smile tugging at his lips, hastily bowing in gratitude. The 7 young supremes exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. The younger generation of the Dejin dynasty posed little threat. The true targets lay among their ranks. However, Dongfang Liuli continued, to emerge unscathed. I will grant the undefeated one a request. But should any among you lose, you must pay Dejin 10 million top-tier spiritual stones or offer equivalent items, such as cities, lands, or celestial treasures. Upon hearing this, the 7 young supremes felt a chill run down their spines. The Empress of Dejin was indeed a shrewd negotiator. There can only be one victor, regardless of who emerges triumphant. The great Jin stands to gain without loss. I concur, Wang Cheng declared without hesitation. The other young supremes nodded in agreement, each embodying the exceptional talents of their generation, brimming with unwavering confidence, thus unable to refuse such a proposition. Then, Dongfang Liuli began to speak. Suddenly, Qin Fenghua stepped forward, interrupting, Your Majesty, I have a proposal. I implore Your Majesty to summon the Deputy Minister of Rites, Meng Qing, to the palace for the birthday banquet. A smirk graced Qin Fenghua's lips. The audacious Meng Qing dares to disrupt the bond between Your Majesty and the Empress. Let us see how I shall deftly restore the affection of the newlywed couple. Chapter 33. Is Minister Ming the Emperor's disguise? In the Golden Palace, Dongfang Liuli remained silent, her fingers lightly tapping the dragon-headed armrest, though her expression remained unchanged. A flicker of worry crossed her brow. Why was the old general stirring up trouble? Summoning Minister Meng to the hall could only be a deliberate attempt to complicate matters. A mere mortal, even one heralded as a once-in-a-thousand-years sage, would struggle to withstand the might of the 7 young supremes. Minister Meng's abilities were trifling. He was unfit for such a significant role. Minister Meng is not worthy, Dongfang Liuli declared. Qin Finghua, resolute in his quest to cleanse the harem, insisted on a monogamous system, clinging closely to the emperor's side. He immediately knelt on one knee and spoke in a deep voice, "Your Majesty." Minister Meng's unannounced appointment to the third-rank official position, even if he possesses some skill in exposing the nefarious Wang of Longshan, will not earn him the respect of the court. I too do not accept this. I beseech your Majesty to summon Minister Meng into the palace to participate in the birthday banquet, to compete against the envoys from various nations. He emphasized the words compete against, his tone laden with disdain for the young man daring to vie for the emperor's favor. If I do not eliminate Minister Meng, I might as well write my name backward. Qin Fenghua's expression betrayed a barely contained mirth. Once he dealt with Minister Meng, the empress would surely rejoice. And he wouldn't even need to take credit. Her delight might lead her to reveal prophetic insights once more. In Qin Fenghua's mind, leading the Dajin dynasty to prominence was paramount above all else. Undoubtedly, this sage, Meng Qingzhou, would be a crucial element on the path to unifying the realm. The court fell into a brief silence. The civil and military officials exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. Why was General Qin, the empress's right-hand man, opposing her wishes so openly in front of the envoys? General, a trusted military officer, could not help but transmit a message, attempting to counsel him to consider the empress's dignity. The envoys were watching. Do not make a spectacle of this. Enough. For the sake of the emperor and the empress's relationship, for the sake of the sage's prophecy, I would risk my life to expel that young pretender. Qin Finghua retorted fiercely, his eyes blazing. Upon hearing this, the trusted officer was momentarily taken aback but quickly knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I too do not accept this. I request that Minister Meng be summoned to the palace." The empress's expression was as cold as ice, her gaze fixed on the assembly, remaining silent. Qin Finghua sighed, lowering his head, unwilling to meet her eyes. "Alas, Your Majesty, do not blame this old minister. If blame must be assigned, let it be directed at your infidelity. Having the emperor is not enough. You must secretly keep a young lover." The military officers arrayed in 3 rows began to feel emboldened, seeing their superiors' defiance. As vigorous warriors, they looked down upon the young pretender. They had long been displeased with him. Following General Qin's lead, they felt they could stand firm. "Your Majesty, I too do not accept this. Your Majesty, I too do not accept this. Your Majesty." Suddenly, the entire assembly of military officers knelt, their expressions grave, ready to face death. The civil officials hesitated, glancing towards Jiang Songhai, uncertain whether to join the uprising. Jiang Songhai silently shook his head, then closed his eyes, letting out a long sigh. Seeing this, the civil officials who had initially intended to kneel straightened up, gazing at the ceiling, choosing to distance themselves from the fray. "Old Qin, remember to consult me in the future if any matters arise." Jiang Songhai's voice echoed in Qin Fenghua's ears. Confused, Qin Fenghua looked up at Jiang Songhai, silently forming a question mark. "What do you mean?" Jiang Songhai cast a glance at the empress, who was on the brink of fury, shook his head gently, and ceased further communication. At this point, the emotions of the officials had been stirred up, and before the envoys, it was essential that Minister Meng appear today. How perplexing. Qin Fenghua rolled his eyes and transmitted, "The harem is ablaze. The empress and the emperor's relationship is fractured, and you, as Dajin's strategist, remain inactive, relying on me to avert disaster in the end." "Nonsense. Just watch. I am about to make my move." Jiang Songhai turned, a forced smile gracing his lips as he offered Qin Fenghua a look of sympathy. The envoys from various nations, akin to lurking wolves, quietly transmitted messages among themselves. Investigating Minister Meng's achievements within Dajin, they found that in just one day, he had transformed from an ordinary mortal to a third-ranking official. On his first day, he had publicly denounced the nobles and sought to cleanse the court. Rumors suggested he was inseparable from the empress, allegedly her favored consort, enjoying her favor. Wang Cheng, the minister of war from the Dacian dynasty, upon receiving this news, turned green with envy. Why not summon the empress, a figure reputed to perceive the heavenly secrets? To witness this? Is she not presentable? He laughed hollowly. Huang Hao, cold as ice, retorted, Dajin has truly fallen. The reigning empress favors a blind man. And both the emperor and his consort are mere mortals. Absurd. As one of the three heads of the Wulin clan, Huang Hao felt empowered to challenge the empress. For he was not of the human race. Her unparalleled beauty was indeed captivating. Yet Huang Hao placed greater value on her monstrous talent. At merely 100 years old, Huang Hao was considered young among his kind and desired a companion of equal excellence to produce even stronger descendants. Hence, he felt no hesitation in ridiculing the empress openly. Presumptuous. Qin Finghua thundered, his voice resonating like waves of sound, forcefully suppressing Huang Hao. The officials of Dajin were incensed, unleashing their own pressure in an attempt to teach the impudent young supreme a lesson. Huang Hao's expression shifted as he was abruptly pushed back several steps. Blood trickling from his lips. Is this how Dajin treats its guests? He exclaimed, conjuring a celestial-grade spiritual treasure blade from thin air. Wang Cheng's smile grew colder, his demeanor unyielding. You must ponder this carefully. We are in the capital of Dajin, and should a battle ensue, the entire city may be reduced to ashes in an instant. Moreover, our backing is not weaker than Dajin's. In fact, it may surpass it. Furious, Qin Finghua immediately retrieved his weapon from his storage ring, preparing to slay these so-called young supremes himself. Arrogant, Qin Finghua's murderous intent surged as he declared, Dajin fears no enemy. You initiated this provocation, granting me just cause to act. I could eliminate you with ease. The atmosphere turned deadly serious, dividing the court into three factions. The envoys from weaker neighboring nations cowered in the corners, while the 7 young supremes united in their animosity. And Dajin's officials brimmed with murderous intent. Dongfang Liuli's beautiful face was frigid, ready to personally strike with thunderous force to swiftly eliminate Wang Cheng, Huang Hao, and the others. At that moment, outside the Golden Palace, a eunuch stationed at the gate spotted a tall figure, leaning on a blind man's staff, approaching step by step along the royal path. The gatekeeper squinted, recognizing the newcomer as the newly appointed Minister of Rights, Meng Qing. Minister of Rights, Meng Qing has arrived, the eunuch announced loudly. The previously heightened atmosphere instantly relaxed, and all eyes turned to the figure outside the hall, dressed in azure robes. With his eyes veiled in black satin, the dignified Meng Qingzhou finally made his delayed entrance. Meng Qingzhou clasped his hands in greeting and bowed. I, Meng Qing, pay my respects to your majesty. Simultaneously, upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Finghua's mind went blank. After a long moment, Qin Finghua gaped, turning to stare at Jiang Changhai, his face a mixture of disbelief and despair. Have I made a grave mistake? Minister Ming is actually the emperor's disguise? Chapter 34. The great demon of the oversea realm lacks Koan. The Jinluan Hall was enveloped in an eerie stillness. The sound of a falling needle could be discerned. 7 young sovereigns cast their scrutinizing gazes upon the youth obscured by a black satin blindfold. A mere mortal, remarked Duan Wuhan with indifference. Jian Wentian shook his head, stating, He is not even worthy of my blade. He is so feeble that a mere breath could reduce him to dust. Only Wang Qing maintained his composure, smiling as he remarked, Indeed, Deputy Minister Meng Qingqing is strikingly handsome. No wonder the Empress bestows such favor upon him. Yet beneath Wang Qing's smile lay a profound undercurrent of murderous intent. Ever since witnessing the Empress's captivating beauty, Wang Cheng had succumbed entirely, feeling that even if it were not for the Daqian dynasty, it would be worth everything to pursue her. Are you the Minister of War for the Daqian dynasty or the Chief of the Imperial Guard? Scoffed Sun Baixing with disdain. The ministers of the Great Jin were equally astonished, exchanging glances and whispering among themselves, Meng Qingqing is truly unfortunate. He likely remains unaware that the envoys of the Great Pillar Nation and various kingdoms conspire against him. I have always said that without any foundation, a mere third-rank official's cap will eventually be stripped away along with his head. Meng Qingqing has lived long enough. Having enjoyed the Empress's favor, he can die without regrets. Everyone believed that Meng Qingzhou was destined for misfortune, blissfully ignorant of the circumstances surrounding him. The majority relished in his impending doom. This reliance on appearance to capture the emperor's heart would inevitably become a liability that must be swiftly eradicated for the benefit of the great Jin dynasty. Qin Finghua silently lamented, whispering furiously, Everyone, be silent. This is a catastrophe. Meng Qingqing is actually Meng Qingzhou. What a blunder. Old fool, why didn't you warn me? Qin Finghua glared and conveyed a message to Jiang Songhai. Jiang Songhai rolled his eyes, replying, "You didn't inform me you would create such a scene." Who could have anticipated this? Qin Finghua slapped his forehead, recalling the expressions of the officials at Qingyang Mountain, who wished to laugh but dared not. Everything suddenly made sense. A bunch of fools. Stand up, I command you. He bellowed, glaring at the multitude of martial generals kneeling before him, venting his frustration. The generals, perplexed by Qin Fenghua's wrath, complied and stood up obediently. Do not bow. Dongfang Liuli was taken aback, not expecting Meng Qingzhou to arrive, especially under the guise of Meng Qingqin. For some unknown reason, upon seeing Meng Qingzhou, the empress's previously simmering murderous intent gradually cooled. Dongfang Liuli cast a sidelong glance at Huang Hao, the third chief of the Five Spirits clan, subtly tilting her head to convey a meaningful look to Jiang Songhai. Jiang Songhai nodded, his eyes icy. The empress's birthday banquet was a day of national celebration, unsuitable for bloodshed. Retribution could wait until later. Whoever dares to insult the emperor of the Great Jin, regardless of their identity, shall face death. Thank you, your majesty. Meng Qingzhou leaned on his blind staff, calmly sauntering towards the civil officials, his heart heavy with melancholy. Reflecting on his journey since his arrival, he had gone to great lengths to develop cautiously, striving to avoid entanglements in the main storyline. Yet, he found himself unable to escape his fate. Half an hour prior, Meng Qingzhou had utilized a seldom-used divination technique, through which he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, he had landed on the blacklist of the great General Qin Finghua. He was even slandered by ministers and commoners alike, accused of having an affair with the empress. Let me discover who is spreading these rumors. If I do, I shall make them suffer 1,000 cuts. Meng Qingzhou seethed internally. Me? Involved with the empress? What nonsense! And as for these oblivious young sovereigns, did they truly believe the empress would allow them to bully her? Pray tell. The empress of the Great Jin is the most formidable antagonist in the narrative's midsection, even if you mere side characters band together. You would not suffice as fodder for her wrath. Realizing he could not escape, Meng Qingzhou reluctantly departed from the Qin residence and made his way to the palace. You are Meng Qingqin? Huang Hao crossed his arms, eyeing him with a sneer. Indeed a blind man, devoid of any spiritual aura. You are nothing but a mortal. The Great Jin dynasty truly deserves its decline for employing such a person. Huang Hao lifted his chin haughtily, declaring, I am Huang Hao, the third chief of the Five Spirits clan. Knowing my name is your lifelong honor. Ah, so it is you. Meng Qingzhou realized suddenly. I once traveled to the west and stumbled upon a rumor regarding a certain notable figure of the Five Spirits clan. A gluttonous and lascivious man who preys upon the wives of his friends and kin. He has been hunted by his entire clan for decades. Even his younger brother was severed from his cultivation by inferior celestial treasures, and no heavenly medicine could restore him. Meng Qingzhou mused, that figure transformed his grief into strength, severed all attachments, and devoted himself to cultivation, propelling himself onto an unstoppable rise. To sever his brother as a declaration of intent, now that is a true hero. I admire him. As he spoke, Meng Qingzhou gave a thumbs up, his expression teasing as he raised an eyebrow at Huang Hao. Young man, you had countless options to confront me, yet you chose the path of hell. In the realm of verbal sparring, I have always sought to be unrivaled. What nonsense are you spouting, young one? Huang Daoist is not to be trifled with. Duan Wuan frowned. His reprimand interrupted as he caught sight of Huang Hao's distressed expression, the words dying in his throat. Clearing his throat, Duan Wuan cautiously inquired, could it be? Shut your mouth. Utter nonsense. Huang Hao interrupted sharply, anger flashing in his eyes. You dare slander me? Do you think I would hesitate to kill? Duan Wuan sighed in relief, chuckling, Huang Daoist, a hero of unparalleled prowess, is not to be compared with scoundrels like me. Sun Baisheng, renowned for his sharp tongue, did not hold back his scathing critique. Is the Great Jin dynasty truly so desperate? They would entrust such a young fool with significant responsibilities? The other young sovereigns remained silent, their eyes filled with disdain. In the vast expanse of the Great Jin dynasty, only the Empress Dongfang Liuli captured their regard. One civil official of the Great Jin felt a profound embarrassment. Unable to contain himself, Deputy Minister Meng, be mindful of your surroundings. Speaking recklessly may provoke conflict. Meng Qingzhou smiled, about to respond when suddenly, a figure as swift as lightning appeared before Huang Hao, bending down to seize him by the groin. A thunderous laugh erupted. Ha ha ha. The great demon of the oversea realm, the third chief of the Five Spirits clan, has no little rooster. And you call yourself a hero. All present stood in stunned silence, the 7 young sovereigns gaping in shock. Even the empress struggled to suppress a smile. fearing the loss of her dignity. Huang Hao, staring blankly downward, felt a robust hand clutching his empty trousers, and before him stood the imposing figure of General Qin Finghua. Chapter 35, The Unification of Three Purities, The Arrival of the Temporal Sword Saint. The audacity is overwhelming. Huang Hao's forehead sprouted a pair of golden horns radiating profound Tao light, resonating with echoes of Zen teachings. His eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his neck, skin cracking as if to reveal his true form. The unearthing of his dark past, coupled with a humiliating affront, is an immense disgrace for a young sovereign. It must be cleansed with blood. Do you dare to fight? Come. Qin Finghua eagerly awaited, brimming with combat spirit. Knowing Meng Qing is Meng Qingzhou, Qin Finghua unconditionally believed him. Since the sage grandfather declared Huang Hao lacked a Kuan, he surely did. The truth indeed confirmed this absence. The other young sovereigns regarded Huang Hao with peculiar and somewhat disdainful gazes. Without a Kuan, what business do you have proposing a marriage? Sun Baixing bluntly mocked. Duan Wujiao's eyes twitched, stating, Taoist Huang, your vigor is commendable, severing the roots of worry, steadfast on the path of cultivation, truly worthy of the title of hero. Huang Hao took a deep breath, casting a glance at the crimson-clad emperor on the throne, suppressing the fury within. Causing a ruckus here would clearly be unwise. This humiliation must be entirely attributed to Meng Qing. Dare you participate in the grand birthday competition? I shall teach you a lesson in humility. Huang Hao glared coldly at Meng Qingzhou, his eyes devoid of warmth. The seven great sovereigns turned towards the empress, teasingly jesting. Surely you wouldn't be reluctant? Sun Baixing laughed. Wang Qing added, Your Majesty, the ministers of your esteemed nation and the Great Pillar Kingdom have just requested that Lord Meng participate in the grand competition. To contend with us for supremacy, Qin Finghua, sweating profusely, hastily interjected, Old Minister did not mean that. Dongfang Liuli's cold gaze fixed on Qin Finghua. Then what do you mean? The old man stammered, casting a pleading glance at Jiang Songhai, his old friend, to save him. The sage must not be compromised. This is crucial for the rise of the great Jin dynasty. My friend, it is your turn to perform. Jiang Songhai cleared his throat. Your Majesty, I believe it is unjust for Lord Meng, who possesses no martial prowess, to compete in a trial of strength. Why not adopt a different approach, engaging in literary contests instead, which would equally assess their merits? Qin Finghua, elated, nodded vigorously. Yes, that is exactly what I meant. Even when surrounded by adversaries, suppressing the tomb of immortals, and quelling the rebel king, Qin Finghua had never been this flustered. This time, he truly panicked, drenched in sweat, his emotions oscillating wildly. The civil and military officials were bewildered, unable to comprehend why the Great Pillar Kingdom had so swiftly reversed its stance. As if a different person had replaced him. Meng Qingzhou was astonished, unable to gauge Qin Finghua's temperament. The text had indicated that he was inherently irascible, prioritizing state affairs. Yet now, he appeared to be an old rascal. Dongfang Liuli, her brows relaxing, quietly exhaled, nodding, approved. The seven young sovereigns frowned, yet were helpless. They could not lower themselves to demand a weak scholar, incapable of even lifting a chicken, to compete in martial prowess. Wang Cheng chuckled sinisterly. I have never excelled in poetry, only in the art of killing. To engage with a scholar in a literary contest is equally unfair. The envoys from various nations and the officials of the Great Jin were left in stunned silence. Some could not help but lament, Lord Meng's fortune is extraordinary, turning a certain death sentence into a chaotic spectacle. Qin Finghua, previously intent on eliminating Meng Qing, suddenly switched sides, staunchly defending him, as if he had taken leave of his senses. Jiang Songhai also spoke on behalf of Meng Qing, and even the empress leaned towards his defense. Truly, it was harder to seek death than to live. A high-ranking official sighed. To cultivate a lifetime is less valuable than to nurture a handsome visage. Huang Hao's anger erupted. Meng Qing, I am unaware of how you learned of my past, but if you dare to make it public, be prepared to bear my wrath. How long will you cower like a turtle? Have the audacity to step up and fight. I yearn for battle, and I shall fulfill your wish. I have a disciple, naturally combative and bloodthirsty, a late-stage sword cultivator, merely in his early 20s. Who among you can withstand 10 strikes from his sword? I shall extend my neck for you to strike. Meanwhile, Meng Qingzhou quietly activated his celestial-grade divine ability. Unity of three purities. Clones. Emerge. A warm smile graced Meng Qingzhou's lips as he posed the challenge. So, do you dare to fight? Huang Hao resolutely agreed. Why would I not? Let your disciple come and meet his demise. The other young sovereigns displayed no fear, confidence soaring. To dare to claim oneself a sword cultivator before the Tomb of Swords shows great audacity, Jian Wentian proclaimed arrogantly. I can withstand 10 strikes from him? Let us see if he can endure a single blow from me. Sun Baixing shouted. Wang Cheng laughed with mirth. Your disciple? What can a mere mortal possibly teach? Absurd. The officials of the Great Jin exchanged glances, their minds swirling with doubts, speculating the veracity of Lord Meng's claims. Could a powerless mortal truly guide a sword cultivator of the late stage? Nonsense. Did they truly believe that the late stage was as common as cabbage? One individual, out of goodwill, advised, Lord Meng, why not let Qin, the Pillar Kingdom, fight for you instead? There is no need for such folly. Others shook their heads, sighing in disappointment at Meng Qing. Time and again, he had swollen his face to appear plump, sacrificing the dignity of both his nation and his life for a mere facade. What could the emperor possibly see in him? Was he exceptional in some particular aspect? The old fellow, risking his head before the emperor, did he not fear for his life? Even Su Qingqiu, standing beside the emperor, could not help but murmur, Your Majesty, you must quickly find a way to save the empress. He possesses no disciple of the late stage. If we count ourselves as half-disciples, having benefited from his teachings, it would be absurd to send me up there to feign a performance. The more Su Qingqiu pondered, the more possible it seemed. The empress's disciple would be none other than her, Su Qingqiu, having gained countless insights from the sword doctrines and the experiences of sword masters. Sending her up there would lead to nothing but death. Furrowing her brows in contemplation, Su Qingqiu eventually had a sudden revelation, slapping her forehead. Could it be that the empress intends for the 7 young sovereigns to suppress their realms, allowing for a fair battle with me, thus transforming them into stepping stones for my rise to fame? Seated upon the throne, Dongfang Liuli couldn't help but cast a glance at her, silently communicating, You might want to take a look at the skies above the capital. Su Qingqiu, puzzled, scratched her head. Focusing her gaze on the sky above the Golden Luan Hall, her expression suddenly turning blank. There, in the sky over the imperial capital, beneath a boundless azure expanse, hung countless long swords, forming a celestial pathway leading directly to the imperial palace. A young man clad in black, standing with a sword on his back and a smiling mask obscuring his face, stepped forth along the path of the sword, gradually approaching the Golden Luan Hall. His voice resonated with grandeur, devoid of emotion. I am the second disciple of Lord Meng, known as Qian Yuan, a late-stage sword cultivator, here to attend the gathering. As he spoke, the black-clad youth waved his hand, conjuring a strand of temporal sword intent, gently presenting it before the empress. This slender strand of temporal sword intent, gentle as a wisp, floated delicately into the empress's palm. Congratulations on your birthday, Your Majesty, with this strand of supreme sword doubtless. I wish to honor Your Majesty, the black-clad youth declared. The empress gazed at the temporal sword intent resting in her palm, suddenly recalling the day at Qingyang Mountain when she was wounded by a strand of temporal sword intent, losing a portion of her lifespan. On that day, Meng Qingzhou had also been present. Is this your intent? The empress turned her gaze towards Meng Qingzhou below, her phoenix eyes filled with contemplation. Chapter 37. Will you approach together, or one by one? The assembly was enveloped in astonishment as the dignitaries within the Golden Luan Hall fell into a profound silence, akin to ducks grasped by the throat. A wave of uproar surged through the capital, with countless gazes converging upon the figure of the swordsman clad in black. In the esteemed realm of the Great Jin dynasty, whether noble or commoner, there was a substantial understanding of the martial world. The formidable aura emanating from the black-clad swordsman, intertwined with the essence of temporal and spatial sword intent, distorted the fabric of reality and disrupted the flow of time, all serving to affirm his immense power. Rumors had long circulated about the supposedly superficial Meng Qingzhou, who had risen through charm alone, yet here he was, somehow able to mentor a sword cultivator of the oceanic realm. We had underestimated him, for how could one favored by the empress be anything but extraordinary? The temporal and spatial sword intent, could this be the same sword saint who, on that fateful day at Qingyang Mountain, left behind a remnant of sword intent that harmed the empress? It must be him. The renowned nameless sword saint was, astonishingly, the second disciple of Meng Qingzhou. The capital erupted in frenzy as hundreds and thousands of sword cultivators ascended into the skies, eagerly wielding their beloved swords to serve as stepping stones for the young swordsman clad in black. To be bestowed with the title of sword saint, one must possess not only unparalleled strength, but also a profound comprehension of sword intent. Undoubtedly, the temporal and spatial sword intent of the black-clad sword saint stood among the highest echelons of sword arts in the world. Within the Golden Luan Hall, The ministers were struck with bewilderment, for as cultivators, they grasped the terror of the newcomer more acutely than ordinary folk. Although he was a practitioner of the oceanic realm, the overwhelming oppression he exuded was no less than that of the mighty Qin Fenghua, the sword saint. Duan Wu, whose features were marred by a grimace, felt the gravity of the situation settle heavily upon him. Wang Cheng's smile froze upon his face as disbelief widened his eyes, and he uttered hoarsely, "How is it possible for an ordinary mortal to teach a sword saint?" The black-clad sword saint was undeniably formidable, rivaling any young supreme being. The term young supreme referred to the leading figures of the younger generation, hailed as invincible within their realm, possessing absolute dominance. Such prodigies were rare, and even exhausting an entire forbidden land would yield but a handful. The value of a young supreme is immeasurable. It cannot be easily cultivated. Truly, a sage possesses an unparalleled perspective and erudition, able to guide a formidable disciple despite their own inability to cultivate. Qin Fenghua unconditionally believed in the empress, gasping in astonishment. Jiang Songhai, brows furrowed in contemplation, scrutinized the black-clad sword saint, the sword saint. The most intense reaction came from Jian Wentian of the sword concealment forbidden land. His mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, his expression frozen in shock. Temporal and spatial sword intent was a pinnacle of swordsmanship that even the masters of the forbidden land could not fathom. Jian Wentian's heart was in turmoil, his eyes vacant. As if thunder rumbled in his mind, he understood all too well the terror of the supreme sword path. The master of the sword concealment forbidden land had lived for thousands of years, reaching the cusp of the Dawn realm. After a centuries-long retreat in pursuit of the supreme sword path, he had hoped to transcend to an even higher realm through it. Yet, after 300 years, he had suddenly fallen into madness, sustaining grave injuries to his foundation. From that point on, he could no longer aspire to the Dawn realm, enduring a lifetime of torment from the repercussions of his folly. Thus, the master had set aside his pride as a sword cultivator and sent Jian Wentian to propose a union, hoping the empress would become the successor of the sword concealment forbidden land, safeguarding its legacy. I do not believe it. Jian Wentian shut his eyes, then abruptly opened them, unleashing a divine light that illuminated the black-clad sword saint. I have devised a supernatural ability to perceive a person's true age. I refuse to accept that you are merely 20. After a lengthy pause, Jian Wentian's countenance grew increasingly grim, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His demeanor deflated as if crushed by defeat. He is truly only 20. How can such a prodigy exist? In that moment, Jian Wentian's pride crumbled to dust. The sword saint, at a mere 20 years of age, stood in stark contrast to Jian Wentian's 53 years, during which he had yet to even touch the fringes of the supreme sword path, let alone comprehend it. The onlookers were taken aback by Jian Wentian's reaction. Here was the esteemed disciple of the sword concealment forbidden land's master, reduced to such a state merely by gazing upon the prowess of the black-clad sword saint. Su Qingzhou gazed in admiration at Meng Qingzhou, who remained composed with his cane, whispering, "Your Majesty, the emperor is truly remarkable," with a single word. He summoned the sword saint. Moreover, it is the nameless sword saint who once harmed your being with a strand of sword intent. The emperor is indeed unfathomable. Dongfang Liuli cast a silent glance at Su Qingzhou, a hint of exasperation in her expression. You should be grateful that I am a wise emperor. Had it been any other sovereign from the past, I could have punished you severely for merely uttering that phrase. Su Qingzhou retracted her neck, sticking out her tongue playfully. Dongfang Liuli sighed. Who was the blind fool that bestowed upon you the title of the cold and stunning sword fairy, spreading it throughout the realm? At this point, the empress paused, her gaze lingering on Meng Qingzhou as she murmured, "However, my husband becomes increasingly extraordinary." Meanwhile, the black-clad sword saint traversed the heavenly path formed by 100,000 spirit swords, ultimately being escorted by countless sword cultivators from the capital, who formed a throne of swords, allowing him to enter the Golden One Hall smoothly. I am Qian Yuan, a hidden swordsman. In my youth, I encountered my master by chance, who enlightened me and has supported me ever since. To me, Master Meng has bestowed upon me a second life. I can repay him with nothing less than my all. As Qian Yuan walked among the officials, bearing his longsword, his steady stride and calm voice resonated throughout the capital, thundering in the ears of all present. Now, someone dares to bully my master. I cannot tolerate this. With that, Qian Yuan's tone turned grim, cold as the depths of winter, akin to the autumn winds sweeping away the leaves. The temporal and spatial sword intent enveloped him, swirling around Qian Yuan. Within a radius of several dozen meters from the black-clad sword saint, all colors faded to gray and white, the flow of time slowed, and even reversed. Qian Yuan approached Meng Qingzhou, bowing respectfully. "Apprentice has arrived late. Please punish me, master." Meng Qingzhou chuckled. "Not at all. It merely seems that someone is itching for a fight. And knowing your combative nature, I called you here." Qian Yuan nodded, his expression concealed behind a mask of laughter, yet every soul present felt his intense murderous intent. Having met the empress of the great Jin dynasty, Qian Yuan offered a slight nod to the sovereign upon her throne, refraining from further comments. The empress, unfazed, waved her hand, indicating he could proceed freely. "Thank you, your majesty." Turning slowly, the black-clad sword saint faced the 7 young supremes. "Esteemed ones, will you approach together, or one by one?" Qian Yuan grasped the sword on his back, declaring, "This is the sword saint. I did not expect the empress to possess such a trump card. We must recruit him to serve in the great Jin dynasty." Qian Yuan smiled, cold and piercing. "The difference is this. If all 7 of you come at once, I will effortlessly topple you with a single stroke, leaving you humiliated and struggling to preserve your lives. Because of your numbers, I may find it difficult to control my strength. However, if you come one by one, I shall dispatch you in succession. Your pride may remain intact. Yet the process will be exceedingly painful." Chapter 38. This sword splits heaven and earth in a fit of rage. Huang Hao laughed maniacally, as his dark past was exposed by this fellow's master, tarnishing his reputation. "Do you wish to challenge me to a duel?" Qian Yuan asked indifferently. Huang Hao, confident in his strength, immediately declared, "Fight." A eunuch led the two towards the Golden Luan Hall, where a towering edifice of dark gold loomed over the broad imperial path, a point-generating platform from ancient times. Qian Yuan's eyes flickered with astonishment. The ancient point-generating platform. It was constructed at the dawn of the Jin dynasty, using vast resources, and sealed within it was the soul of a half-step morning dawn realm demon emperor, reaching an astonishing quality of pseudo-immortal grade. Unless a powerful morning dawn realm expert intervened, it would be nearly impossible to leave any traces upon it, for it was incredibly resilient. Qian Yuan and Huang Hao entered the platform in succession. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed. Qian Yuan gazed across the vast expanse of mountains and rivers. A silvery river flowed through the sky, with countless stars rising and falling within its waters. The deep heritage of the Jin dynasty was evident. "It was well worth my personal visit," Huang Hao mused, growing increasingly excited. The other 6 young supremes, the envoys from various nations, and the 100 officials of the Jin dynasty observed from a distance. The empress, lounging lazily, straightened slightly, her fingertips swirling with a strand of temporal sword intent, fixated on the point-generating platform. "Your Majesty, Qian Yuan, the sword saint, has made a grand gesture, first sending forth a strand of immortal sword intent." Su Qingqiu gazed longingly at the temporal sword intent, her large eyes filled with desire. This temporal sword intent held a fatal allure for any swordsman. The empress chuckled lightly. "The immortal sword intent is an invaluable treasure for swordsmen. Anyone who can comprehend even a fraction of it will benefit for a lifetime. Yet it is of no use to me." As she spoke, the empress flicked her fingertip, sending a wisp of temporal sword intent towards Su Qingqiu. "Take it." Su Qingqiu was startled. Though she yearned for it, she resolutely shook her head. "No, this is a gift from the sword saint to your majesty." The empress smiled nonchalantly. "You are mistaken. This is a gift from the emperor to you. I do not practice the sword, so it is of no use to me." Upon hearing this, Su Qingqiu's delicate face was filled with confusion and disbelief. The empress continued, "Meng Qingzhou wishes to overshadow the 7 young supremes, overwhelming them in every aspect from his entrance. The birthday gift to his aura and strength. Yet, Meng Qingzhou seems reluctant to offer me a gift directly, instead sending a rare and utterly useless present through his disciple, the Sword Saint." Su Qingqiu suddenly understood, but then became perplexed again. "Why does the emperor not wish to present a gift to your majesty?" The empress shook her head, closing her eyes in contemplation. After a long moment, she opened her eyes, her lips curling into a smile that was hard to suppress. Is he so narcissistic? Fearing that the charm of the Jin emperor might sway him, that he resorts to such a strategy? Hearing this, Su Qingqiu was initially taken aback. Then her eyes widened in astonishment. The emperor does not realize he is the emperor, nor does he know that your majesty is his own wife. So he would rather provoke your majesty's displeasure than allow the rumors of the empress being a puppet to solidify? Su Qingqiu's fair face flushed bright red, and she murmured dreamily, "The emperor is quite charming." The empress, taken aback, felt a rush of warmth across her cheeks, and clearing her throat, she reprimanded, "What nonsense are you spouting? The temporal sword intent is exceedingly precious. You should focus on comprehending it. Inside the ancient point-generating platform, Qian Yuan. The Sword Saint, also known as Meng Qingzhou, had a doppelganger embodying 70% of his true strength. I hope one day I can send him into exile out of sheer frustration. With a commanding presence, Qian Yuan stood tall, resembling an ancient divine sword. His aura radiating as sword intent surged into the heavens. Yet, his mind wandered elsewhere, contemplating his plan for leisurely evasion from the empress. The preparations for his escape were underway. Qin Finghua, acting as the referee, declared loudly, the birthday banquet of the Jin Emperor, the first match of the viewing, martial combat. It officially begins. The ancient point-generating platform would suppress the participants' realms to a uniform level, ensuring absolute fairness. This martial competition invited countless powerful figures and prodigies from various factions, who would duel in one-on-one matches determined by drawing lots. The undefeated victor could make any request within the Empress's power. The 7 young supremes were particularly drawn to this, journeying from afar to the Jin imperial capital. Should they triumph over all challengers, they would propose a marriage alliance, specifically naming the Empress, backed by a powerful faction, ensuring her acquiescence. Of course, the 7 young supremes and Qian Yuan, the Sword Saint, were exempt from the lottery, for they possessed absolute dominance among their peers. The reward for being undefeated would not extend to anyone else. It could only arise from among these 8 individuals. The remaining participants either sought to join in the spectacle, wished to make a name for themselves, or aimed to secure a position among the top 10 for rewards. Master, do you believe the Sword Saint can win? An elder from the Holy Land inquired of the sect leader. The sect leader shook his head. The Sword Saint is indeed formidable. But these 7 young supremes are not to be underestimated. Take Huang Hao, the 5 Spirits clan, for instance. He possesses the bloodline of ancient divine beasts and has mastered the Western divine beast techniques, allowing him to summon the Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu, remnants of the Western divine beast's essence, to aid in battle. Not to mention, there are others like the formidable Duan Wuhou, who has slain 3 Moonlight Realm experts, Wang Cheng, who bears the fortune of 10 nations, and Jian Wentian, who forged the sword of all spirits in the Southern Sea, as well as Sun Baixing, who has honed the combat god art. It will be a challenge for the Sword Saint to remain undefeated. Many began to murmur, their eyes glinting with anticipation, eager to witness the clash of the young supremes, a true contest of dragons and tigers. Even though Qian Yuan, the Sword Saint, was extraordinarily fearsome, many remained skeptical of his chances. The reason was simple. The past achievements of the 7 young supremes were too dazzling, overshadowing their contemporaries like a towering mountain pressing down on the younger generation. Soon, the battle commenced. Huang Hao's body coursed with golden liquid, and a pair of golden horns gleamed brightly from his forehead as he roared, Western divine beasts, bestow your power upon me, descend upon the world, and instill fear across the cosmos. As his voice fell, strands of pure energy materialized, igniting like incense, coalescing into the Qinglong, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Baihu. The Western divine beasts let out a resounding roar, startling numerous spectators. Even some Moonlight Realm experts frowned, sensing the impending threat. No one expected Huang Hao had already mastered the Western divine beast techniques. Qian Yuan, the Sword Saint, would surely lose. Given another 20 years, he could easily prevail. But alas, he was still too young and inexperienced, a pity. Everyone understood the stakes, and even Qin Finghua, who had previously held unwavering confidence in the Emperor Meng Qingzhou, began to waver, worrying for Qian Yuan, the Sword Saint. Qin Fenghua's body was tense, ready to leap into the point-generating platform to save him. The invincibility lay in the prophecy of the saints, not in Qian Yuan, the Sword Saint. My faith derives from the Emperor, not merely a sword. I've been too blind, Qin Fenghua sighed. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A resounding sword cry pierced the air. Qian Yuan, the Sword Saint, drew his sword, and then, a brilliant sword light cleaved the heavens and the earth apart. This was neither an illusion nor a mere spectacle. It truly severed the very fabric of the cosmos. Chapter 39. Illiterate without 9 years of compulsory education, I am too indifferent to speak. You are unworthy to listen. The brilliance of the sword illuminated the night sky of the capital, rendering the stars and the moon pale in comparison. In an instant, the vibrant night of the imperial city shone as brightly as day, captivating the gaze of millions who turned their eyes towards the palace. Gradually, a discordant sensation emerged among the onlookers, leading to exclamations of astonishment. The heavens and the earth are splitting apart. Before them, The entire night sky seemed to be engulfing the moon and stars, as if they were fleeing, gradually receding into the distance. The sky has vanished. Between heaven and earth lay a chasm, as though severing the ancient continuum, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Within the small world of the pointing general's platform, the sword light pierced through the barriers of this realm, forcefully carving out a wide and lengthy gash, from which the radiant sword light poured forth. The spatial sword intent displayed such incredible mastery. The profound cultivation of the sword saint of Qianyuan far exceeded our imagination. Jiang Songhai, hands clasped behind his back, remarked. Some were astounded, questioning, can the sword saint of Qianyuan truly split heaven and earth with a single strike? Is this something achievable by a practitioner of the sea-covering realm? Jiang Songhai, though merely at the initial stage of the mountain-moving realm, possessed a perspective unlike others, calmly replied, not at all. The sword saint's strike does not sever heaven and earth in the material sense, but rather disrupts the spatial laws of this region. A visitor from a forbidden land bore a grave expression, fixating intently on the sword saint of Qianyuan, murmuring, where did this individual emerge from? A mere 20-year-old sword saint, given time, could undoubtedly ascend to the dawn's splendor realm and behold the vistas beyond. Even the empress, Dongfang Liuli, seated in the golden hall, could not contain her solemn demeanor, rising to gaze through the dome at the spectacle of the splitting heavens. Initially, she believed the sword saint's sword intent was predominantly governed by the laws of time. Now, it appeared that his mastery encompassed both space and time at their zenith. Dongfang Liuli could not help but glance towards the strikingly handsome youth, Meng Qingzhou, who leaned upon a blind staff in the hall. Such extraordinary talent rivals my own. How have you nurtured and guided him? Could it be? Dongfang Liuli's phoenix eyes narrowed, her heart in turmoil. Are you truly a sage? In the past, irrespective of how astonishing Meng Qingzhou's words or deeds were, Dongfang Liuli had remained skeptical of his identity as a sage. According to the royal secret records, there was but one sage, a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, traversing the mortal realm to preach and enlighten the masses. A sage was not devoid of cultivation as rumored, but rather transcended it, for he embodied the laws of the heavenly Tao in every action. Who could withstand a strike from the heavenly Tao? With the sage's passing, the heavenly Tao fell silent. Henceforth, no sage could ever arise again. Huang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the disintegration of the Western elephant divine beast he had summoned, once a dominant force. Summoning even a fragment of its essence could pave an invincible path. Yet, he had erred in one regard. He was but an ant, and ants cannot summon gods. The sword of Qianyuan was sharp, and its words were no less venomous. It obliterated the Western elephant divine beast with a single strike while simultaneously assailing Huang Hao's resolve. I am the golden ant, having battled ancient dragons and cheilants, not weaker than the Western elephant. To be summoned by me is their honor. Huang Hao, astonished and enraged. Yet his resolve remained steadfast. With a decisive motion, he tore through his own body, expanding in size, his visage transforming into a terrifying figure towering dozens of feet high. Resplendent in golden hues, exuding an air of invincibility. With every movement, he caused spatial tremors, his combat prowess surging, inciting fervent cheers from the onlookers. Golden Skyhorn Ant. Let us battle once more. Huang Hao roared, vanishing from sight in an instant, delivering a punch towards Qianyuan without warning. Qin Finghua felt his heart tighten, holding his breath, prepared to intervene in the duel. Should anything happen to Qianyuan, it could implicate the emperor. Previously, Meng Qingzhou had wagered that if Qianyuan were to lose, he would go to his death. The Golden Skyhorn Ant clan was renowned for its strength, claiming to be invincible within their realm. Even a practitioner of the sea-covering realm could contend with those of the Moonlight realm. Qin Finghua muttered to himself. Beside him, Lin Lu, standing with his sword in hand, noticed his ears twitch and his eyes widen in astonishment. The esteemed Pillar Nation holds Huang Hao in such high regard? Could it be that Qianyuan is in peril? Lin Lu expressed his concern. Qin Finghua nodded, about to speak when a piercing scream echoed through the air. All eyes turned to witness a harrowing scene. Qianyuan drew his sword, slowly swinging it through the air without wind or wave, causing no ripples. Yet, in the next moment, Huang Hao's arm swelled suddenly, veins bulging, golden scales shedding. With a resounding pop, Huang Hao's arm exploded, blood and flesh suspended in the air, seemingly imbued with life, drifting about. Meridians, blood, bones, and flesh. All parts of his being appeared to harbor a profound enmity, separated by great distances. Huang Hao clutched the stump where his arm had been. Struggling to articulate, the sword saint of Qianyuan, his robes billowing, sheathed his sword, calmly stating, spatial sword intent. Within the universe, space exists everywhere, including within living beings. It merely varies in size. My sword intent infiltrates the interstitial layers of space, stealthily entering your body, manipulating the spatial laws, enlarging the minute spaces within you, such as the gaps between cells, the pathways of capillaries, and so forth. As he spoke, the sword saint suddenly sighed, resting his forehead in exasperation. How foolish of me to discuss such matters with an illiterate who has never received 9 years of compulsory education. In simpler terms, Meng Qingzhou's spatial sword intent amplifies the gaps between particles within your body. For instance, the spaces between cells, causing the minute spaces to expand, such as blood vessels, to the thickness of an arm, naturally cannot be accommodated by the body. The mysteries of temporal and spatial sword intent extend far beyond this. The sword saint chuckled lightly. Next, I shall demonstrate each principle upon you. Huang Hao's pupils constricted sharply, an unknown terror overtaking his spirit. He could not comprehend the sword saint's words. The unknown is the greatest horror. I will not continue. Huang Hao attempted to concede, opening his mouth to speak. Just as the words escaped his lips, he realized he could no longer utter a sound. Upon touching his mouth, it had vanished, dispersing into countless specks of light in the air. All living beings are composed of matter. My spatial sword intent can grant matter freedom. The sword saint of Qianyuan stated coldly. Wishing to concede? Apologies, it is too late. A tear rolled down Huang Hao's cheek. At that moment, he finally grasped the truth. The masked young man before him was beyond his capability to confront. He was a true prodigy. You are still capable of thought, which is inappropriate. The sword saint of Qianyuan murmured softly, extending a finger. The spatial sword intent silently penetrated Huang Hao's mind, severing a portion of his brain. Huang Hao's body stiffened. His eyes glazed over, grinning foolishly, his mouth twisted, resembling a madman. Clearly, the young supreme being, Huang Hao, had lost his wits. Please, grant me a swift end. Huang Hao retained the last vestige of clarity, filled with regret and anguish, pleading. As a young supreme, he possessed his own pride. Better to die than endure humiliation. Ah, who told me that I am both handsome and kind-hearted? I shall indulge you. The sword saint of Qianyuan sighed. With a single stroke, the blade passed through his skull, golden and white fluids dripping. The rare golden skyhorn ant, lauded as invincible among its peers, fell just like that, leaving behind a trace of a relieved smile before its demise. Meanwhile, in the Golden Hall, the Empress Dongfang Liuli leaned forward, fixated on the sword saint of Qianyuan. Addressing Su Qingqiu, do you not find this sword saint of Qianyuan strikingly familiar? The flippant tone, the inexplicable words, and an indescribable air of tranquility. Su Qingqiu blinked her large, innocent eyes, subtly glancing at the Empress. Your Majesty, did you not declare a vow of lifelong celibacy? A lifetime dedicated to the pursuit of unifying the world. You traverse alone with your sword, needing no male companion. Yet, you now possess such profound understanding of a man. It appears you are falling in love. I have a question for you. With her crimson eyes, Dongfang Liuli gazed at Su Qingqiu. Noticing her silence and the furtive glances directed her way, she inquired with curiosity. Su Qingqiu quickly composed herself and replied, ahem. I too perceive that this Qianyuan sword saint bears a striking resemblance to the emperor. Perhaps it is due to the emperor's teachings from a young age that they share certain traits. Dongfang Liuli fell into contemplation, murmuring, is that so? Why do I feel as though they are, in essence, the same individual? Su Qingqiu, puzzled, responded, Your Majesty, what leads you to such a conclusion? The emperor possesses no cultivation, a fact you have confirmed repeatedly. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as the emperor in the first place. Do not inquire further. It is simply the instinct of a woman. Chapter 40. Indeed, we have all misunderstood Sir Meng. Draped in black, the sword saint of Qianyuan strode forth from the command platform, his 3-foot sword dripping with golden blood, his gaze cold as he surveyed the remaining 6 young supremes. Who shall be next? In an instant, the multitude of spectators fell silent, their faces drained of color. Huang Hao's fall was so abrupt. One moment, the golden heavenly ant displayed its might, and in the next, it was lifeless. Even the 6 young supremes were rendered speechless, engulfed in shock. The hallmark of mastery in the temporal sword intent had been reached, brushing against the threshold of celestial sword intent. No, this was celestial sword intent. Jian Wantian's lips lost their color as he staggered back a few steps, his pride shattered. His conviction in the sword path was shaken, in the heart of a swordsman. A critical flaw was now broken. Wang Cheng's complexion darkened, his expression as gloomy as the depths of water. The 20-year-old sword saint had reached such heights in sword intent. Could this prodigy have begun his training in the womb? At 20, A sword saint of the sea-covering realm was hardly considered young. Rather, it was akin to being a mere child. For practitioners, breaking through the first stage extended one's lifespan by a century. Entering the cloud-riding realm marked one's official entry into the world of cultivation, allowing for a lifespan of 500 years. The mountain-moving realm could yield 800 years, while the sea-covering realm, known for its formidable beings, boasted a lifespan of 1,500 years. In essence, a mortal at 30 years old equated to a sea-covering realm practitioner at 500. Thus, the Qianyuan sword saint was comparable to an infant. Wang Cheng had initially assumed that such a youthful sword saint would possess only a superficial understanding of sword intent and a shaky foundation in cultivation. I cannot believe such a prodigy could have been raised by a mere mortal, Wang Cheng gritted through clenched teeth. The officials of the Great Jin looked at each other in disbelief, murmuring, "Indeed, Sir Meng Qingzhou has no cultivation, having never been immersed in the world of practice. How could he teach?" Was it possible that Sir Meng sought external aid, disguising a helper as a disciple for appearances? If he could charm the emperor through deceit, what could he not achieve? Such a remarkable talent, effortlessly slaying a young supreme, undoubtedly made the Qianyuan sword saint a prodigy worthy of the empress. How could one's master be a mere mortal? Who would believe such a tale? However, at that moment, Qin Finghua seized the opportunity to interject. Laughing heartily, "Young Wang Cheng, you underestimate Sir Meng far too much. Though he lacks cultivation, his knowledge of the cultivation world, various divine texts, and the secrets of the world is profound." Upon realizing that Meng Qingzhou was indeed Meng Qingzhou, Qin Finghua swiftly altered his stance. Understanding why the emperor had discarded his straw wife to favor a blind man of unknown origin. If he was indeed Meng Emperor, then everything fell into place. A sage, no matter how extraordinary, is expected to shine brightly. Otherwise, how could they be deemed a sage? What true skill could a spineless man, who ascended through charm, possess? Wang Cheng scoffed. Now, no one dared to face the 3-foot sword of the Qianyuan sword saint directly. Wang Cheng sought merely an excuse to dismiss this unforeseen variable. The truth mattered little. With an enigmatic smile, Qin Finghua slowly continued. "You are unaware that Sir Meng possesses knowledge from ancient to future. Able to survey the river of time. He has aided the Prime Minister of Great Jin in avoiding peril and has cured the Empress's hidden ailments, even guiding a first-tier practitioner to break through into the cloud-riding realm with just a few words." Qin Finghua proclaimed proudly. "Tell me, does Sir Meng not possess the qualifications to be the master of the Qianyuan sword saint?" At these words, silence enveloped the world. The entire palace fell into an eerie quiet, various factions stunned, and the murmurs of the officials of Great Jin vanished in an instant. Until now, aside from a few ministers who had played roles in the recent events, and the traitorous Wang Zhaoyuan, Zhao Go, and others, nearly everyone remained unaware of how the Great Jin court had repeatedly turned peril into safety. Time and again, they had seen through Zhao Yuan's schemes. As if aided by divine intervention, General Qin, known for his defiance, would not willingly play second fiddle unless Sir Meng truly possessed remarkable talents. Thus, could it be that the guiding force behind the Great Jin's direction and hidden strategies was indeed Sir Meng Qingzhou? We have grossly misunderstood Sir Meng. No wonder the emperor, despite the opposition of his ministers, resolutely promoted him, providing various forms of favoritism. With such accomplishments, not to mention a mere third-rank minister, even a second-rank position would be more than deserved. We have slandered the one who loves us most, misplacing our sincerity. Sir Meng, we have wronged you. Why does Sir Meng never explain? How can he endure to toil for the country and its people, only to be scorned by the populace, walking alone in darkness? Igniting a lamp for Great Jin? The righteousness of Sir Meng illuminates the ages. We are even less than beasts, unworthy of being called children. I shall erect a temple for Sir Meng. Day after day, I repent. The officials of Great Jin erupted into an uproar, soon moved to tears, with elder statesmen misty-eyed and quietly reddening their gaze. In an instant, the reputation of Sir Meng Qingzhou underwent a dramatic reversal. Yet some remained skeptical, turning to Jiang Songhai and inquiring, "Is what General Qin said true?" Only Jiang Songhai nodded, knowing that with 2 prominent pillars of the state vouching, these statements could gain credibility. Jiang Songhai felt a heavy burden, glaring at Qin Finghua with eyes that seemed to burn with ire. Wishing to incinerate the old rascal for his indiscretion, he longed to deny it, unwilling to see Meng Qingzhou thrust into the spotlight, attracting the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Yet, Qin Finghua spoke the truth. These merits belonged to Meng Qingzhou and also to Meng Qingzhou. If Jiang Songhai denied them today, He would find it impossible to acknowledge them later without disbelief. The unjust treatment of the emperor's reputation weighed heavily on his heart. After deep consideration, Jiang Songhai sighed heavily, reluctantly conceding, "General Qin speaks no lies. All is true." A hush fell. Jiang Songhai had acknowledged it. The undeniable truth emerged. The one who ignited the light for Great Jin, the solitary figure traversing dark alleys for the realm, was indeed Sir Meng Qingzhou. Qin Finghua stood proudly, arms akimbo, taunting Wang Cheng with a raised eyebrow. As for the safety of Meng Qingzhou, would he be targeted? Qin Finghua thought simply, swiftly subdue all opposing factions and unify the realm, and there would be no dissenters. Should anyone dare to attempt assassination against Meng Qingzhou, it would be akin to touching Qin Fenghua's reverse scale, and they would be the first to perish. In truth, Qin Finghua sought to vindicate Meng Qingzhou, to let the people of Great Jin know the true contributions of the man they so scorned. However, the silent Meng Qingzhou was bewildered. So I am this great. Why was I the last to know? Meng Qingzhou felt overwhelmed, sensing the world's malice converging upon him. Old rascal Qin, I have no grudge against you. Why do you persist in targeting me? Having inadvertently drawn hatred towards himself, leading to the exposure of his false identity, he had attracted all eyes. Just as he had finally become the Qianyuan sword saint, capturing all attention, Qin Fenghua's loud proclamation thrust him back into the spotlight. Old rascal, I shall fight you. The Qianyuan sword saint suddenly turned, drawing his sword and pointing it at Qin Finghua, his words fueled by an anger potent enough to ignite the sea. Damn it. Since you refuse to let me live, I shall strike you down first. Chapter 41. My son Wang Cheng possesses the bearing of an emperor, Qin Finghua remarked. Old man, I have helped clear your master's name. Why are you still ungrateful as a disciple? Meng Qingzhou, seething with frustration, retorted, Is this truly assistance? You are clearly harming me. Do you not understand the adage that a towering tree will attract the wind? Are you unaware of why supporting characters meet their demise so swiftly? It is because of your exceptional prowess. The protagonist, Long Outyin, must tread upon your head to establish his own fame. Coughing lightly, Meng Qingzhou added, I do not recall performing such grand feats. Perhaps you are mistaken. I spend my days walking dogs, watering flowers, and sipping tea. When would I have the time to quell banditry or engage in a battle of wits with Zhao Yuan? Furthermore, I am but a commoner, devoid of any understanding of cultivation. The notion that I could inspire a breakthrough in the realm of cloud traversal is utterly absurd. He hastily waved his hands in denial, his confidence unwavering in the face of such unfounded claims. Qin Finghua, with an inscrutable smile, declared, Minister Ming, do not be modest. With the Prime Minister and I as your guarantors, how could there be any falsehood? One day, Your Majesty, you will be grateful to me. You will come to realize your own greatness and the innumerable tribulations you have aided the great Jin dynasty in overcoming. Meng Qingzhou, exasperated, cursed under his breath, feeling an urge to strike. The Qianyuan sword saint, with a grave tone, admonished, I respect you as a senior, which is why I speak to you so courteously. However, should you continue to impose these unfounded accusations upon my master, I must ask whether my sword would consent to such indignity. Were it not for our shared service in the court, I would have already struck you down. Turning his gaze to Jiang Songhai, the Qianyuan sword saint continued, And you, as the Prime Minister and a nation strategist, how can you indulge in Qin Fenghua's absurdities? Jiang Songhai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the sword saint, before finally speaking. How can you be so certain that your master has not committed these deeds? Your last appearance was 2 days ago at Qiliang Mountain, and you should not have been by Minister Ming's side prior to that. Otherwise, you would have certainly been discovered. At this, Meng Qingzhou was taken aback and quickly interjected. Well, my disciple is good in every regard, except for being rather single-minded. Whatever his master says, he believes without question. Please excuse him. He then scolded, Qianyuan, why do you not remain silent? The Qianyuan sword saint, with a resigned huff, sheathed his sword and ceased speaking. The farcical scene concluded abruptly, revealing the hidden greatness of Minister Ming as unveiled by the two pillars of the dynasty, Qin Finghua and Jiang Songhai. Despite Meng Qingzhou's reluctance to accept false accolades, his repeated denials only served to enhance his sage-like persona. In that moment, the gazes of those in the court shifted, now imbued with a hint of respect and admiration for Meng Qingzhou. A second-rank minister, with hands clasped in reverence, bowed deeply, saying, Please allow me to apologize for my previous actions and express my admiration for Minister Ming's virtue. Startled, Meng Qingzhou was about to assist the man when he suddenly heard the resounding cheers echoing, All hail Minister Ming! All hail Minister Ming! All hail Minister Ming! The entire court, filled with officials, bowed deeply, unable to rise. creating a magnificent spectacle that left the observing faction speechless. Moreover, Meng Qingzhou discreetly employed his eavesdropping skills, catching a remark from a certain Holy Land leader to an elder nearby. Record this and elevate Meng Qing's threat level to match that of Qin Finghua and Jiang Songhai. He must be closely monitored. Not only that, a compiler of a certain ranking list transmitted to his subordinate, stating, "The sage list has been updated. Meng Qing is now ranked 11th, just behind Prime Minister Jiang Songhai of the Great Qin. The master of an assassination guild, with a grave expression, instructed, adjust the bounty." Meng Qing's reward is now set at 100 million low-grade spirit stones, 5 celestial-grade spiritual treasures, and 1 heavenly-level divine technique. Meng Qingzhou could only rub his forehead in resignation and sigh. The undercurrents are stirring. I merely intended to cast out an inconsequential figure like the Qianyuan sword, saint to attract attention from various factions, thereby safeguarding Meng Qing's identity. How did it backfire so spectacularly? The Qianyuan sword saint remained unfazed, remarking that he could simply vanish forever. However, Meng Qing's identity had shifted. It was granted by the villainous Empress Qin Liuli, and many were aware of it. It was evident that after today, the entire Great Jin dynasty would come to recognize Meng Qing, his renown reaching its zenith. In this fantastical world, survival was paramount, and a scheme must be devised to ensure the death of Meng Qing. The 6 youthful supremes wore grim expressions. The current situation effectively solidified the master-disciple relationship between Meng Qing and the Qianyuan sword saint. Any further questioning would merely appear as a feeble attempt to refute the truth. They scorned the notion of resorting to such underhanded tactics. What to do? They could not win in a fight, yet conceding would mean losing face. The farce concluded. And with time pressing, the Qianyuan sword saint declared, "You may as well come at me all at once." With a chilling tone, he wiped the blade of his sword, his voice resonating beneath the mask of a smile. "Hurry and decide. My mood is quite foul. You claim to be young supremes, so I imagine you can withstand a beating. Please help me vent my frustrations, and I will grant you a swift end." As he spoke, the Qianyuan sword saint paused, turning his head towards the direction of the Golden Luan Hall, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, should I slay this group, I, the Qianyuan sword saint, shall bear any trouble that arises, ensuring the Great Jin remains unscathed." If he had resolved to take action, it was imperative to eradicate all roots of enmity, eliminating any supporting characters that bore ill will, lest they cause future misfortune. The Empress smiled playfully, casting a deep glance at the Qianyuan sword saint before turning to Meng Qingzhou, saying lightly, "No need. I shall take responsibility. Any troubles, I will extinguish personally." Dominant, simple, and exuding absolute confidence. Should any forces dare retaliate against the 7 young supremes, she would eradicate them without hesitation. As an emperor, she embodied grandeur and might. The Eastern Liuli's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. There was a statement left unspoken. If her conjecture held true, the Qianyuan sword saint and Meng Qingzhou were indeed one and the same. In that case, it was merely a family affair. Who would take responsibility? Did it truly matter? "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Qianyuan sword saint, brimming with valor, pointed his sword at the 6 great supremes, admonishing, "Are your legs trembling? Where has your previous arrogance gone?" With a single slash, the Qianyuan sword saint cleaved the night sky, creating an irregular rift in space, from which torrential blood rain cascaded, staining the landscape of the Great Jin crimson. Suddenly, a colossal, fearsome turtle head crashed down, obliterating a mountain range. Wang Cheng's eyes flared with fury, and he let out a piercing scream. "No. The guardian beast of the Great Qian, which was lent to me, how dare you slay it?" Furious and twisted in expression, he proclaimed, "You shall pay for this. Since you insist on death, I shall grant your wish. I have siphoned the fortunes of 10 nations, reaping the destinies of countless beings. My blessings are as vast as the sea. Every word and action is like a prophecy from the heavens. Today, let you feel the weight of it." In an instant, the skies darkened, the stars shimmered with unprecedented brilliance, their hues shifting from white to a regal purple, symbolizing fortune. It was as if countless purple stars wove a veil, suspended behind Wang Cheng, emanating an air of dignity and sanctity. It felt as if the Son of Heaven had descended upon the mortal realm, vowing to stain the mountains and rivers with blood. The Qianyuan sword saint, filled with satisfaction, clapped and laughed. "Indeed, after the illustrious Long Out Yin Zhao Go, my son Wang Cheng possesses the bearing of an emperor." Chapter 42. 3 Incense of Annihilation, sending you to the afterlife, the 3rd prince of the Blood Sea Empire. Mo Wui, with his exquisite features and a charmingly rebellious demeanor, remarked nonchalantly. Is it merely the slaying of an ant that has inflated your ego? How dare you single-handedly confront 6 youthful supremes? General Sun Baisheng of the Ally Kingdom drew forth a coiling dragon staff, his battle spirit soaring. Are you a prodigy comparable to the sons of deities, a pinnacle anomaly of the initial supreme? I was just contemplating testing your strength. And you shall serve as my whetstone. The 6 youthful supremes exchanged glances, setting aside their arrogance, and resolved to unite against this temporal sword sage. With that thought, they hesitated no longer and entered the command platform one after the other. The chief elder of the Waiatian sect, Duan Wuqiu, appeared haggard, a wisp of dark energy coiling at his brow. Holding 3 incense sticks, his voice was low and frail. From your visage, I discern a fate of premature demise. Since you are destined for a short life, allow me to escort you on your journey. The 3 incense sticks bore ominous names. The first, life-consuming incense, which, once ignited, would signify the end of life. The second, soul-sending incense, which opened a bridge between life and death, leading souls into the abyss, never to be reborn. And the third, God-burial incense, which invoked the terror faced by ancient deities in their twilight years, a glimpse into the calamities they endured. Duan Wuqiu's gaze was as cold as that of a coroner examining a corpse, and he stated with indifference, I have lived for 3 centuries, cautious by nature, and have preserved these 3 incense sticks for over 100 years, never encountering an opponent worthy of their use. You are fortunate to be the first to evoke a sense of impending death within me. These 3 incense sticks shall guide you to the afterlife. At his words, astonishment spread among all present, their faces reflecting horror as they beheld the incense in Duan Wuqiu's grasp. Qin Fenghua's expression shifted dramatically, murmuring, annihilation incense. Such forbidden artifacts have vanished for over 10 millennia. How can they still exist? Jiang Songhai, in an instant, appeared beside Qin Fenghua, exclaiming, is this not the legendary incense crafted by an evil cultivator who sacrificed hundreds of great worlds, using their ashes to forge these 3 annihilation incense? Qin Fenghua's demeanor grew colder as he nodded. Indeed. However, the lineage of the annihilation incense spans tens of thousands of years, and countless calamities have arisen from it. Many have wielded it, diminishing its power. It is likely usable only once. Qin Fenghua declared resolutely, even once is unacceptable. The Empress's command rests upon this battle. A saint cannot afford to falter. Immediately halt the contest. Without hesitation, Qin Fenghua prepared to forcibly end the conflict when suddenly a voice resonated in his ear. Such trifling annihilation incense, with me here, the Qianyuan sword sage will remain unharmed. Qin Fenghua's countenance transformed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he turned towards the direction of the golden throne hall, filled with elation. Your Majesty, have you taken that step? The voice from the esteemed general trembled with suppressed excitement. Qin Fenghua's throat tightened, his fists clenched, and he glared at Jiang Songhai, demanding, did you know all along? Know what? Jiang Songhai feigned ignorance, blinking innocently. Your Majesty, the Dawn Realm. Qin Fenghua uttered 2 key phrases, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Jiang Songhai rolled his eyes, continuing to play the fool. Apologies, I have not read much and do not comprehend. On the observation platform, several ancient figures suddenly rose, their gazes like lightning, fixated on the incense held by Duan Wuqiu. The legends of the annihilation incense were too distant, known only through the accounts of ancient, long-living beings or prestigious powers that had preserved their records. Now, the emergence of the annihilation incense had left many prominent figures in shock. The 3 annihilation incense in Duan Wuqiu's possession were likely the last in existence, used against a mere sea-crossing realm cultivator, a sheer waste of such a powerful artifact. An ancient figure concealed within the crowd lamented. Conversely, a superpower harboring animosity towards the great Jin dynasty sneered coldly. While it is regrettable, the arrival of the annihilation incense ensures that no matter how extraordinary the Qianyuan sword sage may be, he shall meet his demise. The great Jin stands to lose a top-tier genius. How splendid. Within the internal realm of the command platform, Jian Wentian and Mo Wui were taken aback, quickly distancing themselves from Duan Wuqiu, fearful of the potential backlash from the annihilation incense. Yet, Wang Cheng remained undeterred, standing shoulder to shoulder with Duan Wuqiu, burdened by the myriad of Ziwei constellations resembling a deity of fortune, and smiled, excellent. With this, the Qianyuan sword sage is undoubtedly doomed. Duan Wuqiu cast a sidelong glance at him. Are you not afraid? Wang Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. I am cloaked in boundless fortune. Divine providence protects me. As long as you do not direct the annihilation incense at me first, I shall remain unharmed. Hearing this, Duan Wuqiu ceased his hesitation, using his own blood as fuel to ignite the 3 annihilation incense. Holding the 3 incense sticks, he bowed deeply towards the Qianyuan sword sage. With the first bow, he sent you to your eternal rest. As the words fell, the Qianyuan sword sage's black hair turned white, his skin instantly wrinkling, his back stooping, aging in an instant. He felt as though he had burned away over 1,000 years of lifespan. Impressive. The world is indeed filled with countless heroes, and one must not underestimate them, reflected the Qianyuan sword sage, gazing at his withered hand, filled with contemplation. The novel had not mentioned Duan Wuqiu possessing the 3 annihilation incense, primarily because the plot focused on the protagonist defeating 7 youthful supremes without escalating to a life-and-death struggle. Ultimately, it was the author's forced simplification. As the supporting characters encountered the protagonist and willingly engaged in a fair battle without seeking trouble afterward. After this incident, Meng Qingzhou was more resolute in his determination to survive. A random passerby, a mere side character mentioned briefly in the text, possessed 3 annihilation incense. With the second bow, he sent you across the bridge to the afterlife, ascending to the Hall of Yama. Duan Wuqiu bowed once more. The Qianyuan sword sage's body trembled, frozen in place, as if all 7 souls and 6 spirits had vanished. The youthful supremes, witnessing this, exchanged glances, each revealing a relaxed smile. Jian Wentian, overwhelmed with excitement, could not conceal his grin, his mouth stretching to his ears, secretly thinking, die, die. Once you perish, I shall dissect your corpse, study your temporal sword intent, and inherit all that you possess. Qin Fenghua, with wide eyes, nearly lost control, ready to tear apart the barriers of the command platform to rescue him. Could it be that the sword sage is about to fall? A sword cultivator who idolized the temporal sword sage trembled, expressing his sorrowful grief. Thousands of sword cultivators from the Great Jin roared with indignation, denouncing, cheating. Using forbidden artifacts is unjust. The sword sage has not been defeated. It is you rats who have cheated. May your majesty take their lives in vengeance for the Qianyuan sword sage. The thirst for revenge could not be tolerated. In the Golden Throne Hall, Dongfang Liuli turned her gaze towards Meng Qingzhou, who leaned on his staff, softly calling, Meng Qingzhou? Meng Qingzhou? Her tone grew urgent, her eyes widening slightly. Could it be? She had guessed correctly. The Qianyuan sword sage was Meng Qingzhou. The annihilation incense, forged from the ashes of hundreds of great worlds, was indeed a forbidden artifact of ancient times, its power beyond question. Even a mere avatar could trace back to its origin and, along the lines of causation, eliminate the main body. Meng Qing. Meng Qing. Dongfang Liuli slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming. Startled, Meng Qingzhou snapped to attention as if awakening from a dream, hastily stepping forward and cupping his hands. I am here. I was just dozing off, my apologies. You can sleep while standing? Dongfang Liuli questioned suspiciously. The courtiers exchanged perplexed glances, their expressions strange. Your disciple is currently battling a formidable foe on the command platform, and you, his master, are merely standing there asleep? Are you not a bit too oblivious? Dongfang Liuli felt increasingly baffled, secretly nursing a headache. Could it be that she was overthinking? The potency of the annihilation incense was undeniable. Its historical calamities had resulted in the annihilation of countless lives, enough to validate its fearsome reputation. Yet, Meng Qingzhou stood before her, appearing as if he had merely awakened from slumber, unaffected in the slightest. Indeed, I possess exceptional talents, able to sleep even while standing, Meng Qingzhou nodded. The Eastern Liuli's gaze was profound, still tinged with skepticism. The appearance of the sword saint of Qianyuan was exceedingly abrupt. His character mirrored that of Meng Qingzhou. Most crucially, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth, a sensation she had only ever experienced with Meng Qingzhou. Yet, the sword saint of Qianyuan seemed to possess it as well. Your Majesty, we can no longer afford to wait. Act now. Qin Fenghua conveyed urgently. The sword saint of Qianyuan, his hair as white as snow, trembled as he gripped his sword, life force swiftly dwindling. Eastern Liuli slowly rose, inwardly resolving, very well. Once I have eliminated them, I shall personally unmask you. Chapter 43. The deceptive death of Qianyuan and the sword's extermination of the 7 supreme beings. Qianyuan is dead, and the outcome is already determined. Duan Wuqiu breathes a sigh of relief, with only one remaining boundary destruction incense, sufficient to deter those with ulterior motives. Wang Qing bursts into laughter. The Qianyuan sword saint is nothing remarkable. Brother Wuqiu can vanquish him alone without our assistance. The young supreme beings exchange knowing glances. Yet their gazes linger greedily on the last boundary destruction incense in Duan Wuqiu's possession. Duan Wuqiu calmly interjects. Allow me to remind you all. This incense is called the God Burial Incense. Its power is unparalleled. Even after enduring the passage of time, it can slay ordinary Moonlight Realm cultivators as easily as slaughtering pigs or dogs. Wang Chung chuckles awkwardly. Brother Wuqiu, how could we covet the boundary destruction incense? Not the best, Duan Wuqiu retorts coldly. Jian Wentian steps forward, stating as he approaches, leave this corpse to me. I shall not partake in the ensuing battle. Wang Chung and the others nod in agreement. Brother Wentian, please proceed. Everyone present is acutely aware of Jian Wentian's intentions, merely desiring to covet the time-space sword intent of the Qianyuan Sword Saint, hoping to glean insight from the corpse. However, Wang Qing and the others harbor reservations, concerned that the Qianyuan Sword Saint may rise again even in death, prompting Jian Wentian to investigate. Jian Wentian, fully aware of the risks, gathers his sword intent and casts a formidable sword formation to encircle the corpse of the Qianyuan Sword Saint, cautiously approaching. The 99-layer divine slaying sword formation surrounds the upright figure of the Qianyuan Sword Saint, rendering it impenetrable. It should be fine now, Jian Wentian reassures himself. At that moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpires. The Qianyuan Sword Saint, previously devoid of life, suddenly lifts his head. With a swift motion, the sword pierces through Jian Wentian's skull. The boundary destruction incense truly lives up to its reputation, having required considerable effort on my part. The Qianyuan Sword Saint chuckles softly. In the next instant, his white hair turns black, his skin becomes radiant and fair, exuding an ethereal quality akin to jade. Jian Wentian's primordial spirit is expelled from his body, and the small figure of his primordial spirit gazes on in terror, exclaiming, "You are not dead? The boundary destruction incense could not kill you." The Qianyuan Sword Saint merely smiles enigmatically. In truth, at the moment Duan Wuqiu activated the boundary destruction incense, Meng Qingzhou's true body severed its connection to the one Qi transformed into three purities avatar. Fortunately, the quality of the one Qi transformed into three purities is exceptionally high. Once the connection is severed, it is nearly impossible for the boundary destruction incense to trace back to his true body unless it is freshly concocted. Subsequently, Meng Qingzhou condenses a second avatar to replace the deceased Qianyuan Sword Saint, executing a flawless switch before the eyes of all, achieving perfect damage transfer. An inconsequential avatar successfully obstructed two boundary destruction incenses, a highly advantageous trade. Now, it is my turn, the Qianyuan Sword Saint declares, solidifying the space around him as he reaches out to grasp the primordial spirit, crushing it without mercy. Jian Wentian, die? Time slows to a crawl. The Qianyuan Sword Saint intones. The entire world of the commanding platform is instantly transformed into a monochromatic realm, reminiscent of an old photograph, each frame stuttering. Colorful leaves hang suspended in the air, descending at an excruciatingly slow pace, while birds flap their wings in a manner akin to a slow-motion acrobatic performance. The young supreme beings, all of whom are invincible in their realm, feel their thoughts dulled, their internal energy flowing sluggishly as if crawling. The time-space domain of the Qianyuan Sword Saint is capable of enveloping an entire miniature world. Duan Wuqiu's complexion pales as he attempts to ignite the God Burial Incense. But the slow passage of time hinders him. You cannot kill us. Duan Wuqiu struggles to articulate, each word laboriously pronounced. The forces behind us will not spare Dejin. The Qianyuan Sword Saint strolls forward, retrieving the God Burial Incense from Duan Wuqiu's hand and carelessly tossing it into his storage ring. It's only a matter of time, he states nonchalantly. In the midst of the unfolding narrative, the young supreme being's backing forces will, under various pretexts, attempt to infiltrate Dejin, coveting its territory and the empress of Dejin. Regardless of the concessions made, it will all be in vain. The true objective of the Waiatian sect likely pertains to the ancient treasures left behind by the first emperor of Dejin, the imperial dragon pool. As the Qianyuan Sword Saint whispers to Duan Wuqiu, Duan Wuqiu's pupils constrict violently, cold sweat streaming down his face as he wears a look of sheer horror. How does the Qianyuan Sword Saint know such top-secret information of the Waiatian sect? The Qianyuan Sword Saint continues, furthermore, I am aware that the great Qin dynasty covets the vast fortunes of Dejin, while the Blood Sea Empire desires the bloodline of Empress Qin Liuli. They all harbor ulterior motives, proposing marriage to the Empress, which, while undoubtedly audacious, pales in comparison to your true ambitions. Duan Wuqiu is utterly petrified in his eyes. The Qianyuan Sword Saint resembles a harbinger of doom. Do you still believe threats hold any weight? The Qianyuan sword saint chuckles softly, pressing a finger to Duan Wuqiu's brow. The time-space sword intent invades, shattering his very soul. The chief elder of the Waiatian sect, Duan Wuqiu, is dead, the third prince of the Blood Sea Empire. A bastard son of the Blood Sea Emperor, whose mother passed away early, neglected in the palace, awakens his blood god physique on the day of his coming-of-age ceremony. Rising from obscurity, truly a protagonist archetype, the Qianyuan sword saint strides through the void, raising his sword as he coldly declares, "What a pity, you were merely an extra, perish." The pointed sword unleashes a breathtaking sword intent, transforming into a whirlwind of sword energy that pulverizes Mo Wui's corporeal form into thin air. Should even the slightest remnant remain? Even a drop of blood, this physically invincible young supreme being could resurrect from a single drop. Mo Wui, the third prince of the Blood Sea Empire, is dead. Sun Baisheng, may I borrow a glimpse of your battle god technique? The Qianyuan sword saint halts, directing his gaze towards Sun Baisheng. The so-called fearless Sun Baisheng now exhibits an expression of dread, his face drawn as he slowly speaks. Then, "Can you spare my life?" The Qianyuan sword saint responds with a gentle smile, as warm as a neighborly older brother, softly saying, "Of course." Sun Baisheng is overjoyed, activating a concealed space at his brow. A brilliantly golden ancient tome is presented to the Qianyuan sword saint. "Thank you, but I have yet to finish my sentence. Sparing you is, of course, out of the question," the Qianyuan sword saint states coolly, raising his hand as thousands of swords pierce through Sun Baisheng, transforming him into a pincushion. In the blink of an eye, the miniature world of the commanding platform is left with only Wang Qing. What began as a formidable assembly of 7 supreme beings now sees 6 fallen, leaving only Wang Qing to plunder the fortunes of 10 nations, to scheme against countless lives. Such methods to defy the heavens are indeed intriguing, the Qianyuan sword saint reflects. This heretical approach was not inherited, but painstakingly developed by Wang Qing himself. How lamentable that there are so many talents in the world, yet Wang Qing undoubtedly stands as a prodigious figure. Alas, who instructed you to provoke me? The Qianyuan sword saint expresses deep regret, preparing to end Wang Qing's life with a single stroke when suddenly, the space of the commanding platform trembles violently. A spatial rift tears open beneath Wang Qing, and chaotic currents of space sweep him away. Before departing, Wang Qing leaves behind a single declaration: "I have said, my fortune is overwhelming. Anyone cannot kill me." A moment of vindication. The Qianyuan sword saint stares in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is this even possible? Such outrageous luck, even in a situation destined for death." He manages to escape through the chaotic currents of space. Zhao Go, do you truly deserve to be called the protagonist of Long Outyin? You are nowhere near as formidable as Wang Qing. Meng Qingzhou cannot help but sigh. Chapter 44. I shall fulfill any request of yours. This remarkable achievement has startled the world, prompting various factions to extend olive branches. My young friend, you are unaligned. A mere rogue cultivator, why not join my Qingtian Daoxian sect? We possess a sword stone tablet left by our ancestors of the Morning Radiance realm for your perusal, and I would appoint you as the Sword Peak Master, placing you on equal footing with the sect leader. What say you? A sword cultivator from the Moonlight realm transmitted. The sword saint of Qianyuan politely declined, saying, "My sword path is a grand undertaking, unparalleled both in the past and the future. No one can teach me." With a sigh of disappointment, the Moonlight realm cultivator ceased further persuasion. A visitor from a forbidden land transmitted, sword saint of Qianyuan. My master is a formidable being on the brink of the Morning Radiance realm and wishes to take you as his disciple to inherit his legacy. Would you consent? Not interested, the sword saint of Qianyuan replied, shaking his head with indifference. Give me time, and I shall surpass the Morning Radiance realm and ascend to greater heights. There is no need to take another as my master, especially since I already have a teacher. The visitor from the forbidden land snorted in disdain, retorting, "You fail to recognize a golden opportunity." Numerous guests from top-tier factions transmitted their offers to the sword saint of Qianyuan, all of which he declined. The chief eunuch of the great Jin court announced loudly, His Majesty summons Meng Qing's disciple, sword saint of Qianyuan, to enter the palace and pay respects. The sword saint of Qianyuan secretly sighed in relief. Dealing with the fervent invitations from these ancient monsters was more exhausting than engaging in bloody battles. In the Golden Throne Hall, he bowed slightly, straightening his back before the empress. After all, the sword saint of Qianyuan was not a subject of the Great Jin. And with his extraordinary strength and unparalleled talent, he did not prostrate himself before the emperor, and no one dared to speak ill of him. Previously, I promised that whoever could achieve a complete victory would have one wish granted. What is your desire? Speak, and I shall listen, the empress, Dongfang Liuli, said, her long, graceful legs crossed, her alluring yet commanding crimson eyes reflecting a hint of calculation. The sword saint of Qianyuan replied nonchalantly, I have merely eliminated a few brazen miscreants. There are many heroes present today whom I have not bested individually, so it hardly qualifies as a complete victory. The empress's reward was, without a doubt, akin to a contract. To accept it would mean becoming a pawn in her game. Regardless of one's willingness, the world would perceive it as such. Meng Qingzhou did not wish to place all his stakes on the empress. Even a fool knew not to put all their eggs in one basket. Oh! Dongfang Liuli's enchanting voice echoed through the capital. Who among you dares to challenge the sword saint of Qianyuan at the same realm? Step forward and declare your intent. Should no one dare to fight, it shall be deemed a surrender. Who dares? The final two words were spoken with such intensity that they carried a hint of threat. Those who had previously been eager to act were suddenly sobered. Good heavens! What a blatant threat! Meng Qingzhou pondered briefly and discerned the empress's intentions. She coveted the sword saint of Qianyuan's unparalleled talent and was determined to claim him for herself. That wicked villain seeks to capture both my essence and my true self. How selfish can you be? With a teasing smile, Dongfang Liuli remarked, the sword saint of Qianyuan indeed commands respect. In this vast imperial capital, no one from the west dares to receive your sword. Now, does this not imply your complete victory? With a resigned sigh, the sword saint of Qianyuan conceded, very well. Then it is your turn to make a request. Within reason, I shall fulfill it, Dongfang Liuli stated. Meng Qingzhou ground his teeth in frustration, his head pounding. What do I desire? I wish to pin you down and spank you. Can you fulfill that? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Meng Qingzhou as he controlled the sword saint of Qianyuan. I beseech your majesty to allow my master to leave Great Jin and travel with me to the west. My master is free-spirited and relishes a carefree life. He does not wish to be confined to one place. I implore you to grant this modest request. The sword saint's tone was sincere, embodying the essence of a devoted heart, a testament to filial piety. Having endured life and death adversities and battled several young supremes, even withstanding 2 devastating attacks, he ultimately made but one humble request. The courtiers murmured among themselves. Indeed, a swordsman is magnanimous, clear in matters of gratitude and resentment. To wander the west with his master, he is willing to pay such a price. Though Meng Qing served the emperor, he had fulfilled his duty loyally and had not wronged Great Jin. The sword saint of Qianyuan had no ties to the empire yet had slain enemies from the west, bearing the enmity of 7 top-tier factions. His request was hardly excessive, not merely reasonable, it was rather modest. His Majesty's generosity would surely lead to a prompt agreement. Indeed, the empress's great heart might even lead her to feel indebted, offering a generous gift in return. Qin Fenghua's lips twitched, struggling to voice his thoughts. By the heavens, you foolish officials! Meng Qing is the empress's consort. If someone seeks to whisk away your precious wife, would you smile and send her off, preparing a generous gift while advising her to take precautions? Qin Fenghua seethed, unable to voice his frustrations. Old Jiang, say something. He practically roared telepathically. Useless. What good are you? Qin Fenghua fumed. In the court, a few informed individuals exchanged glances, silently observing the empress's darkening expression and Meng Qingzhou's calm demeanor, left speechless. Your Majesty? Your Majesty! Dongfang Liuli clenched her pale fist, her chest heaving with rising fury. Very well. What an audacious sword saint of Qianyuan. I grant you the opportunity to make a request, and you come forth wanting to take my wife. Truly remarkable. The empress could not comprehend her own emotions. Feeling increasingly frustrated, akin to a kitten whose beloved toy had been snatched away, on the verge of exploding. Change your request, whether it be celestial treasures, titles, ancient relics, or the bones of immortals. I can fulfill any of it, Dongfang Liuli said, straining to quell her emotions. The sword saint of Qianyuan decisively shook his head in refusal. No, I only wish to take my master away, to live far from worldly affairs. Dongfang Liuli gritted her teeth, her smile stiffening. Sword saint of Qianyuan, I am not negotiating with you. Do not be ungrateful. I have come solely to take my master away. Even if it means death, I must fulfill his wish. The sword saint of Qianyuan asserted firmly, his tone resolute. Dongfang Liuli felt 3 dark lines form on her forehead as she rubbed her temples. What on earth has transpired? Initially, she had intended to gauge the sword saint of Qianyuan, curious about the wish he would propose, if he had made unreasonable demands. It would have been clear he was not Meng Qingzhou, and further investigation would have been futile. If he had appeared indifferent and lackadaisical, the empress would have taken matters into her own hands, tearing away the smile from the sword saint's face. Now, however, it seemed he had indeed made a request. Could this be considered unreasonable? To say it was not would be misleading, as he was indeed attempting to whisk away the emperor's consort. To say it was reasonable would be equally perplexing, as the sword saint of Qianyuan was entirely unaware that Meng Qin was the emperor, making his request seem entirely justifiable. Chapter 45. Your Majesty, I, Meng Qingzhou, can no longer serve in office. Meng Qing, have you nothing to say? Are you truly determined to resign and retreat into seclusion? Dongfang Liuli suppressed her urge to explode, forcing a smile that barely concealed her tension. Holding a jade tablet, Meng Qingzhou clasped his hands and said, "My abilities are limited, and I fear I cannot fulfill such a significant duty. I humbly request your Majesty to select a more capable individual and allow me to return to the countryside." Having been in the capital for merely a month, Meng Qingzhou had come perilously close to being exposed on several occasions. If he did not flee soon, it was only a matter of time before his secrets were revealed. It was easy to foresee that after today, the esteemed partnership between Deputy Minister Meng Qin and the Sword Saint of Qianyuan would resonate throughout the realm. At that point, countless eyes would be watching, and various factions would delve into Meng Qingzhou's past, making it difficult to conceal certain secrets. The events that transpired at the birthday banquet had only solidified Meng Qingzhou's resolve to resign. He was filled with doubts. Why do the pillars of the Jiang Songhai and Qin Finghua dynasties insist on attributing baseless merits to me? What motivated the empress to undertake such a long journey to Jinqiao village, personally extending an olive branch? Why is it that she can meet any demand of the Sword Saint of Qianyuan, yet she clings to me, willing to pay a hefty price to keep me from leaving? What purpose does my official position in the Great Jin serve? These questions weighed heavily on Meng Qingzhou's heart, and he had never sought answers, thus never pondered them deeply. Furthermore, he felt that Jiang Songhai, Qin Finghua, and the empress, along with several influential figures in Great Jin, maintained an ambiguous attitude towards him. Qin Finghua, known for his fiery temper, would usually resolve his grievances with a single stroke of his sword, yet before Meng Qingzhou, he resembled a friendly neighbor. As for the empress, her life had been characterized by ruthlessness and dominance. In a previous life, she would undoubtedly be a quintessential domineering CEO. Yet this formidable woman sheltered Meng Qingzhou at every turn. Despite their limited interactions, whenever faced with a choice, she would unhesitatingly select him. Was it possible that my charm and handsomeness had reached a level that captivated both young and old alike? I cannot fathom when the narrative began to unravel in such a bizarre manner. Meng Qingzhou felt utterly lost. Since arriving in the capital of Great Jin, he had experienced for the first time the sensation of losing control over the helm of his life. And what of your wife? She serves the court, and your family has enjoyed the emperor's favor for generations. Can you truly abandon her? Su Qingxiu was also anxious, stamping her foot in frustration. Your Majesty, how could you possibly drop a stone on your own foot by inquiring after the Sword Saint's wishes? With the Sword Saint's extraordinary talent, merely standing before any faction would prompt the sect leader to present their treasures in eager pursuit. If he declined, it would be a disaster. His wife might leave him. Meng Qingzhou frowned. This posed a dilemma. Although he and Dongfang Liuli were merely contractually married, their prolonged companionship had inevitably fostered a bond that was difficult to articulate. The adorable Su maid, the spirited golden retriever, the painstakingly nurtured fish pond, the flourishing flowers in the courtyard, and my beloved wife's sharp tongue but tender heart, all were irreplaceable. Taking a deep breath, Meng Qingzhou bowed deeply and said, "Thus, I wish to request your Majesty's permission to retire with my family." Upon hearing this, Qin Finghua was rendered speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. Jiang Songhai's brows furrowed, unable to maintain his usual stern demeanor. What? Not only does the emperor wish to flee, but he also intends to take the emperor with him? Are the two major shareholders of the Grand Company abandoning their posts, leaving a group of workers to fend for themselves? Suddenly, upon hearing the cute Su maid's remark, Su Qingxiu's cheeks flushed crimson as she furtively glanced at Meng Qingzhou, pouting. At least you have a bit of conscience, not forgetting the good I've done. Dongfang Liuli stared blankly, her once vacant eyes now sparkling with excitement. As she processed the meaning behind his words about his beloved wife, it dawned on her that he was not merely seeking to escape. He wished to embark on a journey with her. With this realization, an overwhelming sweetness surged within Dongfang Liuli, filling her heart. Humph, that detestable Meng Qingzhou. Speaking with such heavy breaths. Clarify yourself. who has a sharp tongue yet a soft heart. I declare, when I say tofu, it is tofu. When I say knife, it is a knife. Meng Qingzhou remained bowed, saying, Your Majesty, I, Meng Qing, can no longer serve in office. The corners of Dongfang Liuli's lips curled into a smile, her beauty hidden behind the red drapes becoming even more vibrant. Her voice carried a hint of joy as she stated, I can only grant one request. Hearing this, Meng Qingzhou pondered briefly before resolutely declaring, I shall continue to serve in office. Yes, a year or so should pose no issue. Tomorrow, I will allow the sword saint of Qianyuan to perish in plain sight, and then I will learn from Sima Yi to feign illness and take a paid leave. Life must hold some aspirations. Traversing the mundane world. The only ties I have are the small courtyard of the Qin residence and the quaint blue-tiled house in Jinqiao village. To sever these bonds is no easy feat. Dongfang Liuli's spirit soared as if she were a rewarded kitten, utterly content. She deliberately presented two options, testing Meng Qingzhou's intentions. Choosing to remain in office indicated that he was of great importance to them, akin to a true family member. After all, it was only under the threat of the apocalypse that Meng Qingzhou would abandon a carefree life. This request shall be granted as an exception for Meng Qingzhou. Yet, Dongfang Liuli was not satisfied. Her gaze turned to the sword saint of Qianyuan. Qianyuan, think of another wish. I shall fulfill it for you. She had not forgotten the various uncertainties surrounding the sword saint and felt compelled to confirm or refute them today. Otherwise, she would find no rest. The sword saint of Qianyuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. Your Majesty, you are being overly generous. Who pursues what they do not want? I seek nothing, he declared indifferently, embodying a cold and aloof demeanor. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liuli's crimson eyes suddenly brightened, her posture straightening as she fixed a penetrating gaze on him. What an indolent character, so similar to Meng Qingzhou. Reveal your true self. Abruptly rising, Dongfang Liuli reached out her slender, fair hand towards the smiling mask on the sword saint's face. With a sharp crack, the mask shattered, and amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the sword saint slowly raised his head, revealing his true visage. Chapter 46, Alas, Your Majesty, harassing the employees. The sword saint of Qianyuan, at the pinnacle of the oversea realm, raised his head in bewilderment, completely unprepared for the successful ambush by the empress. The mask shattered. He gazed at the broken smile mask lying on the ground, his hand instinctively brushing his cheek, his expression subtly shifting. Your Majesty, what does this mean? Dongfang Liuli fixed her gaze upon the sword saint, her watery eyes reflecting a remarkably handsome face. Had there been villagers present, they would have been utterly astonished by the sword saint's appearance, exclaiming in disbelief, By heavens! A version of the Moonlight Song's Tiamping. Was that a mistake? Dongfang Liuli hesitated, then extended her consciousness to probe the sword saint, finding nothing amiss. The officials of the court and envoys from various nations silently committed the sword saint's features to memory, with some even sketching his portrait in secret. While the assembly marveled at the sword saint's striking visage, rivaled only slightly by Minister Meng Qing, they were equally perplexed by the empress's peculiar actions. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The sword saint, not a citizen of the great Jin, found the empress's behavior exceedingly inappropriate, prompting a startled whisper from Su Qingqiu. Dongfang Liuli responded with a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes as she assessed Meng Qingzhou's demeanor, sensing his indifference and secretly breathing a sigh of relief. With a languid grace, she reclined and replied nonchalantly, I simply dislike having people wear masks in court. Is that reason sufficient? However, none noticed the slight hollowness in the sword saint's eyes, concealed beneath his seemingly unaffected exterior. The blindly gaining strength system was overly tyrannical, not only sealing his true form but rendering his avatar blind as well. Meng Qingzhou donned the mask to avoid suspicion, for both master and disciple were blind, indeed. A rather unfortunate coincidence. During their recent battle, the avatar had been compelled to unleash all of its sword intent recklessly, weaving it into a web that enveloped the entire small world, allowing perception of every movement within its confines. Qianyuan, do not be rude, Meng Qingzhou admonished. Meng Qingzhou silently thanked his lucky stars, completely disregarding any anger. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough not to mold his avatar's face to resemble his own. Indeed, the sword saint's presence had sparked the empress's suspicion. Surely many seasoned individuals present harbored doubts. It was a precarious situation. It would be best to send the sword saint away as soon as possible, for this identity could not remain for long. Proceed, the empress waved her hand, speaking with detached calmness. With the battle between the Sword Saint and the Seven Supremes concluded, the Empress's birthday banquet commenced in earnest. The guests took their seats, enjoying the songs and dances while savoring exquisite delicacies. The clinking of cups echoed through the hall, with the Sword Saint being the most sought-after guest, followed closely by Jiang Zonghai and Meng Qingzhou. As for the Empress, none dared to toast her. Qin Fenghua's brutish image was deeply ingrained in the minds of all. Those of lower status feared and revered him, while powerful figures dismissed him as merely a shadow of himself seated there. What a lively scene! The Empress held a jade cup, swaying it slightly as it brimmed with the concoction of faux dragon's blood, gazing dreamily at the festivities below. Alas, it seemed out of place. This revelry did not belong to her. Meanwhile, Su Qingqiu, stealthily indulging in the fruits on the table, her mouth stuffed with crystal grapes, mumbled, "Your Majesty, are you perhaps tipsy?" Dongfang Liuli cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingqiu, shaking her head slightly. "Silly girl, take this opportunity to relax a little." As the wine flowed and the guests grew tipsy, the next event would be a martial competition for cultivators beneath the oversea realm, vying for rewards among the top 10. Exceptional performers might even be granted titles and accolades by the emperor. Countless passionate youths, emulating the styles of Minister Meng and Empress Meng, donned blindfolds and brandished long swords, presenting themselves with an air of elegance. A swordsman clad in green leaped onto the stage, his eyes covered by black silk, proclaiming loudly, "Blind sword. At the mid-level of the ascending cloud realm, please enlighten me. Blind fist. At the mid-level of the ascending cloud realm, please enlighten me." Yet, from the audience came a voice of skepticism. "Hey, aren't you Lu Ming, the 1,000-mile eye? When did you go blind?" The burly man erupted in anger. "Get lost. I was born blind. Do you understand what the Blind Fist King is?" A comical scene unfolded as over 10,000 participants took part, nearly half of whom were blind, showcasing their skills on stage. Many, in the midst of their displays, had their blindfolds slip, revealing their large, bell-like eyes. Numerous bewildered guests exchanged puzzled glances. Unable to comprehend, does the great Jin dynasty venerate blindness and embrace disability as beauty? Qin Fenghua's face darkened, clenching and unclenching his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. How embarrassing! "Your Majesty, shall I go down and restore order?" He transmitted to the Empress, his temper flaring. Dongfang Liuli, her vision hazy from drink, smiled playfully. "No need. Isn't the birthday banquet meant to amuse me? I find it quite entertaining." With the effects of the wine taking hold, Dongfang Liuli's delicate tongue licked her lips, her almond-shaped eyes growing even more alluring as she gazed at Meng Qingzhou, who was still indulging in his feast with abandon. "Come, drink with me." Her voice, a mere whisper in Meng Qingzhou's ear, made him tremble as he clutched a large beast leg in a showy display. Who dares to disturb a respectable man with such a soft, enticing tone? Who is it? "My dear minister, come and drink with me." Meng Qingzhou's pupils constricted violently. The Empress? The formidable and imperious Empress Qin Liuli possessed such a side to her. Pointing toward the emperor's exalted throne, he silently mouthed, "Me? Yes, indeed. It is you. Come forth to drink with me." Dongfang Liuli, growing impatient, extended her hand and summoned Meng Qingzhou through the crimson curtain, bringing him before the imperial throne. There, the Empress lay languidly, her face flushed, draped in a beguiling posture upon her seat, her hair cascading to the floor, forming a picturesque scene, her garments barely concealing her allure. Meng Qingzhou, unable to see, felt utterly lost. What is happening? Alas, the Empress is harassing the employees. Chapter 47, The Cowardly Noble. Retreating from the mortal realm, the alternate dimension exists within the interstices of the world, rife with fractured spatial turbulence capable of tearing apart cultivators of the moonlit realm. It bears the remnants of historical calamities and the wandering corpses of ancient titans. Only those of the dawnlight realm possess the prowess to traverse this uncanny expanse unscathed. Wang Qing was drenched in blood, his garments in tatters, his hair disheveled, resembling a beggar. Meng Qing. Wang Qing abruptly opened his eyes, bloodshot and wild, awakening from a nightmare to find himself adrift in the boundless void. The alternate dimension. His lips drained of color. Despite being endowed with tremendous fortune, Wang Qing felt no assurance of survival in this alien realm. Merely enduring to this point was a miracle. Had he not seized the fortunes of 10 kingdoms, he surely would not have lasted this long. With a final surge of energy, Wang Qing shattered the spatial barrier with a punch, not pausing to glance back as he surged forth. In the burying immortals' forbidden land, the Zhao rebel army surged forth from every corner. A million-strong force clashing violently against the pacification troops led by Qin Fenghua. The cacophony of battle echoed, with countless cultivators falling every moment. In this battlefield, the weak were as expendable as grass, and the lives of those of the mountain-moving realm were treated with equal disregard. Gur, breakthrough. I shall cover your retreat, Zhao Yuhuan commanded, wielding a Fangtian Huaji, his gaze fierce and imposing, shaking the very foundations of the forbidden land. Zhao Gu, disguised as a mere soldier, appeared worn and haggard, murmuring, "No, please. The Empress's birthday banquet was supposed to be my stage for glory, yet I find myself in such a wretched plight." "You fool. The tide has turned," Zhao Yuhuan rebuked. "With your meager cultivation at the cloud-soaring realm, you can do nothing to influence the battle. Preserve your life and bide your time." "And what of you?" Zhao Gu inquired. Zhao Yuhuan paused, his tone turning grave as he replied coldly. "The banner of rebellion is raised. There is no retreat for me now. To ascend as emperor, I must leave no path for retreat. Either the world changes, with the Zhao clan at the helm, or I shall perish, and Qin Liuli shall be reborn from the flames." Zhao Gu felt a profound sense of frustration. He understood that his father's resolve was one of fatalism, and the outcome of this decisive battle seemed grim. Without Zhao Yuhuan, he would lose his identity as the heir, destined to wander like a stray dog beneath the shadow of Meng Qingzhou, living in perpetual fear. Zhao Yuhuan fixed a deep gaze upon Zhao Gu, as if etching his visage into his very soul. "Go." Zhao Yuhuan turned away indifferently, stepping forth as if covering miles with a single stride. Zhao Yuhuan, the king of Shu, charged towards the imperial stronghold, confronting the seemingly invincible Qin Fenghua. "Haraha! The turtle has finally poked its head out." Qin Fenghua bellowed with laughter. Clad in black, Zhao Yuhuan's deep-set eyes remained eerily calm as he declared, "Qin Fenghua, you have made no progress over the years." Qin Fenghua scoffed, uninterested in further dialogue. "You may not wish to listen, but I too have no desire to elaborate. Today you shall witness history. The great Qin will bear the Zhao name. I am the one destined by heaven." Zhao Yuhuan's aura surged, a formidable presence sweeping across the western wilderness. The heavens trembled. The laws of nature unraveled as the space beneath him shattered like glass. Standing before a towering giant, Zhao Yuhuan appeared as insignificant as an ant. Yet the terrifying pressure he exerted was reminiscent of the rising sun. Qin Fenghua's eyes widened in shock. "A half-step into the dawnlight realm. When did you? Did you think I would dare to rebel otherwise?" Zhao Yuhuan retorted. With that, he launched an assault. The Fangtian Huaji expanded tremendously. A strike that seemed poised to pierce the heavens, aimed at Qin Fenghua. The outskirts of the burying immortals' forbidden land shattered under the force, creating an abyss of unfathomable depth. The once indomitable Qin Fenghua was sent flying, his defenses shattered by a single blow. His cowardly father, like a demonic presence, tore the battlefield asunder, carving a path for Zhao Gu to escape. "Leave," Zhao Yuhuan urged silently. "Your Highness, we must flee at once," commanded the peak death warrior from the West Sea, guarding Zhao Gu as they cut a bloody path through the chaos. Time lost all meaning as Zhao Gu felt as though he had run from dawn until dusk, his vitality nearly extinguished. At first, he could still hear the deafening clamor of battle and Qin Fenghua's enraged roars after coughing blood. Soon after, the cries of victory from the Shu rebel army filled the air. It seemed Qin Fenghua had faced defeat. The once derided and scorned Zhao Yuhuan, deemed a useless noble by the Empress, had forced Qin Fenghua to retreat. "Father." Zhao Ji's vision blurred with tears, his heart aching, his throat constricted, making it difficult to breathe. He understood that even if they triumphed over Qin Fenghua, Zhao Yuhuan's chances of success were slim. Historically, those who failed to seize power met only one fate: death. The king of Shu will surely succeed, the peak death warrior from the West Sea asserted resolutely. "Hey." Zhao Gu chuckled through his tears, too exhausted to speak further. He surveyed the surroundings, asking, "Where are we now?" The elder pointed ahead and continued, "Your Highness, please look ahead." Under the sparse night stars, the surrounding landscape was shrouded in darkness. Yet in the distance, a magnificent city loomed amidst towering mountains. That city was known as the ancient divine city, claimed by a primordial beast of the dawnlight realm, one even the Empress dared not provoke. The ancient divine city had its origins in the era of creation, forged from the first breath of the universe, possessing unfathomable powers. For reasons unknown, the primordial beast of the dawnlight realm never strayed from the city, and the Empress, Qin Liuli, had chosen to leave it be. A flicker of hope ignited in Zhao Ji's eyes as he repeated, "The Empress cannot contend with it. She dares not provoke the ancient divine city. The primordial beast of the dawnlight realm. Noticing the expression on the young lord's face, the elder death warrior smiled knowingly and remarked, "Currently, the ancient divine city is a haven for countless alien races, those poor souls who have lost their homes to the great Jin dynasty slaughter, clinging to life within its walls." Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent, watching Zhao Gu intently, awaiting his response. A smile crept across Zhao Ji's lips as he mused. A gathering of resentful souls against the great Jin dynasty, are they not kindred spirits with me? If I can sway these foreign races, even enlisting the primordial beast of the ancient divine city, what have I to fear from Qin Liuli? The death warrior from the west immediately bowed deeply. "Your Highness, your wisdom is unparalleled." Reinvigorated with confidence, Zhao Gu strode purposefully towards the ancient divine city, declaring, "There is no time to waste. We must enter the city at once." Just as he was about to take his confident strides, the air suddenly quivered. A figure fell from the sky, landing squarely atop Zhao Gu's head, eliciting two simultaneous cries of surprise as they locked eyes. The air grew tense, filled with astonished exclamations. "Zhao Gu, the son of the traitor!" Wang Qing exclaimed, rubbing his head and recognizing the figure beneath him. Zhao Gu gritted his teeth in anger, retorting, "Wang Qing, deputy minister of the military department of the Daqian dynasty. Get off me." Chapter 48. The traitor Zhao Yuan comes to assassinate the emperor. In the imperial capital, within the royal palace. "Your Majesty, the esteemed empress of the great Jin, I have a query that I hope you might illuminate," spoke a diplomat from a foreign nation as he rose. A cool voice emanated from behind the crimson silk curtains. "Speak." The diplomat, with utmost respect, inquired, "Why is it that the illustrious empress's birthday banquet is devoid of the presence of Emperor Meng? Did he not send a gift?" The gathered assembly exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the elevated dais of the Golden Wan Hall. Shadows flickered on the silken drapery, revealing figures standing guard, among them Su Qingqiu. While the empress reclined casually, her hand propping her chin. Beside her sat another figure, a man whose demeanor was markedly restrained, Meng Qingzhou. Many immediately recalled the empress's favorite consort, and the implication seemed to be confirmed. "The emperor is unwell and unable to receive guests," the empress remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the visibly anxious Meng Qingzhou, who was sweating profusely. "As for the gift, it has long since been delivered. My personal affairs need not concern you all." The emperor's tribute was his courageous emergence today, confronting the seven supreme beings, summoning the sword saint of time and space to vanquish formidable foes. He did not cower in fear, nor hide beneath the empress's skirts. Had he done so, Dongfang Liuli might have remained silent, yet her disappointment would have lingered. As the empress's only legitimate husband, he could not be a coward. "Your performance today has pleased me," Dongfang Liuli remarked to Meng Qingzhou. He scratched his head, a sheepish smile crossing his face. "Me? Really? I seem to have done nothing." Dongfang Liuli smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, a cry pierced the atmosphere of the Golden Wan Hall. "Grand pillar of the nation, what has happened to you?" The lively ambience came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned to the corner where Qin Finghua, who had been quietly drinking, suddenly spewed blood and knelt, his complexion ashen. The grand pillar of the great Jin dynasty, renowned as invincible for 3 centuries, Qin Finghua, had inexplicably bled. Thousands of Imperial Guard soldiers promptly mobilized, encircling the entire palace. "Activate the 9-tripod universe formation," commanded Lin Lu, the leader of the Imperial Guard, as he initiated the protective array for the palace. In an instant, tension filled the air, and the atmosphere grew heavy with murderous intent as the thousands of mountain-moving warriors of the Imperial Guard prepared for battle. Guests and diplomats alike wore grave expressions, silently placing their cups down. "Grand Pillar, who has ambushed you?" Lin Lu hastened to support Qin Finghua, inquiring urgently. Qin Finghua wiped the blood from his lips and waved his hand dismissively. "Leave it be. It does not concern these people. I have suffered a severe injury to my true body, which has affected my doppelganger." Upon hearing this, Lin Lu's initially furrowed brow transformed into one of shock. "Your true body has been gravely injured. But, Grand Pillar, were you not at the Zhangxian mountain range, suppressing the traitor Zhao Yuan? Has a formidable being intervened in the Forbidden Land?" Even the Empress, Dongfang Liuli, could no longer remain seated. She parted the curtains and approached Qin Finghua, delicately placing a finger on his brow to assess his injuries before producing a top-tier heavenly elixir and offering it to him. Qin Fenghua's expression darkened as he shook his head in refusal, kneeling before the Empress with a heavy tone. "I am unworthy of your grace. Please punish me." A sense of foreboding washed over Dongfang Liuli. "Speak." Qin Finghua, his head hanging low as if drained of vitality, lamented, "It was Zhao Yuan. He has been concealing his strength, deploying troops to confront the imperial army. He then confronted me directly. Who could have anticipated that the so-called cowardly vassal king, a desolate sovereign from the borderlands of Shu, whom many believe to possess only the strength of a mere mountain mover, is, in fact, a peerless powerhouse on the brink of the Dawn Realm? This battle nearly shattered the Zhongxian Forbidden Land. I was defeated, my body pierced by a spear and pinned in the center of the Zhongxian domain. In just a few sentences, the weight of his words was staggering. Everyone's minds momentarily faltered, including foreign guests and powerhouses from various factions, all left trembling by Qin Fenghui's revelation. The faces of the great Jin courtiers changed dramatically. Disbelief etched across their features. The king of Shu is a peerless powerhouse on the verge of the Dawn Realm. What else has he been concealing? Does he seek to overturn the heavens? Impossible. If Zhao Yuan were such a formidable force, then years ago, when I publicly mocked him as a scourge, a mere mouse in a rice barrel, why did he not strike me down with a single blow? This man is terrifying. A true paragon has hidden his strength for so long. Meng Qingzhou, having followed along, overheard the entire conversation and couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Yuan's heroic demeanor. He would undoubtedly be the protagonist or the villainous boss in any tale. His composure was truly unnerving. In the novel, Zhao Yuan's scheme succeeded without him lifting a finger, effortlessly seizing the throne. Subsequently, the empress fled, transforming into an evil antagonist, secretly cultivating until reaching the pinnacle of the Dawn Realm before emerging. Upon her return, she swiftly extinguished Zhao Yuan, adorned in the dragon robe and seated upon the throne, shattering both him and the imperial seat of the great Qin. Given the vast disparity in strength, the author never even mentioned Zhao Yuan's realm. Reflecting now, it seems he could barely reach the early stages of the Dawn Realm, and 3 years would allow the talented empress to undergo a complete transformation. For someone of Zhao Yuan's ordinary talent and timid nature, 3 years is too brief. A breakthrough from the brink of the Dawn Realm to its initial stage would be quite the feat. Dongfang Liuli furrowed her brows slightly and asked, "What of the imperial edict I composed?" "It was torn to shreds by Zhao Yuan," Qin Fenghui replied. Dongfang Liuli closed her eyes, contemplating briefly, before opening them to gaze northwest. Her crimson eyes radiated a divine light, piercing through the void, gazing tens of thousands of miles away. After a long pause, the empress's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. "The world claims I look down upon Zhao Yuan, but does he not regard me with disdain? He believes that my great Jin is weak, reliant on 2 pillars to sustain us, thus swiftly defeating Qin Fenghui, merely injuring him and preserving strength to eliminate me. Does he think me easy to bully?" As her words fell, a booming, devilish laugh resonated through the skies, preceding the man himself, shaking the universe and reverberating through the 9 heavens. The fiery clouds unique to dusk were scattered by that laughter. "Your Majesty, the traitor Zhao Yuan has come to defy the edict and attend the banquet, to congratulate the empress on her birthday, and to wish you a successful ascension today. The traitor Zhao Yuan has come to slay the monarch." Countless eyes in the imperial capital turned towards the northwestern horizon, where a figure could be faintly discerned. Standing amidst the crimson twilight, his overwhelming demonic aura blackening the fiery sun. The king of Shu, Zhao Yuan. He has truly arrived. Chapter 49. The destiny that arrived late. Zhao Yuan journeyed forth, casting a wistful glance upon the grand expanse of the Jin dynasty, occasionally exhaling a sigh of melancholy. "As of this day, I have revealed all my cards, yet I find myself alone at the gates of the imperial capital. I shall either meet my demise here or witness a new dawn." Reflecting on his life, he recalled how the late emperor despised him for being a son of a concubine, refusing to acknowledge his royal lineage, even stripping him of the Qin surname and forcing him to adopt his mother's family name. His mother, overwhelmed by sorrow, passed away prematurely, while his father, the former emperor of Jin, harbored no affection for him. He was truly a child neglected by both his aunt and uncle. While other children beseeched their parents for love and affection, young Zhao Yuan bore a crude long knife upon his slender frame, resolutely enlisting in the military. Over a century of military service transformed him from a mere nameless soldier, carving a path through the chaos with his blade, into the present-day king of Shu, Zhao Yuan. "My life has been a precarious balancing act, devoid of exceptional talent for cultivation or a mind cunning as a fox. I relied solely on meticulous strategy, concealing my prowess for a decade, to arrive at this moment. If I cannot don the dragon robe, how shall I prove to the late emperor that those offspring born of his concubines are inept, while I, Zhao Yuan, am not inferior to anyone?" A wild smile danced upon Zhao Yuan's lips, as if liberated from the chains of restraint. Exuding unbridled arrogance and an overwhelming aura of malevolence, this is the true essence of who he is. The Black Star descends. Zhao Yuan spread his arms wide, closing his eyes in anticipation. In the next instant, a shadow loomed beneath the sun suspended high above, giving birth to a black orb resembling a sun. The black orb descended and subsequently dissolved into a liquid form, seeping into the very pores of Zhao Yuan's body. What bliss! Zhao Yuan opened his eyes. The whites of his eyes consumed by darkness, leaving only the purest black within his irises, an appearance most sinister. His aura surged immensely. The ground beneath him cracked, sending shockwaves that violently collided with the protective array of the imperial capital. The formation creaked ominously, fissures spreading like spider webs across its surface. In the Golden Luan Hall, a formidable being of the Moonlight Realm trembled, cold sweat soaking his garments, exclaiming, "He is infinitely close to the Dawn Realm." No, at this very moment, Zhao Yuan has already become a true master of the Dawn Realm. A wave of panic swept through the guests, their unease palpable. Zhao Yuan had concealed his power so profoundly. The Qin dynasty lacked a master of the Dawn Realm to stand guard, yet Zhao Yuan, with his evident prowess, had remained silent and steady to an astonishing degree. The Black Star secret art, an ancient forbidden technique. Is Zhao Yuan courting death? It is said that once the shadowy art is unleashed, it cannot be halted until the caster perishes. The summoned Black Star will explode, releasing energy potent enough to obliterate even those of the Moonlight Realm. What does Zhao Yuan intend? Is he prepared to take the entire imperial capital down with him? Meng Qingzhou's eyelids twitched, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. What madness is this? The Black Star secret art can explode, and even the masters of the Moonlight Realm cannot withstand it? Does this not imply that Zhao Yuan aims to drag the entire imperial capital into his grave? Who has meddled with the storyline, forcing Zhao Yuan into such a desperate corner? Now, having provoked this once gentle soul, death is imminent. Meng Qingzhou shook his head in resignation. 3 years of blind wandering had left him with a portion of retained experience, alongside the decade of blind knowledge accumulated from Zhao Gou's treasured fish. This was sufficient for him to break through to the Moonlight Realm. System, allocate points. A suffocating atmosphere of panic spread throughout the Golden Luan Hall, as everyone felt the weight of impending doom, oblivious to Meng Qingzhou as he slowly retreated behind the crowd. In mere moments, he successfully broke through to the Moonlight Realm. Though Meng Qingzhou could still not see, he could distinctly sense that he had become transformed. The spiritual energy within his dantian surged like an ocean, gradually solidifying, its quality becoming denser, resembling an inverted full moon. The temporal sword intent piercing his consciousness deepened, becoming boundless and elusive. Had anyone been keen enough to observe Meng Qingzhou, they would have noticed that he radiated an aura akin to an untouchable deity, the black satin obscuring him only enhancing his mysterious and sacred presence. The unity of 3 into 1, the fusion of 3 avatars. Meng Qingzhou concealed within his sleeve a divine seal. The Qin Yuan Sword Saint, standing in a corner of the crowd, suddenly trembled as 2 identical shadows merged with him. The true power of the unity of 3 into 1 revealed itself at this moment. 3 avatars, each possessing 70% of the original strength, fused, allowing their realm to ascend beyond that of the original. Not only that, if I so desire, can I not merge the 3 avatars back into the original and confront Zhao Yuan directly? Meng Qingzhou fell into contemplation. In truth, the true application of the unity of 3 into 1 involves conjuring 3 avatars, which can then merge back into the original, temporarily enhancing strength without any adverse effects. However, Meng Qingzhou had engaged in too many intricate maneuvers to consider this straightforward approach, and even if he had thought of it, he could not act on it just yet. Until I am truly invincible, I must not expose myself to the light of day. I must learn from Zhao Yuan's mindset and strive to surpass him. Enduring until the end of time, until the seas run dry and the stones crumble. Outside the city, Zhao Yuan clenched his fist towards the void, harnessing the power of the Black Star to forge a halberd from thin air, aiming it at the imperial capital, his arms drawn back like a bowstring fully taut, before releasing it with a sudden force. Boom! The massive halberd shot forth, shattering the protective array of the imperial capital. Qin Liuli, step forth and engage in battle. Zhao Yuan soared into the air, crashing down before the gates of the imperial capital, grinning widely. In an instant, countless meteors erupted from the ground within the capital. These were the hidden gene cultivators. After several centuries, the imperial capital of the Jin dynasty once again faced a crisis, triggering alarms and prompting the imperial guard and the royal guards to mobilize, ushering the citizens into shelters. Qin Liuli, Do you fear this king? Zhao Yuan laughed heartily, declaring, I alone can hold down an entire city. You cannot escape. Dongfang Liuli's delicate visage was icy, her silence betraying the murderous intent in her gaze. Your Majesty, you must not. I volunteer to confront the traitorous king. We shall heed your command. The martial generals of the Jin dynasty knelt, their resolute faces filled with the determination of death. Dongfang Liuli waved her hand, snapping her fingers lightly, causing her dragon robe to morph into a suit of armor. No need. As the host, how could I not receive my esteemed guest? With that, Dongfang Liuli stepped forth, instantly arriving outside the city, standing in a standoff with Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan, I have indulged you for years, ultimately nurturing a tiger to my peril. You have imparted a significant lesson upon me. It is time to confront the destiny that has long been overdue. Zhao Yuan scoffed. Oh, I am eager to hear what this destiny entails. Dongfang Liuli unleashed her oppressive aura, the supreme fluctuations of the Dawn Realm mingling with Zhao Yuan's shadow of the Black Star, equally matched. Your destiny is death. Chapter 50. The Empress bleeds. The light bowed in fury outside the imperial capital. Zhao Yuan's countenance instantly darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Dongfang Liuli. Uttering each word with incredulity, impossible, you have actually broken through to the Dawn Realm. At merely 20 years of age. Your prowess in the Moonlight Realm is already terrifying, even attracting the attention of the 7 young sovereigns seeking to propose to the Empress. Now, this myth has been shattered anew. A transcendent being of the Dawn Realm has emerged at just 20 years old, clad in resplendent crimson armor. Dongfang Liuli exuded an aura of majesty, resembling a celestial deity. Indeed, I too find this astonishing. My breakthrough to the Dawn Realm is solely thanks to the Emperor's assistance. She replied, her tone calm, no longer referring to herself as I. In her eyes, Zhao Yuan was not only a man near death but also her blood-related uncle. The customary farewell to a dying uncle felt trivial in the grand scheme of things. The Emperor, Zhao Yuan murmured, a bitter smile playing on his lips. It is he who has brought me to this state. I have not fallen to you, Qin Liuli, but to the Emperor. Curiosity gnawed him. Who exactly is the Emperor? I have never met him, yet he seems to know my every move and method, dismantling my plans step by step. Dongfang Liuli smiled serenely, reminiscing about the surprises Meng Qingzhou had brought her after their marriage. The 9-yang heart lotus, which he brewed into porridge daily, gradually healed her hidden afflictions, leaving her without flaws. The companionship felt like family, exuding a tranquility that dulled her previous bitterness. It was this nurturing environment that allowed her to effortlessly break through to the Dawn Realm, without the 9-yang heart lotus and the alleviation of her inner turmoil. It would have taken countless years to achieve such a feat, Zhao Yuan. I admit I underestimated you. Had it not been for the Emperor's repeated reminders, I would likely have been the loser in this protracted struggle for imperial power, she stated. You aspire to be king, to inherit the eternal fortune of the great Jin, and surely do not wish to see the imperial capital suffer. Come, let us battle in the otherworld. The victor shall claim all, while the vanquished shall perish. Zhao Yuan burst into laughter, exclaiming, that is precisely my intention. In an instant, both vanished into the void, entering the otherworld. Jiang Songhai swiftly produced a sky-watching mirror, projecting the battle within the otherworld onto the skies above the imperial capital. This confrontation bore immense significance for the fate of the great Jin and its people, who had the right to know the ultimate outcome. The otherworld, a realm even the average Moonlight Realm cultivators dared not tread, presented no sense of trepidation to Zhao Yuan and Dongfang Liuli. The chaotic currents of shattered space collided against them, yet nothing could breach a 3-zhang radius around their forms. The battle unfolded almost entirely under scrutiny. One could only glimpse the vast void fracturing, stars plummeting, evoking a sense of dread. Dawn Realm powerhouses could effortlessly capture stars and extinguish nations with a mere roar. When 2 beings of the Dawn Realm clashed with their full might, the grandeur of the scene was beyond imagination. Zhao Yuan has been wounded. Someone pointed at the sky-watching mirror, gasping in astonishment. There, in the mirror, Zhao Yuan staggered backward. His chest caved in from a punch, blood gushing forth. Truly, an unparalleled genius surpassing our ancestors, Qin Liuli. You are formidable, Zhao Yuan bellowed, his frustration palpable. Yet his expression shifted, clarity replacing his earlier madness. You have not been consumed by the Black Star. Rather, you have achieved perfect harmony with it. The Black Star and you are like the duality of yin and yang, mutually reliant. It no longer drains your life or seeks your demise, it has become tranquil. Dongfang Liuli paused, furrowing her brow as she regarded him. Zhao Yuan snapped his fingers, chuckling lightly. Qin Liuli, you are still too young. in the struggle for imperial power. Where's the notion of a fair battle? Do you think this is a story? What emperor does not bear a history of filth, tears, and blood? Do not blame me. With a surge of formidable auras, figures materialized from thin air, surrounding Dongfang Liuli in the otherworld, each a half-step into the Dawn realm. The ancestors of the Dacian dynasty, the master of the sword concealment forbidden land, the leaders of the Wuling clan. All were extraordinary guests. Dongfang Liuli surveyed the assembly with a cold gaze. Yet, the crowd ignored her, focusing instead on Zhao Yuhuan. Zhao Yuhuan, do not forget your promise. The imperial treasures left by the late emperor of the Great Jin shall all belong to me. A portion of the Great Jin's fortune must be ceded to the Dacian. The 3 celestial-grade spirit stone veins shall belong to the Wuling clan. The bloodline of the empress shall be mine, to the Blood Sea Empire. Zhao Yuhuan replied with a smile, rest assured, once I ascend to the throne after Qin Liuli's demise, I shall fulfill these promises. The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes turning back to Dongfang Liuli, the murderous intent within them starkly evident. At merely 20 years of age, a Dawn Realm cultivator was far too alarming. If not swiftly extinguished in its cradle, she would inevitably pose a threat to them, potentially leading the Great Jin dynasty to devour various factions. Even without Zhao Yuan's plea for assistance, they would have come today, paying an exorbitant price. Dongfang Liuli's brows knitted in fury as she chastised Zhao Yuan. What are you doing? You allow outsiders to meddle in the affairs of the Great Jin. And you would cede the late emperor's treasures and the Great Jin's fortune to wolves. Zhao Yuan scoffed coldly, and what of it? Once I achieve greatness, all that has been ceded will eventually return to its rightful owner. Qin Liuli, watch closely. I will ensure you are the last to perish. First, I shall subject the emperor of the Great Jin to a lingering death, then sever Qin Fenghua's head, and finally tear Jiang Songhai apart. Dongfang Liuli's murderous intent peaked, and without hesitation, she unleashed a cataclysmic force, engulfing the surroundings in flames. The spectators, watching the battle through the sky-watching mirror, could not help but feel anxious for the empress. Many hidden powerhouses from the Great Jin emerged from seclusion, tearing through the void to aid the empress in the otherworld. Qin Fenghua's avatar also joined the fray, seething with rage. Zhao Yuhuan, I swear I will slay you. Yet, the enemy was overwhelming in both number and strength. Although Dongfang Liuli was invincible among her peers, her time in the Dawn Realm was too brief, leaving her with little foundation to unleash her full potential. Wounded, Dongfang Liuli's armor lay in tatters, a sword having pierced her shoulder. Qian Yuan, let us also embark on this journey, Meng Qingzhou sighed. The Qian Yuan sword saint, silent, enveloped Meng Qingzhou in the essence of time and space, allowing him to enter the otherworld unhindered. Minister Meng, you must not, Jiang Songhai exclaimed in alarm. Attempting to dissuade him, the court officials were taken aback. Minister Meng, you possess no cultivation. You cannot assist the empress by entering. Indeed, Minister, trust in her majesty. She will surely prevail, they urged. Minister Meng, each word was spoken from the depths of their hearts. A month ago, Meng Qingzhou would never have uttered such words against his own intentions. Chapter 51. Mixed doubles of the couple. Zhao Yuhuan could no longer contain himself. A momentous event had transpired in the imperial capital, and the news could not be concealed. Someone utilized the transmission jade tablet to compile all that had occurred today and announced it to the world. Revelation. The illustrious yet unknown life of Deputy Minister Meng Qing. Cease the slander against this esteemed minister, for he is indeed a loyal subject. 7 young supremes exert pressure on the imperial capital. Meng Qing's disciple, the sword saint of Qian Yuan, slays the 7 supremes. Explosive news. Zhao Yuan, who has concealed his prowess for years, is revealed to be a peerless master at the threshold of the Morning Radiance realm. Zhao Yuan knocks at the gates of the imperial capital. The Black Star's secret art is unveiled. The Empress herself is also at the Morning Radiance realm. The Empress accepts the challenge. These revelations sent shockwaves throughout the Great Jin and even its neighboring nations. Countless individuals felt dizzy and disoriented, as if the world had turned upside down and everything had become surreal. In the span of just a single day, 7 young supremes had perished. The sword saint of time and space displayed his might. Zhao Yuan approached the imperial capital, and the Empress was grievously wounded. Upon hearing the news of the Empress's injury, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others despaired, as the citizens of Great Jin fervently prayed for their sovereign. The Empress's achievements during her reign were undeniable. While one could argue her rule was tyrannical and excessively ruthless, her contributions in merely 3 years had brought prosperity and harmony to Great Jin. Neighboring nations, however, were filled with trepidation, fearing that if the empress emerged victorious, this brutal woman, having already broken through to the morning radiance realm, would easily crush them, rendering even the great Qin dynasty insignificant in comparison to the great Jin dynasty. Though Zhao Yuan also qualified as a half-step morning radiance master, his temporary enhancement through the Black Star secret art could only be considered half of the true realm. Nevertheless, Zhao Yuan's cautious and steady character prevented him from acting rashly, yet when he did strike, it would be nothing short of earth-shattering. This battle was indeed a spectacle to behold. Countless formidable beings focused their gazes across vast distances, watching the battlefield in the alternate space. Yet, the unfolding events were unexpected. The martial generals and cultivators of great Jin supporting the empress were obstructed by a group of individuals from the great Qin dynasty, the Blood Sea Empire, and the Endless Heaven sect, who had long awaited their arrival. I anticipated your loyal subjects would be plentiful. How could I not make arrangements? Zhao Yuan declared, wielding his Fang Tian Huaji with enthusiasm. Today, with the 7 foremost powers united against you, let us see how you will escape, Qin Liuli. It is time for your reckoning. The ancestral elder of the great Qin dynasty remarked indifferently. Without a word, Dongfang Liuli executed a swift and powerful kick, sending Zhao Yuan flying. Yet, the overwhelming number of adversaries, all seasoned combatants, toyed with them, engaging in a war of attrition without direct confrontation. One would retreat upon sustaining injury to recover, while others would take their place to withstand the empress's fierce onslaught, all with the intent of wearing her down. Remarkable. The elder of the Endless Heaven sect coughed blood profusely, clutching his chest as he withdrew from the battlefield to consume a healing elixir. A full 12 half-step morning radiance masters, along with Zhao Yuan, who has briefly elevated to the morning radiance realm, could only barely hold off Qin Liuli. The prime minister of the Blood Sea Empire remarked coldly, the more we delay, the more we must eliminate her beforehand. If Qin Liuli stabilizes her position in the morning radiance realm, none of us old bones will withstand a single slap from her. Qin Feng was avatar. Leading a group of martial generals, grew increasingly anxious, unable to breach the defenses. The joint forces of the 7 powers had assembled, with no fewer than 30 Moonlight Realm cultivators blocking their path. How dare they? Qin Feng roared, arms outstretched as he charged forward. In an instant, Qin Feng was avatar. Nurtured for hundreds of years, exploded amidst the enemy ranks. 3 initial stage Moonlight Realm cultivators perished on the spot, while over a dozen were wounded. Yet the defensive line remained as solid as ever. Great Pillar Nation. The cultivators of Great Jin seethed with rage. Despair thickened the atmosphere. At this rate, the empress could not possibly endure. No one could alter the outcome. Qin Liuli must perish. The empress of Great Jin was burdened with countless accusations of cruelty and slaughter. To ensure peace in the realm, she had to be eradicated. The Moonlight Realm cultivators from the 7 powers began to voice their judgments, as if reaching a consensus. Just then, 2 silhouettes emerged, gliding through time like shadows, Qin Yuan's sword saint accompanied by Meng Qingzhou, advancing steadily as the tributaries of time flowed beneath their feet, transforming the surroundings into monochrome. The obstructors from the 7 powers, upon witnessing the newcomers, attempted to intercept their passage. Halt! The path ahead is forbidden, one shouted, swinging a blade to sever the star core, yet it passed harmlessly through Qin Yuan's sword saint and Meng Qingzhou, leaving no trace. Meng Qingzhou remained serene. Even upon hearing the commotion, he exhibited no surprise. Having broken through the Moonlight Realm, I have comprehended a higher level of temporal sword intent. I shall name this technique, Temporal Shadow. Qin Yuan's sword saint softly declared, what you see before you is not the present me. I traversed the future and passed along the corridor of history. Some attempted to employ the laws of causality to fundamentally restrain Qin Yuan's sword saint, but their efforts were futile. Causality may influence temporal sword intent, but your understanding of it is far too shallow, Qin Yuan's sword saint stated, shaking his head. He raised his right hand, fingers aligned as a sword, and proclaimed, this sword strikes from the future, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the next second, unavoidable and unpredictable. You can only endure it. I shall deliver a single stroke to each of you. Those who can survive will live. With that, Qin Yuan's sword saint flicked his fingers, unleashing dozens of temporal sword intents that vanished into the river of time. The obstructor scoffed, dismissing Qin Yuan's sword saint's bravado. How dare a mere ocean-covering realm cultivator boast so? Suddenly, one of the Blood Sea Empire cultivators gasped, when did you break through? That aura is Moonlight Realm. Before he could finish, a wave of sword intent struck from behind, severing his head and shattering his soul. The obstructors of the seven powers belatedly realized the gravity of the situation, falling into an eerie silence, all rendered speechless. How do we fight this? The opponent cannot be marked, cannot be locked onto, and cannot be attacked. Qin Yuan's sword Saint casually released a sword intent that melded into the river of time, poised to strike from unexpected locations. Puff, puff. Lives were harvested without warning, an otherworldly scene unfolding. Even the seasoned Moonlight Realm cultivators, accustomed to tumultuous battles, were struck with terror. Demon, devil, flee. We must escape. Gradually, some began to flee in panic, believing that distancing themselves from this alternate space and avoiding direct confrontation with Qin Yuan's sword Saint would spare them. But escape was impossible. The temporal sword intent had already woven itself into their futures, lying in wait for a moment yet to come. The only way to evade was to become stronger than him immediately, withstand the next sword strike, or take their own lives now to avoid facing his attack. Qin Yuan's sword Saint shook his head, offering a brief explanation before disregarding them entirely, trailing closely behind Meng Qingzhou as they continued onward. In the far distance, a terrifying aura permeated the air. Ordinary Moonlight Realm cultivators could not approach without sustaining injuries. At the center of the battlefield, Dongfang Liuli remained formidable, wielding no weapons, her fist striking with the ferocity of an invincible war goddess. Your Majesty, I have arrived late to your aid. Meng Qingzhou bowed respectfully, his tranquil voice reaching Dongfang Liuli's ears. Dongfang Liuli, with a countenance capable of driving any being to madness, radiated hostility, her eyes devoid of emotion, cold as if ready to annihilate all life. But upon hearing Meng Qingzhou's voice, she jolted, her gaze clearing. Qizhou, a river of time unfurled before her, resembling a crimson carpet laid out across the ground. Meng Qingzhou treaded upon this flowing river, gradually approaching. What brings you here? Leave at once. Dongfang Liuli, momentarily taken aback by the sight, quickly regained her composure and urgently admonished him. Zhao Yuan followed the gaze and saw Meng Qingzhou. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you Meng Qingzhou or Meng Qin?" Meng Qingzhou scratched his head, somewhat bewildered, blinking in confusion as he retorted, "What do you mean? I am both Meng Qin and Meng Qingzhou. Are you speaking nonsense?" Nevertheless, Zhao Yuan declared with a sinister smile, "Regardless of who you are, you are someone I wish to eliminate." In a moment of urgency, Zhao Yuan was frantic, eager to swiftly dispatch Dongfang Liuli. Now, an opportunity presented itself with someone willingly approaching him, particularly a character of significance to the Empress. Whether it be the Emperor Meng Qingzhou or the Minister Meng Qin, both held substantial ties to the Empress. Therefore, eliminating either would undoubtedly disrupt the Empress's resolve, consequently affecting the tide of battle. "Forgive me, but you may not have the chance," Meng Qingzhou replied nonchalantly. His decision to take such risks and join his doppelganger at the heart of the battlefield stemmed from his concern that his counterpart could not withstand the assault of several half-step Chaohui realm cultivators alone. By bringing his true self along, even if he did not engage directly, his mere presence could amplify the temporal sword intent. Qin Yuan, draw them into the temporal domain and return the battlefield to the Empress and Zhao Yuan, Meng Qingzhou said, turning towards Zhao Yuan with a playful raise of his eyebrows. "Little brother, you are about to face the wrath of the greatest villain, the first Empress in history, the unparalleled and extraordinary woman, Qin Liuli." It was indeed a pity that he could not witness the splendid expression on Zhao Yuan's face. That was a true regret. The sword Saint Qin Yuan nodded slightly, arms spread wide, then clapped his hands forcefully. The temporal sword intent transformed into a miniature world, enveloping the 12 half-step Chaohui realm cultivators. "Let the cycle commence, everyone," Meng Qingzhou stated calmly. A tributary of the river of time pierced through the void, encasing the leaders of the various major factions. An awkward scene unfolded. Zhao Yuan, who had previously led the coalition of powerful figures against the Empress, instantaneously found himself isolated, facing the Empress alone. Cold sweat dripped down Zhao Yuan's forehead, his expression stiffening. Dongfang Liuli's darkened gaze remained indifferent as she coldly asked, "How would you like to meet your end?" Chapter 52. The Emperor of the Hidden Dragon and the Phoenix Chicks. The Imperial Code of the Path. The first decree of the Imperial Code, the sealing of spiritual power, the return of all laws to the void. Dongfang Liuli, cradling a celestial tome forged from divine power, radiated golden light from her eyes, her long hair dancing with the wind. Her figure impeccably slender as she floated in the air, reciting the sacred incantation. In an instant, Zhao Yuan felt a chilling terror as the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians became sluggish and obstructed. His once extensive divine sense, capable of spanning thousands of miles, was now confined to a mere 10 meters. Even the black star, which had merged with him, lost its connection. "Is this your path, the imperial code?" Zhao Yuan managed to utter, struggling against the chaotic currents of shattered space in the alternate realm. Stripped of the Black Star's secret arts and his spiritual energy, he became akin to a lamb led to slaughter, his arrogance swiftly dissipating. "Indeed," Dongfang Liuli replied calmly, "from a young age, I sensed a profound destiny. That I would be the one true monarch of the ages, destined to govern mountains and rivers, reclaim nations, and pacify forbidden lands. I shall not only rule the myriad beings of the universe, but also master the 3,000 paths. Thus, I have named my unique path the Imperial Path. This Imperial Code is the embodiment of my journey." This marked the first true wrath of the Empress, the first activation of the Imperial Code. Prior to this moment, all understood it to be akin to a nuclear weapon, its power formidable, yet none could have anticipated its sheer terror. Allah's return to the void. Ha ha ha. What a splendid return to the void. Even without spiritual power or the Black Star's secret techniques, I can still fight. Zhao Yuan tore his robes, his flesh radiating a luminescent glow, as countless acupoints within him revealed a vast ocean of vitality. The signs of a mortal body nearing sanctification. Are you cultivating both body and technique? Just a step away from achieving sanctification, you truly surprise me. Dongfang Liuli nodded, a hint of admiration seeping through. Even Meng Qingzhou could not suppress his astonishment. This fellow has far too many hidden cards. Like layers of a milfite, each unveiled layer reveals yet another. First, he incited the defection of half the officials of the Great Jin, secretly harboring millions of elite soldiers, deliberately situating their hideout within the tomb of the immortals. Not content. He even sent his son into the capital to sow discord, ensuring the empress would remain unsuspecting. Once the plot was exposed, Zhao Yuan suddenly transformed into an unparalleled powerhouse. At this juncture, one would assume a rational person would feel victory was assured. The Empress Qin Liuli, a mere woman of just over 20 years, had only recently reached the pinnacle of the Moonlight Realm. Who would believe she could break through to the Dawn Realm? Zhao Yuan, without hesitation, rallied the leaders of 7 major factions to encircle and annihilate her. Even Meng Qingzhou felt that achieving this was enough to seize the throne. Qin Liuli could not possibly prevail. However, as the Sword Saint of Qinyuan led a group of half-stepped Dawn Realm elders into a time loop, Zhao Yuan faced the onslaught of the return to the void, yet he still had his cards to play. He turned out to be a cultivator on the verge of physical sanctification, adept in both body and technique. What a prodigy! Meng Qingzhou mused, feeling a kinship, as if he had found a kindred spirit. In the pursuit of the Tao, only Zhao Yuan could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Unfortunately, unknown forces had thwarted him, prematurely unraveling all his plans. "Die, you scoundrel!" Zhao Yuan punched through the galaxy, akin to a meteor crashing to Earth, hurtling towards Dongfang Liuli. With a cold gaze, Dongfang Liuli regarded the rapidly approaching Zhao Yuan, her lips parting to utter a few words. "The second decree of the Imperial Code. All 3,000 paths are my subjects. The Imperial Path reigns supreme. The path of the physical body is also among the 3,000 paths. Kneel before me." In an unstoppable display of divine might, Zhao Yuan, in the midst of his charge, instantly altered his posture, without the slightest hesitation or delay, and with a resounding thud, knelt down, sliding several hundred meters in the air due to his momentum. In a daze, Zhao Yuan looked downward at his perfectly executed kneeling posture, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. What kind of broken path is this? Is it not simply a matter of speaking and having the law obey? Are there no limits? Zhao Yuan shouted in fury. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou nodded in profound agreement. Indeed, it was exceedingly bizarre. It felt comparable to his own mastery of temporal sword intent. In truth, there are limits. Dongfang Liuli hesitated for a moment, glancing at Meng Qingzhou, her face flushing with embarrassment as she said, "The conditions for activating the Imperial Code are exceedingly stringent. It can only be employed against those of equal or lower realms, and during this time, I can only recite the code and cannot take action. Could you summon the Sword Saint of Qinyuan to eliminate Zhao Yuan?" "Zhao Yuan?" "Meng Qingzhou, Your Majesty, might I suggest you consider the implications of your words? Please regard Zhao Yuan's feelings." To be honest, Your Majesty, the Sword Saint just recently broke through to the Moonlight Realm. It would be a challenge for him to merely hold back 12 half-step Dawn Realm beings. And he cannot intervene, either." Meng Qingzhou shook his head. "Moreover, Those 12 half-step Dawn Realm beings are merely trapped in the time loop and unable to extricate themselves. Given enough time, they will discern the pattern and break free. Your Majesty, if you do not recite a few more lines from the code, such as the Heaven's Execution or the Celestial Slaying Sword Array. Dongfang Liuli scratched her forehead, exhibiting a hint of adorableness, and said, "This. I fear it may not be possible. The Imperial Code currently only has the Western Decree, the Return to the Void, and the decree that all 3,000 paths are my subjects. The other two are more auxiliary in function." Meng Qingzhou exclaimed in surprise, "There are no decrees of slaughter?" Meng Qingzhou was at a loss. "Your Majesty, your character has collapsed. Quickly tell me, are you attempting to redeem yourself?" Zhao Yuan, with a face devoid of hope, knelt in the air, silently uttering, "I have a suggestion. Since none of us can do anything to the other, and the sword saint of Qianyuan is trapped in a loop, while Qin Liuli cannot act, my legs are numb from kneeling. Shall we call for a truce and choose another day to battle?" Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. "A truce? Not a chance. If you old turtle, manage to escape, I will not rest until the end of time. I will take your surname." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Meng Qingzhou, and he pulled out an incense stick from his pocket. Yes, indeed. It was the third stick of the world destruction incense, Tomb of the Gods, he had previously confiscated from Duan Wuhou. This particular stick of incense is said to have been crafted from the sacrifice of hundreds of great worlds, absorbing the calamities that led to the ancient god's demise. Meng Qingzhou ignited the incense with a drop of his blood, holding it aloft as he bowed towards Zhao Yuan. "One stick of the Tomb of the Gods. May it guide you to the afterlife. Duke of Shu, may your journey be smooth." As the Tomb of the Gods incense emitted curling black smoke, it seemed to be filled with malevolent spirits, howling as they attempted to break free from the haze. Among those spirits, some were historically renowned deities. The black smoke from the burning incense slowly drifted towards Zhao Yuan, permeating through his pores, even seeping into his spiritual center, gradually corroding his very soul. "No." Zhao Yuan let out a horrific, anguished cry, as if he had glimpsed something, foreseeing a certain fate that left him pale with fear. His Dao fruit was being eroded by the black smoke, and his realm continuously plummeted. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a mere mortal. Hundreds of years of diligent cultivation reduced to ashes, his soul now riddled with black particles, resembling tiny insects incessantly gnawing at his essence. Zhao Yuan's soul transformed into an irregular shape, its surface pockmarked and grotesque. "Grant me a swift end," Zhao Yuan wailed, rolling on the ground in utter despair. Reaching out towards Meng Qingzhou in supplication, Meng Qingzhou shook his head. "I'm sorry, I am but a mortal, without cultivation, and cannot bring you death." "Then, Your Majesty, I implore you, in my life." Zhao Yuan screamed. Dongfang Liuli grew increasingly awkward, stating, "I too cannot intervene. I must restrict you, lest you regain your strength." For a being of the Dawn Realm, this expired Tomb of the Gods incense would be easily dealt with. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yuan momentarily forgot his agony, ceasing his cries, and let out a few hollow laughs. "You too, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix. How could I possibly fall into your hands? I refuse to accept this fate." With that, Zhao Yuan roared in fury, "Black Star, explode. I shall take these wretched souls with me to the grave." Just before his impending demise, Zhao Yuan finally recognized the identity of the blindfolded youth before him. With such a pronounced trait of incompetence, he could only be the emperor of the Great Qin, the man behind the empress. Zhao Yuan had descended to this abysmal state entirely due to the emperor's machinations. How could he not harbor resentment? "Emperor, Empress, let us embark on this journey together." The black star began to swell, culminating in a deafening explosion. A tremendous roar reverberated through the 9 heavens. A cataclysm ensued in the alternate realm, the stars cascading down like leaves. And the spatial barriers crumbled as if made of paper, shattering across millions of miles in an instant. Within mere seconds, Dongfang Liuli, without the slightest hesitation, recited incantations. Casting her gaze toward Meng Qingzhou, while she herself stood unprotected, solitary at the epicenter of the black star's explosion. According to the Royal Dao Code, the king's sight is invulnerable to all forms of attack. Meng Qingzhou's expression shifted slightly as he hastily summoned the Qianyuan Sword Saint, dispelling the time-space loop. Time-space realm. Shield the Emperor. A tributary of the River of Time flowed forth from the void, enveloping Dongfang Liuli. He was unaware that the Empress, in her moment of peril, was solely focused on safeguarding him. The empress also did not anticipate that this slothful vassal and contractual husband would instinctively prioritize her protection in a crisis. As for the Qinyuan sword saint, he was naturally overlooked by the empress, a mere disciple who only knew to heed his master's words, unworthy of her concern. I am the empress, not your wife. In such a critical moment, are you truly contemplating the protection of the empress? Do you wish to betray your spouse? In a moment of jealousy, Dongfang Liuli suddenly thought this way. Meanwhile, Meng Qingzhou contemplated. Boom. Chapter 53. The Emperor's Disappearance. The Empress's journey to find her husband in the autumn of September, the ground was carpeted with fallen maple leaves, ablaze with fiery hues. Empress Qin Liuli of the Great Jin stood resolutely before the Tai Chi Hall, gazing into the horizon with hollow eyes, devoid of spirit. Su Qingqiu, dressed in a simple white gown, silently followed the Empress, her usual vivacity replaced by an unsettling silence. Has the Emperor been found? Dongfang Liuli's voice held a slight rasp. Since the passing of Zhao Yuhuan 2 days prior, the rebellion in Shu had gradually subsided, rendering the Empress's birthday celebration impossible. It had been hastily concluded. A shadow crossed Dongfang Liuli's gaze, her lips curling into a bittersweet smile. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the rainy night 3 years ago, in the dilapidated temple where Meng Qingzhou had abruptly entered her world and now, just as suddenly, vanished. At that time, Dongfang Liuli was not yet the Empress of the Great Jin, but merely a rebellious princess in flight, yearning to experience the world. Fortuitously encountering the extraordinary Meng Qingzhou in his azure robes. On a whim, she had asked, "Do you believe a woman can be an emperor?" The princess, who would one day be Dongfang Liuli, had posed the question. A woman ascending to the throne was unprecedented. It was a notion too audacious for ordinary minds to entertain. In the nascent stages of her ambition, even those closest to her remained unaware, save for Meng Qingzhou, who had confidently proclaimed that she would one day rule. That single affirmation had propelled her thus far, and was the very reason Dongfang Liuli had forged a 3-year pact with Meng Qingzhou. How Qin Fenghua's condition? Dongfang Liuli sighed softly, counting the drifting maple leaves, her tone casual. Su Qingqiu replied respectfully, "The Grand Pillar Nation is in good health, though he seeks an audience with the Emperor. Should I inform him of the truth?" Dongfang Liuli shook her head. "There is no need. Qin Fenghua's temper is volatile. Mentioning it could provoke unnecessary conflict. Qin Fenghua had faced death while his main body was pinned in the forbidden ground of the immortal burial. It was only upon the Empress's victorious return that he was rescued. He remained unaware that Meng Qingzhou had gone missing. Suddenly, Dongfang Liuli declared, in a single day, "The dynasty has endured the rebellion of the vassal kings and the siege of 7 major forces. Their insatiable ambition, this ceaseless turmoil, has led to Qingzhou's disappearance, leaving us in uncertainty regarding her fate. I seek vengeance to eradicate those 7 forces." Su Qingqiu's pupils constricted, her head bowed in silence, afraid to speak. In that moment, the Empress, having lost Meng Qingzhou, the sole source of her solace, seemed to have reignited her fury. "Summon Qin Fenghua, Jiang Songhai, and all officials of the 3rd rank and above. I shall commence war. I will leave no trace of those 7 forces behind. Their blood shall stain the ground. They will know pain. They will know fear." As she spoke, the air thickened with the aura of impending conflict. A blueprint for war against the 7 forces was swiftly established amidst discussions among Jiang Songhai and the advisors. 15 days from now, she proclaimed. The objective, obliterate nations and destroy sects. 15 days? That is far too long. I suggest we mobilize immediately to the north and target the 7 forces, Qin Fenghua interjected. Jiang Songhai stroked his beard, deliberating. The dynasty has recently faced turmoil. It requires time to recuperate. We cannot act hastily. Qin Fenghua retorted angrily, "What are we waiting for? The 7 forces have suffered significant losses in this battle. Many high-ranking members perished in the explosion of the Black Star. It is a timeless principle. When they are vulnerable, we must strike." At this, Jiang Songhai fell silent, glancing at the Empress. Among those present, only she and Jiang Songhai understood the reason for the delay in the offensive. The Emperor had vanished. The Empress allowed for 15 days solely to find him at any cost. "Are you concealing something from me?" Qin Fenghua questioned, suspicion lacing his tone. Dongfang Liuli replied coolly, "I am injured. Is that reason not sufficient?" Qin Fenghua was momentarily taken aback, his anger dissipating as he accepted her explanation, bowing deeply. "That is enough. May your majesty rest and recuperate." "Very well, Jiang Songhai shall remain. The rest may depart." Once all had left, Dongfang Liuli produced a jade talisman and handed it to Jiang Songhai. This teleportation talisman can only be used once, unless it is a matter of life and death. Do not summon me lightly. Jiang Songhai accepted the talisman, looking intently at the empress. Are you planning to search for the emperor? Dongfang Liuli remained silent for a moment, casting a glance at him before nodding. Nothing escapes your notice. Jiang Songhai traced the talisman with his fingertips, solemnly stating, upon uttering those words. The empress's calm demeanor concealed a tempest of anger, her eyes brightening with urgency. Have you found the emperor? Not yet. But I have identified several locations where he may have disappeared, Jiang Songhai replied, unveiling a sand table map that depicted the topography of the Great Jin, detailing every mountain, river, and ancient landmark. This is my life's work, a map of the land, crafted as I traversed the Great Jin, measuring the terrain with my own eyes before refining it into this extraordinary artifact. Your Majesty, please observe. To the extreme north, near the borders, lies an ancient divine city. To the southeast is a gathering place for sects, thriving with activity. To the west, Buddhism flourishes, renowned as the land of 10,000 Buddhas. Jiang Songhai continued. At present, I suspect only these 3 locations. I will not hinder your Majesty. This is all I can provide. Dongfang Liuli nodded. I understand. You may leave. But remember not to disclose my departure. Understood. That afternoon, beneath the radiant sun, a woman in a red robe and conical hat stood solitary at the city gate. Passers-by turned their heads, captivated by her undeniable allure, despite her efforts to conceal her identity. With a soft sigh, the woman gazed toward the far north. The ancient divine city. The second volume reveals the protagonist's identity, while the third volume begins to weave together the threads of destiny, entering an exhilarating phase. Chapter 54, The Lord of the Divine City, the lowly Qiong sister of the ancient divine city, originating from the era of creation. The city walls soar over 10,000 feet high, reaching the azure skies above while connecting to the realm of the underworld below. The atmosphere is steeped in an air of ancient grandeur, evoking a sense of timelessness. Countless exotic beings pass through the city gates, including the peculiar beast-headed humanoids of the beastkin, the ethereal soul tribe comprised entirely of souls, the 6-winged celestial beings of the angelic race, and the enchanting members of the spirit clan. Clad in a green robe, a young man with a black satin blindfold stands before the city gates. Leaning on a blind staff, his expression serene as he engages in friendly conversation with the city guards. Though I am of the human race, I too am an outsider in a foreign land, sharing in the plight of being a stranger. Please allow me entry. This young man is Meng Qingzhou, who, during the explosion of the Black Star, leaped into the river of time and space, inadvertently transported near the ancient divine city. After wandering the wilderness for 2 days, listening to the birds and inhaling the floral scents, he found himself before the gates of the ancient divine city. Initially bewildered and unsure of his location, he gradually learned through inquiries that he had arrived at the legendary ancient divine city, the lair of the ancient beast Qiong. In the later chapters of the novel, this ancient divine city shines brilliantly, envisioned as a sentient fortress capable of unleashing powers beyond the Dawn realm in times of crisis. Coupled with the ancient beast Qiong in the latter stages of the Dawn realm, once it emerges, it is bound to create a tremendous upheaval. In the storyline, the protagonist Zhao Go successfully assists the king of Shu in seizing the throne of the Great Jin, fulfilling his desire to become the crown prince, and begins to tour his empire, discovering the ancient divine city. Through the halo of the protagonist, he forges an alliance with the city, pledging mutual support. However, the current inhabitants of the ancient divine city are predominantly exotic beings whose homelands were destroyed by humans, harboring deep-seated animosity towards the human race and forbidding any human from stepping foot in their sacred land. The city guard, a 6-winged angel with a curvaceous figure and melodious voice, scrutinizes the young man in the green robe, her tone sharp. No, you human scum. Your lips are filled with lies. Do you think you can deceive me? Just 2 days ago, 2 human cultivators used the same excuse to gain entry. Are you insulting my intelligence by recycling the same ruse? Meng Qingzhou furrows his brow. Indeed, 2 human cultivators had entered the ancient divine city using the same excuse as him. Nevertheless, he was not particularly desperate to enter. He simply found the environment tranquil and ideal for seclusion, where no one could find him. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Meng Qingzhou inquires once more. The 6-winged angel hesitates, recalling something. Recently, a plague has erupted in the city, infecting over half of the exotic residents. If you possess medical skills, you may remain in the city as a physician, with compensation based on the royal physician's rates. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou suddenly recalls a significant plot point. The plague in the ancient divine city is connected to the ancient beast Qiong, a being born as a deity with an extended lifespan but slow to progress in strength, undergoing divine calamities every 100 years. This current plague is a result of Qiong undergoing a divine calamity and inadvertently leaking the source of contamination, infecting the city's residents. I possess some knowledge of medicine. I can give it a try, Meng Qingzhou smiles. It seems serendipitous, as he was just contemplating the sensation of interacting with an ancient beast, and now the opportunity presents itself. He remembers the descriptions in the novel of the ancient beast Qiong. After millennia of transformation, Qiong takes the form of a delicate lowly, adorned in white stockings and a black dress, exuding a proud yet endearing demeanor, complete with fluffy beast ears. She has a reclusive personality, making her difficult to approach. But once befriended, she becomes as clingy as a puppy. In the original text, Qiong is portrayed as a proud character who even looks down upon the protagonist, Long Outyin. Meng Qingzhou does not seek anything more than to forge a bond of friendship. Given Qiong's reclusive nature and her aversion to conflict, if he can heal the city's residents, he stands a chance of winning her friendship. Should the empress dare to renege on their agreement and force him to stay, he would have a fallback option to call upon Qiong for aid. With this thought in mind, Meng Qingzhou decisively accepts the task. Thus, he gains entry to the ancient divine city under the guise of a physician. However, before proceeding, the six-winged angel remains vigilant by his side, ensuring that no deceitful human harbors ill intentions. Human, I must assess your medical skills. If you dare to deceive me, I will bury your head in the ground. The six-winged angel threatens in a melodious tone. And how will you assess me? Meng Qingzhou responds nonchalantly. His knowledge of medicine had been fully mastered 3 years prior. One cannot traverse the world without some medical expertise. Furthermore, he does not require exceptionally advanced skills, as the plague in the city is not a disease but rather an overflow of divine calamity. Having broken through to the moonlight realm, Meng Qingzhou's grasp of the temporal and spatial arts has deepened significantly, providing him with various methods to counteract the divine calamity. Follow me, the six-winged angel commands, her expression laden with disdain. Meng Qingzhou, oblivious to her contemptuous gaze, nods with a smile. Very well, lead the way. The six-winged angel guides Meng Qingzhou to a dilapidated street clinic. The place is old and decrepit, filled with cobwebs and the stench of decay, and the signboard is rusted. Please clean this place up, Meng Qingzhou requests. Human, do you not have hands? The six-winged angel retorts brusquely. Meng Qingzhou points to his black satin blindfold, saying, Please forgive me. I am blind and unable to perform such labor. The six-winged angel is taken aback and leans in closer. Oh, is that not just an ornament? She then appears puzzled, adding, A blind person can be a physician? Human, are you attempting to deceive me? Surely not. Rest assured. I am merely a doctor without any strength, staying in a city filled with beings who harbor animosity towards humans. Would I not be courting death by attempting to deceive you? Meng Qingzhou replies calmly. The six-winged angel contemplates this. That is true. This is my domain. If a blind human dares to deceive me, I shall send him to the brothel to entertain those exotic women who enjoy mating with human males. Wait here, she instructs, then unfurls 3 pairs of wings radiating a holy glow, gently flapping them while reciting, Holy light, please cleanse the filth and decay. In an instant, the clinic is transformed, revitalized by the radiant light. Meng Qingzhou inhales deeply, the acrid smell of mold dissipated, replaced by a refreshing fragrance. His fingers glide over the furnishings, smooth and devoid of dust. Very well, let us proceed to the matter at hand, Meng Qingzhou states. How will you test my medical skills? The six-winged angel puffs out her chest, her strikingly white attributes immediately drawing attention. It is quite simple. I too have contracted the plague. Hear me, and it will prove your capability. Meng Qingzhou nods slightly. Indeed, the task is straightforward. This angel possesses commendable strength, indicating she is not an ordinary guard, but rather a member of the angelic elite, likely from the guard unit serving the ancient beast Qiong. Extend your hand, Meng Qingzhou instructs. The six-winged angel hesitates, casting a disdainful glance at Meng Qingzhou before ultimately presenting her porcelain-like wrist. Meng Qingzhou presses 3 fingers against her wrist, allowing a thread of temporal and spatial sword intent to penetrate her body, exploring inch by inch. In that moment, the six-winged angel feels as though she is being caressed by a rough hand, her body shivering as goosebumps rise on her soft, pale skin. With that, the six-winged angel swiftly draws her angelic sword, her expression fierce. I see now. You are a filthy pervert with a mind full of lewd thoughts. using excuses to take advantage of me. I will bury your head in a latrine. Meng Qingzhou feigned ignorance and calmly stated, the cause of your ailment has been identified. Now, please remove your trousers. I shall administer an injection. Upon hearing this, the six-winged angel girl dropped her celestial sword with a clatter, remaining frozen in place. Remove my trousers? The lord of the city was indeed correct. Humans are all unruly creatures. I shall insert your head into the backside of a wolf. Meng Qingzhou, at a loss, raised his hands in surrender and replied, your affliction is quite intricate. The infection has spread from your shoulder down to your posterior, accumulating there. To eradicate it completely, you can either receive an injection or I could deliver a swift strike. Moreover, I am blind, unable to see. One cannot accuse me of lewd intentions. The six-winged angel girl felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her fair face alternating between shades of crimson and pale. After much internal conflict, she resolved herself, biting her lower lip, her gaze a mixture of shyness and contempt as she glared at Meng Qingzhou, murmuring, impertinent. Just as she trembled, gripping the waistband of her trousers and beginning to lower them, Meng Qingzhou suddenly raised his hand and said, never mind. I shall deliver a strike instead. It is far more expedient. With that, he concentrated his sword intent, channeling it through space to penetrate the six-winged angel girl's body, purging the divine corruption from her shoulder to a different dimension. The sword intent meticulously traced her meridians, obliterating the taint until it reached her posterior. Throughout this, the six-winged angel girl was taken by surprise, her body quaking involuntarily, her legs clenching tightly. You shall pay for this, impudent one. Tears welled in her golden eyes as she felt humiliated. Do not be hasty in your reproaches. Take a moment to appreciate the relief. Akin to the torment of a parasitic maggot slowly dissipating, Meng Qingzhou remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the six-winged angel girl paused, transforming her anger into joy, exclaiming, indeed, just moments ago, I was tormented by an unbearable itch, as if insects were gnawing at my bones. Had it not been for the incredible fortitude of the angelic race, I might have collapsed. The two humans who deceitfully entered the ancient divine city had opened a clinic nearby, claiming they could eradicate the plague. Yet days have passed without any progress. Truly, you are miraculous. Instantly, the six-winged angel girl was utterly convinced. Plucking a white feather from her wings and offering it to Meng Qingzhou with both hands. I have no other reward to offer you. This is a sacred feather I have refined, capable of warding off anomalies and nightmares. When worn, it enhances clarity of thought. Please, accept it. Meng Qingzhou graciously accepted the feather, placing it into his storage ring. The six-winged angel girl was in high spirits, relieved that her affliction had been alleviated and grateful that she had not dismissed Meng Qingzhou, for she would have lost a formidable healer. Doctor, what was that technique of yours? It swiftly penetrated my, and I initially felt discomfort, but then it transformed into such a pleasurable sensation. She inquired with wide, innocent eyes brimming with curiosity. Meng Qingzhou couldn't help but facepalm, internally lamenting the innocence of children. Although the angel girl was not young, estimated to be over a century old, her intellect was akin to that of a mere 10-year-old human child. The renowned temporal sword saint. The essence of the temporal sword intent was a hallmark of the Qianyuan sword saint and must not be disclosed. Oh, very well, the six-winged angel girl replied, slightly disappointed. Meng Qingzhou then inquired, do I now possess the qualifications to remain in the city? To this, he offered a subtle smile, realizing the complexities of what should merely be a medical certification. After the six-winged angel girl departed, Meng Qingzhou familiarized himself with the layout of the room, tidied the shop, and arranged some flowers from his storage ring at the entrance. Let me take this opportunity to experience the customs of the ancient divine city. I shall stay for a fortnight, he mused, retrieving his beloved reclining chair and settling comfortably into it. This is the feeling. The long-lost solitude has returned. However, just as he lay down, an unexpected visitor disrupted his tranquility. At the entrance of the apothecary stood a woman in red, quietly observing Meng Qingzhou before suddenly speaking. Sir Meng, what a delightful pastime. Upon your arrival in the ancient divine city, you encounter a maiden of the angelic race. I did not fully comprehend the conversation you just had. Might you elucidate it for me? Dongfeng Liuli. Having reached the ancient divine city in a matter of minutes due to her prowess in the morning radiance realm, found herself in a city where, aside from the reclusive beast Qin, few possessed higher cultivation than she. After aimlessly searching for half a day, just as she was feeling despondent and considering a trip to the Western Buddhist lands, she heard a familiar voice outside a clinic. Then she overheard the six-winged angel girl's enticing words. What a swift thrust. Initially uncomfortable, then it became pleasurable. Having perused forbidden texts, Dongfang Liuli could not help but speculate. Furthermore, seeing the angel girl emerge with trembling legs and a flushed visage was nearly conclusive evidence. At that moment, the delight she felt upon hearing Meng Qingzhou's voice moments ago evaporated, replaced by a profound pang of sorrow, her eyes reddening with fury as she glared at Meng Qingzhou. Even in this act of confrontation, Dongfang Liuli did not forget to use a false tone, aligning with Meng Qingzhou's contractual spouse identity. Liuli. Meng Qingzhou, startled, sprang up as if propelled by springs, his surprise palpable. Chapter 55. Meng Qingzhou confesses to Lu Li. Zhao Guo breaks down in the medical hall. Meng Qingzhou sat at the table, having brewed a cup of tea which he pushed towards Dongfang Lu Li, who sat across from him. With a fleeting glance at the ripples on the surface of the tea, her eyes appeared somewhat dim. Lu Li, did you come specifically to find me? Meng Qingzhou inquired, a look of joy illuminating his face. The greatest surprise in life is encountering an old friend in a foreign land. Now, unexpectedly stranded in a city of another race, he found himself surrounded by a lack of humanity. Although the solitude was peaceful, it inevitably bred a sense of regret. That regret was now mitigated, for his beloved had arrived. However, ever since witnessing the previous scene, Dongfang Lu Li hesitated once more. The nickname Meng Qingzhou seemed to encapsulate his character perfectly. Moreover, it was well known that the ancient divine city was unwelcoming to humans. Dongfang Lu Li was acutely aware of this. If Meng Qingzhou managed to infiltrate this place, it must have been a deliberate choice, a desire to remain here. Perhaps it was for leisure, or perhaps to escape. But escape from whom? Dongfang Lu Li was still the empress, or perhaps from the tedious matters of her official duties. Her mind wandered to the gentle, alluring figure of the six-winged angel. And she shook her head, stating, no, that's not it. I come on the empress's orders to execute a mission in the ancient divine city. Our meeting was merely a coincidence. Meng Qingzhou, with his dark satin eyes not concealing his arched brows, replied lightly, then it is the arrangement of fate. And I am even more delighted. At his words, Dongfang Lu Li's heart trembled, and her hand trembled as she lifted the teacup. After taking a sip, she barely managed to quell her tumultuous emotions and could not help but question, are you so skilled at charming girls? Do you say this to all women? Meng Qingzhou frowned, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Who have you heard speak ill of me? In this world, the one who knows me best should be you. If I were a scoundrel, a romantic rogue, then let a great truck from another world take me to the second dimension. In truth, Meng Qingzhou had long regarded Dongfang Lu Li as his genuine wife, transcending the simplistic notion of a contractual marriage. However, he was still uncertain of her feelings, thus refraining from letting their emotions deepen, never daring to overstep boundaries. Now, hearing Dongfang Lu Li's words of doubt, he naturally recalled the friends from his past life who advised against reconciliation. Could Dongfang Lu Li be in a similar predicament? Dongfang Lu Li lightly bit her red lip, her thoughts racing. We are merely pretending to be husband and wife. We have no actual relationship. Why should I interfere in his life? Meng Qingzhou is a normal man. Desiring a woman is only natural. Yet her words involuntarily transformed into another question. I saw with my own eyes you exchanging unseemly sweet nothings with that six-winged angel. I witnessed her leaving the medical hall with a noticeably abnormal expression. Meng Qingzhou smacked his forehead, realizing, oh, you mean her. He then recounted the events, carefully omitting the details of his true identity and cultivation. After a while, Dongfang Lu Li's gaze regained its clarity as she rested her chin on her hand, staring intently at the ever-handsome Meng Qingzhou. So, you mean to say that after the Black Star exploded, you were sheltered by the Qian Yuan Sword Saint, unharmed, yet unexpectedly transported to the ancient divine city, avoiding becoming dinner for the creatures in the secluded mountains, and had no choice but to blend in, aiding the other races in combating the plague while serving as a physician? Meng Qingzhou nodded. Exactly. That angelic girl is unrelated to me. She was merely testing my medical skills. Dongfang Lu Li appeared skeptical. Really? You are not deceiving me. Gathering his courage, Meng Qingzhou decided to seize the opportunity to gauge Dongfang Lu Li's stance. He took 2 steps forward, unguarded, and grasped her delicate hand. Whether you believe it or not, time will reveal the truth. Just as 3 years ago when I was destitute, you handed me a lamp in the darkness. Coincidentally, I am a lamp that will never extinguish, always illuminating your side. The dark satin obscured his eyes, preventing him from seeing the deep affection mirrored in her gaze. Yet he could feel the warmth radiating from her palm, akin to a fervent heart. The young man's voice was deep, as if pledging an oath. Dongfang Luli, who had never experienced romance or flirtation with a man, felt her fierce, vengeful eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her gaze blurring with emotion. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, her stunning features blushing a deep crimson. What do you mean by this? Sensing her mild resistance. Seemingly a mere attempt to preserve some modesty, Meng Qingzhou felt reassured and tightened his grip. He gently pulled her closer, whispering against her delicate earlobe, as husband and wife. We are destined to be together for a lifetime. What do you think I mean? Of course, it was the intimate secrets shared between spouses. Suddenly, Dongfang Luli's thoughts shattered, her mind entering a state of confusion as wisps of vapor escaped her hair and her fair skin flushed a brilliant red. Unfortunately, Meng Qingzhou was unaware of this moment. He merely pressed further, intertwining their fingers. We are merely pretending to be husband and wife. We agreed not to interfere in each other's lives, Dongfang Luli murmured, her head nearly buried in his chest, her voice barely audible. Meng Qingzhou laughed heartily. Pretending to be husband and wife. Then let us turn this charade into reality. Dongfang Luli was utterly at a loss, allowing Meng Qingzhou to caress her small hand. Her thoughts swirling in a tumult of joy, panic, and nervous excitement, her heart racing to the point she struggled to breathe, nearly fainting. After a while, Dongfang Luli regained her composure, fixing a serious gaze upon Meng Qingzhou. Is this your confession? Meng Qingzhou tilted his head with a smile. Isn't it obvious? If not, allow me to be clearer. Miss Luli, I like you. I wish to spend my life with you, holding your heart and never parting. On that simple afternoon, in a foreign land, beneath the glow of the setting sun, Meng Qingzhou, usually passive, took the initiative for the first time, radiating an aura of dominance. In contrast, Dongfang Luli lost her former imposing demeanor, transforming into a bashful girl. Taking a deep breath, she wore a serious expression. Are you certain you are not teasing me or playing with my feelings? Meng Qingzhou, I advise you to reconsider. You still have the chance to back out. Otherwise, if I discover you have been lying and toying with hearts, Dongfang Luli's voice suddenly turned icy. I will truly kill you. Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. For some reason, in that moment, he felt an uncanny familiarity, reminiscent of the murderous intent the empress had exhibited during her confrontation with Zhao Yuan. It must be an illusion. Meng Qingzhou dismissed such thoughts. This was a critical moment, and he could not afford to be distracted by another woman. I, Meng Qingzhou, harbor no grand ambitions. My greatest aspiration in life is merely world peace, where the common folk live in harmony, while someone bears the burdens for me, allowing me to rest in tranquility. He declared, we are but ordinary individuals, thus only requiring a small warmth, and you, by chance, fill that void perfectly. Dongfang Luli's cold gaze melted like spring snow, her eyes regaining warmth, reflecting Meng Qingzhou's figure in shimmering waves. For a moment, she was utterly entranced. In that instant, the empress ceased to ponder national affairs, relinquished her concerns, and hesitated no longer. I have completely succumbed, body and soul, to you. Suddenly, Dongfang Luli wrapped her arms around Meng Qingzhou's neck, leaning in for a kiss, their lips meeting in a clumsy yet earnest embrace. Meng Qingzhou was initially taken aback, but soon, refusing to be outdone. He pressed down on Dongfang Luli's flowing tresses, his tongue slipping past her pearly teeth, much like a wild dragon intruding and stirring the waters. Suddenly, Dongfang Luli, who had tightly closed her eyes, opened them wide, her gaze round and astonished. Gradually, her shock faded, replaced by a fervent obsession, rendering her delicate body limp. Outside the medical hall, the thought of his father's demise was unbearable. How could he fail? Meng Qingzhou, the emperor, I vow to rend you into 1,000 pieces. He witnessed a woman in red passionately kissing a veiled youth, the empress of the great Qi. And Meng Qingzhou, Zhao Gou's mouth hung open, his jaw dislocating with a crack, his eyes bulging, emitting an odd sound from his throat. What is happening? Just as the emperor was mentioned, he appeared. Could this fellow be a specter? And I must inquire, how could the illustrious empress be so utterly captivated by Meng Qingzhou? In a foreign land, with the doors of the medical hall wide open, they engaged in a fervent French kiss. Zhao Gou crumbled, tears and snot streaming down his face. Covering his mouth in dread of making a sound that would draw the empress's attention, he fled to a corner, sitting down in despair. The anger was palpable. That accursed Meng Qingzhou was brazenly flaunting his face. How I loathe this. My father indirectly perished because of you, and the woman I admired most has become your plaything. Are you my nemesis? Zhao Go mournfully banged his head against the ground. His earlier life had been resplendent, filled with promise, blessed with a formidable and ambitious father, endowed with the strongest physique in the realm. From his corner, Zhao Go cautiously peered out, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks, heart-wrenchingly spying on the scene. But as he watched, a shocking revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. The heavenly Taoist's fortuitous body? Is that not my own? Zhao Go beheld rays of nearly invisible sunlight converging upon Meng Qingzhou, transforming into wisps of purple aura, infusing his very being. One of the hallmarks of the heavenly Taoist's fortuitous body is the ability to absorb the essence of all things. Both the sun and moon could be converted into cultivation, perpetually enhancing the hostess' power. Days prior, Zhao Go's fortuitous body had mysteriously vanished, plunging him into despair. Believing the heavens conspired against him, nearly leading him to take his own life. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Zhao Go's nostrils flared with fury. Even the death of Zhao Yuhuan could not evoke such wrath. To usurp the foundation of another's cultivation is a graver sin than murder. Once I earn the trust of the ancient savage beasts, the demise of you two wretched lovers shall be nigh. An hour later, their lips parted. Dongfang Liuli breathed softly. Her body languid like a puddle of mud, resting in Meng Qingzhou's embrace, her slender fingers caressing his cheek. My first kiss is gone, she murmured. You must take responsibility for me. Dare to change your heart, and I shall first stab you with 1,000 blades before taking my own life to accompany you. Hearing Dongfang Liuli's gentle yet threatening words, Meng Qingzhou, unyielding, lifted her chin and, lacking any finesse, brutally kissed her once more. No other reason existed. It was simply too delectable. Sweet and tender, smooth as silk, more exquisite than any earthly delicacy. The beings of the cultivation realm are indeed incomparable to the mortal flesh of my past life. Rest assured, I have secured the empress's promise. As long as I serve the great Jean for a couple of years, she shall allow us to depart and roam the vast world freely, Meng Qingzhou declared. At his words, Dongfang Liuli immediately awoke from her reverie. I am the empress of the great Jean. He will eventually learn this, but can he accept it? Meng Qingzhou fears trouble above all and wishes for a simple, harmonious life, while I am destined for war, accompanied by blood and fire. What if Xinyu discovers my true identity and grows averse, wishing to flee? In such a case, I would have no reason to retain him, for I would be in the wrong. Dongfang Liuli found herself in a dilemma. Having just fallen in love, she was doused with a cold bucket of realization. Not only she, but Meng Qingzhou also pondered a matter. I am the sword saint of time and space, destined to emerge in the future, inevitably stirring the world. Does Liuli love Meng Xinyu, or does she love Meng Qingzhou? The meanings of these two names diverged significantly. Meng Xinyu represented a carefree, laid-back character, while Meng Qingzhou signified the essence of the person, whose affection would remain unchanged no matter how he transformed. A headache. Meng Qingzhou furrowed his brow. Then, a peculiar scene unfolded. The passionate couple, who had just been locked in an intense kiss, suddenly fell into a tacit cold war. Chapter 56. A chilling illusion. The night sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, and a single oil lamp illuminated the medical clinic on the western edge of the city. Dongfang Liuli donned a simple coarse cloth garment, removing her gold and silver jewelry and placing it into a storage ring. She styled her long hair into an elegant bun, securing it with a wooden hairpin, transforming herself into the visage of a humble wife. She understood that Meng Qingzhou cherished a life of simplicity, and to avoid unnecessary complications, she was willing to accompany him in continuing to play the role of Mrs. Meng from Jinzhai village. You usually cook, let me take over today, she declared confidently as she tied on an apron and rolled up her sleeves. Humph. The culinary skills I secretly learned from the chef of the royal kitchen can finally be put to good use. Very well, then I shall assist you with the chopping, Meng Qingzhou replied with a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps approached, accompanied by the sound of clashing armor. The two paused their activities in unison. Dongfang Liuli glanced towards the door, while Meng Qingzhou listened intently. Outside the clinic, dozens of soldiers from a foreign tribe stood in 2 rows, with a 6-winged angelic maiden stationed at the entrance. Esteemed physician, the city lord requests an audience, the 6-winged angelic maiden announced. The city lord, is it Xiong? Meng Qingzhou furrowed his brow and replied coolly, I have no time for that. My vocation is to assist the residents of this city. I am not here to dine with your city lord. Today marked the 3-year anniversary of his acquaintance with Dongfang Liuli, an important day following their recent marriage, solidifying their relationship. Moreover, did Xiong not understand her own circumstances? She was, quite literally, a walking source of calamity. For Meng Qingzhou himself, the minor lingering divine misfortune posed little threat. However, with Dongfang Liuli present, it would be unwise to leave her behind. She was prone to jealousy, likely to indulge in unfounded thoughts and quietly shed tears under the covers if left alone. Yet bringing her along was equally concerning, as she lacked the cultivation to withstand divine calamities. The six-winged angelic maiden's smile faltered, yet her tone remained unchanged. The city lord wishes to express gratitude for your substantial assistance, and there will be generous rewards following the banquet. Please, you must attend. Despite his desire to forge an alliance with Qiong, the reasoning was simple. Within the narrative, Qiong was almost a mere background character, consumed with eating and sleeping, occasionally emerging to play a role. Such a presence bore no relevance to the main plot, rendering her the ideal ally. Nevertheless, for the sake of his wife, Meng Qingzhou chose to forego this opportunity. Go ahead. I would also very much like to meet the legendary city lord, Dongfang Liuli interjected suddenly, naturally wrapping her arm around Meng Qingzhou's, her eyes gleaming as she scrutinized the six-winged angelic maiden, particularly eyeing the alluring curves of her figure. Vixen, Dongfang Liuli scoffed disdainfully. Meng Qingzhou pinched her cheek gently, murmuring, "Behave, your man is conducting business." "Very well, do as you wish," Dongfang Liuli acquiesced, stepping back without further insistence. It was at this moment that the six-winged angelic maiden finally took note of the woman nestled beside Meng Qingzhou. "Who are you? I don't believe I have seen you before," she inquired, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Dongfang Liuli. This woman was so extraordinarily beautiful that she seemed almost unreal, like a celestial vision. Even in her deliberately simple attire, her stunning visage could not be concealed, radiating an allure that would leave any man spellbound. Had the divine showered beauty upon her for 7 days and nights, reserving only a fraction for the rest? With her cheek resting against Meng Qingzhou's shoulder, Dongfang Liuli provocatively smiled. "Is it not obvious enough? I am the wife of physician Meng, Mrs. Meng." Thump. Meng Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, the title of Mrs. Meng striking a tender chord within him. He instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist, asserting, "Indeed, my wife is rather possessive. She cannot bear to share a space with another woman. Please convey my apologies to the city lord." The six-winged angelic maiden appeared increasingly perplexed, her gaze questioning. "There are only 3 humans in the city, all male. From where did you come?" Dongfang Liuli's smile faltered. "Oh no. I got carried away and forgot that I am an illegal resident." Meng Qingzhou was taken aback, gently squeezing her waist to express his confusion. "Did you not say you were sent by the empress to carry out a mission? Did you not enter the city through proper channels?" After a moment of silence, the six-winged angelic maiden's expression shifted, her hand gripping the hilt of her celestial sword as she sternly declared, "I see now. You are an illegal immigrant. Despicable human. What are you scheming by sneaking into the ancient divine city?" In an instant, dozens of soldiers drew their weapons. The street fell into an eerie silence, with the eyes of the foreign beings fixated on them, brimming with fury and murderous intent. The foreign tribes were particularly sensitive to humans. Those gathered in the ancient divine city were rare survivors. Having narrowly escaped the annihilation of their kind at human hands, they were acutely aware of humanity as terrifying nature. Hence their fierce reaction. Meng Qingzhou's smile faded, his expression growing solemn. It appeared Dongfang Liuli truly was an illegal entrant. And according to the laws of the ancient divine city, the fate of any human who entered illegally could only end in death. She had crossed into the city solely to seek her husband, harboring no ulterior motives. With no other choice, Meng Qingzhou had to fabricate a story. To mention that Dongfang Liuli was dispatched by the empress would only exacerbate matters, drawing the attention of human emperors towards the ancient divine city, which was fraught with peril. "Liars," the six-winged angelic maiden rebuked. Meng Qingzhou sighed in resignation, realizing that it was futile to deceive her. In such matters, even the most naive maiden could become acutely sensitive. However, Meng Qingzhou felt no fear. If matters escalated, he would fight alongside Dongfang Liuli to break free from the city. Pursuing his cultivation, was it not all in pursuit of freedom, to roam the world as they wished? As for the revelation of his identity as a sword saint, he could not concern himself with how Dongfang Liuli would perceive him. Would she consider him a smooth-talking deceiver, suspecting that he had concealed even more secrets, leading to a rift between them? He could not dwell on such thoughts. Dongfang Liuli gazed quietly at the figure shielding her, standing resolutely before the glinting blades of dozens of weapons. "You are the first person in my life who protects me without any ulterior motives. A mere mortal without any cultivation, standing calmly before dozens of first-tier warriors and a formidable mountain-moving realm expert, willingly taking the blame upon himself. It seems I have not misjudged him. Dongfang Liuli smiled softly, her heart warming. If matters could not be resolved amicably, then today, even if it meant exposing her identity as the empress, she would protect him at all costs. If this incident caused them to become estranged, then the ancient divine city would be guilty beyond redemption. At the same time, a sword saint and a magnificent empress prepared to reveal their true powers and forcefully carve a path out of the city. Unbeknownst to them, two lethal intentions locked onto the six-winged angelic maiden and her cadre of foreign soldiers. Why does it feel so chilling? The six-winged angelic maiden murmured, rubbing her goosebumps, dismissing it as a mere illusion. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and the sword saint and empress ready to strike first, a voice rang out. Hold on. Chapter 57. Beware of the ailing sky. The voice of the newcomer was not loud, yet it resonated clearly with everyone present. As one of the angelic elite guards, Ling Wei was all too familiar with the voice of the Lord of the Divine City. Excited, Ling Wei clasped her fist and proclaimed, "My lord, I have discovered a human who has clandestinely entered the city. Please, allow me to handle this matter." Upon recognizing the visitor, the diverse inhabitants of the city dropped to their knees in fervent reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Lord." For the alien residents of the city, the sky was synonymous with divinity. As long as the sky remained, no entity would dare to offend the divine city or harm its inhabitants. Dongfang Liuli peered over and beheld a girl adorned in shades of purple. No, she could not be merely termed a girl. She was a slender maiden with a flat chest, her high ponytail framing her spirited gaze as she contemplated something with a furrowed brow, her attention fixed on Meng Qingzhou. "Hey," Dongfang Liuli intervened, blocking the girl's view with a smirk that masked her cold demeanor. "Isn't it rather impolite to openly gawk at another's husband?" The girl was none other than the master of the ancient divine city, the primordial beast, Xiong. Xiong cast a sidelong glance at Dongfang Liuli, her lips parting slightly as she transmitted her thoughts. "Empress of Dejin, I am aware of your reputation, renowned, yet not for commendable reasons. I presume you would prefer to keep your identity concealed from your husband, lest he discovers that you are a tyrant drenched in blood and malevolence. Behave yourself." "I am not here to provoke you," Dongfang Liuli retorted, her eyes narrowing in surprise. Such a formidable woman was a rarity. It was her first encounter with someone so powerful. Indeed, a relic of countless years, a peerless being at the pinnacle of the morning glow realm. She had effortlessly discerned her secrets. "What are your intentions?" Dongfang Liuli communicated telepathically. "That question is more fitting for you, human emperor. You have infiltrated the divine city. What do you seek?" Xiong replied. With a slight nod, she continued, "It is intriguing that a sovereign of Dejin has chosen a mere mortal as her husband." Even Xiong could not perceive Meng Qingzhou's true strength, for the system obscured it. Not even a being of the legendary sky-piercing realm could discern his power. Disregarding Dongfang Liuli, Xiong spoke. "I wish to invite both of you to a feast. Why does the esteemed doctor refuse?" "I have no desire to attend," Meng Qingzhou replied nonchalantly. Xiong, her expression impassive. Continued, "Ling Wei, you may not instruct me on how to conduct my affairs." Startled, the angel Ling Wei immediately knelt, exclaiming, "I am guilty." Seeing this, many of the aliens who wished to interject fell silent. "I will agree, but under one condition. I will dine with you alone, and my wife shall not accompany us," Meng Qingzhou stated. "Very well," Xiong acquiesced. Dongfang Liuli was taken aback, blinking in disbelief as she gazed at Meng Qingzhou, her voice rigid. "What do you mean? Are you implying that you disdain my interruption of your clandestine meeting with the beautiful lord of the divine city?" Meng Qingzhou sighed in exasperation, hastily clarifying, "By the heavens, that was not my intention. The lord of the divine city is unwell, and I fear that your presence may lead to contagion." At this proclamation, not only was Dongfang Liuli left speechless, but even the alien onlookers were taken aback, while Ling Yue's eyes widened in shock. Xiong, who had remained silent, now bore a look of curiosity in her grayish-white eyes. "Dr. Meng, may I interpret your words as an insult directed towards me?" Dongfang Liuli was equally astonished by Meng Qingzhou's audacity. The world often spoke of the empress's boundless ambition, her courage capable of conquering realms. It seemed this appraisal should rightfully be attributed to him instead. "You are no longer Meng the idle. You are Meng the audacious." "Oh no, no, no. That is a misunderstanding." Meng Qingzhou quickly waved his hands. "Lord of the divine city, I must speak candidly. Are you not aware of your own condition?" At this juncture, Meng Qingzhou's voice turned calm and composed. "My wife and I possess no cultivation, and we cannot withstand the ravages of calamity. My attendance at the feast is merely to atone for my wife. We need not involve another. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Qiong's expression shifted abruptly, her gaze fixating on Meng Qingzhou. The calamities of the divine were a closely guarded secret. How did this mortal come to know of them? Moreover, he exhibited considerable knowledge, succinctly revealing that the calamities occurred once every 100 years. Otherwise, why would he worry about his wife being afflicted? "You are indeed intriguing," Qiong said, her lips curving into a subtle smile. "However, rest assured, the calamity has already been suppressed and will not resurface in the near future." Meng Qingzhou's expression relaxed, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Ah? Oh, you should have mentioned that sooner. My dear, will you accompany me to the feast?" Dongfang Liuli tilted her head. "What does dear mean?" "It means wife," he replied. "Oh, right. What were you and the Lord of the Divine City playing at just now?" It seemed like a riddle between lovers, a secret language that others could not comprehend. "Could you enlighten me?" Dongfang Liuli displayed a dangerously playful smile. Meng Qingzhou felt a surge of alarm, forcing a smile as he replied, "Do not exaggerate, my lady. We must not speak carelessly. She can hear us." The couple, entwined, engaged in light-hearted banter, following the increasingly somber Qiong towards the Lord's banquet hall. Neither spouse felt particularly intimidated by Qiong. Even if they could not overpower her, escape was a straightforward affair. They were also certain that Qiong would not dare unleash chaos within the city, for it would spell doom for all its inhabitants. Meng Qingzhou, being more knowledgeable about Qiong, understood that her strength would diminish during the divine calamity, rendering her vulnerable. Hence, they conversed with boldness. Qiong's countenance darkened, her patience wearing thin as they finally arrived at the banquet hall. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies, featuring rare ingredients that even the imperial palace of Dejin could not boast. "Please, cease your chatter and partake in the feast," Qiong said with a stiff smile. Chapter 58. My dear, were you here for me? The ancient lineage of the divine city of the primordial era dictates that the etiquette at the dining table adheres to time-honored customs. The decision-makers of the city gathered in full attendance, although they were perplexed as to why the city lord would personally host a banquet for an ordinary mortal physician. Yet, every face wore a warm smile, and the conversations were devoid of arrogance. On Meng Qingzhou's left sat Dongfang Liuli, while on his right was Qiong. In accordance with the customs of the divine city, guests were required to take their places at the table, seated to the left and right of the host. Naturally, Dongfang Liuli was reluctant to part from Meng Qingzhou and refused the suggestion to sit among a group of peculiar foreign races, opting instead to remain by his side. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the guests at the table reveled in merriment. Meng Qingzhou, however, struggled to suppress his discomfort. As a modern individual, he found the rigid customs of dining culture overly tedious. Fortunately, the wine brewed in the divine city was not harsh. It was made from a rare fruit known as Qiong, sweet and mellow. This exquisite drink was so costly that it was only served when hosting notable figures, with rumors suggesting that a mere sip could elevate an ordinary person to the status of a first-grade practitioner. "Physician Ming," Qiong said, delicately holding her petite wine cup. Her fair complexion flushed. "No, you should be addressed as Sir Ming, a second-rank official of the Great Jin dynasty. There are whispers that you ascended from humble origins to a second-rank official in just one day. On your first day in office, with your talent for divining heavenly secrets, you exposed the dark history of the king of Longzang, leading to his execution by the empress. A single word determined the fate of a noble. On the day of the empress's birthday banquet, the 7 young supremes of the major factions gathered, and your second disciple, the sword saint of Qianyuan, made a stunning debut, slaying the 7 supremes. Subsequently, the traitorous King Zhao Yuhuan, in a desperate bid, besieged the imperial capital, intending to confront the empress in a life-and-death struggle. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the empress was ambushed, and in that perilous moment, it was you, Sir Ming, who, alongside the sword saint of Qianyuan, ventured into another realm to assist the empress in vanquishing Zhao Yuhuan. Have I spoken incorrectly, Sir Ming? As these words fell, an abrupt silence enveloped the dining table. The eyes of the divine city's decision-makers shifted, gazing intently at Meng Qingzhou. Initially, they had not understood why Qiong would go to such lengths to host Meng Qingzhou, but the realization dawned upon them. However, confusion soon returned to their faces. If this man was indeed Meng Qian, then who was the woman beside him? Some high-ranking foreigners exchanged furtive glances, their expressions shifting with unease. Could it be that the empress's favored consort is, in fact, a married man? How peculiar for the illustrious empress of the great Jin to have such tastes. Meng Qingzhou maintained his smile, raising his cup and finishing the wine in one swift motion. Wiping the remnants from his lips as he remarked, "Indeed, I have only been in the city for half a day, and my life's history has been thoroughly examined by the city lord. Truly impressive." Qiang's revelation of Meng Qingzhou's identity was merely a means of retaliation for his mention of divine calamities, which had startled her. This girl, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, harbored a deep-seated desire for vengeance. With her elbow propped on the table and her chin resting in her palm, Qiang inquired, "May I ask?" "Sir Meng?" Meng Qingzhou nodded. Qiang continued, "How did you come to know of the divine calamities, and how did you accurately predict the onset of the catastrophe?" Meng Qingzhou was about to deflect with an excuse about divining heavenly secrets, a ruse he had employed successfully in the past. "What? You don't believe me? Just ask the heavens. After all, it was the heavens that revealed the answer to me. Do not speak of divine insights. I am a natural-born divine. My fate cannot be discerned by such means," Qiang added. Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, falling into silence. He had never considered that point. Should he admit that he was well-versed in the plot, even knowing the color of her undergarments, which she had attempted to conceal? Noticing Meng Qingzhou's troubled expression, Qiang's eyes glimmered with a subtle anticipation. "Was it the sword saint of time and space who informed you?" Meng Qingzhou was taken aback, scratching his head in disbelief. "What does that have to do with him?" "Indeed, it was my disciple who told me. However, how he knew, I cannot say," Meng Qingzhou replied, cleverly shifting the conversation. Qiang's eyes sparkled with interest, her languid posture straightening as she focused on him, pressing further. "The second question, is the sword saint of time and space truly your disciple?" At this, Meng Qingzhou felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He was unsure of the intent behind Qiang's inquiry. "Yes and no," he responded, shaking his head. In any case, since Qiang had asked, it meant she sought confirmation. Believing that the sword saint of time and space had no connection to Meng Qian, their exchange captivated all the guests at the table, who held their breath in attentive silence. Even Dongfang Liuli, usually so vivacious, remained quiet, her small hand nestled in Meng Qingzhou's, gently squeezing his fingers. "Could you elaborate?" Qiang pressed, urgency creeping into her voice. Meng Qingzhou felt an ominous feeling grow stronger, his right eyelid twitching involuntarily. Yet, with the conversation having reached this point, he had no choice but to press on. "When I met Qian Yuan, he was already an adult, but it seems he had forgotten his past. Only recalling that he had learned swordsmanship. Seeing him lost and pitiful, I took him in, and we referred to each other as master and disciple. Well, Qian Yuan is quite talented, and of course, with his remarkable gift, he became a sword saint in just 10 years. Qiang's breath quickened, murmuring to herself, "Indeed." Indeed, Meng Qingzhou perked up, his curiosity piqued, yet he appeared bewildered. "Hey, finish your thought. Indeed what? Is it something to celebrate?" The third question. Qiang's tone grew heavier, as if she had confirmed something significant, her voice brimming with impatience. "Tell me, the sword saint of Qian Yuan, where is he?" Meng Qingzhou's eyelid twitched violently, and his sense of foreboding was finally validated. The situation had spiraled out of control. Qiang was indeed after the sword saint of Qian Yuan. However, Qian Yuan was him, and he was Qian Yuan, so that meant, "My dear, were you here for me?" Her eagerness was palpable. One might assume she had just learned of a long-lost adversary. An adversary, or perhaps someone coveting the essence of the sword through time and space. Meng Qingzhou's mind grew heavy. He had been evading the main plot all along, and had managed to remain under the radar of both heroes and villains, perfectly playing the role of a transparent man. Yet, he had not anticipated that due to a disguise, he would attract the attention of Qiang, another peripheral character in the narrative. With this realization, Meng Qingzhou donned a pained expression and lamented, "Qian Yuan has passed away." The spark of hope in Qiang's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound emptiness, as she repeated, "Passed away?" Chapter 59, Release Meng Qing. Ensnare the sword saint. The news of the demise of the Qian Yuan sword saint sent ripples of shock through the assembly. The space-time sword saint, a prodigious figure who throughout the ages had seamlessly intertwined the paths of time and space within his sword intent, was destined to stand at the end of the river of time, gazing down upon the ever-changing world. Yet, he had passed away silently. Certain decision-makers within the ancient divine city exchanged knowing glances, a subtle smile gracing their lips. It was a fortunate occurrence. Prior to this, some radical elements among the city's hierarchy had been deliberating on how to extinguish the space-time sword saint, fearing the emergence of another invincible entity among humanity. Little did they know, Before their plans could be set into motion, the Qian Yuan sword saint had already departed from this world. How did he die? Qiong inquired. Meng Qingzhou sighed heavily, pounding his chest in despair. He was killed by Zhao Yuan's Black Star explosion. Originally, he could have escaped unharmed. But he met with misfortune while trying to protect me. Qiong appeared drained of spirit, his head hanging low as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou let out a sigh of relief and promptly rose to offer his thanks. I am grateful for the banquet hosted by the city lord. My wife and I shall take our leave now. With that, he eagerly took hold of Dongfang Liuli's hand and swiftly made his exit, unbeknownst to Meng Qingzhou. At the very moment he turned, the despondency on Qiong's face vanished, replaced by a cryptic smile that danced between amusement and cunning. After the city's higher-ups and the couple had departed, only Qiong and the six-winged angel, Lian Yu, remained in the banquet hall. How intriguing, Qiong mused, crossing his long, jade-like legs, the split of his skirt revealing a tantalizing view beneath. Leaning against the chair's back, he chuckled softly. This Ming official is quite remarkable. With just 2 questions. He deduced my intentions and realized I was after the space-time sword saint. Thus, in his final question, he chose to deceive, deliberately concealing the truth that the sword saint is still alive. Lian Yu gasped, City Lord, are you implying that the space-time sword saint is not dead? Qiong glanced at Lian Yu, his demeanor calm as he replied, of course he is not. The remnants of the space-time sword intent lingering on your body serve as irrefutable evidence. Lian Yu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly covered her rear, bashfully retorting. City Lord, how can you be certain this is the space-time sword intent? Perhaps you are mistaken. Qiong did not argue, instead nodding affirmatively. There are likely no others across the myriad realms capable of identifying the space-time sword intent, as long as the sword saint deliberately conceals it. Nearly no one can discern it. This is why he has been so careless, leaving traces behind. At this point, Qiong's eyes sparkled with mirth as he continued, but alas, there is one exception. I am that exception. No one understands the space-time sword saint or the sword intent better than I do. Lian Yu, scratching her head in confusion, asked, City Lord, do you know the space-time sword saint? Besides, it was Dr. Ming who treated my plague, not the sword saint. Could you be mistaken? Qiong shook his head, confidently asserting, there is no mistake. Tonight's banquet was orchestrated to ascertain whether Ming Qin possesses any cultivation in close proximity, unless one is a legendary Qi-Tian realm practitioner. It would be impossible to evade my perception. Since Meng Qin is but a mortal, who then wielded the space-time sword intent to aid you in your healing? The answer is singular, the space-time sword saint, who is hiding beside Meng Qin and will only reveal himself when the moment is critical. As Qiong believed he had deduced the correct answer, his excitement grew. If he could uncover the space-time sword saint, he might unravel the divine calamity that had plagued him for hundreds of thousands of years, finding a way to escape the torment. Most importantly, he could fulfill the promise made 30,000 years ago with that individual. Suddenly, tears welled in Qiong's eyes, cascading down his cheeks, yet his voice remained tranquil. 3 decades have passed, and we meet once more. This time, I will not let you slip away. In the recesses of memory, he recalled that divine beings possessed nearly infinite lifespans, yet every gift came with a hidden price. The cost of immortality was a divine calamity every 100 years. With exceedingly slow progress in cultivation, the memories had grown hazy, yet he faintly recalled a magnificent man with long, unkempt hair, gazing up at the sky with his back turned to her. A river of time, as broad as an ocean, lay beneath his feet, and he was about to follow its currents into an unknown era. Before departing, the grand figure had left her with a parting remark, in 30,000 years, a space-time sword saint will arise. At that time, your affliction can be resolved with his assistance. If you are fortunate enough to live until then, farewell, Qiong Dasong. Qiong silently wiped away her tears, a radiant smile gracing her face, with a hint of madness and intoxication gleaming in her eyes. A charlatan. What a ridiculous notion of a space-time sword saint emerging. Do you take me for a fool? The path of the space-time sword has always allowed for only one to tread its path. A second can only emerge upon the death of the first. But I do not believe you will perish, so the Qian Yuan sword saint must be you. When I encountered Qian Yuan, he was already an adult. Yet, it seems he had forgotten the past. Qiong's spirit surged, and suddenly everything fell into place. So that's it. You have lost your memory. And your cultivation has undergone a transformation akin to a reshuffling, living out a second life. As for that man from 30,000 years ago, how could he know of events to come? I believe that, being a master of the space-time sword, foreseeing one's future is not an arduous task. Qiongda. What does it really mean? Qiong sobbed, yet laughter escaped her lips. Lian Yu, standing by, watched the city lord oscillate between tears and laughter. A shiver running down her spine. What has happened to the city lord? Has he lost his mind? Liang Yu, I require your assistance to compel the space-time sword saint to reveal himself, Qiong suddenly declared. Yin Yu, puzzled, responded, Me? But I am just barely at the mountain-moving realm. What ability do I have to force a moonlight realm sword saint? Qiong smiled reassuringly, do not worry. The space-time sword saint's Achilles heel is Meng Qingzhou. We merely need to focus our efforts on him, and the sword saint will inevitably appear. Chapter 60. You are an undercover agent sent by humanity on the following dawn. Meng Qingzhou, as was his custom, rose early to prepare breakfast, only to hear the clatter of pots and bowls emanating from the kitchen. Get up, wash your hands, and come eat, said Dongfang Liuli, tying on her apron. With a gentle smile directed at Meng Qingzhou, she carried 2 bowls of thin porridge, the dining table adorned with an array of morning delicacies. Meng Qingzhou, blind and unable to see, was momentarily entranced by the steam rising from the dishes and the aroma of the buns. You could have slept a bit longer. Why rise so early? He chuckled, regaining his composure. 3 years ago, on that rainy night, he could never have imagined that today, a young woman, masquerading as a wandering hero, would set aside her pride to cook and wash for him, embracing the role of a housewife. To have such a wife, what more could one desire? What nonsense about the path to immortality? Sitting in a cave for a century pales in comparison to a simple bowl of porridge in the human realm. The two shared a silent meal, and after finishing, Meng Qingzhou took the initiative to wash the dishes. Although they had confirmed their relationship yesterday and torn up their false marriage agreement, an unspoken barrier remained between them, leading them to sleep in separate rooms without any further intimacy. One was the empress of the realm, wielding power that could lead to the downfall of countless beings. The other was the unparalleled sword saint of time and space, destined to become an invincible force overlooking all, should he not meet an untimely end. Both harbored hesitations, unsure how to express their thoughts, riddled with anxiety and uncertainty. Dongfang Liuli opened her mouth, intending to inquire about the truth behind the death of the Qianyuan sword saint, and whether Meng Qingzhou was indeed a saint, as well as how he came to be in the ancient divine city. After a brief contemplation, she ultimately refrained from voicing her questions. If he wishes to disclose it, he will. If not, he must have his reasons. Simultaneously, Meng Qingzhou pondered how Dongfang Liuli learned of his presence in the ancient divine city. The city lay tens of thousands of miles from the capital. Even if she knew he was there, how had she managed to come? Meng Qingzhou shook his head, well aware that Dongfang Liuli harbored many secrets. The frantic departure from home 3 years prior, choosing an itinerant blind man as her future husband under the rain, suggested that she was anything but ordinary. Which imperial court official resides in a village 100 miles from the capital? What common woman could evade the watchful eyes of the ancient divine city and infiltrated unnoticed? Moreover, Meng Qingzhou had served as an official in the capital for over a month, yet had never heard of any court official with the surname Dongfang. Her disguise is riddled with flaws. Perhaps initially, she did not care whether I would suspect her, hence her lack of effort in concealment. Meng Qingzhou chuckled, dismissing the stray thoughts. One must not let genuine feelings succumb to suspicion, nor should benevolence be met with doubt, a truth that Meng Qingzhou understood well. That afternoon, a throng of diverse beings congregated outside 2 neighboring medical establishments, a mere few dozen meters apart. Meng Qingzhou opened the door to the clinic, only to find a long queue outside, thousands of beings of varied shapes and forms calling out in unison, "Doctor, please save us. I am near death, my flesh rotting, my soul on the brink of collapse. This dreadful plague is terrifying. Those below the mountain-moving realm are almost certain to perish. What remedy can the doctor provide? Pains abound. My head feels as though it will explode, and my body seems to possess a will of its own, tearing itself apart." The laments were ceaseless. As the afflicted beings, stricken by divine calamities, appeared despondent, their faces pale and etched with suffering, Meng Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft sigh. He could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. In this merciless world, the fate of the weak could be trampled at any moment, merely because the heavens' tribulations had dispersed, leaving countless lives teetering on the brink of existence. Was this not a profound tragedy? Do not rush. Form an orderly line and come one at a time. Throughout the day, Meng Qingzhou remained seated at his desk, attending to each patient individually. Having been alerted by the events surrounding the Qianyuan sword saint, he maintained vigilance, feigning traditional diagnostic methods while brewing medicine for the patients. In this process, Meng Qingzhou carefully examined the source of the divine calamities within each patient, gradually extracting the afflictions layer by layer. Although this method was time-consuming and labor-intensive, it left virtually no trace of the sword's intent. In essence, divine calamities were akin to divine plagues, a conglomeration of myriad disasters. Patients would experience a variety of symptoms, ranging from headaches and fevers to spiritual degradation and bodily decay, leading to the potential shattering of their souls. Ultimately, divine calamities were nearly impossible to eradicate. They could only self-destruct over time. My condition is actually improving. The soul that was on the verge of collapse is slowly coalescing. This is incredible. The patients exclaimed, "Divine Doctor, our Savior. We are indebted to you, Divine Dr. Meng. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to command us. We vow to repay you with our lives." There are indeed good people among humanity. Divine Dr. Meng stands in stark contrast to the devious and cunning practitioners of the human race. In an instant, a throng of beings knelt outside the clinic, their heads touching the ground in fervent gratitude. This scene left Dongfang Liuli utterly astonished. To the other beings, humanity was their natural enemy, a prejudice ingrained in their very essence, eternally irreconcilable. For a group of beings to kneel before a human was a spectacle of profound shock. Dongfang Liuli watched Meng Qingzhou, who remained at the desk with a gentle smile, soothing the emotions of the patients in tender tones, preparing herbal concoctions for them from dawn until dusk, showing no signs of fatigue or impatience. This was in stark contrast to Meng Qingzhou's formerly lethargic demeanor. "Compassionate," Dongfang Liuli murmured, increasingly unable to fathom the man before her. "Indeed, you are becoming more saintly by the day." Meanwhile, mere dozens of meters away from Meng's clinic, another medical establishment bustled. "Hey, dog air, why are we so thoroughly wrapped up? It's not like we're hiding anything shameful," Wang Chung grumbled, his face obscured by a black cloth, leaving only his eyes visible. Zhao Go took it a step further, donning a mesh hood that obscured his vision, resembling a bank robber. "Stop wasting time. Do you know who lives next door?" Zhao Go whispered in annoyance. "Who?" Wang Chung asked curiously. Zhao Go ground his teeth. "The Empress of Dejin and Emperor Meng Qingzhou. The notice from the city lord explicitly mentions Dr. Meng." At this revelation, Wang Cheng's expression shifted slightly, unable to contain his astonishment. How could this be? Why have the emperor and empress traveled all this way to the divine city? Could it be to capture us? In that moment, Wang Chung plunged into deep self-doubt. "My luck has soured since encountering Meng Qingzhou. It seems to have lost its potency. I don't know. But what I do know is that it seems we are in for a beating," Zhao Go replied in a low tone. Wang Chung looked up, his face etched with bitterness. "Damn it. Didn't you claim to be skilled in medicine? Aren't you the heir of the legendary divine doctor?" Zhao Go, in despair, lamented. "I don't know. I have exhausted all my knowledge. But this plague seems impossible to eradicate, only worsening and rebounding more fiercely." Outside the Zhao clinic, thousands of beings who had been treated by Zhao Go writhed in agony on the ground. What began as mere headaches had escalated into skin rot, with eyes grotesquely multiplying, filling their sockets with dozens of eyeballs. The once near-death beings were now on the cusp of demise, crying out in desperation. Some beings began to voice their doubts, angrily accusing, "You shameless, unscrupulous doctor. Are you an undercover agent sent by humanity, attempting to wipe us out under the guise of treatment? Why waste words on them? Look at their furtive disguises. It's clear they are up to no good. Let us beat them." The city lord had strictly forbidden the killing of doctors, but he had said nothing about maiming them. "I'll break their third leg." A crowd of beings surged with righteous indignation, ready to strike, only to find themselves weakened and powerless, their spiritual energy dissipating at the moment of concentration. The severely afflicted individuals, having just mobilized their spiritual energy, immediately collapsed, their breath extinguished. Even a member of the soul race, whose form was formless and intangible, astonishingly manifested a corporeal body. The titan of the Diamond Clan transformed into a muscular yet adorable maiden. In an instant, thousands of otherworldly beings fell to the ground, some dead, others grievously wounded. Ah, Mother was right. Humanity is inherently cunning and ultimately could not escape. Where is my mighty ally? You wretched creature. Have you turned me into a different being? Zhao Go numbly gazed at the scene before him, reminiscent of a hellish inferno, exchanging a bewildered glance with Wang Qin. "We must flee. Forget about pleasing the city lord. They may very well seek to kill us," Wang Qing sighed. Zhao Go, in a daze, shook his head and looked skyward. The high-ranking officials of the divine city, all in the later stages of the moonlight realm, were aflame with rage, commanding, Seize these two traitors. Meanwhile, at the Meng Medical Hall, as dusk fell, Meng Qingzhou announced a temporary respite for the day, promising to resume treatment the following day. All the otherworldly beings departed, satisfied and filled with gratitude. According to the original narrative, Zhao Go discovered a plague within the city and reported it to his father. Zhao Yuhuan, the Shu king, aware of the complexities involved, instructed him not to interfere. Subsequently, Zhao Yuhuan summoned a master of formations to isolate the city lord's residence, thus alleviating the divine calamities spread and garnering a modicum of goodwill from the heavens. Now, with Zhao Yuhuan deceased and Zhao Go's fate uncertain, the monumental task of rescuing the ancient divine city had unexpectedly fallen upon my shoulders. Meng Qingzhou sighed deeply. At dinner, Dongfang Liuli appeared unusually quiet and suddenly inquired, Qingzhou, how long do you plan to stay here? Meng Qingzhou was taken aback, recalling that Dongfang Liuli had hurriedly left home in search of him, and thus could not remain away for long. Although the nature of Dongfang Liuli's endeavors remained unclear, they must be of utmost significance. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liuli hesitated, caught between words. Unbeknownst to her, the once career-driven empress had been subtly influenced by Meng Qingzhou, learning to embrace life's pleasures and to slow down to savor its joys. All right, Dongfang Liuli said, forcing a smile. As she pondered, her chopsticks poked at the rice in her bowl, muttering, foolish salted fish, spoiled salted fish, stinky salted fish, wooden lump salted fish, elm-headed salted fish. Meng Qingzhou, perplexed, scratched his nose, uncertain of how to respond. That night, as Meng Qingzhou drifted into slumber, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Successfully suppressed the destined protagonist Zhao Go. Destined protagonist Zhao Go. Fortune value 1700. Deprived 1200. Remaining 500 fortune value. Rewards being calculated. Reward 1. Imperial grade boundary breaking pill, capable of ignoring any boundary obstacles, enabling an immediate breakthrough to the next realm. Meng Qingzhou's breath quickened, a tumult of emotions surging within him. Although the system's rewards were delayed, their arrival was not unexpected, considering Zhao Go's father, Zhao Yuhuan, had ultimately perished in a valiant last stand, and Meng Qingzhou had played a part in that outcome. However, he was astounded by the generosity of the rewards. 2 imperial-grade rewards. The boundary-breaking pill could be reserved for future breakthroughs to the celestial realm, while the imperial true phoenix physique, though of no use to him, could be passed on to another. Meng Qingzhou closed his eyes in contemplation, deliberating on whom to bestow the imperial true phoenix physique. Dongfang Liuli, outwardly an ordinary mortal with no cultivation, would derive little benefit even if she possessed the physique. If she were indeed a mere mortal, her lifespan would be limited to a mere century, inevitably leading to her demise. In the next moment, Meng Qingzhou resolved with determination. She would not cultivate. He would teach her. With the imperial true phoenix physique, Dongfang Liuli's potential could rival that of an empress. Perhaps he would create a second empress. With this thought, Meng Qingzhou no longer hesitated, contemplating how to secretly pass on the imperial true phoenix physique to her and teach her the ways of cultivation. As he gradually calmed his breath and succumbed to slumber, Meng Qingzhou, though a practitioner who required no sleep, maintained the healthy habit of retiring early. At that moment, the door to Meng Qingzhou's room creaked open slightly, revealing a pair of striking crimson eyes peering in. The door was then pushed open entirely, and a stunning figure, draped in a sheer nightgown, stealthily slipped into Meng Qingzhou's bed. Chapter 61. What's wrong with the Empress being a little bad? In a hazy dreamscape, Meng Qingzhou faintly beheld a transcendent beauty, a proud maiden who suddenly shed her ethereal aura and fell to the mortal realm. With open arms, she embraced his neck. Her enchanting visage gently nestled against his chest. He could barely hear her bashful whisper, "Smelly salted fish, you look much better without that blindfold." Startled awake, Meng Qingzhou inhaled the familiar, intoxicating fragrance. This was Dongfang Liuli. Then, he felt a warm sensation between his chest and waist. Someone was holding him close. Their face buried against his torso, the steady rhythm of their breathing indicating that Dongfang Liuli had seemingly drifted into slumber. Meng Qingzhou understood that the exquisite maiden he had envisioned in his dreams was indeed the Dongfang Liuli he cherished in his heart. And those words were likely spoken by her own lips. In this moment, as a vigorous man, he naturally felt a stirring within. Waves of emotion surged through Meng Qingzhou as he inhaled and exhaled repeatedly, struggling to suppress the tumult within. Unable to resist the allure of Dongfang Liuli's delicate form, he instinctively embraced her and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. As for why he didn't take things further under the cover of night, exploring the origins of life and the physics of human proximity. Meng Qingzhou thought it was too soon. They had only confirmed their relationship a day prior. To indulge so eagerly in Dongfang Liuli's enchanting figure felt akin to a pretender feigning deep affection, where declarations of everlasting love were merely a means to an end. Suddenly, Dongfang Liuli stirred in his arms, her soft lips inadvertently brushing against his jaw. Unconsciously, she began to suckle, her arms tightening around his waist. Meng Qingzhou, is this a test of my resolve? I cannot endure this. I am not a mere steward. I am a man of strength and valor. Just as he was about to escalate the moment, Dongfang Liuli let out a soft whimper, seemingly having a nightmare, and pushed away from him, retreating to the side. How cowardly. You're pretending to be asleep, aren't you? Meng Qingzhou's forehead throbbed with veins, his teeth clenched. Demoness. I shall eventually confine you within a tower. Second brother, are you still sleepy? Elder brother, I can't sleep. I'm boiling with excitement. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Dongfang Liuli stretched languidly, fully rested, and turned to see Meng Qingzhou sitting at the head of the bed like a wooden statue. Hey, why are you on my bed? Meng Qingzhou smirked coldly. Continue your act. Dongfang Liuli looked around in surprise, covering her mouth. Wait, how did I end up on your bed? As she spoke, she pointed at her lower lip, and suddenly recollected something, hastily covering her chest. Her face a mixture of shame and indignation. Lecher salted fish, did you sneakily carry me out of my room last night and commit some unspeakable acts? Meng Qingzhou raised his middle finger, chuckling silently. Hiki. A glint of cunning flickered in Dongfang Liuli's eyes as she flung off the covers, leaped from the bed, and picked up her clothes from the bedside, dressing nonchalantly, for she knew he was oblivious and had no fear of revealing a hint of her allure. Well, it's time to open the door and welcome guests, to attend to patients. Meng Qingzhou grimaced, feeling a toothache. Dongfang Liuli. I thought you were a gentle and virtuous wife, but it turns out you are a vixen. What is wrong with a mighty empress being a little bad? A woman must have a touch of mischief for a man to fall in love. Furthermore, if I do not take the initiative, with your thick-headedness, when would you ever comprehend my intentions? Am I to play a lifetime of romantic theatrics with you? However, as Dongfang Liuli recalled last night, when Meng Qingzhou had suddenly become wild and fierce, breathing heavily like a beast, a tinge of fear crept into her heart. After breakfast, Meng Qingzhou did not rush to open the door for the patients, but inquired of Dongfang Liuli. Have you noticed any unusual changes in your body? Reflect carefully and tell me. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liuli's beautiful face turned serious as she stared at him. What do you mean? She promptly covered her abdomen, her expression grave. Could it be that I'm pregnant? Did you take advantage of me last night? Meng Qingzhou rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. Demoness, quickly, return to the former Dongfang Liuli. Have you been possessed? How did you become like this? Pregnant? Dongfang Liuli furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, did we really? Why do I feel nothing? Is it possible? Qingzhou, are you the king of seconds? Meng Qingzhou was almost ready to spit blood, regretting last night's restraint and clinging to his Na'vi ideals of pure love. Now, he found himself ensnared by this demoness's relentless barrage of questions. I'm not teasing you. Dongfang Liuli smiled widely, closing her eyes to check for changes in her body. Initially, she approached it with a relaxed attitude, thinking Meng Qingzhou was merely fretting about her potential exposure to the city's plague. Yet soon, her smile faded, and her expression turned grave. What is happening? Why is there an additional inheritance mark in my mind? Dongfang Liuli's consciousness delved into the deep crimson inheritance mark floating in her sea of consciousness. As a practitioner of the morning radiance realm, her thoughts processed information at a speed surpassing the most advanced computers. In mere moments, Dongfang Liuli opened her eyes wide. The true phoenix inheritance. The legendary true phoenix that unifies all races, the complete inheritance of the beings of the sky-lifting realm. One inheritance can lead to the sky-lifting realm. Moreover, Dongfang Liuli discovered that her cultivation speed had increased exponentially, the spiritual energy in her dantian swelling significantly, indicating a substantial augmentation in both combat power and endurance. In just one night, Dongfang Liuli had transformed into a contender for the sky-lifting realm. If one were to speak earnestly, it could only be described as a fantastical tale, utterly implausible, yet undeniably real. What exactly did you do to me? Dongfang Liuli's emotions remained unsettled as she gazed at Meng Qingzhou. Do you not feel invigorated, as if the world has transformed? Meng Qingzhou smiled. At that moment, Meng Qingzhou was preoccupied with devising ways to guide Dongfang Liuli step by step onto the path of cultivation, helping her comprehend the true phoenix inheritance and unlock her potential. Little did he realize that the woman before him was none other than the foremost powerhouse of the Great Jin, the Empress of the Great Jin. Even more astonishingly, Dongfang Liuli had fully grasped the true phoenix inheritance and awakened her imperial physique enhancement. It was 3 years ago when I traveled the world and encountered an old man with a white beard. He gifted me a pill, claiming it had boundless uses and could help one enhance their aptitude and embark on the path of cultivation. Last night, I secretly administered it to you. Meng Qingzhou placed his hands on his hips, feeling quite proud. Praise me, dear wife. Chapter 62. Eastern Liuli's emotional breakdown and the moment of truth. Eastern Liuli crossed her arms, her delicate face adorned with a mocking expression. Continue your performance, she mused. After a lengthy pause, she uttered, I desire to hear the truth. A legacy mark leading to the realm of heaven could incite chaos among nations, sparking an era of bloodshed as powerful beings from the morning light realm vied for it. Yet, it was casually bestowed upon her by Meng Qingzhou, a gesture she found hard to fathom. Meng Qingzhou was taken aback. The anticipated scene of Eastern Liuli being moved by such unexpected joy did not unfold. Instead, she questioned him, leaving him utterly perplexed. After all, was it so wrong for the venerable old man with the white beard to gift him a pill? Although he had appeared rather frequently, he sighed softly and said, I know you lack cultivation, perhaps due to insufficient talent. Yet, I do not wish to witness a century hence to find myself the sole survivor. Meng Qingzhou smiled gently and continued, Liuli, I wish to share my years with you. Each word was sincere, a heartfelt declaration. However, he skillfully sidestepped the weighty matter of the legacy mark's rarity and origin. To share our years together. Eastern Liuli was momentarily stunned. Those few words resonated like thunder, echoing in her ears. He, too, is but a mortal, limited to a mere century of life. Yet he believes me to be an ordinary being, bestowing upon me the invaluable legacy mark. But what of me? I have always known him to be human, yet I never truly acknowledged it. Her eyes brimmed with tears, biting her lip until crimson droplets surfaced. She struggled to contain her emotions. The value of the legacy mark is known to all. Those beneath the moonlit realm are unworthy of its inheritance. Why would you so readily give it to me? Before Meng Qingzhou could respond, Eastern Liuli interrupted, her voice tinged with a hint of sobs, yet not soft or despondent, but rather filled with accusation. Moreover, you, too, are merely immortal. How can you grant me this precious opportunity for cultivation, and yet claim to share your years with me? After a moment of silence, the carefully prepared words he had in mind vanished, replaced by a light-hearted response. Because you are my wife, is that reason sufficient? In that instant, it felt as if a barrier within Eastern Liuli had shattered. Her gaze fixed upon Meng Qingzhou, her heart no longer had space for anyone else, save for this disheveled youth entwined in black satin. Having spent her life on the battlefield, subduing nations for the sake of her first pursuit, the Empress, she suddenly realized that perhaps, more than the entire world or the elusive path of cultivation, the person before her was of utmost importance. In this moment, her heart swelled with regret, tears streaming uncontrollably. Why did I labor to fabricate a lie? Why not reveal sooner that I am the Empress of the Great Jin, and you are its emperor? I do not require the legacy mark to pursue the path of immortality, even if it may be arduous, at least I would have a chance. Yet now, this sole authentic Phoenix legacy mark was bestowed upon the one person who needed it the least. Liuli, why are you crying? Meng Qingzhou reached out to touch her cheek, gently wiping away her tears. Eastern Liuli's shoulders trembled as she choked back her sobs, her eyes red as she gazed at him. Qingzhou, I deeply regret it. Truly regret it. Meng Qingzhou cocked his head in confusion. Regret marrying me? Surely not. Are you abandoning me now? Ha! Eastern Liuli chuckled, unable to contain herself, playfully punching his chest. What nonsense are you spouting? Taking a deep breath, Eastern Liuli said, I have a serious question for you. No smiling or jesting. Do you understand? Though puzzled, Meng Qingzhou nodded. Go ahead, speak your mind. With a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision, she articulated each word carefully. What is your impression of the Great Jin and the Empress? Tell me your most genuine feelings. Initially, the construction of Jinshao village and the concealment of truths was merely to protect Meng Qingzhou from being exploited by treacherous ministers, allowing him to serve as a carefree shield to silence them. Now, the Empress had come to understand Meng Qingzhou deeply, considering him a vital figure in her heart. Her true husband. The concealment of her identity seemed less significant. Yet before revealing the truth, she sought to know how Meng Qingzhou viewed the Empress, hoping to avoid a situation where their revelation would turn into a comedic divorce scene. Upon hearing her words, Meng Qingzhou was taken aback. Ah, is this the moment? in the Great Jin, where he was renamed Meng Qing and served as the Deputy Minister of Rights. Eastern Liuli was fully aware and likely had heard the rumors surrounding the empress. Long ago, he had worried whether these rumors would affect their relationship, contemplating how to explain it. Since Eastern Liuli had broached the subject, he felt compelled to perform admirably. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "The Empress's reputation requires no elaboration from me. Ruthless, brutal, a career-driven woman, a near-emotionless killing machine, a nightmare for nations, the architect of a hellish realm. Were it not for her insistence on dragging me to the capital, I would have had no interest in her." With that statement, silence enveloped the room. There was no need to elaborate on the rumors of the Empress. Demonstrating his disdain for her would naturally quell Eastern Liuli's concerns. "I'm a genius," Meng Qingzhou mused, stroking his chin. If only he had glasses to adjust, the ambience would be perfect. The revelation of how poorly the Empress was perceived in Meng Qingzhou's mind left Eastern Liuli in shock. How could he dismiss her so easily? Even if she stood before him naked. No. Eastern Liuli stubbornly retorted, her cheeks flushed crimson, her voice faltering. Being career-driven merely indicates that the Empress is hard-working, a virtue. The notions of her being an emotionless killer, a nightmare for nations, and a creator of hell were utterly preposterous. Absurd, a joke. As she spoke, Eastern Liuli's face burned with embarrassment, and she awkwardly added, "In truth, the Empress is quite gentle and virtuous, and, well, rather appealing." Chapter 63. The fate of the protagonist. Meng Qingzhou rubbed his ears, convinced he must have misheard. The term gentle and virtuous was attributed to the Empress, the same Qin Liuli, whose hands were drenched in the blood of over 1,000,000 beings, who commanded thousands of battles and obliterated dozens of nations, could possess a gentle and virtuous side. Nonsense. He couldn't be feverish. How could he spout such absurdity? Meng Qingzhou pressed the back of his hand to Dongfang Liuli's forehead, perplexed. Dongfang Liuli swatted Meng Qingzhou's hand away, exclaiming in irritation, "You wooden-headed salted fish." She secretly resolved to herself. Meng Qingzhou touched his nose, bewildered by Dongfang Liuli's attitude towards the Empress. "I've clearly expressed my disinterest in the Empress. Why does she seem displeased? Did she not catch my insinuation? Surely, Liuli cannot be that dense." Suddenly, a hurried knocking at the door interrupted Meng Qingzhou's thoughts. "Dr. Meng, open the door quickly. A batch of plague-infected patients have worsened. Many of the other races have even died." A familiar voice called out, "Lian Yu, the six-winged angel." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou promptly opened the clinic's door, only to be met with a pungent stench and the haunting echoes of screams. It felt as though he had entered a hellish nightmare. A group of otherworldly beings were engulfed in dark mist, their bodies rotting, their spirits dimmed. Some had sprouted 3 heads and 6 arms, their faces covered in countless eyes. Lian Yu stood beside him, her expression fraught with anxiety, with an expression of indignation. Lian Yu declared, "It's all that unscrupulous quack's fault. Yesterday, he treated the townsfolk, yet their conditions not only failed to improve but worsened." "A quack? Where is he?" Meng Qingzhou asked, astonished. This twist was not mentioned in the original text, although the plot had already diverged. The ancient divine city was supposed to be uninvolved in any main storyline, so it should not affect this. Lian Yu recalled the 2 quack doctors who had caused chaos in the divine city, her anger flaring. They were both human, who sneaked into the ancient divine city a few days ago, claiming they could cure the plague. But they turn out to be frauds. They've already been captured and imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon, awaiting execution. Meng Qingzhou was taken aback. Good heavens! If they can't cure it, they're to be executed? Surely, one should at least receive some credit for their efforts, or at the very least, possess good intentions. Moreover, the divine calamity is not merely a plague. It is a divine tribulation. Is it not entirely reasonable for it to remain uncured? After all, even your city lord Xiangmei is powerless against the divine calamity, merely enduring it with her overwhelming vitality. No wonder the ancient divine city is deemed a forbidden ground for humans. It seems the ancients were not deceiving me. It feels less like a plague and more akin to a divine tribulation recorded in ancient texts, Dongfang Liuli mused, her brow furrowing in uncertainty. Meng Qingzhou chuckled softly. "You're overthinking it. If it were indeed a divine tribulation, how could a mere mortal like me dare to meddle? Thankfully, your understanding is limited. Otherwise, the identity of the sword saint might be at risk of exposure." Dongfang Liuli nodded. "Perhaps I was thinking too much. By the way, what were the names of those 2 human doctors?" she suddenly inquired. Lian Yu furrowed her brow in thought before replying. "One is named Zhao Go, and the other is Wang Cheng." The moment those names were uttered, Both Meng Qingzhou and Dongfang Liuli fell into a stunned silence, shock evident on their faces. "What is it?" Lian Yu blinked, puzzled. Dongfang Liuli's star-like eyes turned icy, her demeanor detached. So, Zhao Guo and Wang Cheng have seemingly vanished, having secretly infiltrated the ancient divine city. As for their intentions in doing so, it is easy to speculate. They likely covet the terrifying foundation of the ancient divine city, hoping to leverage its power against the great Jin dynasty and topple the empress. Those two fools have essentially orchestrated their own demise, Dongfang Liuli scoffed coldly. Meng Qingzhou remained silent, his mind a cacophony of thunderous thoughts. What? The destined protagonist is about to perish, and in such a pitiful, hasty manner. Dragged to the execution grounds. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He stroked his chin, contemplating. If I recall correctly, Zhao Guo's fortune value has dwindled to a mere 500. Once the fortune value drops below 1,000, one loses the protection of the heavenly path. The system indicated yesterday that the protagonist's fortune value had fallen to 500, and today, a death sentence has been declared, with execution on the horizon. So, it turns out that the one responsible for eliminating Long Outyan is none other than myself and an unknown kind-hearted individual. Meng Qingzhou's mind wandered, questioning his existence. With Long Outyan nearing his end, was the apocalypse next? Would he too be drawn into the abyss? Surely, someone would rescue him at the execution or, in a last-ditch effort, Long Outyan would erupt with power and fight his way out of the city. At that moment, a messenger approached Lian Yu, whispering and presenting her with a jade tablet. Lian Yu nodded slightly, signaling the messenger to withdraw. She had just received news that the two unscrupulous doctors had been executed, their souls crushed. Meng Qingzhou fell silent once more, his mind utterly overwhelmed. What? They're dead? A group of otherworldly beings, severely harmed by Zhao Guo, cheered and clapped, declaring their satisfaction. Dongfang Liuli cast a sidelong glance at Meng Qingzhou, her gaze peculiar, as if she wished to laugh but dared not. In the imagery, Zhao Guo and Wang Cheng appeared disheveled, haggard, dressed in white prison garb, being dragged to the execution grounds by two towering otherworldly beings. The guillotine loomed like a mountain, exuding a chilling aura of impending death, its eyes fixated on them. Booming, state the names of the condemned. Zhao Guo, Wang Cheng. Both men were battered and bruised, their souls teetering on the brink of extinguishment, their expressions frantic, as if they had endured countless tortures. They were forced down onto the guillotine. At the moment the blade descended, Zhao Guo's eyes blazed crimson as he roared, Emperor, Empress, I, Zhao Guo, shall not let you rest even in death. Wang Cheng, in utter despair, cried out, Sire, save me. I am the vice minister of the military department of the great Qin dynasty. You cannot kill me. Then, with the blade's final descent, their screams and pleas abruptly ceased. Meng Qingzhou focused intently, and upon hearing Zhao Guo's last desperate cries for the emperor, he sighed in relief, muttering to himself, the nameless kind-hearted person who valiantly confronted Long Outyan and ultimately obliterated him was, in fact, the empress and the emperor. As expected, I had nothing to do with this. Look at that. What irrefutable evidence. Zhao Guo did not even mention my name before he died. This salted fish has maintained a commendable distance. Dongfang Liuli could not help but glance at Meng Qingzhou, her expression a blend of amusement and restraint, her eyes sparkling with an odd light. Chapter 64. The Script of the Sky Sister Ding. The Destiny protagonist's fortune value has reached 0. The host receives a sovereign-level reward, one-time space corridor. While Meng Qingzhou was meticulously removing divine calamities from an alien patient, his movements abruptly halted, and his pupils constricted in shock. The system had officially confirmed the complete demise of the destined protagonist, Zhao Guo, with no possibility of resurrection. The protagonist is dead. Yet I receive a sovereign-level reward. Could this be a form of commendation? However, I have done nothing significant. I merely took away the afternoon butterfly, filed a minor report, and assisted the empress in a skirmish. Meng Qingzhou gulped nervously. For half an entire day, he remained in a daze, occasionally inquiring about the celestial phenomena from Dongfang Liuli, questioning whether there were fierce winds or ominous clouds. As evening approached, the sun began to set, with an hour remaining until Meng Qingzhou's 6 o'clock departure. A sudden visitor shattered the calm busyness. No apocalypse. This implies that the death of the destined protagonist does not disrupt the normal order of the world. Meng Qingzhou mused silently. Suddenly, the six-winged angel, Lian Yu, rushed in with an anxious expression, gripping Meng Qingzhou's hand tightly, her voice trembling. Dr. Meng, please save the lord of the city. She is on the brink of death. Dongfang Liuli's gaze turned icy as she watched Lian Yu grasp Meng Qingzhou's hand, her expression darkening. Yet, considering the circumstances and recalling Meng Qingzhou's assessment of the empress, too bloodthirsty to be a suitable wife, the empress, determined to change, suppressed her rising fury. Meng Qingzhou, perplexed, replied, "Are you referring to Sky Sister, the ruler of the ancient divine city?" "Yes." Lian Yu nodded vigorously, urgency etched on her face. "Just moments ago, the lord of the city suddenly fainted. Her heart has stopped beating, and even her soul has dimmed." Meng Qingzhou sprang to his feet. "Then she is dead, is she not?" Lian Yu hesitated, realizing she might have overstated the situation, hastily correcting herself. "She should be alive, perhaps in a state of suspended animation. Yes, that must be it." Exhausted, Meng Qingzhou waved his hand dismissively. "If she has already crossed over, she is undoubtedly dead. I am merely a physician, not a celestial being. The dead cannot be revived. You should prepare for her final rites." What a bizarre turn of events. The invincible protagonist, who should not have perished, met his end without a grand battle, having barely broken through the initial stages of his journey, falling victim to a group of insignificant henchmen. The plot's peripheral character, Sky Sister, passed away without warning and followed suit. "Please, you are a doctor. At least make an effort to resuscitate her," Lian Yu implored desperately. Meng Qingzhou shrugged, helplessly stating, "Given my limited abilities, rather than exhausting yourself imploring me to perform the impossible, you might as well whisper in your lord's ear that someone is plotting a coup. Perhaps that would rouse her from her stupor." Lian Yu clenched her teeth in frustration. How could he be so obstinate? Yet, the task assigned by her lord must be fulfilled, or she would face punishment. At this thought, tears streamed down Lian Yu's face, her sorrow palpable. "Woa, doctor, how heartless you are. The lord of the city had such good intentions, yet you turn her kindness to waste. If it were not for you, she would not have executed Wang Cheng and Zhao Go, those two scoundrels. She merely wished to avenge you." Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, catching a crucial detail. "What do you mean by killing Wang Cheng and Zhao Go to avenge me? Please clarify." Lian Yu, sobbing, explained, "The lord of the city investigated your identity and discovered that Zhao Go is the son of the traitor king, aiming to overthrow the Jin dynasty's imperial authority. Wang Cheng also caused a ruckus at the empress's birthday banquet. As the most loyal subject of the Jin dynasty, you ought to feel humiliated. Furthermore, both Zhao Go and Wang Cheng are responsible for the deaths of numerous aliens, which prompted the lord of the city to execute them. You see, the lord of the city was indeed avenging you." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou's nostrils flared in irritation. "Do not attempt to morally blackmail me. I have no acquaintance with Zhao Go, nor do I harbor any grievances. As for Wang Cheng, my esteemed disciple, the sword Saint Qianyuan clashed with him. What I have to do with this? The notion of being a loyal subject of the Jin dynasty is absurd. It's merely a ploy by Jiang Songhai and Qin Finghua to falsely attribute a host of undeserved accolades to me. However, such sentiments could not be openly expressed, for should they reach the empress's ears, she might misconstrue them as dissent." Sighing heavily, Meng Qingzhou felt fatigued. "Very well. I shall go and see, but I cannot guarantee her survival, for I am merely a mortal." Lian Yu nodded fervently. "That is acceptable. That is acceptable. Please, lead the way." Meng Qingzhou extended a hand in invitation. At this, Lian Yu couldn't help but glance at the silent Dongfang Liuli standing nearby, her mouth opening slightly. Recalling the task assigned by the lord of the city, Lian Yu discreetly transmitted a thought. "Madam Meng, won't you urge your husband? He is to be in the company of a yearning, love-starved woman, a captivating beauty of remarkable grace." Dongfang Liuli, perplexed, turned her head, confusion evident in her gaze as she replied telepathically, "Isn't he merely treating a patient? As a person approaches death, I am not so narrow-minded. Besides, did you not come seeking my husband's aid? Could this girl be lacking in common sense?" First, she implored Dr. Meng to save a life, then attempted to provoke jealousy in Madam Meng, hindering Dr. Meng from proceeding. In this situation where Meng Qingzhou could only summon his capable disciple for assistance, Madam Meng, instead of displaying jealousy, appeared remarkably magnanimous, seemingly unconcerned. Lian Yu gritted her teeth and continued to convey her thoughts. "If that is the case, then I will lead Dr. Meng away." "Ah, in truth, it matters little to me. I simply pity you. The lord of the city possesses an innate charm that captivates men, and once the healing is complete, I fear Dr. Meng's heart may be ensnared." Feigning indifference, Lian Yu sent a final message. Typically, the lord of the city, with her formidable cultivation, manages to suppress her allure. Now that she lies unconscious, her charm is unrestrained. Even I, a mere girl, cannot withstand it. Dongfang Liuli's eyes widened, her breath quickening. Suddenly, she grasped Meng Qingzhou's wrist forcefully, fixing her gaze upon him, enunciating each word. You shall not go. Meng Qingzhou? Chapter 65. The cicadas of spring and autumn. The youth returns. Meng Qingzhou turned his head, his eyes concealed by black silk, gazing at Lingwei. His brow furrowed slightly, an instinctive feeling that something was amiss with the girl. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. In the original novel, during the calamity unleashed by the deities, Qiongmei had been ambushed by several enemies. Left with no choice, she fought despite her injuries, and even while bearing the burden of divine tribulation, she managed to slay all her foes, quickly recovering her wounds thanks to her formidable vitality. Could there be an unforeseen circumstance once again? Meng Qingzhou's heart was filled with suspicion as he heightened his vigilance. Whether fortune or misfortune, he and Dongfang Liuli were situated in the ancient divine city. If there truly were hidden agendas at play, a firm refusal to heed their medical requests might incite anger instead. If Meng Qingzhou were alone, it would be manageable. He could simply retreat into the river of time and escape. However, Dongfang Liuli was but a mortal, and for her safety, he resolved to take a closer look. Do not worry, we are temporarily residing in the divine city, and have received the Lord's favor. We ought to reciprocate, Meng Qingzhou reassured, gently patting Dongfang Liuli's wrist, which she held tightly. Dongfang Liuli bit her lip, remaining silent, gripping his sleeve with determination. Her decisive and domineering nature made it difficult for her to utter sentimental phrases, let alone voice her fears of him being lured away by a vixen, insisting he stay by her side. Could it be that she was feeling jealous? Just imagine. A solitary man and woman in a room, a frail beauty akin to Shishir lying on the bed while Meng Qingzhou sat at the edge, intently diagnosing Qiongmei, who gazed deeply at him with her haggard eyes, their exchange resembling a whispered love story. How about this? You accompany me. You can help me pass the tools. Meng Qingzhou suggested, adopting a tone meant to soothe the child, ruffling Dongfang Liuli's hair softly. Dongfang Liuli lowered her head, her cheeks flushed crimson. Unable to meet his gaze, only offering a faint in response. This scene was reminiscent of a little girl reluctant to part with her aging and disabled father. No. This is inappropriate. Lingwei interjected at an inopportune moment, her tone serious. During the Lord's illness, no one may visit except for the physician. Meng Qingzhou grimaced, feeling a pang of frustration. Not even my wife? No. Lingwei replied resolutely. In an instant, Meng Qingzhou found himself in a dilemma, sensing an overwhelming malice in the world around him. Why must honest men suffer such trials? If this is forbidden, and that is forbidden, then perhaps the Lord should be left to his own devices. Lingwei, keenly aware of the hint of impatience on Meng Qingzhou's brow, sensed his readiness to abandon the situation and quickly added, actually, there is another way. If you are unable to attend, you might consider asking a reliable colleague. The higher-ups in the divine city can arrange for someone to assist you. What do you think? Meng Qingzhou pondered for a moment. A colleague, a physician? Not to mention that I do not know any divine doctors. Even if I did, upon seeing the divine calamity surrounding your Lord, they would likely perish before even beginning their examination. Secondly, to reach the realm of Qing Tian is a lofty aspiration. Thirdly, to utilize the path of time and space to gradually eliminate the source of the divine calamity. Asking someone to ascend to the heights of Qing Tian is akin to a patient asking a doctor, I have a terminal illness. What medicine should I take to prolong my life? And the doctor replies, no need for medicine. First, you must become a cosmic superhero, and your powerful immune cells will vanquish the cancer cells. It is merely nonsensical. In essence, the only person capable of healing Qiongmei is Meng Qingzhou himself. Wait a moment. Meng Qingzhou suddenly recalled the 3 questions Qiongmei posed at the banquet yesterday, which seemed to be indirect inquiries about the sword saint of time and space. Coupling this with today's circumstances, the truth began to reveal itself. So it was, Qiongmei's objective was the Qian Yuan sword saint, deliberately staging a performance to draw him out. A smirk crept across Meng Qingzhou's face. Little demon, you underestimate the wisdom of your elder brother. All your schemes lie within my foresight. With this in mind, Meng Qingzhou silently activated the technique of one qi transforming into 3 clears, erasing the version of his avatar as the Qian Yuan sword saint and reshaping it into a brand new visage. The youth, clad in flowing black, bore an air of both aloofness and wisdom, coupled with a steadfast yearning for immortality. In the desolate valley where the cold winds blew, the cicadas of spring and autumn heralded the return of youth. The embodiment of the great love immortal sovereign was freshly forged. By utilizing the path of time and space, he dispatched this avatar to the majestic mountains surrounding the ancient divine city. Thus, all was prepared, awaiting only the right moment. Let us see how the little demon responds, he chuckled softly. Meng Qingzhou said nonchalantly, just so happens I know a friend whose medical skills rival my own. He resides near the ancient divine city. I shall summon him forth. A glimmer of delight flashed in Ling Yuer's eyes. Success. Was there anyone from the human race residing near the ancient divine city? She was well aware that Meng Qingzhou was preparing to bring forth his disciple, the Qian Yuan Sword Saint. The Lord truly possesses remarkable foresight, effortlessly managing the dynamics between the Sword Saint and his disciple, Ling Wei thought to herself, invigorated by the prospect. Moments later, 2 alien soldiers led a grim-faced youth clad in black robes before Meng Qingzhou and the others. Ling Wei was taken aback. Pointing at Meng Qingzhou's avatar, who is he? Having seen the portrait of the Qian Yuan Sword Saint, she knew he was supposed to be a dashing classical gentleman. Yet this black-robed youth exuded an aura of cold detachment. My beloved friend, my brother, is named Feng Yuan, Meng Qingzhou said with a warm smile. You think you can play me? You are still too inexperienced. Brother Feng Yuan, the Lord is gravely ill. I am counting on you, Meng Qingzhou remarked, patting the Feng Yuan avatar with earnestness. Feng Yuan nodded, succinctly uttering 3 words. Understood. Ling Wei was momentarily speechless, her throat constricted, unsure whether to express her doubts. No. This is a mistake. I was looking for the Qian Yuan Sword Saint. Who is Feng Yuan? Can he manage? Perhaps you should summon someone else. Ling Wei suggested with a stiff smile, glancing at Meng Qingzhou. Feng Yuan's gaze was hollow, embodying an indifference to the world, yet he calmly replied, do not worry. Merely 2 words, devoid of any guarantees, yet they conveyed an aura of reliability. Ling Wei felt a vague sense of foreboding, but could only lead Feng Yuan to the Lord's residence. Chapter 66. Words that strike the heart. Awakening of the other races. In the heart of the ancient divine city stands the Lord's mansion, surrounded by a grand circular city. At its center lies a vast expanse of void, shrouded in mist and obscuring the towering spires that reach towards the heavens. Lian Yu, accompanied by Meng Qingzhou's avatar, Feng Yuan, navigated their flying vessel for a considerable time before drawing near to the entrance of the Lord's mansion. The grand entrance was no ordinary portal. It was formed by 2 majestic peaks of divine mountains, creating a fan-shaped gateway. Behind this divine peak entrance lay a suspended path leading to the tower, flanked by angelic guardians clad in sacred armor, wielding broadswords. These angelic beings were the elite guards of the celestial realm, with their weakest being at the mountain-moving stage, and the most formidable reaching the pinnacle of the moonlight stage. They did not conceal their formidable auras, which bore down on any who dared approach the Lord's mansion like an imposing mountain. Indeed, the divine city exuded an air of grandeur. Meng Qingzhou feigned a casual glance around, feeling an overwhelming sense of ancient weight despite the obscured view. What lay before him was merely the tip of the iceberg. The depth of the ancient divine city far exceeded human comprehension. Lian Yu smiled gently, her demeanor seemingly educational, but subtly flaunting her prowess. Meng Qingzhou sighed inwardly. The disdain the other races held for humanity was beyond imagination. He had anticipated that as Meng Qingzhou's friend, Lian Yu and her kin would treat him with some courtesy. However, upon stepping onto the path to the heavens, he realized his miscalculation as he felt the pressure of mountains upon his shoulders. And even Lian Yu did not offer him a kind glance. Lian Yu, somewhat surprised, quickened her pace, wishing to indirectly assess the young man's strength. Having traversed most of the path, the tower of the Lord's mansion was now within sight, and the angelic guards lining the way turned their gazes upon the cloaked youth. The accumulated pressure exceeding what a practitioner at the ocean-covering stage could endure. Yet, the young man remained unfazed, his expression calm as still water, as if he were simply out for a stroll. To her astonishment, Lian Yu thought, the youth, despite his tender age, demonstrated remarkable cultivation. Few among humanity could rival him. Meng Qingzhou, hands clasped behind his back, kept his gaze forward and replied nonchalantly, there are countless heroes in this world, and among my peers. There are indeed those with greater talent and strength than I. However, you other races, secluded in your corners, perceive the world through a narrow lens. Lian Yu furrowed her brows, slightly displeased, and retorted, are you insinuating that we are frogs at the bottom of a well? Then tell me, who among your kind surpasses you? Meng Qingzhou chuckled lightly, how amusing. Setting aside others, consider the sword saint of time and space, who has claimed the lives of 7 young sovereigns, each of them a true dragon among men. The boundless heavenly sects Wang Cheng, born of humble origins, comprehended the Tao at 10 and walked an unprecedented path of fortune, accumulating the luck of nations to place himself in an invincible position. The third prince of the Blood Sea Empire, Mo Wui, with blood energy akin to an ocean, once fought 3 Moonlight Stage practitioners and defeated them with his iron fists. Huang Hao of the Five Spirits clan. Meng Qingzhou's tone shifted to a more serious note. Each of them has forged their own unprecedented path and achieved extraordinary feats, yet none could rival the Sword Saint of time and space. Let us not forget. The Sword Saint is merely 20 years of age. The Empress of the Great Gene is also 20. Lian Yu's expression changed, her initial skepticism giving way to contemplation, followed by a look of astonishment. Indeed, despite the Sword Saint's renown, he was ultimately just a boy of 20. In the angelic race, such an age was akin to that of an infant. Meng Qingzhou's voice grew more piercing and compelling as he continued. Moreover, do you wonder why the Sword Saint's early life was so obscure? Had it not been for his master facing persecution, he would likely still be in hiding. For he understands that there are far more heroes in this world than one can imagine, many of whom surpass him. Lian Yu fell silent, her head lowered. Devoid of all pride, her 3 pairs of sacred wings drooping lifelessly. The angelic guards along the path exchanged solemn glances, sensing that this young man was distinctly different. His demeanor and speech far from ordinary. I share this to caution you that the world is fraught with dangers beyond imagination. You must remain vigilant and refrain from stirring trouble, Meng Qingzhou added as a final note. This concluding statement was indeed what he truly wished to convey. Do not harbor thoughts of targeting the Sword Saint of time and space, lest you bring disaster upon yourselves. Lian Yu, with a glimmer of determination in her eyes, replied, what does remain vigilant mean? To conceal one's brilliance, avoid provoking others, harbor no greedy thoughts, and refrain from seeking conflict. Instead, bide your time, accumulate strength, and when the moment is right, astonish the world, Meng Qingzhou explained. Within his heart, he silently urged, above all, remember not to entertain greedy thoughts, nor fixate on the path of time and space. He believed that these young angels were coveting the path of time and space, and expressing such sentiments would serve as a warning. Little did he realize that Lian Yu became increasingly reserved, her demeanor more introspective, even tinged with a hint of self-doubt. They began to feel that a lifetime spent within the confines of the ancient divine city might not be a blessing after all. True geniuses needed to immerse themselves in the currents of the era, battling with others, and forging their own unique paths. Sir, please forgive my earlier rudeness. I wish to apologize. Lian Yu halted her steps, blocking Meng Qingzhou's path, and bowed solemnly. Meng Qingzhou smiled with satisfaction and replied gently, no harm done. Acknowledging one's mistakes is a significant step towards improvement. Indeed, the most potent weapon in the world is but the power of words. Observe, what could have devolved into a battle of wits, perhaps even a bloody conflict over the sword intent of time and space, was deftly resolved by a few poignant words. With renewed resolve, Lian Yu continued, I understand your intent, sir. Once the plague in the city has been eradicated, I will depart the ancient divine city and venture into the true world, even if it means facing pursuit from human practitioners. I shall refrain from showcasing my brilliance, avoid conflict, and suppress greedy thoughts. But if someone seeks to harm me, I shall not shy away from confrontation. Only then can I forge a path of strength. The many angelic guards exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with intent. Some even began to shed their sacred armor, folding their 6 wings and concealing them beneath their garments, presenting resignation letters and bowing to Meng Qingzhou before resolutely departing the ancient divine city. Meng Qingzhou stood there, bewildered, mouth agape. What? No. It was only when he arrived at the door of the celestial realm's chambers that he realized the gravity of the situation. What was happening? Had they misinterpreted my words? I merely advised against targeting the sword intent of time and space. Why did they all decide to leave the divine city? Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely because of his words that the ancient divine city was drawn into the main plotline. A group of prodigies from the ancient divine city would soon become the vanguards of a brilliant golden age. And the architect of this change was none other than the perplexed young man scratching his head in confusion. Chapter 67, Sword Saint. You still enjoy teasing others, are you the Sword Saint of Qianyuan? A fresh and melodious voice echoed from above. Qiang sat upon a throne the size of a 3-story building, his eyes, which were originally half-closed, gradually opened. I am Feng Yuan, not the Sword Saint of time and space. Meng Qingzhou, maintaining an attitude of neither servility nor arrogance, internally exclaimed, Indeed. Fortunately, my wit prevails, otherwise I would have been deceived. A cold smile crept across Meng Qingzhou's face. You mentioned that the city lord was gravely ill and in a state of apparent death. Yet, listen to this robust voice, devoid of any hint of weakness. Upon hearing this, Qiang's gaze sharpened, and his tone turned icy. Oh, It was Meng Qin who recommended you? You possess the audacity to treat a deity. Your courage is remarkable. Meng Qingzhou replied nonchalantly, I am merely fulfilling a request. I am neither related to the city lord nor obligated to assist. Why must you interrogate me so harshly? Xiang's golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, as if he had discovered something, and he chuckled softly. At such a young age, your words are indeed sharp. No wonder you can sway the hearts of my royal guards merely with your tongue. Evidently, Xiang had overheard the previous conversation on Tongtian Road. However, you speak the truth. The ancient divine city has languished in comfort for too long. The alien races have gradually forgotten their national grievances and ancestral humiliations. It is time to venture forth and hone their skills. I am indifferent to these trifles. The survival or demise of lowly aliens matters not to me. Yet you, possessing some skill, might consider joining the ancient divine city as the steward of the city lord's residence, where a life of wealth and ease awaits you. I can offer you that. Xiang spoke eloquently, his pace steady, yet his golden eyes remained fixed, observing Meng Qingzhou's avatar intently. Meng Qingzhou shook his head decisively. I decline. Why? Xiang inquired, puzzled. A good man aspires to the West. To be relegated to the role of a steward would undermine my resolve, Meng Qingzhou articulated. It's amusing, really. The empress of the Great Jin invited me with great ceremony. At least I would hold a legitimate official title, and a respectable one at that. It may be called a steward, but frankly, isn't that just another term for a servant? Xiang did not press further, waving his hand dismissively. Then let us cease this idle chatter. Attend to my ailment. Let me make this clear. If you are lacking in ability, I will have Meng Qin send someone else. Meng Qingzhou nodded and approached the throne, lowering his head to gaze at Xiang. His vacant, soulless eyes bore an oppressive weight. Xiang met his gaze. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute. Suddenly, Xiang's fair face flushed, and she awkwardly adjusted her posture, her delicate fingers smoothing her hair, her expression flustered, her voice tinged with irritation. Why are you staring at me like that? And who permitted you to come so close? Step back. Meng Qingzhou replied indifferently. I am sensing the divine calamity brewing within you. Unfortunately, I bear both bad news and good news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Upon hearing this, Xiang paused, casually responding, the bad news. I prefer to save the delightful morsels for last. Meng Qingzhou nodded seriously. Understood. The good news is that the divine calamity will not dissipate for the time being, and the number of infected individuals in the city will gradually decrease. Xiang pounded the armrest, exclaiming, Hey, are you deaf? I asked for the bad news. In response, Meng Qingzhou continued, Very well. The bad news is that the divine calamity has accumulated significantly and is on the verge of exploding within you. Indeed, Meng Qingzhou said earnestly, but rest assured, I can assist you. As he spoke, Meng Qingzhou retrieved an assortment of vials from his storage ring, neatly arranging them on the table and meticulously selecting a dozen or so bottles. Here, take a look. He pointed at the vials on the table, earnestly introducing them. There is the refining essence into qi goo, the snow-washing goo, the golden wind sending coolness goo, the flesh-white bone goo, the self-reliance goo, the 9-turn vitality grass, the life-generating goo. Xiang's previously indifferent expression gradually shifted to one of gravity, her lips turning pale, her cherry-red mouth forming an O shape. These goo worms were as small as fingernails, with the largest being the size of a grinding wheel, each appearing grotesque, some with sharp beaks and fangs. Others with 8 tentacles sprouting from their abdomens, their black bristles standing erect, some with human faces on insect bodies, and others exuding foul odors, all equally repulsive and nauseating. Xiang's greatest weakness was her fear of insects. Upon seeing the variety of bizarre goo worms, she felt her toes clench tightly, instinctively scooting backward. These goo worms have been meticulously crafted by me and possess healing properties. However, I am uncertain which one will be effective for you. So we shall test them one by one, Meng Qingzhou stated, his demeanor serious, resembling a conscientious and responsible physician, while Meng Qingzhou maintained a solemn facade. He inwardly reveled in delight. Thanks to the narrative of the novel, he was acutely aware of Xiang's vulnerability. In her nascent form, she had been an untransformed wild beast, relentlessly pursued by a spider demon for years. The shadows of her childhood had ultimately cast a pall over her adulthood, without demonstrating a bit of color. One would never know how many eyes the King of Horses possesses, daring to scheme against this sword saint. Cultivators of the Tao, especially those of the Goose sect, valued patience and moderation. To remain solely in a state of retreat, without seeking retribution, would render one akin to a turtle ninja. Why you? Can these things truly cure my divine calamity? Xiang stammered, her pearly teeth chattering, her golden vertical pupils trembling. Of course, I assure you with my own head. Meng Qingzhou replied confidently. Well, of course, they cannot cure it, he added. But this is merely an avatar. Feel free to dispose of it at will. Hehehe. Fear not. They may appear unsightly, yet they possess kind hearts and are exceptionally warm, with miraculous healing effects. Meng Qingzhou held a human-faced goo worm, inching closer. With nowhere to retreat, Jiang pressed her back against the throne, trembling as she stared at the goo worm, murmuring, Don't come any closer. Do not fear. They are warm-hearted and capable of healing. Do not dismiss them. Come, give it a try. Meng Qingzhou could no longer suppress his amusement and finally broke into laughter. The lord of the divine city, frightened to the point of squealing, was indeed a first in his experience. At that moment, Qiong abruptly ceased trembling, her expression returning to normal. She reached out, grasped the human-faced goo worm, and hurled it to the ground, smashing it into a pulp. Then, a cold, resentful voice echoed. Sword Saint, you still enjoy teasing others, do you? Do you know how long I have waited for you? Meng Qingzhou's smile froze, his heart pounding like a drum. Chapter 68. The lovesick sky awaiting for thousands of years with a gaze filled with sorrow, Qiong pressed down on Meng Qingzhou's shoulder, forcing him onto the throne. Breathing softly like an orchid, she whispered in his ear, In this world, only two individuals comprehend the ways of time and space, myself and you. No matter how well concealed. It is as if I walk with a candle in the dark. Grandmaster of the sword, how I long for you. A hint of crimson flickered in Qiong's golden vertical pupils. For countless millennia, she had meticulously counted the days, awaiting this fateful encounter. No one could fathom the thrill she felt upon hearing that the sword sage of time had emerged, vanquishing 7 young supremes at the empress's birthday banquet. In preparation for this day, Qiong had secluded herself in the ancient divine city, sheltering countless beings and urging them to keep watch for news of the sword sage of time. Furthermore, every 7 days, she would stealthily venture forth to gather information from across the world. Gradually, however, Qiong began to lose hope. She understood that the man's prophecy might not be a mere prediction, but rather an inevitability, for he hailed from 30,000 years hence. Though he had not explicitly stated so, she believed it in her heart. Divine maiden, please conduct yourself with dignity. Meng Qingzhou exclaimed, astonished and simultaneously perplexed, pondering the implications of Qiong's words. Did you know me in the past? Qiong gently caressed Meng Qingzhou's cheek before lightly tapping it, and said, Show me your true appearance. I am inquiring of you. Meng Qingzhou pressed his palm against Qiong's shoulder, yet her formidable strength rendered him unable to budge her. Reveal your original visage first, he insisted. Have we met before? He mused, bewildered. After traversing through time for 3 years, he suddenly found himself entangled in the vengeance of a lovesick woman, seemingly a remnant of his past misdeeds. This was utterly absurd. You are deceiving me. This is not your true face. Qiong's tone grew icy, her pearly teeth gently biting into Meng Qingzhou's earlobe, her breath becoming increasingly erratic. 3,000 years prior, Qiong had witnessed that man firsthand, a young scholar in a robe, distinguished and handsome, with streaks of gray at his temples. If Meng Qingzhou were to see him, he would surely be startled. Was this not the very figure who became the leader of the Shushan sect in the legend of the sword and fairy? Could there truly be another traveler from another time? Do not push me too far. Meng Qingzhou gritted his teeth. If you dare to force me further, I shall self-destruct right here before you. Am I being too much? What can you do about it? Qiong entwined her arms around Meng Qingzhou's neck, her long, fair legs coiling around his waist like a water serpent ensnaring its prey. As he felt her heated breath and the fragrant aroma enveloping him, Meng Qingzhou's gaze grew fierce, and the sword intent of time surged forth with an overwhelming force, akin to the might of oceans sweeping through the palace. This was Meng Qingzhou's first earnest strike, its power far surpassing anything before, even capable of threatening early-stage cultivators of the morning dawn realm. I have been too hasty. Qiong retreated a few steps, caught off guard as a cut appeared on her arm, a droplet of golden blood seeping forth. Indeed, you have not yet seen me. Or perhaps you have lost your memory, or you come from the future. The moment of our encounter has yet to come. Regardless, I have waited for thousands of years. What is a mere moment more? Qiong raised her arm, delicately licking the blood with her rosy tongue, the madness in her eyes gradually fading. Upon realizing this, Qiong regained her composure and resumed her seat on the throne, stating, what just transpired was merely a jest. I enjoy toying with others, especially since you declined my invitation. Meng Qingzhou conjured a sword of time in his hand, standing before Qiong with a cold demeanor. Is it merely because I refuse to be your steward? Indeed, Qiong nodded. She refrained from revealing the truth, fearing that doing so might alter the course of future events. Such nonsense. I suspect you are an old acquaintance of mine, but now I realize. Qiong smiled lightly. That is not the case. I apologize, however. We are even now, as you have also used those insects to torment me. Would you not agree, sword sage? Meng Qingzhou took a deep breath, suppressing the anger surging within him, striving to regain his calm. It was not worth engaging with such a madwoman. In the 3 years since his journey began, Meng Qingzhou had never suffered such humiliation, being held down and humiliated by a woman. What an utter disgrace. Indeed, you are he. Qiong's gaze fixed upon the sword in Meng Qingzhou's hand, the familiar sword in tint of time awakening long-buried memories. Previously, I had only a 50% certainty, but now I am 100% convinced that you are indeed him. Qiong could no longer contain her laughter, yearning to seize Meng Qingzhou and keep him by her side forever. With her index finger gently tapping the table and her chin resting on her hand, revealing her small canines, she chuckled. Sword sage, let us forge an alliance, a bond of mutual support. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou's pace slowed, his steps faltering. I assure you, I shall never offend you in such a manner again. Meng Qingzhou hesitated momentarily. Upon reflection, as a man, he ought to exhibit greater magnanimity. After all, his initial intention in entering the ancient divine city was to establish a friendly alliance with Qiong. To turn hostile in a fit of rage would only sow enmity, contrary to the principles of survival. Furthermore, let it be known, as long as you assist me in curing the divine calamity, you may present me with any 3 requests. Qiong raised 3 fingers, her eyes fixed on Meng Qingzhou's retreating figure, adding, regardless of whether it lies within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Meng Qingzhou paused, turned slowly, and coughed lightly before asking, is this true? Of course, Qiong beamed brightly. Very well, it is settled then, Meng Qingzhou nodded. As his silhouette vanished, Meng Qingzhou plunged into the river of time, and Qiong's eyes once again shimmered with a dreamy light as she murmured to herself, that was close. I nearly overstepped my bounds. But sword sage, you remain ever so charming. Thankfully, there are no filthy women by your side. Otherwise, I would have been incensed. It seems you are quite virtuous after all. Chapter 69. Has the empress transformed into a delicate wife? Time flows swiftly, and a few days have passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the gates of the ancient divine city, the imperial forces of the great Jin dynasty command their flying vessels, suspended gracefully in the air. 3 colossal airships overshadow the landscape, arrayed with over 10,000 soldiers of the great Jin army, their banners fluttering in the wind. Lin Lu turned his head to glance at a small, elderly figure dressed as a minor soldier beside him, and could not help but whisper, Chief Minister, as per your instructions. The specifications conform to the standard of an ordinary envoy, ensuring that His Majesty remains unsuspecting. Upon hearing this, the Chief Minister nodded slightly, his gaze settling on a man and woman intertwined beneath the clouds. The woman, clad in simple attire with her face veiled in gauze, shared laughter with Meng Qingzhou, her demeanor tranquil and unassuming. Jiang Songhai's eyes glimmered with a sense of reverie. Even the word domineering, which had characterized the Empress's life, softened significantly from the moment she encountered Meng Qingzhou. Your Majesty, it is only now that you truly embody the aura of an emperor, Jiang Songhai thought, tears welling in his eyes as he bowed silently. An emperor, when the essence of dominance intertwines with the celestial way, possesses both a tender heart that empathizes with the suffering of the people and the wrath of a sovereign that commands even the divine to submission. Previously, the Empress only exhibited dominance. Now, having merged with the celestial way, she is a true monarch. On the city wall, Qiong gazed into the distance, bidding farewell to Meng Qingzhou and Dongfang Liuli, though her eyes were in search of someone. Upon spotting a young man in a black robe who closely followed Meng Qingzhou, Qiong's eyes brightened, and she transmitted her thoughts. In these 7 days, Meng Qingzhou has remained in the city lord's mansion, wielding the sword in tint of time and space tirelessly, just managing to suppress the calamities of the divine. Though Qiong had honored her promise and refrained from any overtly affectionate gestures, she would occasionally provoke him with her words, pretending to be casual in her teasing. Often, she would sleepwalk, slipping quietly into Meng Qingzhou's chamber, only to awaken the next day to find herself ensnared in a hug, akin to an octopus. As a result, Meng Qingzhou's original plan to stay in the ancient divine city for a month was abruptly curtailed. Yes, a guard of the angelic race clasped his fists. Qiong smiled. Do you think you can escape my grasp? Not a chance. Wherever you go, I shall follow. The diverse inhabitants of the city gathered to bid farewell, many with tears of gratitude for Meng Qingzhou. A portion of the civil and military officials of the Great Jin also accompanied the flying vessels, and upon witnessing the scene, they were taken aback. Farewell, divine physician Meng. Divine physician, I shall construct a temple in your honor and inscribe your name in chronicles, ensuring that it is etched in the annals of foreign history. Rest assured, divine physician, should anyone dare to harm you, the ancient divine city shall be your staunchest ally. And I, the holy maiden of the Qingzhou serpent clan, do not forget that the eldest daughter of the Meng clan harbors feelings for you. Meng Qingzhou felt a cold sweat break out, his smile stiffening as he felt a tight grip on his side. You are quite popular, aren't you? Have you been flirting with foreign maidens behind my back? Dongfang Liuli teased, tugging at his waist. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Meng Qingzhou hurriedly begged for mercy, whispering, My dear, I've been overwhelmed these past few days. I hardly have the time. That better be true, Dongfang Liuli sniffed, if I find out otherwise. You better evaluate your situation. At her words, Meng Qingzhou felt a chill run down his spine, silently praying that Xiong, this unpredictable and obsessive character, would not cling to him too tightly. Otherwise, caught between two formidable beings, he feared he might be torn asunder. On the flying vessel, Jiang Songhai's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he questioned, the foreign races harbor a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Why, then, do they show such reverence towards His Majesty? Even going so far as to build temples in his honor? Even the astute advisors of the Great Jin were both shocked and bewildered. Weren't you and the other officials speculating that His Majesty is a sage of our time? A sage bestows grace upon the world, earning the gratitude of foreign races. It is only natural, Lin Lu replied, matter-of-factly. Speculation regarding the sage's identity is but conjecture. If His Majesty were indeed a sage, he should be aware of those surrounding him, rather than remaining in ignorance. Yet, if His Majesty is not a sage, how do we explain his enigmatic abilities? The uninformed officials of the Great Jin reacted even more intensely. The edict from His Majesty's palace stated that envoy Meng is dispatched to the ancient divine city to meet the city's sovereign and establish amicable relations. I initially thought it was false, but to think he has won over an entire city of foreign races. How is this possible? Heavens, how could this be? The foreign races would gladly consume human flesh and drink human blood. Why, then, do they act so differently towards envoy Meng? What a commendable favor to the empress. Previously, I thought that envoy Meng's lack of cultivation was his greatest flaw, but now I see that his cultivation is merely the only weakness he possesses. Indeed, if such a person were to possess formidable cultivation, it would be terrifying. Nations would hardly sleep at night. Lin Lu and a host of officials went to greet Meng Qingzhou, showering him with compliments. It was evident to all that His Majesty held Meng Qingzhou in high regard. Second only to the Great Pillar State and the Chief Minister, subtly positioning him as the third most powerful figure in the Great Jin. As one of the actors in today's court, Lin Lu was well aware of the true identity of Meng Qingzhou's wife, even if her figure, beauty, and cultivation were all meticulously concealed. Lin Lu could ascertain that this woman was undoubtedly the empress. Not yet, Meng Qingzhou shook his head, walking towards a group of young foreign races, meeting Lin Lu's puzzled gaze. These young individuals of foreign descent were highly gifted, packing their belongings and preparing to depart. At the forefront stood the angelic maiden, Lian Yu. Divine physician, Lian Yu respectfully saluted, then turned to the young man in the black robe, saying, Sir. The black-robed youth, Fang Yuan, replied indifferently, Have you truly made your decision? Let me remind you once more, what I said that day was to temper your arrogance and avarice. Do not misconstrue my words. Lian Yu nodded, smiling. I understand, sir, but our resolve is firm. Each generation has its own responsibilities. Another foreign youth chimed in, declaring with determination, We aim to carve out our own destiny, to establish a place for our kind. Fang Yuan sighed, I see. This farewell, born of chance encounters. May we hope to meet again in the future. As he spoke, Fang Yuan casually waved his hand, and each young foreigner found a jade pendant in their possession. In times of peril, this pendant can save your life. Remember, each pendant may only be used once, and can eliminate enemies below the cultivation level of the late phase of the moonlight radiance. The flying vessel was an extravagant craft, akin to a semi-divine treasure, with only 10 such vessels in the entire Great Jin dynasty. Notably, it boasted remarkable speed, consuming fuel without concern, allowing for medium to long-distance leaps, and was equipped with various defensive, offensive, and auxiliary formations. In essence, it was a high-end version of an aerial aircraft carrier. My dear wife, let us pay a visit to the empress. Her Majesty has been exceedingly generous to me, providing a reason for my visit to the divine city and even dispatching a vessel for my reception. I must express my gratitude. Meng Qingzhou found himself increasingly fond of the empress, making it difficult to harbor any disdain. However, his wife was somewhat possessive. Praising another woman would undoubtedly lead to discontent, and commending the empress would likely yield a similar effect. Thus, Meng Qingzhou spoke with great subtlety. We are to visit the empress together. Dongfang Liuli was taken aback, her typically icy countenance betraying a rare hint of panic. Stealthily trailing behind were Jiang Songhai and Qin Fenghua, both holding their breath and treading lightly. Upon hearing this, the two battered old men exchanged glances. Why were they battered? Because Qin Fenghua had discovered that the emperor had gone missing unexpectedly, while he alone had been kept in the dark, leading to a brawl with Jiang Songhai. The two old men, both devoid of cultivation, engaged in a physical tussle, resulting in both great pillar states taking sick leave ahead of tomorrow's duties. Alas, the emperor is to meet the empress, and what shall we do? Qin Fenghua communicated with urgency. Jiang Songhai, stroking his beard, pondered for a long while before slowly transmitting a suggestion. Let Su Qingxiu impersonate the empress. Advise the girl to remember the mantra, speak little, act grandly. Qin Fenghua hesitated, signaling with his brows. Is that feasible? Su Qingxiu is rather naive. We risk exposure. Fear not. I shall be there to oversee. Jiang Songhai assured with a confident gaze. Seeing Dongfang Liuli nod in agreement, Jiang Songhai hurried to the hall of golden chimes to prepare the scene, while Qin Fenghua rushed off, clutching a dragon robe, to find Su Qingxiu. Very well, let us proceed to meet His Majesty, Dongfang Liuli said, her embarrassment evident as she fidgeted with her toes. Meng Qingzhou smiled and nodded, finding no surprise in the situation. His wife was a lady-in-waiting to the empress. It was only natural for her to accompany the empress, and thus refusal was out of the question. He promptly took Dongfang Liuli's delicate hand and swiftly made their way to the palace. Slow down, Dongfang Liuli said, her head lowered like a quail, pretending to clutch her stomach, murmuring, I have my monthly visitor, do not rush. If we hurry, what if Su Qingxiu and the others are not ready? We must buy some time. Meng Qingzhou was taken aback. Monthly visitor. And Flo? Come. Without hesitation, Meng Qingzhou squatted in front of Dongfang Liuli, gesturing with his arm. What are you doing? Dongfang Liuli asked in confusion. It is quite a distance to walk to the palace. I shall carry you, Meng Qingzhou replied. Dongfang Liuli's face flushed, and she instinctively looked around, surrounded by a bustling crowd. The thought of such a scene made her too shy to lift her head. In this era, no matter the status or strength, young women bore a heavy sense of shame, especially regarding public displays of affection. No. Please, don't. Dongfang Liuli retreated repeatedly. We are already an old married couple. What is there to be shy about? Meng Qingzhou insisted, and seeing his wife resist, he followed the sound and bent down, wrapping his arms around her legs and waist, lifting her in a princess carry as he strode towards the palace. This scene left the passers-by utterly astonished. The common folk recognized Meng Qing, and the street fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Did not the Minister of Rights become the Empress's consort? Who is that in his arms? Does he not fear the Empress's wrath? Do not slander the minister, be careful, or I shall have to teach you a lesson. It has already been clarified. The minister is not the Empress's consort. It was made clear on the day of the birthday banquet. Is that the minister's wife? What good fortune! The man is handsome, and the woman, her face obscured by a veil. However, amidst the crowd stood a figure, motionless, a young girl with cunning eyes sparkling with intrigue, watching intently as Meng Qingzhou and the Empress engaged in such playful antics. It felt as though she were witnessing a new world, filled with wonder, her gaze never leaving Meng Qingzhou's retreating figure. A powerful being from the late stage of the Morning Sun realm had quietly slipped into the imperial capital, initially intending to entangle the sword saint of time and space, but upon witnessing such a captivating spectacle, she promptly altered her plans, deciding to indulge in the fun first. For the sword saint could never escape her grasp. Su Qingxiu impersonated the Empress, while the true Empress played the role of a mortal wife. Moreover, the Minister of Rights and the Emperor of Dejin were, in fact, the same individual. A mere half-step into the Morning Sun realm and a transmission from a mountain-moving expert could not escape her keen ears, for she overheard the exchange between Qin Fenghua and Jiang Songhai in its entirety. With excitement akin to a playful creature in a field of melons, she stroked her chin and mused, I want to join in, but how shall I do so? Aha! Su Qingxiu, Her small fangs shimmered under the sunlight as she stepped into the chaotic currents of space, vanishing from sight. Moments later, in the imperial palace's hall of golden chimes, Su Qingqiu, clad in a dragon robe, sat uneasily upon the dragon throne, her eyes wide with panic, casting a pleading glance at Jiang Songhai, who was concealed behind the curtains. I cannot do this. Please do not make me perform, she whimpered, on the verge of tears. Rest assured. Just follow my instructions, Jiang Songhai encouraged her. Suddenly, he felt a momentary blur before his eyes, as if his vision had faltered, then regained clarity. He rubbed his eyes and looked again at Su Qingqiu, who had transformed from a state of nervousness to one of eager anticipation. Her vibrant eyes fixed intently on the outside of the hall. Such a swift adjustment? Jiang Songhai was astonished, silently giving her a thumbs up through the transmission. Excellent. You are performing admirably. Just ran it in a tad more for perfection. As he spoke, Su Qingqiu discreetly kicked a foot that had protruded from beneath the throne back-end. Minister Meng Qing, accompanied by his wife Dongfang Liuli, pays respects to your majesty, they announced in the hall of golden chimes, bowing slightly. Behind the crimson gauze curtains, the empress watched with fervent eyes, brimming with excitement, scrutinizing the pair. From the elevated throne, the empress's icy, commanding voice echoed. Bow before the emperor. Why do you not kneel? Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss with today's empress. Normally, she despised such formalities and would turn a blind eye if her subjects did not kneel. Allowing the unique dynamic of the Dejin court to flourish, where no matter the rank, subjects would not face punishment for merely bowing. Yet today, the empress's very first words demanded he kneel. Meng Qingzhou began to lift his clothing in resignation, preparing to bow. Wait, the empress suddenly interjected. Raising her delicate hand and pointing at the woman beside Meng Qingzhou, the minister has rendered great service to the realm. There is no need for him to kneel. I command your wife to kneel. Impersonating Su Qingqiu, the figure of Qiong propped herself against the table, a mocking glimmer in her gaze directed at Dongfang Liuli. As the ruler of a human dynasty, what choice shall you make? Will you uphold the dignity of the throne and sever ties with me, risking exposure? Or will you humbly bow for the sake of your beloved? Qingqiu, what are you doing? Qin Fenghua, hidden nearby, widened his eyes in alarm, transmitting an angry reprimand. Jiang Songhai's brow furrowed as he solemnly regarded Su Qingqiu, shaking his head. Do not struggle. The Su Qingqiu upon the throne has already been replaced. Replaced? Someone else occupies the throne. Hearing this, Qin Fenghua was taken aback, reaching for his weapon, his voice laced with fury. Whoever you are on the throne, step down immediately. Do not compel me to act. However, Qiong merely raised a finger, casting an invisible pressure that rendered Qin Fenghua motionless. Silence. Qiong cast a cold glance, choosing not to engage further. Late-stage morning sun realm. Who are you? Qin Fenghua's expression changed dramatically, bracing himself against his unsheathed sword, struggling to raise his gaze towards Qiong. Jiang Songhai murmured, the lord of the ancient divine city, a born deity, the ancient wild beast Qiong. Correct, but alas, no reward for you. Qiong playfully winked, transmitting. Minister, do you believe that your illustrious and formidable empress shall intervene to prevent you from acting against me? As expected. Despite Dongfang Liuli knowing that the one on the throne was not Su Qingqiu but rather Qiong, she still transmitted to the two great pillar nations, remain calm. All shall proceed as usual. Meng Qingzhou sensed the heavy and anxious atmosphere in the air, mistakenly believing it to be an admonition from Her Majesty the Empress, which inadvertently implicated Liuli. With a frown, he inquired, Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? What meaning? Do I need to explain myself to you? Qiong replied nonchalantly, her long, jade-like legs crossed. I am merely bored and wish to tease the Empress of Dajin. I harbor no ulterior motives. After all, humanity rose to power upon the corpses of deities. As a naturally divine being, Qiong had once been ordered to be hunted by the emperors of human dynasties. And how could she forget such deep-seated enmity? Indeed, a dominator is a dominator. When they turn hostile, they show no regard for past grievances. Meng Qingzhou sighed, his regard for the empress plummeting significantly. A flicker of impatience sparked in his eyes. It was one thing to bully him, a mere salted fish, indifferent to such matters. However, targeting his wife? Apologies. He would turn against her without hesitation. The destined protagonist could perish at will, let alone a villainous female boss. If they could not win, he would simply flee with his family to the ancient divine city. Who was afraid of whom? Qizhou, it's all right, Dongfang Liuli suddenly said, gently squeezing his arm, signaling him to let her handle the situation. Meng Qingzhou was taken aback, but stepped back without hesitation, ceding the stage to Dongfang Liuli. Though he was uncertain of the empress's erratic behavior, with the sword saint husband backing her, his wife could perform freely. Just as Meng Qingzhou anticipated how Dongfang Liuli would maneuver, the Golden Throne Hall fell into a prolonged silence. He listened intently for a long while, only to discover that the two women had not exchanged a single word, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive. What was happening? Meng Qingzhou was left in a daze. Were they conversing in sign language, like ninjas from the Leaf Village, forming hand seals to counter waves of impact? Dongfang Liuli's delicate face darkened, her icy gaze fixed upon Qiong on the throne as she transmitted, "Get down. If you wish to test whether I can slay a god with your life, I can accommodate you." Qiong remained unperturbed, dismissively waving her hand, and replied, "Oh, then feel free to try." Dongfang Liuli gritted her teeth in silence, glancing at Meng Qingzhou. In this situation, she could not possibly act. Were it not for Qiong impersonating the empress and deliberately making things difficult, causing Meng Qingzhou's disdain for the empress to be so evident, Dongfang Liuli would never have stepped forward. If Qiong wished to play, so be it. Don't forget, the sword saint of time and space is Meng Qing's disciple. Are you not afraid I will tell him and speak ill of you before him? Dongfang Liuli transmitted. Upon hearing this, Qiong's expression abruptly changed, her body tensed. Her breath stilled, and her gaze darkened as she fixated on the other. "How do you know about my connection with the sword saint of time and space?" Dongfang Liuli scoffed derisively, transmitting, "That day, Lian, you mentioned you were gravely ill and unconscious. After several twists and turns, it happened that Meng Qing chose a trusted person to help you recover. Coupled with the 3 questions you posed when we first met, I became suspicious. It is not difficult to deduce that there is certainly something amiss. See? I merely made a casual bluff, and your expression has already betrayed you. From this, we can draw 2 conclusions. First, the sword saint is not dead. Second, you harbor feelings for the sword saint of time and space." Dongfang Liuli crossed her arms, accentuating her ample curves, and continued transmitting, "Now think carefully about how you should address me." Upon the throne, Qiong's complexion shifted between light and dark, and then her lips curled into a mocking smile. "Is that so? Meng Qing? Oh no. I should refer to him as Emperor Meng. It seems he does not hold the empress in high regard. Now, consider whether you should kneel." The 2 women locked eyes, their glares clashing like sparks, causing cold sweat to break out on the brows of the 2 great nations witnessing this scene. After a long pause, both women simultaneously deflated, exchanging powerless glances. Dongfang Liuli decisively nodded. "That is indeed my intention." Qiong added, "Clause 1. You must not mention any topics related to me in front of the sword saint of time and space. Likewise, I will not bring up anything regarding you in front of Emperor Daqing. Clause 2. We shall not interfere with one another, neither can disturb the other. You may continue pursuing your husband, for I have no interest in Meng Qingzhou. Of course, you cannot interfere with my relationship with the sword saint." Dongfang Liuli scoffed. "As if I would covet the sword saint of time and space, I would find it beneath me to touch him." After exchanging barbs, the communication channel fell silent again. Clearing her throat, Qiong transmitted the final clause. "No one is allowed to sabotage. Anyone who attempts to disrupt my relationship with the sword saint will face consequences. Similarly, I shall not disrupt your relationship with the emperor." Dongfang Liuli nodded, agreed. "It would be best to establish a heavenly oath. The violators shall face divine retribution, and their partners shall perish alongside them. Not a problem." Thus, both women felt satisfied and stealthily departed the Golden Throne Hall, finding an isolated spot to establish a blood pact and a heavenly oath. In the royal garden, clusters of vibrant flowers bloomed, their radiant hues intermingling with glimmers of starlight, creating a dreamlike landscape. Dongfang Liuli, clad in a simple white dress, plucked a flower bud and inhaled its fragrance, while Qiong, restored to her original appearance, gazed around the garden with wide, curious eyes, resembling a child witnessing the world for the first time. "The master of the divine city appears as if she has never seen the world." Dongfang Liuli chuckled, her smile radiant, setting aside their grievances for the moment. The 2 women resembled sisters, their words no longer sharp and confrontational. As both were prodigies in the world, a born deity and the youngest cultivator of the Dawn realm, they cherished and valued each other. "I merely think your taste is rather pedestrian." She would not lament, even after enduring countless years. Aside from the fleeting encounter with the sword saint, which stirred some vibrant waves in her otherwise monotonous life, solitude accompanied her through the ages. She rarely left the ancient divine city, and when she did, It was only to seek news of the Sword Saint, never to admire the beauty of the world. Her life had been dull and uninteresting. Her lifelong wish was simply to await the Sword Saint, with a smile lingering on her lips. Dongfang Liuli refrained from exposing the myriad flaws in her lies and continued gathering flower buds to place into her basket, quietly planning to prepare some dried flower tea for Meng Qingzhou. No, it should be a gift from the empress to Meng Qingzhou. Hey, may I remain in the capital of Dajing? Qiang asked abruptly. Wherever the Sword Saint goes, I shall follow. Do not misunderstand. I am not seeking your approval but merely informing you. However, as she spoke, Qiang's golden vertical pupils flickered uneasily, revealing a hint of worry. Suit yourself. Dongfang Liuli considered and chose not to refuse again. Setting aside the constraints of their heavenly oath, even if Qiang harbored ill intentions, Dongfang Liuli was unafraid. She had the confidence to slay gods. With a silent sigh of relief, Qiang turned away, stealthily patting her chest. While Dongfang Liuli was engrossed in flower picking, she inquired, I am curious about your relationship with the Sword Saint of Time and Space. Why do you refer to him as Sword Saint Grandpa? If I recall correctly, the Sword Saint is merely 20 years old, yet you, a being who has lived for thousands of years, call him that. It seems quite strange. The mere mention of the Sword Saint caused a change in Qiang's demeanor, her condition nearly spiraling out of control. Qiang possessed two sides. One was a proud little girl, while the other was a sickly and obsessive personality. In ordinary times, she was eccentric and arrogant, but when her illness flared, she transformed into a terrifying figure. My relationship with the Sword Saint. We encountered each other thousands of years ago. He traversed time and space and departed, while I have waited for millennia to reunite with him. We are indispensable to each other's lives. You would not understand. Qiang cradled her face, her gaze dreamy and frail. Upon witnessing the scene, Dongfang Liuli ceased her floral gathering and cast a profound glance at Qiang. In that moment, she seemed to perceive the boundless solitude and emptiness emanating from Qiang, shaped by countless years. Even upon witnessing Qiang's frail state, Dongfang Liuli felt no fear. Rather, she felt a deep sense of pity. Perhaps many years ago, Qiang was an innocent and naive young girl, but as time wore on, her once steadfast heart became riddled with wounds, thus nurturing her delicate yet tragic disposition. Rest assured, even in the absence of the heavenly oath, I harbor no intention of disrupting others' affections. As long as you abide by the laws of the Great Gene, I shall support you in your endeavors with the Sword Saint of Time and Space, and I would not mind lending a hand, Dongfang Liuli remarked calmly. A fleeting crimson glimmer passed through Qiang's eyes before she regained her composure and replied haughtily, There is no need. Should you find yourself in need, you may come to me. If you are willing to kneel and pay your respects, I might benevolently assist you in altering the Empress's image in Meng Qingzhou's heart. Dongfang Liuli chuckled softly. Thank you, but I too have no such need. Let our abilities speak for themselves. Having finished her basket of petals, Dongfang Liuli brushed her hair behind her ear, resembling a flower picker. Even Qiang was momentarily entranced, murmuring, Such a beauty. How could she possibly be interested in a mere mortal fool? Absurd. Dongfang Liuli shot a glance at her and said, A divine being who has waited several epochs, only to yearn for a man of lowly stature. Indeed, I find it quite absurd. Enough of idle chatter. You may leave the palace now. The Sword Saint of Time and Space is not here. Before the Qin residence. Is my memory muddled? It feels as though I were struck unconscious. My head is throbbing. Clearly, I have been ambushed. Yet, His Majesty and the Prime Minister, General Qin, all claim I was asleep. How could that be? I am not so foolish. Su Qingqiu kicked a stone by her feet, simmering with indignation, convinced that a treacherous plot was afoot against her. However, when she lifted her gaze and beheld a pair of celestial lovers, entwined and walking side by side, her pent-up frustration dissipated like mist. The Emperor and His Majesty truly are sweet together. The God of Days, dozing in the courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Almost the moment the gate of the Qin residence swung open, he sprang to his feet and swiftly donned a leash, securing the other end to a stone pedestal. By the time the gate was fully ajar, he was fully prepared and began to bark a jubilant welcome. Woof, woof, woof. The deity, panting with excitement, stood upright, resting his paws on Meng Qingzhou's thigh, licking him affectionately. During your absence, I have scarcely eaten or slept, dreaming only of the exquisite taste of celestial dog food. Hurry, hurry. Show me where you've hidden it. Could it be in your trousers? The God of Days. Su Qingqiu's elegant, beautiful face darkened, unable to bear the sight of the deity's fawning demeanor. Dongfang Liuli also rubbed her forehead, feeling quite exasperated. To this day, No one in the entire Qin residence comprehended what sort of enchantment Meng Qingzhou had cast upon the deity. It remained a mystery. In the third year of the Kaiyuan era, after Zhao Yuan's siege of the imperial capital, the seven great powers joined forces to attack, yet the empress, outnumbered, emerged victorious. Many high-ranking officials from the seven powers were either dead or maimed, caught in the aftermath of Zhao Yuan's explosive schemes. Now, even the great Qin dynasty and the Blood Sea Empire were retracting their influence, retreating to their corners. Half a month later, Empress Qin Liuli summoned her civil and military officials. Within the hall, a tense atmosphere permeated the air, silence reigning supreme. Dongfang Liuli rose, her icy gaze sweeping across the assembled officials. With a flourish of her sleeve, she declared, "I intend to lead our forces northward. This campaign aims to annihilate the Blood Sea Empire, the great Qin dynasty, the boundless heavenly sect, the five-spirit clan, the sword concealment forbidden land, the ally nation, and the shaman god cult. To avenge the blood feud of our previous siege, I ask you, my ministers, are you willing to fight alongside me?" In this moment, the factions within the court ceased their scheming and united in their response, raising their arms in unison. To battle. Let us carve a path through the heavens. Long live your majesty. The great Qin shall tread upon the remnants of the seven great powers to unify the realm. Long live your majesty. We cultivators fear not the battle. Not a single soul felt fear or trepidation. The battle spirit soared high. Even Jiang Songhai, adept at defensive strategies, uttered no dissent. Softly proclaiming, "Kill." Qin Fenghua was even more dramatic, unsheathing his weapon, his hair bristling in fury, nearly howling with exhilaration. On that day, Qin Fenghua suffered the most devastating defeat of his life, first pinned down by Zhao Yuan's spear in the Forbidden Land, then besieged by the combined forces of the seven great powers, resulting in the demise of his long-nurtured avatar. This battle was one he had awaited for a long time. Among the civil officials, Meng Qingzhou, serving as a secretary, stood silently with his hands clasped in his sleeves, head bowed, lost in thought. Inwardly, he mused. The great Qin dynasty under the empress's rule is vibrant and full of potential, akin to the former Qin Empire. Had the plot unfolded as originally scripted, the empress would have inevitably retreated, and the great Qin would have changed hands. However, without the empress, the great Qin resembled a shell devoid of vitality. Furthermore, the protagonist, with lofty aspirations akin to a walking piledriver, would conquer a territory only to quickly lose interest, discarding the great Qin as if it were worthless. As for the ruler Zhao Yuan, who had mastered the art of survival on his first day in office, he had ousted many loyal ministers of the radical factions, favoring the conservative schemers. In just 2 or 3 years, the great Qin, once feared for its military prowess, had transformed into a reclusive nation, lacking in ambition. Now, as the Zhao father and son faced their demise, the great Qin continued to radiate youthful vigor. Despite the ongoing factional strife, when faced with external threats, the people united as one. Dongfang Liuli's voice rang with authority as she surveyed her ministers, stating in this campaign, "We must not only achieve victory but do so with overwhelming force. I desire the soldiers of the great Qin to act like a piercing arrow, striking deep into the northern territories. We shall eradicate the seven great powers entirely. I want the cavalry of the great Qin to shake the very foundations of the world. Can we accomplish this?" The ministers fell silent for a moment before their faces flushed with excitement, shouting in unison, "We can. Long live your majesty. The cavalry of the great Qin shall endure forever." Dongfang Liuli smiled, a carefree and enchanting smile, relishing this moment. For within her heart, there was already a sense of fulfillment. The campaign against the seven great powers was not solely for vengeance or unification, but to bring an end to the chaos among the nations, granting Meng a world devoid of smoke and strife. This was the grandest romance she could envision. As the rallying speech concluded, Dongfang Liuli promptly began appointing commanders and strategists for the forthcoming battle. The lord of the Songhai, Jiang Shaoqing, led the charge, paving the way for the three armies. A martial officer resembling a gallant warrior at the early stages of the Moonlight Realm stepped forward, clasping his fists. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not fail my duty." Lord Long Yuan Kong of the Whale Chariot commanded 30,000 heavy armored troops to flank the armies. Lord Xia Ji led 30,000 formation troops to provide rear support. The Deputy Minister of War, Qian Yuan, wielded the Skyward Divine Ship, commanding 100,000 heavenly troops to strike at the enemy's head, catching them off guard. The 10 divine generals of the War Ministry. I command you to lead the Shadow Guard, maneuvering along the fringes of the battlefield, primarily tasked with eliminating the enemy's main generals. You are the blade that strikes at the throat. Ensure that each blow is a decisive victory. As each appointment was issued, the soldiers stood tall and accepted their orders. An unusual phenomenon occurred. The more perilous the task, the more elated the soldiers appeared, their brows soaring high. Conversely, the simpler tasks elicited sullen expressions from the ministers, with some even volunteering for the most dangerous missions. Meng Qingzhou could not help but feel anxious as he awaited the empress's instructions, curious about what she would have him do. Soon, the appointment of the military generals was read aloud, and it was the turn of the civil officials. Most of the civil officials served as military strategists or as deputy generals, responsible for coordinating and adjusting tactics at any moment. Meng Qingzhou perked up his ears to listen. Hearing one civil official after another, whose titles were even lower than his own, receiving their missions, while he himself remained without any assignment. As the majority of the civil officials received their appointments, the empress announced a pause in her voice, seemingly indicating there was nothing further to say. Meng Qingzhou scratched his head, feeling somewhat dejected. What does this mean? Does she look down on me? The gazes of the civil and military officials were peculiar. Quietly scrutinizing Meng Qingzhou, puzzled as to why the deputy minister Meng had no task assigned. Dongfang Liuli paused briefly before continuing. I appoint Qin Finghua. Unable to contain his excitement, Qin Finghua stepped forward, knelt down, and exclaimed loudly, Your servant is here. I command you to be the deputy commander of the 3 armies. Do not disappoint my expectations, Dongfang Liuli declared. Qin Finghua barely registered the content of the command, hastily bowing his head in gratitude. Yes, I shall accept. Huh? Deputy commander? Qin Finghua raised his head in confusion, gazing at the empress with a look of astonishment and disbelief. I am the leader among the military generals. Who is more qualified than I to serve as the commander of the 3 armies? Who dares to make me a mere accessory? I refuse to accept this. Qin Finghua's face flushed with indignation, and he voiced his discontent. However, before he could finish, the empress issued another decree. I appoint Deputy Minister Meng Qingzhou as the commander of the 3 armies, overseeing 1,000,000 troops. The commands of Deputy Minister Meng shall be regarded as my imperial edict. Should anyone dare to disobey, they shall be executed without mercy. Qin Finghua was momentarily stunned, but his expression quickly shifted to one of sheer joy, and he immediately bowed in gratitude. I submit. I am willing to serve as the deputy commander of the 3 armies. My goodness! A contemporary sage commands a battle. How could there be any chance of defeat? The court was abuzz, with only the young man in black silk remaining motionless, eventually exclaiming, What the hell? This is a joke, right? To suddenly become the commander of the 3 armies, leading a campaign that could determine the fate of the great Jin's unification. Where victory means national prosperity and defeat spells ruin. This is a monumental battle that will be recorded in history. A culmination of the efforts of numerous past monarchs of the Great Jin and the revival initiated by the Empress, now poised to invest all its resources into this conflict. Of course, what troubled Meng Qingzhou the most was not the weight of the battle but the knowledge that, regardless of the outcome, his name would echo throughout the universe. Who would not recognize him? This was utterly contrary to the path of survival he sought. In truth, I need to be regarded so highly. Meng Qingzhou felt immensely frustrated. It wasn't fear that troubled him, but the burden of responsibility. Your servant. Meng Qingzhou was about to decline when he heard the Empress robe swish as she declared with authority, Court dismissed, and we shall march northward tomorrow. Understanding Meng Qingzhou's character well, the Empress did not afford him any opportunity to refuse. As Dongfang Liuli departed, she cast a lingering glance at Meng Qingzhou, silently vowing, My man shall undoubtedly be a renowned figure of great stature. Whether you accept it or not, I shall pave the way for you. And you need only follow the path I lay before you to claim your glory. The officials were in an uproar, with only a few who had participated in the Jinqiao village project aware of the underlying details. The vast majority of the officials questioned Meng Qingzhou's appointment as commander of the 3 armies. As the court session concluded, the officials left the palace, discussing fervently among themselves. An elderly cabinet member, leaning on his cane, loudly rebuked, I acknowledge Deputy Minister Meng's merits and recognize his position as a third-rank official. But this battle concerns the fate of the nation. It cannot be trivialized. Deputy Minister Meng has no experience in commanding troops. How can he be arbitrarily assigned as commander of the 3 armies? The Duke of Songhai, Jiang Shaoqing, slightly nodded in agreement, stating, Your Majesty has placed too much trust in Deputy Minister Meng. Commanding troops is not merely a matter of theory. Even if one is as astute as a cunning fox, without having been on the battlefield or experienced countless failures, how can one achieve greatness in a single battle? Others secretly murmured, It can only be said that Deputy Minister Meng's charm has succeeded greatly. The empress has been blinded by love. At the end of the crowd, Meng Qingzhou, leaning on his cane, walked slowly, seemingly oblivious to the words of the officials, as if he had not heard them. In truth, not only the officials, but even Meng Qingzhou himself wanted to say, "Your Majesty, have you lost your mind?" It was not a lack of confidence, but a keen self-awareness. No one is perfect. Meng Qingzhou had never studied military strategy nor set foot on a battlefield, and he did not understand troop deployment, let alone take on the role of commander of the three armies, overseeing 1,000,000 soldiers in a war of national significance. As the officials took their leave, each expressed their discontent, lacking the fervor they had shown before. Meng Qingzhou walked alone on the royal path, maintaining silence. At the end of the royal path, Dongfang Liuli, clad in a simple white dress, held a paper umbrella, her charming smile lighting up as she looked toward him. What's wrong? The illustrious commander of the three armies wears a face of gloom. This bodes ill. Meng Qingzhou was taken aback. You already know? Dongfang Liuli moved closer to him, placing the umbrella over both their heads, walking side by side as they leaned against each other. Of course, she replied with a gentle smile. I shall also accompany you, serving as your aide-de-camp, offering strategies and advice. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure rising within him. Noticing his reaction, Dongfang Liuli's heart skipped a beat, realizing the protective nature of Meng Qingzhou, and quickly clarified, do not misunderstand. This is not the empress's doing. Initially, I was to be the commander of the three armies, managing the troops, but the empress worried about potential doubts regarding me, so she pushed you to the forefront. After all, with your achievements, no one would dare to dismiss your position as commander, so I had to endure a bit of embarrassment. Meng Qingzhou relaxed slightly, but was still filled with questions. You just said, you were originally to be the commander of the three armies? What does that mean? Shouldn't it have been Qin Fenghua or Jiang Songhai? How could it possibly fall to a mere court lady? Yet considering some hidden secrets of Dongfang Liuli, Meng Qingzhou chose not to pursue the matter further. With confidence in her tone, Dongfang Liuli stated, to be honest, your wife is the most formidable military strategist in the Great Jin dynasty. On the surface, she appears to be just a court lady, but in reality, she is a hidden weapon of the Great Jin dynasty. Are you intimidated now? Meng Qingzhou was taken aback, indeed frightened. Such an intimidating title. His wife was labeled as both the most formidable military strategist and a hidden weapon. Is this true? I haven't read any books. Please don't deceive me. Meng Qingzhou was filled with doubt. The original text had not mentioned any remarkable woman by the surname Dongfang. If his wife were truly so extraordinary, how could she be obscure? Could it be? Meng Qingzhou suddenly realized a possibility, recalling the original story where the empress fled and lost her throne, and all her confidants were massacred by Zhao Yuan. Could it be that his wife was among them? Thus, Dongfang Liuli had not had the chance to showcase her talents, being stifled in the cradle. That despicable Zhao Yuan, I wish you had suffered a more painful death. Meng Qingzhou silently ground his teeth, longing to drag his soul from the underworld and punish him. Dongfang Liuli, bathed in moonlight, had a delicate profile that shone brilliantly. Her large, sparkling eyes gazed at Meng Qingzhou, her smile fading into sincerity. Do not fear, I will guide you. Meng Qingzhou immediately smiled, ruffling Dongfang Liuli's hair, and said, what is there to fear? I merely do not wish to serve the tyrannical and overbearing empress. However, since this concerns you, I shall gladly comply. The corners of Dongfang Liuli's eyes twitched. She felt no sense of gratitude, repeatedly mulling over the phrase tyrannical and overbearing empress. After much effort, the impression of the empress in Meng Qingzhou's heart remains utterly unappealing. Suddenly, in the midst of his vexation, this enchanting woman arrives to complicate matters further. Help me? Are you truly that benevolent? Dongfang Liuli questioned. Standing atop the mountain, Qiang helplessly gazed at the sky, candidly admitting, of course, there are no gifts without reason. I will assist you, but you must also assist me. Do tell, Dongfang Liuli replied, her interest piqued. Dongfang Liuli hesitated. She had always been strong-willed, preferring to rely solely on herself rather than depending on others. If you're hesitant, I shall concede further. I will help you win this war, Qiang declared resolutely. After a moment, Dongfang Liuli reluctantly nodded and transmitted her agreement. I accept your proposition, but I do not take advantage of others. If you can indeed help me win the war, I would not mind proclaiming to the world the division of a territory unclaimed, granting your foreign kin a place to stand. It's a deal. Qiang's voice gradually faded until it disappeared. Thus, a transaction concerning the Sword Saint and the Emperor was boldly concluded before Meng Qingzhou's eyes. Meanwhile, Meng Qingzhou pushed open the gates of the Qin residence, welcoming the enthusiastic assault of a large yellow dog, from which he extracted a packet of celestial dog food. Soon, the Qin residence echoed with the thunderous howls of the sun-soaring deity. Woof, woof, woof. It's New Year. The following day, outside the imperial capital, various lords gathered, and an army of 1,000,000 cultivators prepared for departure. 10 colossal divine ships hovered in the sky, while towering hundreds of meters high exotic beasts stood like mountain ranges, forming the formation base amidst the shadows, traversing the spatial layers, and so forth. Everywhere one looked, fearsome war machines were continuously transported from the capital. Many powerful beings lurked in the shadows, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Is that the long-lost imperial-grade formation, the god-slaying array? No. It is a flawed version of the imperial-grade god-slaying array. Even so, it far surpasses celestial-grade formations. With 30 Moonlight Realm cultivators, hundreds of ocean-crossing cultivators, and thousands of mountain-moving cultivators, this foundation was indeed astonishing. Why did the Empress not reveal such strength when Zhao Yuhuan rebelled and the 7 major forces united against her? Perhaps the Empress had been awaiting this day, or perhaps she held confidence in resolving the turmoil and vanquishing the invading enemies. As the commander of the 3 armies, Meng Qingzhou naturally held an air of grandeur, first boarding the imperial-grade treasure, the river and mountain map, which belonged to Jiang Songhai. The river and mountain map fully unfurled, transforming into a complete continent with mountains, rivers, pavilions, and palaces all present. This expansive map, exceeding 30,000 miles in length, was supported by a 1,000-meter-high Moonlight Realm beast slave from the western region. Meng Qingzhou himself sat at the very center of the map, within a palace, issuing orders for the army to advance. Standing tall, he drew the long sword that symbolized his authority as commander and proclaimed loudly, "The army shall move forth." Qin Fenghua, standing beside him, immediately amplified his voice with great powers, announcing to the entire army, "Commander's order, the army shall advance." The resounding and vigorous sound of drums arose, and within the ranks, black banners were raised, fluttering in the wind. All banners inscribed with the character Jin shone brilliantly, interlinking to form a vast and boundless array. Celestial Grade Speed Formation. Celestial Grade Spirit Gathering Formation. The moment the formations were established, all soldiers received enhancements, including the 10 flying divine ships hidden in the spatial layers, poised to deliver a fatal strike upon the enemy. They all seemed to gain divine assistance, their speed of advancement increasing by hundreds of times. And their recovery of spiritual energy became extraordinarily rapid. Boom. As the 3 armies mobilized, the capital of the Great Jin revealed its full strength, terrifying neighboring nations to the core. Many sovereigns awaited along the army's path, kneeling to welcome them while holding the imperial jade seals aloft, surrendering and pledging allegiance. The kingdom of Camel Bell presented 1,000,000 citizens, 20,000 acres of land, 10 noble titles, and over 10,000 cultivators, eager to submit to the Great Jin, imploring the commander to refrain from slaughter. The ruler of a nation quivered in fear, leading his subjects to kneel before Meng Qingzhou, prostrating themselves like garlic being pounded. The ambitions of the Great Jin dynasty were well known to all. Now, as the Great Jin laid all its cards on the table, marching northward to quell the rebellion, how would they manage the supply lines? Reflecting on the traditions of the Great Jin, if resources were depleted along the way, no matter. They would plunder a few nations to replenish their supplies. What? Too many soldiers were injured and manpower was insufficient? No problem. They would conquer a few nations, capturing able-bodied men to throw into the meat grinder of war. Thus, when the Great Jin's foundation was exposed and the world witnessed such a terrifying army, those who had previously mocked and ridiculed the Empress's declaration of war against the 7 major forces no longer found amusement in the situation. Meng Qingzhou, with hands behind his back, pondered deeply, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Before him, dozens of sovereigns held their jade seals, lining up to await his inspection. Dongfang Liuli, wearing a mask, followed closely behind Meng Qingzhou, whispering, "Straighten your back and let General Qin handle the reception, then let them leave." Meng Qingzhou slightly turned his head, his expression vividly conveying his surprise, as if to say, "Huh? Are you joking with me?" Thus, as they advanced, merely consolidating the surrounding nations surpassed 100, further expanding the territory of the Great Jin. In the central palace of the river and mountain map, the small nations were cumbersome to deal with. Neglecting them felt akin to nurturing a poisonous insect, where small nations devoured each other until a fierce tiger emerged. Dongfang Liuli remarked calmly, Utilizing intimidation to consolidate the surrounding small nations serves a dual purpose. Meng Qingzhou casually toyed with a jade seal, tossing it into a sack, shaking it to produce a clattering sound, which was filled with imperial jade seals. Was this your idea, or the empress's? Meng Qingzhou inquired as he carelessly discarded the sack. Dongfang Liuli chuckled. Of course, it was Her Majesty the Empress. Only a wise and unparalleled sovereign could conceive such a strategy. Was she deliberately downplaying herself to elevate the Empress, attempting to test me? In my heart, the Empress is incomparable to my wife. Meng Qingzhou wrapped his arm around Dongfang Liuli's slender waist, tilting her chin, their lips meeting. After days of toil, they finally snatched a moment of leisure. Even amidst the front line of war, granting them a fleeting opportunity for intimacy. As it grew increasingly suffocating, Dongfang Liuli's delicate face flushed, her body growing weak as she pushed against Meng Qingzhou's chest, softly chiding, "What are you doing? We are at war. The fate of the nation is at stake. And you still have the leisure to tease me. Who told you to be so jealous? Shouldn't I put your mind at ease?" Meng Qingzhou teased, gripping Dongfang Liuli's delicate nose. "In front of your husband, you dare to praise other women so openly. Do you really think I am a fool?" Clearly. He felt a twinge of jealousy, his tone laden with sarcasm. Dongfang Liuli. Frustrated, she thought. Who is jealous? I am serious, okay? Am I masochistic? Exhausting my efforts to make my husband fall for the reigning empress. Am I inadvertently seeking a rival for myself? No, I am the empress. How can there be a distinction between us? Dongfang Liuli's eyes spun, feeling on the brink of a mental breakdown. As correcting Meng Qingzhou's biases against the empress proved exceedingly difficult. Just then, a familiar authoritative voice resounded, accompanied by a gentle breeze carrying a fragrant scent. As a figure abruptly appeared in the hall. "If I am not mistaken, Meng Qingzhou, did you just say that I am inferior to your wife?" Meng Qingzhou looked up in astonishment, his mouth agape. The empress. What a calamity. How did she arrive here? The empress approached gracefully, her steps reminiscent of a divine being, radiating an ethereal glow. Before the presence of Dongfang Liuli, she tilted Meng Qingzhou's chin, her voice a beguiling yet authoritative melody that sent shivers down his spine. "Tell me, in what way do I fall short of your esteemed wife?" Meng Qingzhou's mind momentarily faltered, only to snap back to reality as he quickly stepped back, evading the empress's hand. He clasped his hands in a courteous bow, declaring, "I am Meng Qingzhou, your majesty." He then lowered his head and inquired, "Why has your majesty graced the battlefield in person? Was it not ordered that I and my wife lead this campaign? Are you truly preparing to lead the charge yourself?" The figure disguised as the empress was none other than Qiang Mei, who, in a playful spirit, sought to tease Meng Qingzhou further. She leaned in once more, lifting his chin to scrutinize his chiseled features. Humph. No wonder the alluring empress lingers so, it is all due to her looks. She pales in comparison to our sword saint. Indeed, this battle was pivotal for the fate of the nation. The empress could not remain sheltered in the rear while the soldiers at the front risked their lives. However, she desired to catch the 7 great powers off guard. Thus, the news of her presence must not circulate. Meng Qingzhou frowned, feeling exasperated by the empress's repeated provocations. Yet, given her timely restraint, he chose not to dwell on it, and nodded, "I understand, your majesty." In truth, Qiang's impersonation of the empress was part of an agreement with Dongfang Liuli. To assist Dongfang Liuli in securing victory, it was essential for her, an advanced deity, to personally join the fray. The identity of the lord of the divine city was clearly inappropriate, as it could attract unwanted trouble from the diverse races within the ancient divine city. Thus, the plan evolved into Qiang masquerading as the empress, while Dongfang Liuli took on the role of her aide. Yet, Meng Qingzhou was plagued by doubts. What then was the purpose of my role as the commander of the 3 armies? If a shield is truly needed, General Qin Fenghua would be far more suitable. Publicly, he is more resilient and thus more convincing. Why then was I chosen? After pondering for a while without resolution, he shook his head. Regardless, since his wife accompanied him, he could not hesitate when the time came to act. He must ensure Dongfang Liuli's safety. Should she encounter danger, he would dare to confront the 7 great powers alone. In the realm of survival, patience is key, and one must secretly gather strength for a decisive strike. Endurance serves the greater purpose, and for Meng Qingzhou, that purpose was solely his family. Anyone who dared to harm his family, even if it meant defying the heavens, would face his wrath. "Liuli, once the war begins, you must stay by my side," he urged. Dongfang Liuli smiled sweetly, nodding obediently. "Yes, I will not leave your side. After all, my husband is but a weakling with no cultivation. How can I be at ease without your protection?" Meng Qingzhou fell silent, quietly calculating their pace. Based on the current marching speed of the army and their departure time, he estimated they had advanced thousands of miles into the extreme north. The seven great powers were not far off. Meanwhile, 2,000 miles away from the Great Jin expeditionary forces, within a mountain range perpetually shrouded in mist, 3,000 sword peaks stood like blades pointing skyward. The vast domain of the hidden sword was filled with countless renowned swords, each rusted blade having once followed a legendary swordsman. Those who once wielded these swords had tirelessly challenged the hidden sword, seeking recognition from its master to become disciples, or even the master's chosen successors. The late Jian Wentian was a prime example. Originally a wandering swordsman, he spent a decade in seclusion, emerging to astonish the world. Then relentlessly challenged the inner disciples of the hidden sword, achieving victory after victory, ultimately attracting the master's attention. Over the centuries, hundreds of thousands had sought entry, yet only a few could become disciples, illustrating the high standards and expectations of the hidden sword. In the hidden sword, a mere dozen disciples were in seclusion among the 3,000 sword peaks, while the master was in closed-door meditation atop the first peak, the Peak of Inquiry. Today, however, the master unexpectedly emerged to receive unfamiliar visitors and subsequently summoned his disciples. In the banquet hall of the Peak of Inquiry, a middle-aged man clad in coarse garments, unremarkable in appearance, stood before them, the master of the hidden sword. The dozen inner disciples nodded solemnly, their expressions grave. Jin Qianquan, the master's only legitimate son, rose and waved his hand, conjuring a vivid image. In the image, a million-strong army advanced with great momentum, like celestial warriors shrouded in divine formations, moving with such speed that ordinary eyes could scarcely perceive them. The great Jin dynasty marches northward, and their target is us, Jian Qianquan declared. Silence enveloped the banquet hall. The leaders of the seven great powers remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the formidable army depicted, their expressions heavy with concern. Rest assured, spoke the leader of the Wuling clan, ever since the last failed attempt to besiege the empress, I, along with the rulers of the Great Qian and the Blood Sea Empire, have prepared thoroughly, awakening the latent strengths of our respective factions, eagerly awaiting the Great Jin dynasty to fall into our trap. Afterward, the leader of the Wuling clan turned to the other heads of factions, seeking affirmation. Upon receiving nods from the hidden sword master and the Great Qian ruler, he proclaimed loudly, "Let us showcase our strengths. Let our young warriors see the foundation of our millennia-old legacies." With that, a surge of powerful auras erupted, filling the cosmos with overwhelming pressure. 9 manifestations of morning sun power emanated, leaving the upper echelons of the 7 great powers in awe. What is happening? An excited voice from a Moonlight Realm cultivator of the ally nation trembled. The leader of the Wuling clan stroked his beard and chuckled, "Our clan's ancient guardian. The ancestor Taodai is nearing the end of his lifespan. Hearing of the impending calamity facing the Wuling clan, he wishes to leave a mark in this world by aiding the incapable younger generation in a desperate struggle." The Blood Sea Emperor responded coolly, "The imperial-grade blood puppet has been cultivated since my ascension to the throne, and now possesses the strength of an early morning Sunday. The rulers of past generations could only cultivate the blood puppet to stabilize their reign, often finding the puppet's cultivation surpassing their own." The Great Qian ruler spoke with a chilling tone. "Concealing his sorrow, my 2 ancestors, knowing they cannot break through, have relied on life-burning secret techniques to achieve morning sun strength within this half-month. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, they will perish." As each leader revealed their strengths, the worries of the 7 great powers' upper echelons gradually faded, replaced by overwhelming joy. 9 morning sun powers. How could the Great Jin Empire withstand such might? The hidden sword master polished the ancient sword in his hand. A divine sword imbued with self-awareness and cultivation, capable of unleashing morning sun power in conjunction with its master. He then raised his gaze, calmly stating, "Dear friends, I implore you to heed my words. Learning from our previous failures, I propose that as soon as the battle commences, we must eliminate Meng Qing and Minister Meng." At this, the hidden sword master's intent to kill was palpable, and he added, "We have witnessed countless prodigies favored by destiny. They often possess immense fortune, thus should not be underestimated, even if their cultivation is low. We must strike swiftly and decisively, taking out Meng Qing first." Not a single voice of dissent arose, and all nodded in agreement, solidifying the decision. First, we eliminate Meng Qing, then eradicate the Great Jin forces. Following that, we shall march to the imperial capital for a second siege against the empress. The northern flames would soon ignite, with the hidden sword less than 100 miles away, a mere stone's throw in the realm of cultivation, marking the impending clash of two armies on the battlefield. In the grand realm of the Great Jin, 100,000 cultivators stood resolute, their imposing presence striking awe in all who beheld them. A dark ocean of power stretched in a line, with colossal beasts towering in each cardinal direction, all under the dominion of mountains and rivers that spanned over 30,000 miles. Across the expanse, 3,000 sword tips glimmered ominously. As the seven great factions emerged from their lairs, assembling within the forbidden ground of sword concealment. The crimson hues symbolized the blood-soaked might of the Empire of the Blood Sea. The kaleidoscopic colors represented the divine beasts of the Five Spirits clan, while the intangible waves signified the ripples of the sword path within the forbidden ground. On the map of imperial landscapes, Meng Qingzhou knelt in contemplation, resting his chin in his hands, bewildered at how he had arrived at this juncture. He had vowed to endure until the end of days, swearing never to interfere in the main narrative. Yet here he was, unexpectedly appointed as the commander of the three armies. You need not fret over strategies for defeating the enemy. I shall take care of everything on the battlefield. Your only responsibility is to issue commands, comforted Dongfang Liuli, patting Meng Qingzhou's shoulder gently. Meng Qingzhou shook his head, musing instead on who had guided him to become the paragon of loyalty and virtue for the Great Jin. Now to be branded the commander of the armies, orchestrating a battle for the fate of the nation. Victory would elevate him to a battlefield demigod, while defeat would etch his name into history. Do you have any insights? Dongfang Liuli's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Speak your innermost feelings. Indeed, it is I, she declared. Qin Liuli, also known as Dongfang Liuli, the Holy Empress of the Great Jin, will ensure you are no longer a mere name lost to time, but a celebrated sovereign and favored minister, soon to add the role of general to your repertoire. Encountering such a benefactor in life is tantamount to divine rebirth, deserving of daily offerings and reverence. Quickly, do not hold back your praises, extol the virtues of the Empress. Now I have clarity. Meng Qingzhou nodded, his face pale, gritting his teeth as he declared, it is the Empress. Indeed, Dongfang Liuli replied, a smile gracing her lips. Her eyes closed in a pose of endearing anticipation, but her smile faltered as she opened her eyes wide, staring blankly at Meng Qingzhou. Why? Has the Empress not treated you well? What you offer is not what I seek. I do not require such hollow titles. They are less substantial than a bowl of old duck soup. The cacophony of the battlefield, thick with the tension of impending conflict, jolted Meng Qingzhou from his reverie. With a deep breath, he seemed to resolve himself. This battle would repay the Great Jin dynasty and the Empress for their final kindness. He would deliver a national fortune in gratitude for her grace. Yet he, Meng Qingzhou, wished to distance himself from the trappings of power. That afternoon, the leaders of the seven great factions descended, manifesting with celestial might, their imposing figures reverberating across the battlefield. Qin Liuli, we offer you one final chance. Withdraw your forces immediately and surrender the sword saint of time and space, or face the consequences, commanded the master of the forbidden ground of sword concealment. The sky morphed into the form of Qin Liuli, clad in a crimson robe, her cold gaze surveying the scene with indifference. Did you just demand I surrender the sword saint of time and space? Am I to discern the cause and effect? The master of the forbidden ground, seemingly reckless, had done his homework. A reckless battle would be detrimental to both sides. The true strength of the Great Jin dynasty exceeded expectations, prompting the seven factions to avoid conflict, fearing a devastating clash that would leave them vulnerable to outside forces. Thus, compelling Qin Liuli to surrender the sword saint seemed the optimal course of action. After all, the sword saint was neither kin nor ally to the Empress. Losing him bore little consequence. Moreover, the master of the forbidden ground chuckled, I am merely curious about this 20-year-old sword saint, who has fused the supreme laws of time and space into his swordsmanship. I wish to study him. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou, standing upon the continent, nearly lost his composure. I was initially concerned that the Empress would not unleash her full power. But the master of the forbidden ground has unwittingly invoked misfortune by mentioning the sword saint. Dongfang Liuli could not help but chuckle quietly. Meng Qingzhou's brow furrowed, confusion evident, yet he pressed on, choosing to observe the unfolding events. In the air, the figure of Qiang clenched a fist, a fierce glint in her eyes. Though her tone remained calm, you wish to use the sword saint as a bargaining chip, yet the tides of battle have shifted. What leverage do you possess for negotiation? Qiang had initially intended to exert only a fraction of her power while fulfilling her pact with Dongfang Liuli. Yet, a dark whisper stirred within her, urging her to unleash her wrath. I yearn to kill, to obliterate. The master of the Forbidden Ground smiled slightly, taunting Qingzhou. Do you believe that breaking through the Dawn Realm renders you invincible? How laughable. As his words echoed, the depths of the Forbidden Ground erupted. The essence of the West's Dawn Realm surging forth like a piercing arrow, spanning the battlefield. Not only that, but hundreds of Moonlight Realm cultivators, thousands of sea-overturning realm warriors, and nearly 10,000 mountain-moving realm fighters emerged. Furthermore, 10 half-step Dawn Realm experts were present. So, do you now possess any leverage for negotiation? The master of the Forbidden Ground sneered. On the Great Gene's side, countless faces paled, overwhelmed by unprecedented pressure. What terrified them was not merely the sheer number of moonlight, sea-overturning, and mountain-moving realm experts, but the revelation that the 7 factions concealed 5 formidable Dawn Realm powers. This is troubling. Jiang Songhai's expression turned grave as he murmured. Indeed, one must never underestimate the forces of the world, especially those with millennia of heritage. Qin Finghua, startled, displayed a rare expression of despair, resolutely transmitting to Jiang Songhai, aware of his old friend's resolve to push through with a desperate plan, ready to sacrifice his lifespan to buy time. Any hesitation would betray the sacrifices made by Qin Finghua. Full speed ahead with the sky-soaring divine vessel. Execute a spatial leap. Jiang Songhai commanded the crew of the vessel. As the imminent war loomed, the prime minister questioned, "Why are you retreating at this crucial moment?" And then the battle erupted. Qiong unleashed a punch, shattering the fabric of space as if it were mere glass. Boom. With a single strike, the master of the Forbidden Ground's physical form disintegrated, and even his soul. Seated in meditation, bore numerous cracks. The late stage of the Dawn Realm. He gasped in horror, unable to draw his sword before blood spilled forth. Teetering on the brink of death. "You are not Qin Liuli. Who are you?" "Unfilial descendant. I am your father." Qiong's fist tightened, her fury boiling over as she swung her arm back for another strike. "She is not the Empress Qin Liuli. The impersonator is someone else. Change of plans. Surround and eliminate this person." The master of the Forbidden Ground bellowed. In a flurry, he drew the imperial sword, managing to block the meteoric punch, hurtling 100 miles away before barely halting his momentum. "Drink this." The ruler of the Great Qian Empire steadied the master of the Forbidden Ground and handed him a vial of life-restoring liquid. "Thank you." The master of the Forbidden Ground accepted it, raising it to his lips, feeling his wounds knit together rapidly, and could not help but laugh heartily. This is exhilarating. This is how it should be. If the unparalleled Great Jin dynasty were to disappoint us, why would we unite? The master of the Forbidden Ground summoned the essence of the sword's way, majestic and overwhelming, as 3,000 sword peaks erupted from the earth, shedding soil and trees, revealing their sharp, gleaming blades. The 3,000 sword peaks of the Forbidden Ground were, in fact, divine swords of celestial quality. Among them were even half-imperial-grade weapons. Gasps of astonishment filled the battlefield, for the master of the Forbidden Ground wielded a sentient and powerful imperial sword, and yet, he had further trump cards. A ruler of a domain without a weapon to suppress the world cannot truly wield authority, the master of the Forbidden Ground declared with a smile. As the words fell, an awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded. 3,000 colossal swords, each a kilometer in length, ascended into the air, hurtling towards the opposing army of the Great Qin, like a lit fuse. The emergence of these sword peaks ignited an overwhelming battle fervor across both banks of the battlefield, leading to a rapid and violent clash. Qin Finghua let out a hearty laugh, brimming with valor, ready to risk his very life in a desperate fight. When suddenly a voice rang in his ear, "Great pillar of the nation, I am still amidst the fray, and do not require your sacrifice." Very well. Today, I shall fight with unrestrained fervor." With that, Qin Finghua charged into battle. In an instant, the battlefield was ablaze with flames of war, the cries of combat deafening. Blood staining the vast expanse, as countless cultivators fell, even formidable mountain-moving experts were mere pawns in this grand melee. The moonlit general commanded the seas, while those of the mountain-moving realm were but foot soldiers. The cloud-leaping realm here could only be regarded as cannon fodder. Below the cloud-leaping realm, thousands perished by the moment. In the far north, numerous factions concealed mighty powers, silently observing the unfolding drama. Many were astonished by this grand battlefield. By the side of the sword concealment sovereign, the leaders of various factions appeared, 10 half-step Dawn Realm experts united in their animosity, fixated on the figure of the Empress. "Friend, you are not a subject of the Great Jin. Why fight for them? Withdraw, and we shall hold no grudges," said the leader of the Five Spirits clan, stroking his beard calmly. "You hold no grudges?" A flicker of crimson flashed in Xiongmei's eyes as she retorted, "You are mistaken. It is I who must decide whether to spare you. Should you seek to harm my grandfather, you shall be divided into 8 pieces today. Grandfather? Who is your grandfather? The sword concealment sovereign was taken aback. I seek to kill the time-space sword saint, Empress Qin Liuli, and that meddler Meng Qing. What does your grandfather have to do with this? My grandfather is the time-space sword saint you speak of, Qiong said coldly. The sword concealment sovereign was momentarily stunned, feeling an unexplainable intensity. What? Your family ties are rather complicated. A mere mortal like Meng Qing has a disciple who is the time-space sword saint. And the sword saint's maid is a late-stage Dawn realm expert. So, the stronger the power, the lower the family status, is it? The sword concealment sovereign shook his head. Then there is nothing to discuss? Very well, since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. In the next moment, the group of half-step Dawn realm leaders withdrew, vanishing into the void, tacitly leaving the battlefield to unfold. Following closely were figures exuding a terrifying aura. I am old. If I perish on this battlefield, I shall leave a legacy for my descendants, and thus my life will not be in vain. 2 elderly men, strikingly similar in appearance, stood before her, their skin shriveled yet their eyes sparkled like stars. And you are? Qiong tilted her head in inquiry. The 2 elders smiled warmly and spoke in unison. We are the grandfather and father of the current ruler of the Great Qian. Qiong nodded. At your age, still engaging in this father-son battle scheme, quite spirited. Both elders appeared to be at the early stage of the Dawn realm, seemingly having recently broken through. And you? Qiong then turned to a corpulent middle-aged man, resembling a ball. I am the ancestral guardian of the 5 Spirits clan, Tao Tao. I have sat in my tomb for hundreds of years, my path to cultivation severed, and with no desires left in life, I wonder if you, young friend, could grant me release, Tao Tao lamented. Qiong fell silent, her brow furrowing, sensing a tinge of difficulty. This ancestor of the 5 Spirits clan was unexpectedly at the mid-stage of the Dawn realm, yet he was enveloped in a miasma of death, clearly nearing the end of his lifespan and sincerely seeking release. No need to ask each one. The red iron lump beside me is called the Imperial Blood Puppet. I trust you have heard of it. Also at mid-stage Dawn realm, chuckled the great Qian ancestor. The final one is the former priest of the Witch God sect. He too is at mid-stage Dawn realm. 3 at mid-stage, 2 at early stage. The Eastern Lioli's breath grew heavy, her gaze sharpening as she nodded slightly. Understood. 5 at Dawn realm. What a formidable gathering. The Eastern Liuli sighed, suddenly sensing a hint of impending danger, as if a threat were approaching. She swiftly turned, only to see the sword concealment sovereign, wielding the Imperial Divine Sword, along with the leaders of 7 major factions emerging from the chaotic spatial currents. The Empress gasped in shock, her crimson eyes narrowing. How is this possible? How could these individuals traverse both banks, overcoming millions of soldiers and layers of prohibitions to arrive here? The great Qian sovereign laughed heartily. Master of the Endless, your treasure, the boundless compass, truly works wonders. The Master of the Endless waved his hand dismissively. Flattery. Meng Qing, where is your disciple, the time-space sword saint? Is he not nearby? The sword concealment sovereign inquired with a smile. At this moment, the sword concealment sovereign's strength had already reached a level where he could contend with Dawn realm cultivators. Brimming with confidence. Why waste time talking to this mortal? Kill him, and the time-space sword saint will surely appear, the Blood Sea Emperor said coldly, eager to strike. The Master of the Endless had many treasures. Meng Qingzhou felt a surge of envy, deeply tempted. First, there was the 3-tiered world-destroying incense. And now he produced a supreme imperial treasure, a boundless artifact that could traverse any prohibition, ignoring distance and instantly crossing vast expanses. It was said that one who wielded the supreme imperial treasure boundless compass could reach the ends of the heavens with sufficient spiritual energy. Youth, prepare to die. The Blood Sea Emperor uttered not a word more, making a grasping motion through the air, though it seemed a casual gesture once executed. Even those at the oceanic realm would be harmed, let alone the mortal Meng Qingzhou. The Eastern Lioli's heart felt as though it had been struck, halting for a beat, ready to disregard the consequences and reveal her power. Fear not, they cannot kill me. Meng Qingzhou, hearing her call, calmly grasped the Eastern Lioli's hand and smiled gently. Suddenly, a river of time tore through the void, resembling the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, instantly transforming the surrounding scenery into shades of gray. That person softly uttered a single word. Freeze. Circles of temporal ripples emanated from the river's end, swiftly washing over the Blood Sea Emperor, transforming him into the same gray hue. Afterward, the Blood Sea Emperor lay incapacitated for 7 days and nights, exhausting every precious medicinal remedy to barely restore himself to his peak state. Now, as that nightmare approached once more, cold sweat broke out on the Blood Sea Emperor's forehead, his lips trembling as he struggled to utter, "Hurry, act." Standing at the river's end, the time-space sword saint gazed over, taking a step forward. The river altering its course, with the endpoint becoming the starting point, as the time-space sword saint himself appeared before the Blood Sea Emperor. "You must be punished." The time-space sword saint said indifferently, lightly touching the Blood Sea Emperor's forehead. His fingertip pierced through his skull, shattering his spiritual core and obliterating his soul. At mid-stage of the moonlit realm, combined with the technique of transforming into the three purities, the Sword Saint's combat power rivaled that of early-stage Dawn Realm experts. The Sword Saint clenched his fist, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Possessing the imperial physique, heavenly Tao fortuitous body, and a system that blindly enhances strength, Meng Qingzhou's abundant spiritual energy had already reached its limit. It seemed he had surplus power. Whenever he wished, he could break through to the late stage of the moonlit realm, at which point he could contend with mid-stage Dawn Realm experts. The Blood Sea Emperor's forehead cracked with fissures, and he emitted a gurgling sound from his throat as blood clogged it, rendering him speechless. Yet, the terror in his eyes betrayed the fear within. In just half a month, the Time-Space Sword Saint had grown stronger. Previously, the Time-Space Sword Saint had held off 12 half-step Dawn Realm experts, a feat that sounded extraordinary. But it was merely a momentary stalling tactic, unable to eliminate enemies or deplete their strength. Yet now, the Time-Space Sword Saint could instantly annihilate half-step Dawn Realm experts, leaving others no time to offer aid. A prodigy. The Blood Sea Emperor's eyes lost their luster as he fell backward, collapsing to the ground, utterly lifeless. On the battlefield between the two shores, millions of cultivators bore witness to an ethereal rift in the fabric of time and space, heralding the arrival of the mountain and river map as the Blood Sea Emperor met his formidable demise. Observers from other factions, powerful practitioners in seclusion, communicated discreetly. The Time-Space Sword Saint grows ever stronger, unstoppable in his ascent to invincibility. Alas, his pride blinds him. I have offered my hand multiple times, only to be met with disdain, fixated solely on his mortal master. How foolish. Such a prodigy, if he cannot join my ranks, must be eliminated swiftly. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the battlefield, Qiang battled valiantly against 5 ancestral elders of the Morning Sun realm. Yet she could not reveal her identity nor unleash her formidable powers, relying solely on her physical prowess. This rendered the fierce confrontation exceedingly arduous. The Elder of Tao wore a bitter expression, observing his lifelong divine weapon now dulled and chipped, while the so-called false empress before him remained unscathed, even taking the time to adjust her attire. Who among us truly descends from divine beasts? I, a proud descendant of Tao Dai blood, have lost in a contest of raw strength. Doubts plagued the Elder of Tao Dai. Yet, Qiang paid them no heed. Her gaze fixated on the time stream that pierced the heavens, momentarily entranced. My lord. Memories flooded back to their first encounter, where he had also traversed the time stream without warning, appearing before her. However, the Sword Saint of that time had stood upon a vast and roaring river of time, far grander than the narrow path before her now. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her expression shifted dramatically. My lord, be cautious. In her urgency, she contemplated abandoning the Elder of Tao Dai and others to rush to the Sword Saint's aid. Yet, the elders would not relent, clinging to her stubbornly. Do not force my hand. Qiang's eyes turned crimson, exuding an aura of impending violence. What if we do? You cannot harm us. And your strikes are feather-light, unable to touch me. Losing her patience, Qiang dismissed their taunts, her fist enveloped in draconic shadows, delivering a blow that echoed like thunder, compelling all to kneel before her. Beneath that fist, the Elder of Tao Dai was nothing more than a mere mortal. With a resounding crash, the once boastful Elder of Tao Dai found his face indented by her strike, embedded deep into the earth. My lord. In her desperate gaze, Qiang saw the sword master of the hidden sword sect unleash a divine sword, channeling his Morning Sun realm strength alongside several half-step Morning Sun cultivators towards the Time-Space Sword Saint. She heard the hidden sword sect master's greedy voice. Bestow upon me your Time-Space Sword intent. Assist me in transcending to the Morning Sun and beyond. Moreover, she noticed the leader of the Endless Skies sect discreetly activating a supreme imperial treasure, Infinite Reach, soon. Numerous Morning Sun and half-step Morning Sun cultivators appeared in the mountain and river map, coldly observing the Time-Space Sword Saint from behind. 5 Morning Sun cultivators and 7 half-step Morning Sun cultivators, This spelled certain doom for the time-space sword saint, who was merely at the mid-level of the moonlit realm. The battle erupted in a cataclysmic clash, with the time-space sword saint defending valiantly, yet ultimately proving insufficient. A horde of vermin, he bellowed as he fought fiercely. Bloodied and collapsing, the time stream dissipating, leaving him in a pitiful state upon the ground. The hidden sword sect master cackled menacingly, "Your time-space sword intent is now mine." With a swift thrust, a sword pierced through the time-space sword saint's forehead, blood flowing as his lifeless eyes dimmed, marking his demise. The sword saint is dead. Dongfang Liuli intended to intervene, but was firmly grasped by Meng Qingzhou. "Why?" she cried, her eyes ablaze with frustration. "You could have prevented this tragedy. Yet you stand idly by as your disciple perishes." "I'm sorry, Qingzhou. I am to blame for your disciple's untimely death, but rest assured, the empress shall avenge him." Dongfang Liuli replied, a flicker of disappointment crossing her gaze. Ultimately, as a mortal, she harbored fears. This was only natural. Perhaps her judgment had been too heavy-handed, defining others by her own standards. Liuli shook her head, myriad thoughts racing through her mind, yet she never anticipated that Meng Qingzhou would display such coldness today. "Meng Qingzhou." A piercing scream echoed from afar as Qiong witnessed this scene, her eyes ignited with hatred and murderous intent. "Meng Qingzhou, I shall slay you." In a frenzy, she muttered to herself, "My lord, you have misjudged him. Your master is a complete coward. Such a person is unworthy of being your mentor. He has caused your death. Along with the 7 great factions, the empress, they are all your enemies. I shall avenge you. I have waited for 30,000 years. A full 30,000 years." This spectacle left the elder of Taotai and others exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions filled with incredulity, as if questioning. "Has this woman gone mad? Shall we continue to fight her? What nonsense! Can't you see she intends to turn against us? How intriguing, allies transforming into foes. A splendid opportunity." Suddenly, the hidden sword sect master exclaimed in disbelief. The time-space sword saint was a ruse. All gazes turned towards the lifeless form of the time-space sword saint, whose body and essence disintegrated into countless specks of light, leaving no trace behind. What? The hidden sword sect master was left stunned, having fought desperately for the time-space sword intent, only to witness it slip away like a cooked duck taking flight. At that moment, Qiong's frenzied demeanor abruptly shifted to clarity, her sobs halting abruptly, morphing into choked breaths. The crimson hue in her eyes faded, leaving her looking foolish as she scratched her head in confusion. "The sword saint is alive? Huh." Dongfang Liuli stood dazed, glancing towards Meng Qingzhou beside her. "Hey, where did he go?" The presence of Meng Qingzhou, who had just stood beside her, was now nowhere to be seen. Just then, a soft sigh resonated across the battlefield, a voice echoing as if from an ancient past. Meng Qingzhou slowly raised his blind staff, his other hand gripping its handle, pulling it outward. With a resonant clang, the sword sang like a dragon's roar, unleashing towering waves that split the heavens. A broader time stream, like a chorus of silent steeds, crashed through the barriers of space, revealing a young man clad in black satin, wielding a 3-foot sword, walking steadily forth. This figure, shrouded in the shadows of time, seemed to exist outside the realm of this world, disconnected from the same historical narrative. "Qizhou." Dongfang Liuli's mind was struck by a thunderous explosion, thoughts unraveling into chaos as her gaze glazed over, lips parted slightly. The illustrious empress of the Great Jane, who had remained unperturbed at all times, was now shaken to her core. In these fleeting seconds, memories of her encounters with Meng Qingzhou flashed before her, each moment spent together replaying vividly. She recalled his words, "My aspiration in life is to be a carefree wanderer. A humble mortal. You speak of the 9-yang heart lotus? Oh, that was a gift from a venerable elder. This is my disciple, the sword saint of Qianyuan. I fear that a century hence, I may be left alone in this world. Liuli, I wish to share the years with you." Deceiver. Dongfang Liuli staggered back a step, her chest heaving violently, her teeth biting into her lip, drawing forth crimson blood. She gazed up at the figure that rendered the battlefield utterly silent, questioning, "Who are you truly?" Meng Qingzhou let out a long sigh and said, "I am the sword saint of time and space. Qianyuan is merely a projection of myself." Even though Dongfang Liuli was well aware of the truth, hearing Meng Qingzhou utter it still sent her mind reeling. The sword saint of time and space is Meng Qingzhou. Thus, he is not a so-called sage. Nor is he the legendary prophet who foresees all of history. He is simply a cultivator who wishes to live a humble life as a sword saint. Dongfang Liuli's heart raced uncontrollably, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson, resembling a perfectly ripe peach, stunningly beautiful beyond this earthly realm. If you are not a sage, how did you know in advance about the impending rebellion of the Shuang? Dongfang Liuli pressed on. Meng Qingzhou furrowed his brow in confusion. A sage? Although he was perplexed, he understood that Dongfang Liuli had many questions, so he refrained from responding in kind. The path of time and space, Meng Qingzhou replied calmly. Yes, just a mere word. Feel free to guess, for I cannot explain it myself. Initially, he had prophesied the events because he never anticipated that his identity would be revealed. A mere mortal predicting the future would at most be seen as a madman or someone with peculiar abilities, thus not drawing scrutiny. Once his identity was exposed, however, the situation would undoubtedly change, leading to suspicion. Dongfang Liuli nodded and continued her inquiries. So, are you truly blind? Moreover, when you said you wished to share the years with me, was that sincere? Before me, are you your true self or merely a disguise? The rest of her questions seemed secondary. These three were paramount. Meng Qingzhou replied calmly. First, I am blind. Utterly so. Second, I have made but one true promise. Should I be false, may heaven and earth conspire against me. Third, before you stands the real me, a living, breathing person. In the realm of Dajin, including figures like Qin Fenghua, Lin Lu, and the various ministers and generals, they were all petrified, their eyes fixated on the figure in the sky. The Sword Saint. Qin Fenghua exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, struggling to regain his composure. The Emperor of Dajin not only possesses foresight, but is also an unparalleled prodigy, eclipsing even the Empress. Oh, great Pillar Nation, do not lose heart. Although the Emperor is not a sage, he is unmatched in the sword path. Given time, he will undoubtedly bear the weight of the Dajin people, Lin Lu advised. Both were on the battlefield, surrounded by constant peril and the death of comrades. However, the revelation of the Emperor as the Sword Saint was so shocking that they found themselves unable to muster the will to fight. Nonsense. The Emperor must be a sage. Otherwise, how could he foresee the future? Just because the former sage of the cow is unremarkable does not mean that future sages cannot surpass him. Have you not heard that blue surpasses indigo? Lin Lu inquired. If you had to choose between the Emperor and the sage of the cow, whom would you select? Without hesitation, Qin Fenghua raised his hand, pointing at the figure in the sky with unwavering conviction. I would certainly choose the Emperor. He is the one whom I'll support. Lin Lu regarded him with a peculiar expression, daunted by the implications, while internally he thought, oh no, great Pillar Nation, you have been completely brainwashed by the Emperor, becoming his staunchest supporter. Lower your head and see, your dignity is in tatters. It was unimaginable that should the Emperor rebel one day, where the great Pillar Nation would stand. At the forefront of the battlefield, the Duke of Songhai looked to the heavens, solemnly stating, incredible. Minister Meng is indeed the Sword Saint of time and space. Reflecting on the Empress's appointment of him as the commander of the three armies just yesterday, he had questioned her decision. Now, he could not help but admire her insight in recognizing a hero. Only the Emperor seemed rather ordinary. The Duke of Songhai shook his head. Xia Ji, the Baron of Taiping, wielding a bloodied battle axe, wiped the enemy's blood from his face and remarked, in my view, the Empress and Minister Ming appear to be a more fitting pair. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Songhai stroked his chin, lost in thought, muttering, indeed. The Emperor is ineffectual, while Minister Meng, the Sword Saint, has repeatedly saved Dajin. Now that the truth is revealed, if he could become the Emperor, surely none would oppose. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Ever since Meng Qingzhou and the Empress had a hasty marriage, few in the court had seen him. Ironically, the Duke of Songhai did not even know what the Emperor looked like. Frequently accompanying the Empress was Minister Meng, who had fought valiantly against the 7 supreme beings during the birthday banquet, facing life-threatening dangers when Zhao Yuhuan attacked the capital, and once again, it was Minister Meng who stepped forward to save the day during the northern expedition. With these thoughts, the Duke of Songhai's mind was consumed by one singular thought. Meng Qingzhou is unworthy of being the Emperor. It should be Minister Meng. I will rally the ministers to jointly petition for the deposition of the current Emperor and the establishment of a new one. After this battle, should victory be ours, I will surely urge the ministers to unite in this cause. On the battlefield, one could not afford to be distracted. It was a death wish. The Sword of Heaven and Earth chuckled. Despicable vermin, come forth. The Duke of Songhai clutched his waist, enraged. Meanwhile, the reactions among the 7 great powers were equally intense, igniting a wave of astonishment. Meng Qin, the Sword Saint, the ancestor of Tao, I repeated, a stirring excitement coursing through him, his battle spirit ignited. The two venerable ancestors of Deqian were astonished, exclaiming, "It is said that Meng Qing is born blind, yet can glimpse a fragment of fate, foreseeing the future. Could it be? He has cultivated the path of time and space to the extent that he can traverse freely through time, thus knowing what is to come? If this were true, this individual must not be allowed to remain." The emperor's blood puppet, with its blood-red murderous gaze, eerily turned to Meng Qingzhou, its stiff voice uttering one word: annihilate. When the Blood Sea Emperor constructed the blood puppets, he had set a kill directive. Should anyone kill him, the blood puppet would automatically lock onto the target and pursue them relentlessly until they were dead. In an instant, the 5 great dawn beings besieging Qiongmei all turned their sights toward Meng Qingzhou, along with the sword-hiding forbidden master and others. 9 great dawn beings collectively emanated a murderous intent, their gazes converging on him. Meng Qing is the sword saint. Qiongmei was stunned, her mind completely malfunctioning, nearly breaking down. All this time, she had looked down upon Meng Qingzhou, often insulting him to his face, and had not hesitated to compare Meng Qing with the sword saint of time and space to belittle him. Of course, she did this because she could not bear to see the illustrious sword saint being overshadowed by a mere mortal, as if he were a mere tool. It was all over. It was a disaster. Qiongmei's long, fair fingers cradled her face, her eyes filled with despair as she peered through her fingers at Meng Qingzhou. Everything was lost. She recalled a vow made with Dongfang Liuli a few days prior, promising not to compete with each other and to pursue their own men. Yet now, the emperor and the sword saint were, astonishingly, the same person. What about the vow? It is important to note that there was a clause stating that anyone who dared to breach it, along with their beloved, would be struck down by heavenly punishment. What should I do? Who will save me? Qiongmei rubbed her face, on the verge of tears, her expression one of utter dejection. I am truly more of a hindrance than a help. Foolish Qiong, clumsy Qiong, troublemaking Qiong. All I do is create chaos for the sword saint. She repeatedly knocked her head, the sound echoing. Suddenly, Qiongmei's movement slowed as if recalling something, murmuring to herself, "Wait, this is wrong. The emperor is the sword saint, but the emperor is also the husband of the empress of Dajing." With this thought, Qiongmei's expression turned blank. Her eyes hollow and deep, her voice cold as a corpse, mechanically tilting her head. "Oh, it seems I have been robbed." At that moment, the 5 morning glories, originally intent on besieging her, suddenly charged towards Meng Qingzhou, eager to capture him at the fastest speed. I felt an overwhelming sense of unhappiness and distress. Do you also disdain a melancholic maiden? Such a simple action, yet a terrifying scene unfolded. The void dark realm. With a resounding clap, a black hole, containing countless stars, suddenly expanded from the size of a grain of rice, engulfing the 5 formidable morning glories. The ancestor of the gluttonous beast, helpless and terrified, looked up at the void dark realm, which loomed like an overturned lid. Unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "What the hell? It's you. Why the urgency to turn against one of your own?" Recognizing such a distinctive divine ability, the ancestor immediately identified the impersonator of the empress. One glutton and one wild beast, both born as divine beings, yet the latter held a higher rank. It would not be incorrect to say they share a common origin. In the mid-phase of the moonlight realm, the time-space sword saint, Meng Qingzhou. "You are indeed remarkable." The master of the hidden sword gazed coldly, stating. The other 3 morning glory realm cultivators remained silent, each wearing an expression akin to facing a formidable enemy. The vast and magnificent battlefield of national destiny, thrown into disarray by a single individual, Meng Qingzhou, rendered everyone incapable of combat. Observing from the shadows, a prominent figure remarked, "Even if Meng Qingzhou is the time-space sword saint, what of it? Below the morning glory realm, they are but ants. No matter how exceptional their talents, they cannot bridge the chasm." Another voice from the heavens sighed, "What a pity. Meng Qing's cultivation time is too short. If only he were granted another 10 years. No, 3 years. Perhaps he would become the next second young master of the Ji family." Mentioning the second young master of the Ji family, the powerful figures exchanging glances almost simultaneously expressed their astonishment. The Ji family of Tianzhou has truly achieved the unification of half the world, becoming a dominant force, holding sway over Tianzhou and intimidating the realm. The second young master of the Ji family, 30 years ago, was merely an inconspicuous young scion, indulging in debauchery, bullying the weak, and committing every conceivable misdeed. Yet 3 years later he suddenly rose to prominence, and for the ensuing 30 years he surged forward with unstoppable momentum. If my memory serves me correctly, the second young master of the Ji family, a year ago, with his late-stage moonlight realm power, ascended to kill a late-stage morning glory realm expert. To defy an entire realm, how formidable must the second young master of the Ji family be now? Comparing Meng Qing to the Ji family? It is akin to contrasting the full moon with a firefly. Meng Qingzhou felt a surge of frustration, even in the face of several morning glory realm experts. He could not help but ponder. If his identity as the Sword Saint were to be revealed, well, what would his wife think? Did she truly love Meng Qingzhou or Meng Qingzhou? However, the urgency of the situation compelled him to act. As his doppelganger lacked sufficient strength to confront the morning glory realm, and with the empress absent, Meng Qingzhou feared that further concealment would lead to his wife's harm. With no other choice, he resolved to take action. Everyone, retreat, Meng Qingzhou declared, his arm outstretched and sword held firm. His stature was as upright as a spear, and his voice resonated with a deep calmness. You are but pitiful creatures driven by others. Why sacrifice your lives in vain? Positioned protectively before Dongfang Liuli, he stood resolutely against a multitude of foes, his expression unwavering, even his brows unknit. Dongfang Liuli gazed at the imposing figure before her, momentarily forgetting her own identity. She forgot her invincible confidence, her status as the empress of the Great Jin, the purpose of this battle, and even the fact that she was on a battlefield. At that moment, the only thought remaining in her mind was, my husband is truly the most handsome in the world. The empress, overwhelmed by infatuation, her crimson amber eyes filled with enchantment, gazed fixedly at Meng Qingzhou. Fortunately, her appearance was concealed, and her fluctuations in cultivation were masked. Otherwise, if the ministers of the Great Jin were to witness this, they would surely think the apocalypse had arrived. However, the leaders of the 7 great powers, along with a group of ancient beings partially buried in the earth, noticed Meng Qingzhou's words, and their expressions subtly shifted. What do you mean? The master of the hidden sword demanded. The other 3 morning glory realm experts simultaneously berated. Youngster, beware of the dangers of your words. You seek death. Dare to insult us. Meng Qing, what do you truly know? Let us begin with you. Master of the hidden sword, ask yourself, do you genuinely covet the time-space sword intent, willing to kill me at all costs for it? No. Meng Qingzhou replied with a tone of pity, you are merely a dog on a leash. Your master instructs you to stir up the 9th heavens, to eradicate any potential unifying power, and you dutifully fulfill your role, hoping that one day your master will reward you with a bone. Hearing this, the master of the hidden sword's eyes darkened like water, and he scoffed, nonsense. I cultivate the sword. I would rather die than submit to another. Who could command me? Meng Qingzhou smiled slightly. You can deceive your brothers, but to deceive yourself is foolish. Ask yourself, after cultivating for 3,000 years, why have you never broken through to the morning glory realm? Because your heart of the Tao is tarnished. The unyielding sword intent has already knelt. The master of the hidden sword fell silent, immersed in prolonged contemplation. After a while, he finally spoke slowly. What a pity. Those 3 words left many in confusion. But only Meng Qingzhou understood their meaning. According to the narrative, the former master of the hidden sword was a righteous and pure sword cultivator. Even today, despite having knelt, he still retained a glimmer of integrity within. The master of the hidden sword's lament was for Meng Qingzhou, who was born in the wrong era. For the cultivators of this age, their future was shrouded in darkness. You speak the truth. The master of the hidden sword suddenly laughed, the malice and gloom in his eyes dissipating, replaced with clarity. My sword is no longer pure, even if I were to kill you. I could not comprehend the time-space sword intent, nor could I use it to break through to the morning glory realm. Meng Qing, I have long admired you, but alas, fate is not in my hands. In truth, I do not wish to kill you, nor do I wish to extinguish any genius of the sword path. Thus, for many years, the hidden sword realm has rarely accepted disciples. I do not desire them to tread this path of doom. The piercing sword intent surrounding the master of the hidden sword suddenly transformed into a sense of desolation, sorrow, and despair. This was the true essence of the master of the hidden sword's sword intent, reflecting his inner turmoil. However, Meng Qing, you shine too brightly. Despite my efforts to conceal your existence, they ultimately discovered you. For the future of the wasteland, Meng Qing, please meet your demise. In an instant, the entire realm fell into silence, and the combatants on the battlefield collectively ceased their struggles, their gazes converging in the air. The exchange between the time-space sword saint and the master of the hidden sword concealed terrifying secrets. All who heard it were filled with dread. The master of the hidden sword, wielding a divine sword, possessed power rivaling the morning glory realm, yet such a formidable being was reduced to a mere dog before others? What kind of enemy could induce such despair in a master, leaving them feeling that the path ahead was utterly hopeless. Meng Qing, why must you expose the secrets? Otherwise, I might still have a chance to help you fake your death and escape. But by speaking out, the nature of the situation has changed. You must die now, the master of the hidden sword said. Meng Qingzhou replied indifferently, I am not afraid. Why are you not afraid? The master of the hidden sword was perplexed. Do you not fear death? I am not afraid, Meng Qingzhou asserted. With the system concealing my cultivation aura, as long as I do not recklessly expose myself, even the so-called mastermind will not be able to find me. I will wait until I become invincible before re-emerging. The other three Morning Glory Realm experts, representing the foundation of the seven great powers, no longer held their haughty demeanor. Within their eyes lay a hidden sense of melancholy and helplessness. Do not blame us. Young friend, after your death, your wife shall remain safe. We are bound to obey orders. If we do not act accordingly, the entire ninth heavens will face annihilation. Consider it a sacrifice for the future of the wasteland. The three ancient ancestors spoke in succession, finally shedding their pretense. They had survived countless epochs. Their cultivation paths long severed. Had it not been for their deep-seated obsessions, they would have perished long ago. Meng Qingzhou sighed softly, a sense of nostalgia washing over him for the protagonist Long Outyen. How wonderful it would be if he were still alive. The region of the Great Jin dynasty is known as the Wilderness. This wilderness occupies half of the world, and beyond it lies a realm known as Tianzhou. The orchestrator of the seven great powers originates from the dominant Ji family of Tianzhou. The Ji family manipulates these seven forces against the Great Jin, scheming to obliterate it, extinguishing the hope of unifying the world. They desire the wilderness to remain in eternal chaos, profiting from the turmoil of war. The assassination of the time-space sword saint was motivated by fear that an invincible figure might arise in the wilderness. Tianzhou, the second young master of the Ji family, Meng Qingzhou murmured. The first step was a birthday banquet proposal, intending to undermine the Great Jin dynasty from within and obstruct the empress's path to unification. The second step involved allying with Zhao Yuhuan to besiege the empress and eliminate this formidable monarch. Should the first two steps fail, the seven great powers would emerge in full force, ruthlessly erasing the Great Jin dynasty. Impressive. A torrent of murderous intent surged within Meng Qingzhou as he muttered, Ji Wushuang. You truly are formidable. Using nations as pawns, what an audacious strategy. As the battle cries faded from both sides, a million cultivators stood in silent observation. This was a decision made by Meng Qingzhou and the sword-concealing sovereign. The wilderness, having languished in weakness for too long, could not afford further bloodshed. The sword-concealing sovereign spoke softly, Meng Qing, I wish to wager with you. Speak, Meng Qing replied succinctly. The sword-concealing sovereign wiped the imperial-grade divine sword with his finger, saying nonchalantly, you wish to assist the empress in unifying and rallying the entire wilderness against heaven. Yet, we believe the path ahead is utterly bleak, devoid of hope. It may be wiser to endure for a time and temporarily satisfy their expectations. This is a clash of our ideologies, a contest of wills. Let us wager on it, deciding our fates through the way of the sword. If you win, the seven great powers will become stepping stones for the Great Jin's unification. If I win, the Great Jin dynasty and the empress will accompany you to the grave. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. What? I wish to help the empress unify and rally the entire wilderness against heaven? Is that really how I think? I had no awareness of it at all. You truly have an eye for heroes, brother concealing sword. Why do all perceive me so grandly when I am but a carefree wanderer navigating through life? Meng Qingzhou sighed, feeling powerless to explain. He could even sense the fervent gaze of his wife and the astonished voices of the great Jin warriors and the cultivators of the seven great powers. Though they could not comprehend the sword-concealing sovereign's words, they felt an undercurrent of something profound. The seven great powers and Meng Qingzhou seemed to be in search of a path to salvation. The sword-concealing sovereign opted for a path of subterfuge, while Meng Qingzhou chose to defy the heavens. Your Excellency, the minister is formidable. Qin Fenghua, disregarding his image, shouted in excitement, leaping 3 feet into the air, embodying the essence of an ardent admirer. The Lord of the Vast Sea gazed at Meng Qingzhou's back, feeling a surge of pride. A true man should be like this. Minister Meng could be a sage. Such a talent not becoming an emperor is truly a regret for the great Qin. In that moment, the Lord of the Vast Sea felt an unprecedented urge to install a new sovereign, wishing to compel the empress to depose Meng Qingzhou and elevate Meng Qing to the throne. He is my man. The empress felt an overwhelming pride. Though her eyes grew misty, it turned out he bore so much upon his shoulders, concealing his sword saint cultivation, willingly becoming a son-in-law, all to mask a singular ambition. You often claim to be a salted fish, yet you silently resist fate, seeking a path for the people. For the cultivators of the wilderness, you strive to carve out a future. The salted fish is not you, but rather the expectations buried deep within your heart. A tear fell from Dongfang Liuli's eye. The wilderness Dongfang Liuli, possessing keen insight, deduced the general truth from the sword-concealing sovereign's brief words, and she was remarkably close. Qingzhou, I am unworthy of you. Wiping away her tears, her gaze grew resolute. Until now, my vision was limited to the great Jin dynasty, while you have been shouldering the weight of the entire wilderness. Very well, I accept your wager, Meng Qingzhou declared. Since you seek death so fervently, I shall grant you that. You scoundrel, I, Meng Qingzhou, will certainly eliminate all those who mindlessly boast about me. To be burdened with undeserved accolades requires one to bear the hopes of the masses. Yet, he has done nothing at all. I sense your intense hatred. Why? The sword-concealing sovereign inquired, perplexed. You and I should be laughing heartily, cherishing one another as camaraderie. Even if one were to perish, there should be no joy, perhaps only the urge to weep. That aligns with the narrative. How can you exude such murderous intent? As if you wish to grind me to dust? Spare me the nonsense. You are no different from a certain great pillar nation and a current high-ranking official. Meng Qingzhou replied coldly. What do you mean? The sword-concealing sovereign asked, bewildered. They all enjoy framing and entrapping others, Meng Qingzhou said with a dark expression. The sword-concealing sovereign shook his head, saying, perhaps it is our differing ideologies and thoughts that leave us without common ground. But rest assured, the wager is binding. If I lose, the 7 great powers will not dare to resist. This time, Meng Qingzhou was puzzled, questioning hesitantly, how can you ensure that? Losing equates to death. If you are dead, who will heed your commands? The 3 ancient ancestors of Chao Hui, who had remained silent, spoke up. We can guarantee it. Should the concealing sword perish, the wager will be upheld by us in conjunction with the Tiao Luo ancestor and the former priest of the witch god sect. They are beings traversing both light and darkness, flattering the Ji family of Tianzhou while seeking a path for the wilderness. They're a group of guardians worthy of respect. Meng Qingzhou had no doubts and nodded, saying, very well, let us begin. At the same moment, the time-space sword saint and the sword-concealing sovereign simultaneously drew their swords. 2 entirely distinct sword intentions soaring into the sky. On the battlefields of both sides, the autumn wind rustled through 10,000 banners, the setting sun staining the earth crimson. The wind became a drum, and the sword intent roared like thunder, heralding the commencement of the final battle. Countless individuals held their breath, particularly the sword cultivators, who looked upon this scene with reverence, tears glistening in their eyes. Among the few great powers in the path of the sword, 2 would determine their fates today. Elder, please. Meng Qingzhou placed one hand behind his back, extending the other in invitation. The sword-concealing sovereign, with a sorrowful expression, felt the imperial-grade divine sword tremble, producing an uncanny sound, akin to the harmonious tones of a zither rather than the ringing of a sword. He did not adopt a superior demeanor but willingly accepted Meng Qingzhou's invitation, striking first. Clang! The divine sword was unsheathed, and in an instant, the winds and clouds shifted, as if the heavens and earth had birthed a heart, pulsating in rhythm with the sword's song, creating harmonious vibrations. The sword-concealing sovereign, with a voice of sorrow, remarked, although status is not of importance, nor is age a factor, the path of cultivation prioritizes the accomplished. Yet, I must impart a lesson. Ming Qin, your time-space sword intent is unparalleled. Throughout history, few can surpass you. However, your sword remains timid, never daring to unleash its full power. A sword encompasses not only sword intent but also sword heart. Regardless of what your path to salvation may be, whether upright or patient, it is your strategy and not your sword path. The sword-concealing sovereign fully exposed his own sword path, consolidating his life's experience to elucidate the way of the sword to Meng Qingzhou, a being who had lived for millennia, despite his mind being clouded, possessed an understanding of the sword path that far exceeded Meng Qingzhou's. In sword cultivation, one must be spontaneous and free-spirited, open and bright, upright and honorable. A sword is not like knives or spears, which may bear some curves. The sword's body should be as straight as a pen, devoid of any bends. The sword master of the hidden sword resembled a frail elder nearing the end of his days, mumbling for an extended period before finally presenting a blade. This sword is named. Autumn falls, all becomes silent. Buzz. The sound of autumn winds rustling fallen leaves echoed in Meng Qingzhou's ears, and suddenly, a vision emerged in his mind. In the eyes of a blind man constrained by the system, autumn wind transformed into a blade, silently reaping the lives of countless beings, shattering a world and staining it with blood, leaving only utter silence. Splutter. Blood. Meng Qingzhou felt a slight chill at his neck, reaching out to touch it, only to find a trace of moisture. Bringing it to his nose, he changed countenance. The autumn wind leaves no trace, and the killing is formless. Moreover, this sword intent was laced with sorrow, compelling one to involuntarily sink into despair, allowing the sword master of the hidden sword's feelings to resonate, forcing his enemies to lose focus. Had it not been for the sword master deliberately withholding some of his strength, Meng Qingzhou would not have perished, yet he would have certainly been injured. Realizing this, Meng Qingzhou tempered his disdain, shedding any trace of carelessness. In just one exchange, he understood. He was not the sole possessor of celestial sword intent. Who would dare claim that the sword master of the hidden sword coveted Meng Qingzhou's temporal sword intent? He would be the first to oppose such a notion. How could you possess celestial sword intent? Meng Qingzhou inquired. It is said that many years ago, you attempted to ascend the highest sword path, only to fail and incur injuries, leaving you unable to break through to the dawn stage. The sword master smiled. Yet even in his smile, he exuded a sense of desolation and solitude. He replied calmly, Meng Qing, do not underestimate anyone and never believe in rumors. I have attempted to ascend the highest sword path thrice, each ending in failure. However, from the day I took on the responsibility of saving the ninth heaven, I felt no hindrance, as if it were as simple as drinking water. I effortlessly comprehended celestial sword intent. Even the severe injuries from my 3 failures healed in mere seconds. The sword master shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his tone. The reason I cannot break through to dawn is merely because my heart of the path is clouded. If I wish to break through, it would be quite simple. As long as I no longer kneel before anyone, cleansing my heart of the path, I could instantly ascend to the pinnacle of dawn, leveraging 3 millennia of profound accumulation. I could even surge forth to the peak of the dawn stage in one breath. Do you believe it? Meng Qingzhou fell silent. In that moment, his spirit was profoundly stirred, a deep shock resonating within him, and genuine respect arose. Elder, please unleash your second sword. Meng Qingzhou lowered a hand previously resting behind him, preparing himself. The sword master of the hidden sword smiled faintly, saying, very well, accompanied by his deep and weathered voice. The second sword was named, Frost Ashes Dye the Forest. As these words fell, Meng Qingzhou felt a slight tremor in his body. The esteemed cultivator of the Moonlight Realm experienced an icy chill. Threads of sword intent transformed into invisible needles, penetrating through Meng Qingzhou's countless pores, invading his flesh, piercing through his bones, embedding deeply within him, nearly every piece of flesh punctured. Meng Qingzhou became a blood-soaked figure, blood cascading down his legs, staining the yellow earth crimson, perfectly embodying the phrase Frost Ashes Dye the Forest. My sword path exists solely to slay, thus it is profoundly pure. The act of killing weaves through the entirety of the great path, declared the sword master. Meng Qing, draw your sword. This third sword embodies the entirety of my life's efforts, the culmination of a millennium of restraint, kneeling to darkness and injustice. It encompasses the tragic fates of beings from the wild domain. Please, give it your all. Unleash your full potential to confront the silent fury that has lingered for a millennium. Saying this, the sword master began to chant, accompanying the release of the third sword. Autumn falls, all become silent, frost ashes dye the forest, cicadas cry for a lifetime of autumn. Cicadas cry for a lifetime of autumn. Zzz. Within Meng Qingzhou's mind, vision shifted again, seeing a cicada clinging to a tree trunk, striving to sing. A cicada lives for 18 years. The first 17 are spent encased in a chrysalis, and when it awakens to sing in the height of summer, it marks both its birth and death. Born in summer, yet buried before the autumn winds. Zzz. As the final, piercing cicada cry rang out, an alarm bell suddenly rang in Meng Qingzhou's heart. A deadly intent. Like needles in his back. Temporal sword path. Meng Qingzhou abruptly drew his sword, unleashing his full strength, exclaiming, time. Reverse the flow of time. In an instant, time reversed, and space twisted. However, as the path of time was about to touch the sword master, it became exceedingly slow and blocked, as if facing an insurmountable barrier. Gritting his teeth, Meng Qingzhou activated another form of temporal sword intent, one he had once employed to slay the 7 supreme beings. Space. Flow of the vast sea. Zzz. The cicada's cry abruptly resonated, shattering Meng Qingzhou's lethal strike. Elder, do you truly seek death? Meng Qingzhou shouted in fury. Meng Qing, from your sword path, I glimpse your true character. I know you possess hidden cards. Unleash them, and in my life. The sword master spoke softly. Meng Qingzhou sighed. Such a hero. I have only read of in books. Having finally encountered you, I truly do not wish to kill you. However, upon sensing the sword master's desire for death, regardless of Meng Qingzhou's will, he could only fulfill it. Ding, system prompt. Time. Reboot, excessive power, please use cautiously. With the sword. The peak of celestial quality, infinitely close to imperial quality sword intent, may it aid you in your liberation. Meng Qingzhou extended a seemingly unremarkable sword, not stirring the slightest ripple in the air. In the eyes of all those present, this sword moved at an exceedingly slow pace, akin to a tortoise's crawl. Yet the sword master neither dodged nor evaded. His eyes widened, as if beholding the world's only treasure. His breath grew heavy, and a rare smile of delight appeared on his face. The sword tip gently touched the sword master's brow, coming to a halt. Good, very good. The sword master's form began to crumble to dust, scattering into the currents of time, his body and soul dissolving into minute particles, too small to remain in the mortal realm, merging solely into the river of time. I have finally witnessed your true strength. The sword master smiled serenely. Meng Qingzhou's lips moved slightly, transmitting, my name is not Meng Qing. That is a false name. My true name is Meng Qingzhou. Elder, you have earned my respect. And I wish you well on your journey. What? In his final moments, the sword master suddenly widened his eyes, a look of disbelief overtaking him. Meng Qingzhou? The emperor of the great Jin. It turned out you are. The sword master opened his mouth to curse, his expression grim as if he had tasted something foul. He truly wanted to say, so you are the man behind the empress. The true command from the second young master of the Ji family was to spare no effort to kill the emperor of the great Jin and in the path of unification for the great Jin. Once this task was completed, the sword master would gain the trust of the Ji family's second young master, allowing him to initiate his next plan for salvation. Before he could finish speaking, a gust of wind swept by, and the sword master vanished completely. Elder, why must you curse? Meng Qingzhou pondered in confusion. The three ancestors of the dawn stage exchanged glances, nodding to one another, and spoke. In this battle, you have emerged victorious. We shall fulfill the agreement of the hidden sword. Within 3 days, 30,000 cultivators, excluding those of the Moonlight Realm and above, and the Cloud Ascension Realm and below, along with over 10 imperial quality spiritual treasures, along with all resources, shall be transferred to the Great Jin Dynasty. Meng Qingzhou was taken aback. Even though he had long believed in the integrity of these elders, he was still startled by such an exaggerated figure. It should be noted that the registered cultivators of the Great Jin Dynasty barely exceeded 1 million, half of whom were novice practitioners ranging from the 9th to the 1st rank, coupled with over 10 imperial quality spiritual treasures and countless resources. It was equivalent to the Great Jin Dynasty itself. In other words, Meng Qingzhou single-handedly secured a grand victory for the Great Jin. Such exaggeration. His original intent was to leverage this achievement to distance himself from the Great Jin court, yet he found himself ensnared by the affection of ministers and the empress, who were reluctant to let him depart. Although slightly vexed, Meng Qingzhou feigned nonchalance to maintain his persona. I trust you will honor your promises and not squander the sacrifices made by my esteemed predecessor, Song Jian. The three venerable ancestors of Chao Hui nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Song Jian sacrificed himself to fulfill your aspirations. We understand and hope that you, dear Meng, will earnestly pursue the path of salvation and not betray his legacy. Upon hearing this, a twitch of irritation crossed Meng Qingzhou's lips. Goodness, was he unable to shed this burden? He contemplated clarification, but how could he articulate it? To outright deny that he had aided the empress for the sake of exploiting the destiny of the protagonist was implausible. Or should he express his utter disinterest in holding office, let alone serving the empress? Would the cold-hearted and calculating empress not seek vengeance later? Left with no options, Meng Qingzhou chose silence. By the way, he inquired, why are the 7 major factions above the Moonlight Realm unable to be incorporated into the Great Jin? Meng Qingzhou spoke with newfound respect. Predecessor, your foresight is commendable. He had not anticipated that these pioneers for the common folk had considered this aspect, genuinely thinking for the benefit of the Great Jin. They sincerely hoped that the Great Jin could carve out a distinct path. Now, if you would be so kind, dear Meng, assist the ancestors of Tao Tao and others in their plight. The 3 ancestors of Chao Hui pointed into the distance, their faces reflecting exasperation, I can barely hear Cao Cao's cries of despair any longer. Meng Qingzhou smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling the Empress's earlier fury as she unleashed her wrath upon the 5 formidable Chao Wei beings. Your Majesty, Meng Qingzhou bowed respectfully, this battle has concluded. I beseech you to release the ancestors of Cao and the other venerables. The void realm loomed like a pitch-black world above the earth. It was a signature technique of Qiong. Regrettably, Meng Qingzhou could not perceive it, or he would have noticed the tear in the void realm. A delicate, pale hand emerged, dragging a battered and barely conscious Cao ancestor, casting him aside, followed by the ancestors of the witch god sect and Deqian, all hurled into the open air. Qiong then leisurely snapped his fingers, dissolving the void realm, his tender hand clutching a multitude of fragments, casually tearing through the spatial barriers to dispose of the imperial-grade blood puppet components, erasing all evidence. Why the urgency to harm those of the same root? Cao Cao's ancestor trembled with rage, glaring fiercely at Qiong. How dare you? Cao Cao seethed. However, when Cao Cao and the 2 Daqian ancestors learned of Song Jin's demise, they fell into a heavy silence. The entire sequence of events had been laid bare through the words of the 3 Chao Wei ancestors. Fear not. The 2 Daqian ancestors spoke in succession. The ruler of Deqian has narrowly preserved his life, but he shall no longer be emperor. In the dwindling time we have, we will abolish his title and cede all Deqian assets. Cao Cao's ancestor nodded, saying, I still have a fair amount of lifespan left. The Wuling clan dares not defy my will. Dear Meng, you need not worry. The former priest of the witch god sect, with a stoic expression, made a vow. I will uphold my promise, but I hope you will not disappoint us, otherwise. As the ancestors of the 7 factions departed, accompanied by their descendants, they left Meng Qingzhou with a foreboding message. The gifts of fate have already been priced in the shadows. We will cede the 7 factions to the great Qin, and we shall observe. If your path of salvation fails to satisfy us, there will be those who come to reclaim everything with interest. In the court, Meng Qingzhou, clad in a blue robe and leaning on a blind cane, stood tall and declared, Your Majesty, I, Meng Qing, truly refuse to hold office any longer. Since revealing his identity as the Sword Saint 3 days prior, he had been incessantly pressing the Empress for his resignation, claiming the need for seclusion and cultivation, asserting that the path of self-improvement was his foremost priority. Of course, these were mere fabrications to deceive the Empress, for Meng Qingzhou had not genuinely practiced cultivation even once. Possessing the heavenly Tao's fortuitous body, he could enhance his prowess simply by basking in sunlight. With the blindly growing strong system, the amplification was staggering. With both factors combined, his cultivation soared every moment, rendering arduous training unnecessary. The Empress was not angered. Rather, she seemed profoundly affected, asking in a solemn tone, Meng, why are you so insistent on resigning? Do you truly harbor such disdain for me? Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily bowed, Your Majesty, please do not speak in such a manner. I am already married, and you have the emperor by your side. Let us not utter words that could lead to misunderstandings. The ministers were equally astonished, unaware of the depth of the empress's feelings for Meng Qingzhou. This is a good thing. Jiang Shaoqing, the king of the sea, brightened, realizing the opportunity had arrived, and quickly covered his mouth with his fist, coughing heavily. Brothers, let us proceed as planned. It is our time to shine. The ministers exchanged knowing glances, feigning discussion, and spoke loudly. Minister, I cannot fathom why Vice Minister Meng insists on resigning. Following the beautiful, wise, and powerful Empress would be a magnificent opportunity. Minister B, the Sword Saint of time and space holds great renown, and the Empress's name resonates across the Western Sea. Such a match. It is truly a match made in heaven. Minister A feigned anger. Old Yang, what are you saying? The Empress has the Emperor, and Vice Minister Meng has a wife. Where does this heavenly match come from? Minister B slapped his forehead in realization. Indeed. But, it's simple. Dismiss the current emperor, and let Meng Qing take his place. Minister A pretended to be astonished, clapping his hands with laughter. What a brilliant idea. Brother Yang, I admire your ingenuity. This proposal is absolutely flawless. I can find no fault with it. Silence. Speak recklessly of the emperor, and do you wish to lose your head? Jiang Songhai's eyes twitched slightly as he reprimanded. This group of fools, utterly clueless, still sought to stoke the flames. Even Qin Finghua could not help but facepalm, inwardly lamenting. So, at times, I appear this foolish in old Zhang's eyes. Previously, regardless of the rumors circulating about the Empress's favoritism towards Meng Qingzhou, the ministers remained silent. indifferent to inquiries. Among them, Jiang Shaoqing exhibited the most fervent reaction, his face flushed with excitement, bouncing around like a red-faced Guan Yu, fervently urging the ministers to join him in advising the empress to select a new emperor, dismiss Meng Qingzhou, and choose Meng Qing instead. He was the people's choice. However, the empress waved her hand, utterly exhausted. I do not permit it. The emperor has been established. How can it be changed arbitrarily? Upon hearing this, the ministers exchanged glances, astonished by the resolute stances of the two, and equally shocked that the renowned sword saint was, in fact, under the thumb of his wife. It was hard to imagine what kind of formidable figure the sword saint's wife must be to instill such fear. One minister stroked his beard, muttering to himself. On the throne, Dongfang Liuli cast a surreptitious glare at the unassuming figure below, feeling a mix of secret delight and feigned indifference, silently thinking, men's words are but deceits. When have I ever been under your control? Noticing the ministers fall silent, seemingly disheartened, and no longer pressing the matter, Meng Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Qingzhou, what a joke! Who would dare marry the empress? I would rather die than comply. If he were to marry the empress, one could only imagine the future. When the time came to create new life, he would likely have to submit a memorial, detailing the cause and effect, as well as the pros and cons of such an endeavor, and then await a response. Just the thought made his scalp tingle. Moreover, this aligns remarkably with the image of the empress as a workaholic, a domineering sovereign who is capable of transforming life into labor. Indeed, Meng Qingzhou embodies such rigidity, particularly in relation to the empress. As for her thoughts, they are even simpler. The empress remarked, dismiss Meng Qingzhou and replace him with Meng Qing as the emperor? What a cumbersome affair, utterly pointless. Your Majesty, the Duke of Songhai gritted his teeth, filled with resentment, still yearning for one last attempt. Silence. Dongfang Liuli stated coldly, Jiang Shaoqing, I have been exceedingly tolerant of you. Do you truly believe I am unaware that today's coup to remove the emperor was orchestrated by you? The Duke of Songhai, filled with indignation, retorted vehemently. Minister Meng is exceptionally talented. In terms of character, strength, and contributions to the great Jin, none can compare. Why will you not accept Minister Meng? I do not understand. Hey. Meng Qingzhou called out repeatedly, hastening to add, brother, you cannot disregard my opinion. This is not merely a matter of whether your Majesty consents. Even if the Empress wishes to appoint me as Emperor, she must first inquire if I am willing. Are you all out of your minds? One is unwilling to marry. The other is unwilling to wed. Neither party has any intent, yet you all act like anxious matchmakers. The Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are, it seems. Jiang Shaoqing, astonished, asked, Minister Meng does not fancy the Empress? Is that a redundant question? Meng Qingzhou was left speechless. How I wish I could strike this fellow down. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaoqing's expression turned serious as he earnestly proclaimed, Minister Meng, Sword Saint, I know you are inherently blind and have never laid eyes upon the Empress, but I assure you, her beauty and grace are truly unparalleled. Among the world's beauties, she occupies a staggering 99%, leaving only a fraction for others. Marrying her would be a stroke of unparalleled fortune. Jiang Shaoqing continued enthusiastically, furthermore, the Empress is the sovereign, the pinnacle of power in the great Jin, representing the utmost authority. Your union with her would not only bring you joy, but also elevate your status. What do you think? Meng Qingzhou gaped, taken aback for a long while, before silently giving a thumbs up. Impressive. I believe you might be in grave danger. Selling the emperor, offering her to Meng Qing. You truly are the first to embark on such a venture, deeming your numerous kin too burdensome and opting to lighten the load in this manner. As expected, the empress erupted in fury, slamming her palm against the table and ordering the Duke of Songhai to kneel at the market entrance for punishment, to be mercilessly whipped. The executioner was assigned to Qin Finghua. As the Duke of Songhai cried out in agony, he vehemently protested, as if possessed, determined to dismiss Meng Qingzhou and appoint Meng Qing as emperor instead. The emperor, unworthy of his position, had been in power for over a month without even a glimpse of his appearance, while the legendary sword saint was the one truly deserving of respect. Please, your Majesty. Duke, could you ease up a little? Will you not show mercy? The court fell into an eerie silence. The ministers regarded the Duke of Songhai's resolve with the utmost respect. Dongfang Liuli rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Were it not for the Duke's unwavering loyalty and the coincidence that Meng Qing and Meng Qingzhou were the same person, managing to avoid a calamity at the Empress's hands, it would have been far more severe, given her temperament. Being dragged to the market would not merely entail a whipping. After a long while, she finally spoke, gazing at the sword saint in his azure robes. Tell me, what compels you to resign from your position? Meng Qingzhou, unpretentious and calm, replied, My wife and I harbor no fondness for courtly affairs. We desire only a quiet life, where we can drift like clouds and wild cranes. That is our greatest aspiration. Again, my wife, if this truly reflects your heart's desire. Dongfang Liuli felt as though she had been force-fed a bittersweet morsel, both sweet and overwhelming, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. In truth, this answer had been anticipated. What truly disheartened her was the realization that the empress's identity seemed so inconsequential in Meng Qingzhou's eyes. After all this effort, it bore no fruit, leading her to contemplate a drastic change. Very well, in light of your contributions to the great Jin, I grant you and your wife permission to resign. Dongfang Liuli smiled faintly, her voice languid. Humph. Thank you for your gracious approval, your majesty. Meng Qingzhou slightly bowed, astonished by the empress's magnanimity, truly permitting him to depart. The minister's expression shifted dramatically, kneeling in unison. They had expected the empress to refuse, considering the sword saint's significance to the great Jin, revered by the populace, who regarded both the sword saint and the empress as totems of faith. Furthermore, only 3 days had passed since the decisive battle against the 7 major factions, and Meng Qingzhou's prestige had reached its zenith, his merits indisputable. The preeminent power in the great Jin, surpassing even Jiang Songhai and Qin Fenghua. Yet, the empress surprisingly acquiesced. Who could have anticipated this? And so readily. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Minister Meng is still young and vigorous. How can he retire so early? I am not envious. No, I am merely regretful. Dongfang Liuli was exasperated by the cacophony, these meddlesome ministers, idling about and interfering in her personal affairs. My decision is final. This matter requires no further discussion. Court is dismissed. Dongfang Liuli waved her hand impatiently, vanishing in a flash. Su Qingqiu hurriedly followed the empress, calling out to the hidden Wu Dai, quickly. Where's the props team? The empress needs a change of attire. Here, here. Wu Dai arrived, clutching a stack of pristine white dresses. Moments later, Dongfang Liuli reappeared in the guise of an imperial lady-in-waiting, poised and graceful as she awaited on the imperial path. As the court dispersed, the ministers, still unwilling to give up, trailed behind Meng Qingzhou, urging him to stay. As Meng Qingzhou impatiently drew his sword, the ministers abruptly halted, suddenly awakening to the fact that this was a sword saint of extraordinary prowess. He was thoroughly pleased with their reaction. The only advantage of his identity being revealed was that he no longer needed to mince words or bow obsequiously before the empress. At the end of the imperial path, Meng Qingzhou caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance and smiled. There she stood, poised and waiting for her husband. The maiden in her pristine white dress beaming with a radiant smile upon his arrival. We are finally free. Henceforth, we shall sever our ties with the court, and the great Jin will have no further connection with us. The rise and fall of the dynasty will no longer concern us. Meng Qingzhou reflected, a hint of melancholy stirring within him. In truth, he bore no animosity towards the empress. Such a remarkable sovereign would be unappealing only to a feeble man. Yet Meng Qingzhou was, after all, a pure-hearted warrior, unwilling to betray the beauty by his side, thus viewing the empress as a formidable adversary. To truly extricate himself from the great Jin and sever all ties with the empress, Meng Qingzhou's feelings were somewhat conflicted. The empress possessed a compelling charisma that deeply affected him, and he held great admiration for her. Alas, their paths diverged. No longer entwined? Dongfang Liuli stifled a giggle. Stealthily trailing behind the two, her demeanor playful. The emperor and empress truly make a sweet couple. Su Qingqiu clutched her heart, gazing dreamily at the celestial couple ahead. Wu Dai nodded in agreement, the sword saint and the empress. Huh. Suddenly, Wu Dai's eyes widened, swiftly grasping Su Qingqiu's shoulder, exclaiming, What did you just say? The emperor. Su Qingqiu, still lost in reverie, spoke without thinking, having already considered Wu Dai a confidant. Yes. The emperor and the empress. Su Qingqiu, akin to a drunken man suddenly sobering up, became awkwardly flustered, scratching her head. It was only then that Wu Dai realized she was entirely unaware of Meng Qingzhou's true identity as the reigning emperor. Anyway. You hadn't informed us before that the emperor was actually a sword saint, Su Qingqiu exclaimed in astonishment. As a fellow sword practitioner, the title of sword saint held far more prestige and intimidation in Su Qingqiu's eyes than that of emperor. Her admiration for the emperor already profound, now surged like an unending river. Wu Dai, however, stood frozen in place, her mind grappling with the revelation, as if enduring a thunderous trial. Her ears ringing with the cacophony of countless lightning strikes. The Emperor, the very one she once attempted to assassinate was now so close. What a stroke of luck. Thank goodness Zhao Go was foolish enough not to provide me with a portrait of the Emperor in advance. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for a lifetime. Wu Dai patted her trembling chest, overwhelmed with trepidation, cold sweat trickling down her back. The following day, before the gates of the imperial capital, countless citizens spontaneously gathered along the streets, their fervor palpable, as the imperial guard struggled to contain the enthusiastic throng. They repeatedly chanted Meng Qing's honorific, "Sword Saint of time and space, you are my faith. O divine being, how shall I live without you?" The current emperor was merely a decorative figure, lacking the handsome valor and youthful promise of the minister. I support the proposal of the Shanghai Marquis to appoint the minister as the new emperor. The Sword Saint has made his appearance. So dashing, truly deserving of my admiration. Oh my, the minister's striking looks have me utterly flustered. As waves of astonished cries echoed, the gathered citizens focused their attention on a magnificent imperial palanquin. Adorned with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, Meng Qingzhou stood tall, waving with a somewhat stiff smile gracing his lips. This display was far too conspicuous. Meng Qingzhou felt acutely uncomfortable being idolized by the masses. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unhappy, yet this was his first encounter with such a situation, and he felt somewhat out of place. The palanquin was spacious enough to accommodate a dozen individuals. At that moment, Dongfang Liuli, Su Qingqiu, Wu Dai, and a large yellow dog were all gathered within. The sun god resembled a pack mule, burdened with various luggage, a look of resignation on the dog's face. "You two are playing dress-up, yet you drag me into this? I'm just a dog. Why make it difficult for me?" Wu Dai and Su Qingqiu, however, were wrapped so tightly that they resembled mummies. One was a renowned sword fairy, the other had once served a traitorous king, and neither dared to reveal their appearances in public. So many people. The emperor's prestige is nearly rivaling that of her majesty. Su Qingqiu's wide eyes gleamed with excitement as she observed the citizens lining the streets, communicating telepathically. Wu Dai responded matter-of-factly, "There's nothing surprising about it. This aligns perfectly with the Sword Saint's public appearance standards." Dongfang Liuli sat gracefully on the couch, embodying the image of a virtuous wife. And upon overhearing Meng Qingzhou's quiet complaints, she chuckled, "Oh, that is fine. It's time for those foolish villagers to witness how our former son-in-law has transformed into the Sword Saint of time and space." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhou immediately fell silent. "Got it." Dongfang Liuli smirked, her lips curling into a smile. A mere little fish can easily be handled." The citizens of the entire city wept, unwilling to see Minister Meng resign from office and retreat into obscurity. But who among them had the right to plead for him to stay? Everyone held a scale in their hearts, fully aware of who had played the most significant role in the repeated triumphs of the great Jin in overcoming adversity. As the palanquin departed from the gates of the imperial capital, Meng Qingzhou declared loudly, "I am deeply grateful for your affection, but all gatherings must eventually disperse. Please, do not follow." Hidden among the crowd, the Shanghai Marquis, dragging his battered body, clenched his teeth in unwillingness and could not help but inquire, "Minister Meng, no. I should refer to you as the Sword Saint of time and space. You once made a pact with the 7 great powers to strive for a future for the desolate domain. It was precisely for this reason that the ancestors of the 7 great powers willingly relinquished their forces to contribute to the unification of the great Jin." Meng Qingzhou remained unfazed, his heart already prepared with a response. He was well acquainted with the storyline, despite the current narrative being entirely derailed. It did not impede the overarching world order and some hidden truths. The conflict between Tianjia and the desolate domain could be summarized with one word: unification. Whoever could unify Tianjia and the desolate domain would conquer the entire world, and the ruler who achieved this would be bestowed with the human sovereign authority. The human sovereign authority is a supremely exalted celestial law, allowing one to break through the barriers of cultivation after reaching a certain level beyond the heavenly realm. The first human sovereign, even in novels, could only be considered a mere backdrop, having never appeared in the main storyline until its conclusion. In Tianzhou, the chaos of warring nations was nearing its climax, on the cusp of producing a hegemon. Under such circumstances, the various factions in Tianzhou certainly did not wish to see the desolate domain unified, yet they were mired in internal strife, leaving them no choice but to resort to schemes and deceptions. However, in the near future, Tianzhou would determine the sole hegemonic power. There is approximately 1 year left until the unification of Tianzhou. The chaotic era is approaching. Meng Qingzhou shook his head, preparing to explain further. Suddenly, Dongfang Liuli stood up, walked to Meng Qingzhou's side, her veil concealing her face, and with a hint of a smile said, "Rest assured, my husband will continue to uphold the creed of salvation, even if he departs from the court. I can guarantee that." Meng Qingzhou was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his wife would tell a lie, and with such conviction. In truth, what he truly wished to convey was, "The path of salvation I share with His Majesty is not the same, but when the day of calamity arrives, I will undoubtedly appear. Farewell, imperial capital. Farewell, empress." Meng Qingzhou whispered to himself, feeling his spirits gradually lift. Just then, a figure clad in red halted before the palanquin. It was the empress. Dongfang Liuli gasped, her breath catching in her throat, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How dare you impersonate me again?" And it seemed the newcomer bore ill intent. "What do you want?" Dongfang Liuli demanded, a mix of shock and anger coloring her tone. Xiang cast a cold glance at the empress and replied telepathically, "He is my sword saint grandpa. What do you think I want, you vixen?" Vixen? Dongfang Liuli's brows arched, a deep-seated hostility lurking in her gaze. Who truly is the vixen? You know in your heart. It is absurd to claim that the sword saint and you met and knew each other 30,000 years ago, when in reality, Qizhou is only 20 years old. So, who is the vixen here? Xiang's face turned as cold as ice, and every time she recalled her past foolish actions, she would wake in the night, regretting her choices with a thump of her jade leg. "The vixen refers to you." Xiang's murderous intent was palpable, unrestrained. "I was here first. You, the interloper, the one who disrupts others' happy lives, the third party." Dongfang Liuli remained unperturbed, her eyes glinting with amusement. As if she were merely observing a jester, arms crossed in silent mockery. Suddenly, Xiang smiled unnaturally, and through telepathy, she said, "Are you feeling confident?" "So what if you are?" Dongfang Liuli scoffed. "But you will never surpass me. Do you believe it, Qin Liuli?" Upon hearing this, Dongfang Liuli's brows furrowed slightly. Her initial intention was simply to silence Xiang, fearing that she would reveal the emperor's identity to Meng Qingzhou. Yet now that the truth was laid bare, Meng Qingzhou was indeed the sword saint. It appeared that the heavenly decree had transformed into a scenario where two women pursued the same man. So, in essence, I have unwittingly sold my husband to another woman? Oh no, this was akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Moreover, one must not mention any topic concerning the other, lest they disturb or destroy each other's relationships. Is it not the case that this seductress has enticed my husband, and I am left with no recourse but to watch helplessly? Dongfang Liuli felt as if struck by lightning. The undefeated war emperor, renowned for his prowess on the battlefield, found himself outmatched in the realm of emotions. Her gaze darkened, brewing a tempest of wrath within, as she coldly regarded the one before her. The clash of their eyes sparked tension in the air, creating a palpable atmosphere of unease. Meng Qingzhou, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, refrained from bowing and spoke with calm assurance, "Your Majesty, I am no longer a minister of the great Jin dynasty. Thus I ask that you show respect for my wife." A polite request to a domineering empress. The stormy depths of Dongfang Liuli's eyes momentarily cleared, revealing a disdainful glance that swept across the heavens. "Have you grasped the reality? You are the interloper, the one who has intruded upon another's marriage," she conveyed telepathically. "I advise you to cease testing my patience. You cannot bear the consequences. The ancient divine city cannot withstand it either. Were it not for your assistance in repelling the 7 great factions a few days ago, I would not have been so lenient. However, you must learn to temper yourself, for an emperor's wrath is a force to be reckoned with." Meng Qingzhou, momentarily taken aback, pinched his ear to confirm he had not misheard. Still uncertain, he queried, "Are you implying that you have an illegitimate daughter?" A thunderous revelation. The empress had a child. She was not a maiden, but a married woman. But wait. The author did not mention the empress having a child. Could it be that the author has grown lazy? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, bombarded with questions. "Is she your daughter with the emperor?" Meng Qingzhou inquired cautiously. "If I recall correctly, you wed the emperor merely a month ago. How could she have grown to adulthood so quickly? Is there a miraculous shortcut for childbirth hidden within the great Jin treasury?" The enormity of this revelation caused Meng Qingzhou to speak more than usual. "No," the empress replied. "She is the offspring of a heartless man from many years ago, not the emperor's child." So it turns out, the emperor had been the one to take on the role of a stepfather? Meng Qingzhou stammered, nearly tying his tongue in knots. managing to utter a complete thought. It is inappropriate for me to guide your daughter. That simply will not do. Dongfang Liuli grasped Meng Qingzhou's hand, causing the empress's eyes to twitch with agitation. Meng Qingzhou was drenched in sweat, wiping his brow repeatedly in the face of such an unexpected storm. Fortunately, no one was around, save for Su Qingqiu, would die, and a large yellow dog that could not comprehend human speech. Otherwise, the empress's reputation would have plummeted. Wait a moment, let me consult my wife, Meng Qingzhou said apologetically, turning to Dongfang Liuli and whispering, what do you think? Dongfang Liuli remained silent, her icy gaze fixed on the empress. Dear daughter, what is it? Do you long to be close to your mother and father? Dongfang Liuli scoffed. It is a rare sight indeed to see someone offering their child so willingly. This person is a natural-born deity, a formidable being at the late stage of the morning radiance realm. Dongfang Liuli suddenly realized, something feels amiss. Is this not an attempt to tarnish the empress's reputation? A divorced woman with a child would cause any man to retreat, let alone Meng Qingzhou, who has never held the empress in high regard. The empress smiled broadly. Of course, you may send your daughter to me. I shall ensure she is well disciplined. With that, the empress departed, and a haughty, aloof young woman ascended the imperial carriage. This proud maiden spoke with an ethereal voice, like a celestial melody. Delightful to the ears. Indeed, I am Fu Zhu, a novice in the moonlight realm, just like you, a sword cultivator. My mother, Qin Liuli, bore me after a clandestine affair with an unknown man. I despise women without boundaries, hence I refuse to live with her. Of course, I am fully capable of taking care of myself. I merely require a place to stay. Meng Qingzhou nodded silently, pondering the weight of her words. Suddenly, he realized the implications of her statement. Wait, let me gather my thoughts, he said, raising a hand. Your mother is only 21, and you are at most 10. Taking into account that she must have conceived you at 11. So, you are a 10-year-old sword cultivator in the moonlight realm? 10 years old. Fu Zhu replied coldly, what of it? Moreover, who told you that the empress is 21? In fact, she is 11 years older. That cunning woman has lied about her age. With a hint of defiance, she declared, I am already 20 years old. It is not illegal to date or marry. Do you understand? Meng Qingzhou was left speechless, feeling as if he were being treated as a fool. Not to mention that the original text clearly stated that the empress lived a life of solitude, never finding belonging until her death. The mere suggestion of her being 11 at the time of childbirth was absurd and lacked any foundation. Stop, Fu Zhu said haughtily. As she spoke, Fu Zhu's gaze swept over the cold-faced Dongfang Liuli, a smirk playing on her lips. Foolish vixen, I once hoped to unite you with the emperor, but to think you would steal my sword saint. How foolish I was. In this contest, both the empress and Dongfang Liuli faced utter defeat. Thus, the empress resolved to let go entirely, seeking ways to sully Dongfang Liuli's image, subtly undermining her. As long as Dongfang Liuli's identity as an empress remained concealed, she would always harbor a sense of guilt towards Meng Qingzhou, feeling she was deceiving him, yet terrified of revealing the truth, fearing that exposure would lead to their separation. All of this was a confession from Dongfang Liuli during her moments of desperation. Come now, let us harm each other. Fu Zhu raised an eyebrow. Her golden eyes filled with disdain. Dongfang Liuli's voice turned cold. I warn you, do not defame the empress. Otherwise, even if I withdraw from the great Jin court, I still possess the power to punish you. The emperor's age is well known. You claim to be 20, yet you are only 1 year younger than her. Are you insinuating that the empress bore you at a year old? At this point, Dongfang Liuli crossed her arms, a look of disdain crossing her exquisite features. If that were the case, then you would truly be a freak. Indeed, if the empress could give birth at 1 year old, would that not make her a demon? Enough. Dongfang Liuli instinctively snapped, almost unleashing her imperial tone. She nearly commanded, seize her and execute her. Enough. No more shouting. To slander the emperor is a grave disrespect. We cannot recklessly cast aspersions. Regardless, I have partaken of the great Jin's rewards and have received the empress's grace. Fu Zhu too fell silent, observing with a keen eye. Whistling softly. This is not my concern. It is all Qin Liuli's scheming. From Fu Zhu's perspective, during the time in the ancient divine city, Qin Liuli had already been aware of Meng Qingzhou's identity as the Sword Saint. Yet after hearing her tale of a 3,000-year encounter with the Sword Saint, she deliberately refrained from warning her and instead ensnared her step by step, enticing her to pledge a heavenly oath, thereby restricting her. Thus, Fu Zhu harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the empress. Ah, the Sword Saint has departed, and I wonder when we shall meet again, murmured Minister. shading his eyes as he watched the imperial carriage slowly vanish beyond the horizon. Jiang Shaoqing let out a heavy sigh, exclaiming, "The time-space sword saint has rendered tremendous service to the great Jane, deserving of a princely title." Yet, His Majesty consented to the sword saint's resignation without the slightest hesitation. I cannot fathom His Majesty's reasoning. Is it merely for the sake of the Emperor, fearing he might harbor suspicions, that he would so willingly dismiss the sword saint? Jiang Shaoqing, in deep anguish, pounded his chest and cried to the heavens, "O heaven, return to us that once wise and mighty empress. How has the current emperor become utterly enthralled by matters of the heart? My heart aches." The ministers looked on, perplexed. The common folk were silent. Among the crowd, only Jiang Zhonghai and Qin Fenghua exchanged glances, both recognizing the unspoken disbelief in each other's eyes. "Here we go again," Qin Fenghua remarked, casting his gaze upward with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Zhonghai, with an unperturbed demeanor, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I see it, and I am growing accustomed to it." Jiang Shaoqing, with keen ears, overheard the two pillars of the nation and asked, "Prime Minister, Great Pillar, what is the situation here?" "Child, do not meddle in the affairs of adults. Some questions are best left unasked. I fear your heart may not withstand it," Qin Fenghua cautioned, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Shaoqing, reminiscent of his own youthful arrogance. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shaoqing suddenly recalled that the time-space sword saint appeared to be blind. Could it be that His Majesty's swift acceptance of his resignation was part of a greater scheme? Meanwhile, in a certain part of the imperial capital, Lin Lu, the commander of the Imperial Guard, exclaimed, "This is bad. In my distraction, I forgot to attend to my duties. Quickly, activate the concealment formation to hide the Emperor's carriage." In the next instant, the Emperor's carriage, which had been circling in the air, vanished from sight. The hopeful expressions of the common people dulled in an instant. The sword saint must be reluctant to leave the capital, wanting to catch one last glimpse, yet he has still departed, someone lamented. In the autumn of September, the phoenix trees were draped in golden hues, their colorful leaves carpeting the courtyard. In a quaint cottage in Jinqiao village, Meng Qingzhou leisurely reclined in a lounge chair, savoring a cup of ethereal tea, a fan shielding his face from the sun, while in his hand, he held celestial dog food, occasionally tossing handfuls onto the ground. The sun god, tail wagging fervently, stuck out its tongue, its eyes sparkling. As soon as food hit the ground, it would bury its head in gluttonous delight, licking the earth as if desperately parched. God, Su Qingxiu squatted nearby, resting her chin in her hand, her beautiful eyes somewhat dazed as she stared at the sun god. The former national protector beast had retired, and now stood before her was the renowned tree mark master, the faithful companion of the emperor. The foremost celestial beast of the realm, Big Yellow, who had once shed blood for dog food. Emperor Wu Dai also squatted beside them, resting her chin in her hands, her gaze fixed on Meng Qingzhou. Suddenly, Meng Qingzhou recalled something and said, "By the way, Wu Dai, I have news for you. Your nemesis, Zhao Go, has died, slain by the master of the ancient divine city." "Sir, are you referring to the traitor's son, Zhao Go?" "He is dead," she exclaimed. "Indeed," Meng Qingzhou nodded. Wu Dai fell into a brief stupor. Since learning the truth about her brother's death, her sole purpose in life had been revenge. With her exceptional cultivation talent and the heavenly grade techniques bestowed by Meng Qingzhou, she had broken through to the mountain-moving realm just 3 days ago. Yet now, Meng Qingzhou informed her that her target for vengeance was gone. "No need to thank me," he said, glancing at Wu Dai, transmitting his thoughts. Wu Dai was momentarily taken aback, her words caught in her throat. "With the Zhao father and son executed, you and his grievances are resolved. Initially, when you attempted to assassinate the emperor and commit treason, I did not disclose this to the empress." Meng Qingzhou continued nonchalantly, "Regardless of your future plans, whether you stay or leave, you need not inform me. If you remain, continue as before. If you depart, do so quietly." Throughout, Meng Qingzhou's attitude towards Wu Dai was merely utilitarian, viewing her as a tool for extracting benefits from Zhao Go, tempered with a hint of sympathy. "What?" With her apron on, Dongfang Liuli emerged from the kitchen, carrying several plates of food, and suddenly turned, her gaze darkening as she fixed her eyes on Wu Dai. "Assassinate the emperor?" The swing of Fu Yu halted, her golden pupils turning crimson, her hair transforming to white. Her expression, devoid of emotion, became eerily silent. Meng Qingzhou smiled reassuringly at Dongfang Liuli, saying, Dongfang Liuli forced a smile, "Indeed. My foolish husband. Do you not realize that the target she aimed to assassinate was you? Why do you remain so detached? Wu Dai had vowed to serve Meng Qingzhou for life in gratitude, never to part in life or death. I am resolute, she declared. With Zhao Go now dead, her revenge had been fulfilled, granting her liberation. Henceforth, she would live solely for herself. The meaning of Wu Dai's existence now lay in the blind youth before her. Come to the imperial study later. I need to hear your explanation firsthand, echoed Dongfeng Liuli's cold voice in Wu Dai's ear. Alas, the entire courtyard is filled with the echoes of the fish-frying master. And here we are, two novices, unable to endure this life. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to kidnap the master and escape this place of turmoil. Meanwhile, far from the great Jin dynasty, in a chasm shrouded in perpetual darkness, where even the clamor of the world was concealed, cultivators beneath the sea realm could not linger. Otherwise, they would surely meet their demise. A magnificent city towered 10,000 meters beneath the abyss, its streets lined with skeletal figures, each wielding rusted divine weapons. Patrolling the ghost town with eerie precision, in the center of the city stood an empty space, home to a singular skeletal throne. The Bone King, with hollow eyes gazing toward the heavens, gripped a broken sword as if once having struck the sky, an aura of unparalleled pride lingering even after millennia of silence. Suddenly, the skeleton on the throne stirred, igniting two ghostly flames in its eye sockets, standing upright. The contingency set by the clan leader has remained effective even after a millennium. A youthful voice resonated from within the Bone King. Rebirth. With a low roar, flesh and blood erupted within the Bone King's form, rapidly growing. In mere seconds, a young man with black hair, black attire, and black eyes emerged. The seven major powers dared to betray me, huh? A pack of old hounds. It is time for their demise. The young man, with an ethereal demeanor, bore a detached expression, hinting at a superiority that belittled the entire wasteland, as if it were merely a habitat for savages. Furthermore, the time-space sword Saint Meng Qingzhou possesses considerable talent, worthy of becoming my slave. As for the empress of the great Jin and the emperor, they shall either perish or submit. To the wasteland, I, Ji Wushuang, have arrived. Prepare for your doom. Ji Wushuang inhaled deeply, smashing his fist into the ground, causing the chasm to tremble and the dead city to crumble. The earth split, revealing a golden spear that burst forth. My spirit control technique is not yet perfect. Only half of my cultivation has crossed over. But this half is already at the early stage of dawn horizon, sufficient to sweep through the wasteland. With the turmoil in Tianzhou, I shall seize the wasteland for the Ji clan ahead of time. Who would have thought? Haraha. Ji Wushuang's black eyes sparkled like lightning as he stomped the ground, propelling himself out of the chasm in an instant. His gaze pierced through endless distances, resting upon what was once the stronghold of the seven major powers, now reduced to ruins. A pack of old hounds, hiding away. Do they think I cannot see them? Come forth and pay your respects, Ji Wushuang commanded. Then, two elderly ancestors from the Deqian dynasty, gaunt and nearing the end of their lives, crossed the void towards him. Following closely, there were the ancient ancestors of the gluttonous tribe and the former priest of the witch god sect. A group of venerable figures exchanged solemn glances, their expressions heavy with gravity. The second young master of the Ji family, Ji Wushuang, had unexpectedly arrived in the desolate region 6 months ahead of predictions. Young Master Ji, are you not in deep contemplation of the supreme path? What brings you to the desolate region? A gathering of elder warriors felt a surge of anxiety, as the representatives of the region's elite forces faced a mere 30-year-old junior with an air of apprehension. Ji Wushuang's gaze was devoid of mercy as he abruptly inquired. Ancestors of the great Qian dynasty, your lifespans are waning, and it appears your time is short. Why not? Swish. Crack. Ji Wushuang's hand shot out, severing the head of a great Qian ancestor with a swift motion. Then he spun the head on his finger, a mocking expression gracing his face. Esteemed ones, did you think that my distance in Tianzhou rendered me oblivious to the happenings in the desolate region? The few ancestors in the Morning Dawn realm were taken aback, their eyes wide with shock as a headless corpse collapsed, its scorching blood carving channels into the earth. A being of the Morning Dawn realm stood before Ji Wushuang, crumpling like paper before his might. The remaining great Qian ancestor's bloodshot eyes filled with rage as he bellowed, "How dare you take such action without provocation?" Ji Wushuang's tone grew colder. While you receive our Ji family's resources, you secretly oppose us, using what we provide to nurture your own experts. Your intentions are transparent. For nearly a century, you seven factions have continued this charade. The Ji family is not lacking in trifles. Nor do we care if a few more Moonlight or Morning Dawn experts emerge in the desolate region, as long as you fulfill the tasks assigned by the Ji family. We could tolerate it, but you cannot, under any circumstances, allow the sword saint of time and space to escape, effectively handing the 7 factions to the great Jin dynasty. By the end of his words, Ji Wushuang's hair billowed wildly, resembling a wrathful deity, his murderous intent palpable. Akin to a bloodthirsty Yama locking his gaze upon the assembly of ancestors. The remaining great Qian ancestor felt his fervor doused to coldness and attempted to explain, "I apologize. Young Master Ji, we die." Ji Wushuang's voice thundered, denying him any chance for rebuttal, and the great Qian ancestor's body burst apart, dissolving into a mist of blood. In an instant, the gluttonous ancestor and the former priest of the witch god sect, along with other Morning Dawn powers, felt a chill run down their spines. A dignified Morning Dawn expert had been extinguished by mere words, a feat simpler than slaughtering a chicken. Such terror, considering that heaven has a virtue of preserving life, and your arduous cultivation, I grant you one final option. Infiltrate the great Jin dynasty, slay the emperor, and capture the sword saint of time and space alive. Ji Wushuang declared, his fingers crushing the head in his grasp, speaking nonchalantly, otherwise, your fate will be akin to his. The former priest of the witch god sect suddenly smiled, stating, to die is but a fate. We have served the Ji family in Tianzhou for thousands of years, and the infamy that will follow us through the ages means nothing. What is there to fear about death? As his words fell, the high priest's murky eyes beneath his hood grew sharp. Which god as heavenly right, sacrifice the 3 souls. Sacrifice the Morning Dawn Dao fruit, sacrifice the lifespan. Without hesitation, the high priest launched his attack, accompanied by a solemn prophecy, which goddess heavenly right. The ultimate killing move rushed toward Ji Wushuang, and the high priest, unfettered by any concern, revealed a wistful smile. However, before his smile could fully bloom, his head exploded like a watermelon, blossoms of crimson mandala flowers erupting in the air. Unyielding, Ji Wushuang lifted his gaze, observing the remaining individuals, seeing their silence and resignation to death, and he could not help but sigh in regret. He lamented the loss of potential pawns. On that day, the nameless abyss of the sky trembled with terror, the laws of the great path twisted, and the rules of heaven and earth intertwined chaotically. Numerous phenomena of Morning Dawn experts falling emerged, as powerful beings perished silently, their blood converging into rivers, surging endlessly in the abyssal canyon. Half a day later, in the abyss of the sky, amidst a turbulent sea of blood, a young man, as exquisite as jade, stood with a spear, surrounded by numerous fallen bodies. To die rather than submit. Laughable, Ji Wushuang sneered. With such bravado, why did you not dare to fight a millennium ago? Choosing instead to grovel beneath the Ji family's authority? A pack of cowardly old dogs, only now, as the end approaches. Do you think of preserving your names and doing something for the desolate region? Massive heads pressed down upon the earth, corpses that stood defiantly even in death gazed skyward. Others swung their weapons until their very souls extinguished, while broken swords remained embedded in the cliffs, their wielders long gone. Only a ferocious beast, shackled by iron chains that pierced its flesh, struggled in vain, its ferocity rendered futile. The bloodline of the gluttonous tribe barely qualified to be my steed. Ji Wushuang's finger pressed against the forehead of the gluttonous ancestor, closing his eyes as he murmured, let me see what your memories reveal about the sword saint of time and space and the empress of the great Jin. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. After a long while, when Ji Wushuang opened his eyes once more, a flicker of fervor ignited within. And he could not help but lick his lips, a wicked smile unfurling. The empress of the great Jin is indeed unparalleled in beauty, by comparison. The holy maidens and divine maidens I've encountered before were mere trifles, and the sword saint of time and space, quite remarkable. With a sword intent nearing imperial quality, if left unchecked, he will inevitably become an unrivaled force. The gluttonous ancestor, filled with indignation, wished to burn its lifespan and fight to the death, but found itself powerless. Its consciousness was refined, and a slave mark was inscribed, transforming it into Ji Wushuang's likeness. Sword Saint, Empress, we are guilty. For failing to stop the Ji family's advance, we are the sinners. Tears of blood streamed down the gluttonous ancestor's eyes as its fragmented thoughts emerged, but it did not last long. The last vestige of clarity it retained dissipated. The once mighty guardian beast of the Five Spirits clan was utterly reduced to a mere shell, a mindless slave. Ha! Rise, Ji Wushuang snapped his fingers. The chains binding the gluttonous ancestor shattered. The gluttonous ancestor stood numbly, bowing its head to the ground in submission. Ji Wushuang's eyes gleamed with divine light as he gazed toward the great Jin dynasty, greed overcoming him. The empress of the great Jin. The sword and tint of time and space will be mine. They shall all belong to me. Such a beauty, such imperial sword and tint, rightfully should be mine. At that moment, Ji Wushuang cast aside all pretense, his smile revealing a savage delight. Based on several probes by Jiang Dehai, he had drawn a few conclusions. First, the emperor was not only blind but also had his consciousness sealed. Second, the emperor's hearing was exceptionally keen. Third, when the emperor released his sword and tint domain, it could substitute for sight and perception, locating enemies, but he could not eavesdrop on conversations or see the surroundings. Jiang Dehai meticulously organized these conclusions and reported them to the empress. On that day, all participants in the role-playing in Qingzhou village received a set of rules that everyone had to adhere to, including the empress herself. Rule 1. Discussions involving the empress and the emperor's true identity must be conducted through thought transmission. Rule 2. Sensitive topics must be spoken in hushed tones in the presence of the emperor. Rule 3. No one may use their cultivation in Qingzhou village. Rule 4. Participants must commit wholeheartedly, aligning their words and actions with their character. Rule 5. Those burdened with official duties may choose to work in Qingzhou village but must do so at home, avoiding the emperor. Anyone daring to contravene these rules would face expulsion from Qingzhou village for life, or imprisonment in the celestial dungeons, with sentences ranging from less than 3 years to a minimum of 3 months. Fortunately, the renowned sword saint of time and space has garnered considerable fame. Those involved in the Qingzhou village project are well aware that the Emperor Meng Qingzhou and the sword saint Meng Qing are one and the same. The layers of buffs accumulated have significantly elevated Meng Qingzhou's popularity, attracting numerous ministers who eagerly wish to partake in the Qingzhou village project. Naturally, those who can participate are primarily the trusted confidants of the empress, and their salaries are doubled. It is a delightful endeavor that offers both excitement and monetary rewards, all while allowing them to maintain their duties and foster closer ties with His Majesty the Emperor. What could be more agreeable? In the quaint blue tile cottage, Meng Qingzhou finds himself somewhat exasperated. The young woman who identifies herself as Fu Hua has been assigned to a spacious courtyard next door, yet she insists on visiting him daily. Do you have nothing better to do? Meng Qingzhou cannot help but inquire. Fu Hua replies coolly, of course I do, and I am quite occupied. I merely come to ensure that the sword saint is not entirely consumed by the empress. However, today is peculiar. The empress, who usually clings to Meng Qingzhou, has been conspicuously absent all day. Where is your wife, that woman, Dongfang Liuli? Fu Hua asks. Meng Qingzhou strokes his chin and shakes his head. I am unsure. She mentioned going to the village market to buy groceries. Perhaps after shopping, she has gone off to chat with someone. Indeed, village life is tranquil and unhurried. During their leisure, men gather to boast and play cards, while women cluster together, munching on sunflower seeds, gossiping about a certain matron's ample figure, speculating that she must be using padding, or discussing a lost dog that surely fell victim to the neighbor's treachery. Meng Qingzhou finds no joy in such discussions and feels reassured regarding Dongfang Liuli. My wife may be foolish, yet she is as loyal as a sturdy steed. Though slender, she possesses strength beyond measure. Fu Hua nods thoughtfully, intrigued, and extends her spiritual perception to explore the entire palace. Soon, she observes the empress engaged in a grave discussion with the court officials in the Golden Hall, the atmosphere thick with tension as furrowed brows abound. What is happening? Let me listen. Fu Hua strains to eavesdrop. In the court, Qin Fenghua bellows in rage. What? A mere speck of a nation dares to audaciously propose marriage to Her Majesty and boldly announce it to the world. The Songhai Marquis scoffs in derision. The empire where the sun never sets? I have heard of it. The most formidable ruler is merely at the mid-level of the Moonlight Realm, having once been a vassal of the great Qin dynasty, now independent. What audacity do they possess? Have they grown weary of life? Even during the initial confrontation with the 7 major powers, none dared to openly suggest a marriage alliance. A perplexed minister interjects. The civil and military officials are aflame with fervor, all submitting petitions urging the empress to mobilize troops to safeguard the dignity of the great Qin dynasty. Unperturbed, Dongfang Liuli leans back lazily, her brows slightly raised, calmly stating, no need for haste. Minister of War, you shall take a trip to investigate what has transpired in the empire where the sun never sets. Unusual behavior often conceals ulterior motives. Their actions are indeed baffling. The wilderness is currently fraught with turmoil, and none can ascertain who will ultimately emerge as the dominant power. Understood, the Minister of War kneels in submission. Fu Hua blinks in astonishment, surprised by her own popularity, having received several marriage proposals. However, As she reflects on this, her gaze shifts to Meng Qingzhou walking his dog. A hint of frustration bubbling within her. The texts declare that the more a woman pursues, the less valuable she appears. One must maintain an air of aloofness to attract attention. I have followed this advice, yet it seems to bear no fruit. Lost in her thoughts, Fu Hua cannot help but speak up, maintaining her haughty demeanor. Hey, why are you ignoring me? Just then, Meng Qingzhou, while walking the dog, suddenly tenses. Tossing the leash aside and saying, "Da Wang, you can roam freely for a moment. If you have something to say, we can discuss it later. I have matters to attend to." The sun god grumbles, feeling exasperated. Am I to be treated this way? I may just leave home. Fu Hua opens her mouth, reaching out as if to touch his retreating figure, her lips pouting in dismay. Humph. Do you truly despise me so much that you cannot spare a word? Inside the room, Meng Qingzhou hears the system notification chime. Ding. Preceding task to defeat Long Outyin has been completed. Ding. Main quest initiated. Assist the Great Jin Dynasty in becoming a dominant power. Progress, 0-10. Reward, elevation of the Celestial Grade Time-Space Sword Intent to Imperial Grade Time-Space Sword Intent. Imperial Grade Time-Space Sword Intent, comprehend time and space. Navigate the tumultuous seas of change, understand the essence of time, and project oneself across dimensions. Meng Qingzhou's heart races, instinctively lifting his eye mask, only to remember that he is blind, chuckling at his own folly. How curious. The main quest is to assist the Empress in achieving unification. How infuriating. Why not a beautiful life with the time-space sword saint and his mortal wife? As for the progress bar's 10 increase, Meng Qingzhou ponders briefly and comes to a realization. His aid in consolidating the 7 major powers has significantly bolstered the foundation of the Great Jin Dynasty, bringing it one step closer to unification. Alas, having withdrawn from the Great Jin court, acquiring future system rewards may prove challenging. Meng Qingzhou smiles contentedly. What is meant to be will be. What is unattainable was never yours to claim. At least I have succeeded in elevating the Celestial Grade Time-Space Sword Intent to Imperial Grade, a considerable gain. The following day, an unexpected delegation arrives in the imperial capital. Hailing from the empire where the sun never sets, claiming ancestral protection from the Golden Crow, hence their name. Ordinarily, such emissaries would receive a grand welcome, with the sovereign personally hosting a banquet. However, this time, rather than the customary honors, the entire city, including the officials, has conspired to make their visit arduous. The citizens of the Great Jin are outraged. Their idol and goddess, Empress Qinliuli, is being proposed to by a small foreign nation, publicly humiliating their dignity. Known for their martial prowess, the fiery temperament of the Great Jin people does not allow for grudges to be settled over time. Thus, when the envoys from the empire where the sun never sets enter the capital, they are met with a decidedly warm welcome. Ah, esteemed envoy, these are freshly bought eggs from this morning. Do have a taste. A basket of rotten eggs is hurled from the crowd, striking the envoy squarely on the head, enveloping him in a foul stench. How dare you? The envoy bellows in fury. Before he can finish, the commander of the elite guards, standing at the city walls, surveys the scene with a fierce gaze, flanked by hundreds of armored soldiers. The envoys realize that provoking a confrontation here would be unwise. You shall regret your actions today. The envoy sneers. Indeed, I shall await that day, the commander retorts with a smirk. The envoy glances at the 2 figures in conical hats behind him, a surge of confidence swelling within him. With that esteemed person backing him, the Great Jin Dynasty will inevitably bow before the empire where the sun never sets. Now, kindly take me to my accommodations. I require refreshment. The envoy erects a protective barrier to shield himself from the fruits and vegetables being tossed by the citizens. Glaring at the commander with disdain, the commander, standing firm with his sword, scoffs, apologies, but our humble abode cannot accommodate a great Buddha. We have no suitable lodgings to offer. You must find a way on your own. I must remind you, should you dare intrude upon private residences or engage in coercive dealings, the law will be enacted without exception. Regardless of your identity, all shall be treated equally. You. The envoy, consumed by rage, was abruptly interrupted by a cough from a figure behind him, followed by a whispered message. Before meeting the Empress, refrain from conflict. Prioritize the second young master's plans. Upon hearing this, the envoy hastily reined in his temper. Only by relying on the second young master of the sun never sets empire could they hope to contend with the mighty Jin Dynasty. To provoke the second young master would render the sun never sets empire as defenseless as an infant, easily crushed by a mere finger. Indeed, ever since arriving in the imperial capital, the envoy had been seized by trepidation. A mere captain of the Imperial Guards, at best a third-rank general, turned out to be at the pinnacle of the Moonlight Realm, surpassing even their nation's strongest by a whole realm. With this thought, the envoy suppressed his anger and continued, "Then, please assist in procuring some food. I have journeyed far and am not skilled in cultivation, but rather in debate, as a mere scholar. And I need to fill my belly." The captain of the Imperial Guards raised an eyebrow, gesturing to the foul fish, rotten shrimp, fruits, and vegetables strewn about, and laughed. "Let us not disappoint the affection of the common folk." The envoy ground his teeth, hesitating to speak, feeling as if, with the backing of the second young master of the Ji family, he had transformed into a ferocious beast, eager to devour the Jin dynasty, perceiving everyone as inconsequential. What did it matter if this captain was at the pinnacle of the Moonlight Realm? Before the second young master of the Ji family, all were mere chickens and dogs. "How dare you speak so brazenly to me? Never mind, we have the means, we need not rely on them for arrangements, and we can find accommodations ourselves." The figure behind him communicated again. The envoy nodded silently, casting a furious glare at the captain of the Imperial Guards before departing. How audacious! What kind of wretch dares to propose to Her Majesty? The Empress is far too merciful, were it up to me. I would obliterate the sun never sets empire without hesitation. A mere ant hole could be flooded, and the worms would be severed in half. The legendary golden crow of the sun never sets, they say, was merely a scruffy bird that had achieved sentience. Yet they have the audacity to elevate it to the status of a golden crow, shamelessly naming it the sun never sets. The envoy and his companions, initially full of confidence, gradually fell silent as they were met with scornful jests from the populace. The envoy exclaimed, "The esteem of this time-space sword saint is excessive. He can rival the empress of the Jin dynasty. These foolish commoners are blind. The second young master Ji is the true heir of destiny, far surpassing the likes of Meng Qingzhou and the emperor." Though his words seemed to voice grievances, they were, in fact, mere flattery. Regrettably, the two figures behind their hats obscured their expressions, which left the envoy feeling quite vexed. The three had knocked on the doors of numerous inns, yet none would receive them. Even when offering exorbitant sums, the innkeepers turned a blind eye, unhesitatingly brandishing brooms to drive them away, hurling curses, "Begone! If I were to entertain you today, my name would be struck from the family register." An entire day passed. The trio, fatigued and disheartened, had lost count of how many times they had been expelled, beginning to question their very existence. They dared not retaliate, as numerous Jin soldiers were watching. Ultimately, they had no choice but to quietly hide in a stable of an inn to spend the night. As rain fell and wind howled, the cold droplets struck their faces,